for nothing more than to design fabric-based kits for patchwork, for bags and home decor. My kits use quality fabrics and are normally cut to size so that it makes everything easy for the beginner sewer and the more advanced stitcher to be able to make beautiful designs. All the fabric I use is 100% cotton and top quality. On my shows, I hope that you can learn from my hints and tips, and every one of my kits is like a workshop in a kit. Make sure you don't miss the So Totally Trisha shows.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. Over the 40 years, Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows.
Hi everyone, I'm Phil Martin. I've been a paper crafter for well over 20 years now and a designer for just over 10 years. We aim to inspire you, to be educational and to teach you how to get the most from the products that we're bringing to you. Hopefully we're all going to bring something different to the show, so you're going to be enriched with lots of different ideas and inspiration.
Hi, I'm Sarah from White Gecko Craft Lounge. We have a little shop in Dinas Powys, which is between Cardiff and Barry, so right by the seaside, and we were established 6 years ago. There's 3 of us that run the business. It's myself, Sarah Jane and Sian, and we have a host of volunteers and community members that help out too. Of White Gecko is to really inspire you to start sewing. We'd like to get people crafting and start that sewing process. A lot of patterns and kits are perfect for beginners to use. It's a real wonderful, mindful way to start that journey into sewing. So don't miss the White Gecko shows.
Good morning and welcome. It's a brand new day here at the craft store and we have got so many exciting things to share with you. We've got a little bit of sewing going up as we traditionally do on a Sunday. We've got some paper crafting. We've got John next door. He's going to be in for 2 hours later on today. It is all going on, but of course you can check it all out on the schedule to plan your day ahead. But you don't need to go anywhere for the next hour because we're going to keep you very, very busy and very entertained because we've got the fabulous Trisha joining me this morning. Good morning, Trisha. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine, thank you, Hayley. A little bit early, but we're okay.
Now, you have been a busy bee because you've bought us so many brand new items today.
I know, I can't help it. I get to a stage where I think, oh, what shall I do? I don't know. And then all of a sudden, it all comes flooding in. Oh, we'll do this. Oh, we'll do that. So,
that's it. And you just got to make it happen, then you've got to get it from that head out there into a kit, and that's exactly what Trisha has done. So I do urge you to jump ahead and have a little look. We've managed to lock Trisha into the building. We've got quite a lot of her today, so she's going to be back again at 11 o'clock. Got a fabulous Moda show coming up as well, so yeah, make sure you check that one out. That one's at 9 o'clock. So might have to bring her cups of tea on a tray. I think she's not going to get a chance to go and make anything. But what I will say is have a little look ahead because she's brought us the most incredible fabrics and fabulous kits and ideas. Now, I like the look of this one. So you can see straight away on your screen those magic letters EPP. So if you're into your English paper piecing, then this is going to be for you because this is a traditional craft, but a slightly different way of doing it.
Absolutely. I am more a machine stitcher than a hand sewer. But I do love a little bit of English paper piecing, and with the colder months ahead, I just thought how nice it would be to be sitting in front of a fire, telly on, and just stitching away, because it's just so relaxing.
It is, and I must admit, we were chatting earlier on, and I'm not a huge English paper piecer, but saying that, I was thinking about when I go on holiday, quite often I will take something I can just sit and do, even if it's just a couple of little pieces.
That's right.
That I'll stitch when I'm away, and then you can put it down and come back to it. So that's the nice thing about this, incredibly portable.
That's exactly what I did. I had 2 days holiday this year at the beginning of the month. That's my 2 days.
Oh, is that it? I
That's
hope you didn't waste them.
So I took my pack of hexiform and a few bits of fabric, and that's where it all began.
Now, we've got your hexes in here, but these aren't the traditional paper hexes.
No, these are hexiform.
Okay.
Now, hexiform's been about for a little while, but I don't think it's widely known.
Right.
However, when one of my customers said to me, do I stock it? And I'd been thinking about it, and I thought, do you know what? Yes, I'm going to look further into this. And so I decided I will get some. And wow, I'm so glad I did, because when I first started the first few pieces, it is like, this is easy, this feels lovely in my hands, and the finish is superior, I feel, to paper pieced.
Well, often, you all the time, really, isn't it? You take the papers out usually.
That's
so
right.
What happens with these? Do they stay in?
Yes,
Oh, okay.
this is where it's totally different, in that the hexiform stays in your hexagon or whatever shape you might have, because there are more. And there will be more to come.
I look forward to it. Now, we've got 60 of those hexes, I believe, in here. The most incredible fabrics. They are beautiful. So tell me about what we've got in here. So is this a project to kind of get to know hexiform?
That's right, yes.
Okay.
That's why I've called it a starter kit. And within this starter kit, you've got everything to begin your journey or continue your journey with English paper piecing.
Beautiful Moda fabric there as well.
Yes, so in each of the boxes there is there's some Moda fabric in the Sophie range, which will make the ones that are pictured with the little instructions, which is just basic instructions on how to do your English paper piecing and how to fold the fabric over your hexiform. And I've put a glue stick in there because if you want something to be a little bit quicker than tacking, then your fabric glue pen is just amazing, and you can get so many done so quickly. And then you get on to the lovely hand stitching quicker.
And I love this because you've got even put a needle and thread in there as well.
That's right, yes. So there is everything. There's even 2 fat quarters. There's a white fat quarter, plain cotton, and an ivory one as well, so that you can make you know, different projects, and you've got a base to say appliquing your EPP if you want to. So apart from the narrow strips of Sophie range, you will also have varying. This one is Moody Bloom in the 5-inch wide strips, because just for ease, the small strips are 2.5 inches wide, and what you will find, a 1-inch hexagon fits perfectly on, well, it fits perfectly on a 2.5-inch square. So I thought I would give you 2.5-inch strips so that you place your hexagon on the strip and then just cut around roughly.
Love it. Brilliant and gorgeous choice of fabrics as well. So if you fancy getting involved and getting started maybe with your EPP, then this is certainly a way for you to do so. £34.99. Very, very affordable way of doing it as well. So 638 637 if you're liking the look of that. Now, once you kind of get bitten by that bug, you will definitely want the next kit. Now, I know lots of you have been going for these already. With this one, you've got a couple of different options. But of course, as Trisha mentioned there, those squares are key when it comes to your EPP, especially if you're working with your little hexes. And this is a beautiful, beautiful stash builder. So many gorgeous fabrics in here. I really do not know where to start. Trisha, you're spoiling us with this one.
I know. Well, you know the fabrics that I choose to bring to you, so it will be a piece of those. It won't actually be scraps. It is actually cut from bolts of fabric. So they're all 2.5 inches square. There will be about 200. There could be just under.
Wow.
Or yes. Now, if you compare that, because a 2.5-inch square is a Moda mini charm, isn't it?
Of course, yes.
And when you get 42 in a pack for £5.50, you're getting 5 times that amount.
Wow.
So it is quite good value.
It is, and I mean, I'm just going to lay out a few of these. It's surprising how quickly, when you start, if you are using them just in a traditional sense and you're just kind of putting them together and kind of piecing them, you can see just how quickly that larger piece of fabric will start building up. I mean, you've only got 5 there. Very, very quickly you can have a large piece of fabric, and then you go on to your projects. But maybe Christmas is in your range at the moment. You're thinking, I need to get started with something for Christmas. Well, we've got a fabulous Christmas bundle for you as well. And again, beautiful fabrics. I love this. You've got a little bit of humour in there. You've got your little daxies there carrying their gifts, but you've got a little bit of foiling in there as well. Traditional colours, cool tones as well. So a little bit for everybody, really.
That's right. I've tried to vary it so that you could have a nice scrappy quilt, or by putting a few of the same one, you can arrange where you want your hexagons to go.
And I love it. I'm just going to turn this just very, very slightly because I don't want it all to collapse. But it actually comes in a little box as well, which is useful. Obviously, it's for packaging, but that's useful to keep everything in as well, because you know what's in there that you can go to time and time again. So, 2 options, $14.99. I'd go for both of them for that price, to be fair. So 040209 if you're wanting to get hold of this one at £14.99. Incredibly affordable. And as I say, they're both on the same item number. So if you do want to go for both, there's no additional post and packing. Mind you, during an hour like this, I hope you're a Freedom member, because you'll be adding so many different goodies into your basket that you won't want to be paying a penny post and packing. Now, we're looking at fabric scrap boxes. Now, sometimes when we say the word scrap, we think of little tiny pieces, but I can see straight away these aren't little tiny pieces.
No, the majority will be around 8 by 6, which is the size of the box, which is, you know, a fair size anyway. It gives you ample opportunity to do lots of different things. But there will be strips of different widths, there will be squares, there could be some Frenchies, all sorts of things. But again, these might be end of bolts, but a lot of them will be cut from the bolt as well. So I shouldn't have called it scrap.
Well, this is the thing. Sometimes we do forget to. I'm having a nose now. That's a nice fabric. I like that one.
Yes, indigo gatherings.
Lovely. So there's all sorts of different styles in that. Oh, we've got little bumblebees in this one. You've kind of got some of your classic English rose featuring in there, little hearts. I love that stripy one in there. And again, some classic styles, as you can see, coming through. So this is a very popular one. It's nice as well because, of course, if you are doing your EPP, you will find certain areas where you maybe can take those little hexes and isolate certain areas if you're wanting to, whether you're making trimmings. And sometimes you only need a little bit, don't you? Especially if you're working with solids. You don't necessarily want a huge piece of fabric to work alongside.
Not at all, not at all.
I love it. And again, so affordable, $14.99. Again, it comes in one of those fabulous little cardboard boxes, but already 10% of the everyday, which is the one that we're looking at, has gone. The second option, Christmas. Oh my goodness, over 20% of the stock of your Christmas has gone. Now, when you think about those different projects that you're creating, potentially where you're piecing your fabrics together, when you're making smaller decorations, or just adding a little bit of trimming to, again, a solid fabric, this is a brilliant buy. $14.99. Trish, I don't know how you manage it. I really don't.
I don't really, but, you know.
We'll gloss over that while we've got it on screen. While we've got it in stock, we'll just keep that quiet. Voice changes her mind. 904731 if you're wanting to get hold of that one. This one is flying out. So if you are watching us live, you need to be getting involved with these ones because obviously they're so popular. They're a brilliant bundle. Christmas is now rapidly approaching 30% of the stock. My goodness. And you're getting such a wide variety of fabrics. That's the lovely thing about this. You don't have to kind of go and buy a fat quarter of this and a fat quarter of that. Or sometimes you have to buy like a linear cut, don't you? And it's coming off the bolt. With this, you've got sizable pieces. You've also got trimming pieces in there as well. You have got a huge variety for an absolutely phenomenal price. So if you're looking at doing a few little fabric things for Christmas, certainly treat yourself to this one. You also want to treat yourself to the next item as well. And loads of you have been going for these even before we came live. That's why I love it when you do jump ahead and have a little look. Have a look at this. How amazing is this? Already 40% of the stock has gone.
Oh,
Trisha,
wow.
It's beautiful.
I made one of these. This suddenly sprung to mind. I like to do nice, simple projects, really, so that it is accessible to anybody, a new stitcher or a more advanced stitcher. And I thought to myself, I've got one up in the loft I probably made 20 years ago.
Oh, wow.
And I just thought, let's do one of those again. And I thoroughly enjoyed making it.
And I think that's exactly it. Sometimes you want a breakaway project. Sometimes, if you don't get started with your Christmas projects till, say, middle of November, even the beginning of December, projects like this come together so quickly but look so effective.
They do.
And if you're doing things like your craft fairs, oh my goodness, these will fly out. Are we okay to make and sell with these?
Absolutely, yes, yes. And there's plenty of time now to get these made. I don't think that took me probably a couple of hours. It's probably the stuffing of the tubes, which took longer than some of the stitching.
Or get the kids involved with that one.
Yes.
Bit child labour,
Yes.
can't go wrong. No, I'm only joking, yeah. So with regards to these, you're going to be able to create your beautiful braided wreath. It is flying out. £19.90. Oh my goodness. 70% of the stock has gone, my goodness. 095845. You need to be getting this one in your basket if you're wanting to take advantage of it. Even comes with the stuffing, so you don't have to go anywhere. You've got everything you need. Just add in your thread. You've even got your decorative ribbon in there as well, which is absolutely beautiful. So it's all included for £19.99. As Trisha said, you're going to create this and be using it for many, many Christmases to come. It's a nice one to actually create with them, the grandchildren, nieces, nephews. You've got that memory aspect of it as well. But before you check out your basket with this particular item, do check out the wall hanging that we're going to be bringing to you. This is beautiful, and this is the perfect example of how you can actually use those scrap boxes. Obviously with this kit you've got everything to get started, but then you can go on and create more of these.
Yes, the piece of fabric will be more than big enough to make the Christmas tree wall hanging. Yes, yeah.
Beautiful. And again, you can see it's segments, so you're going to be able to create these. Come back to it as time goes on. If you haven't got the opportunity to do it all in one session, then don't worry. Again, your fabrics are there. Again, your pattern is included with this one. Even the stuffing. And again, it's a popular item. £24.99 will get this to you, but you need to be quick because already 40% of the stock has gone. 878-737. Do add those additional fabrics in that fabulous scrap box that we were looking at, because many of the pieces that we've looked at in there will be sizable enough for you to actually create more of these fabulous triangles. And I know you'll be doing kind of little mini versions of these as well. So obviously you've got the larger wall hanging, but you could be making just little segments of this to make little mini trees as well. So make sure you're getting that box as well. 878-737 if you're wanting that one. Just quickly taking our attention back to the wreath for a few moments. It has sold out, which we kind of preempted. Yes, we've had a little chat with Trisha. She's able to bring it back on a slightly extended delivery. So it's the 26th of 25th of October. So yes, still plenty of time for you to make it. As she said, just a couple of hours. So those are a few days. It's not going to make a lot of difference, is it really? So there you go. But make sure you're getting in quick. Sold out so rapidly that I don't expect that extended stock to be around for very long either. So let's turn our attention to something else. A very traditional style, the Dresden plate. I love a Dresden plate.
This is so effective, and anybody, somebody new to sewing will be able to get a perfect finish.
Oh yes, yeah.
Yes, and they just look, you feel that pleasure, that satisfaction with those points. And I just made an easy way as well of finishing it off.
I love it. Now you've got choices with these, your silver, your gold, your traditional, as you can see there, and obviously you've got everything that you need to create your Dresden, your Dresden, what are we calling it, centerpiece?
Yes,
centerpiece.
yes.
So, yeah, so you're going to learn a skill at the same time, which is lovely because you've got everything there, including the instructions, but then of course you'll go on and create more of these as time goes on, using your own fabrics. But I think these are going to be lovely for decorating your home. Maybe you've got a little side table, it could be that you've got a little bowl that you put your Christmas sweeties in there, or maybe your poinsettia is going to sit on top of this.
Or a candle in the middle.
That's a nice idea, yeah. Table setting on, when you actually come to do your Christmas table as well. These would be absolutely beautiful. And £12.99, again, so incredibly affordable. And again, the scrap packs, don't forget you've got longer pieces in there that you could potentially be using with regards to these as well. So add those in. But at £12.99, that is phenomenal value for money. Absolutely beautiful. You are loving these. Don't forget, if you want to go for multiples, you can do. So if you're thinking, well, I need a couple of those because I've got two little tables either side of the fireplace, or it might be that you want three on your table when you do it Christmas. if you're ordering your multiples, you need to get involved even sooner, even quicker, because of course the quantity isn't going as far, if that makes sense, because you're going for 2 or 3 of those. The traditional is the one that you are loving so much. I've got a feeling that lots of you going for the wreaths and the Christmas tree are going for this one as well, because you can see that. I mean, the fabrics alongside. Oh no, I can't bring the Christmas tree in because I don't trust myself, to be honest. It's probably best leaving it alone, isn't it? But you can see instantly there as you look across, you have got similar fabrics, so it's definitely a consideration, isn't it? So if you've gone for the Christmas tree or the wreath, certainly do treat yourself to at least one of these kits, because as I say, you will be creating this. I mean, your home's going to look so fabulous this Christmas. 179005. Now we've got some additional things on the site that you might want to draw your attention to, things that we're not going to concentrate straight away with. I love the Christmas Eve box that you've got there as well, using a beautiful charm pack. And incidentally as well, we've got patterns galore as well. So of course Trisha always does some incredible patterns that she shares with us. So if you do want to incorporate your own fabrics to any of the designs that she's brought to us, that's a good way for you to get hold of them. Pick and mix is the perfect way for you to get hold of patterns, and this is a pick and mix with a bit of a difference, because what Trisha does when she brings us a charm pack, she brings a fabulous pattern to accompany it. So straight away you've got a project. So every single one of these has got a pattern associated to it, so you're going to choose any 3. So straight away you've got 3 patterns, 3 charm packs, but you've got an additional bonus in there, so you're actually going to get an extra 3. It's a bit of a lucky dip, a bit of a surprise, but there will be ones that you can still use with your charm packs. So that is a bumper bundle, and I think alone, if you're looking at 6 patterns, you're probably looking at the best part of £60, Trisha, for patterns like that.
Yes, indeed. I've done a real bargain there.
Like it. £39.99, so do treat yourself to that one as well. But if any questions, anything like you'd like to add to the show, anything that you want me to ask, then do get in touch, studio@thecraftstore.com. Right, straight over to you, Trisha.
Okay.
EPP, let's get cracking.
EPP, yes. So let's have a look at what this hexiform is. So the box will come to you with an instruction pack attached to the top of the box. So I'll just get that out. So for those of you that have already done English paper piecing, you'll know exactly what you're doing. But for somebody who's absolutely new to it, I've just done a little double-sided couple of sheets just to show you exactly what to do when you're folding the fabric and how you're stitching it and to your finished pieces. So you've got that to look back on should you forget, but I'm sure as soon as you have done one piece, you'll know exactly what you're going to be doing. So when you open the box, you will see we have, first of all, the pack of your hexiform. So within the pack, you've got 60 pieces, and I'll see if that looks. So it's almost a double-sided thing, rather than
a different surface on each side.
It has, that's right. I will, I don't know if the camera can pick it up, but I've got one side, this side here is slightly fluffy, not fluffy really, but it's got a texture to it, and then the other side is smooth.
Yes, you can see that.
So the lovely Susie, who actually produces all of these and cuts them all to size, I'm sure she's got some mechanical machinery that helps her out. But these are all cut manually or with some sort of die cutter, and it has just got a little bit more depth to it than your straightforward pieces of paper, which is traditional. I mean, from the early days when newspaper was cut into hexagon shapes and used. But the difference between using hexiform and papers is that your papers you can or you need to take out before you stitch your project together. On the other hand, you can reuse your papers, whether you do or whether you think I may as well you know, throw them away and get some more, but this stays in your project. And
I think that's kind of nice, because it's the next stage is almost done for you, isn't it? Because quite often you want to add some wadding or add something to stabilise your EPP if you've used your papers. And also, if you're doing those, what I call finishing pieces, so your half hexes.
That's right.
These are much more stable in order for you to do those little tiny pieces.
They are, that's right. So it will come, because there are many shapes, or there are many sizes of hexagon, There are different shapes as well, and I will be bringing half hexies as well.
Fabulous.
So for finishing off the sides of your projects, rather than you cutting one of them in half,
Well,
which you
that's good
still
to
could
know,
do.
yeah.
You could still cut one in half and do that anyway. But I haven't got one to show you with paper in there, but these were stitched together while sitting alongside a bed in a hotel room at the beginning of the month.
Oh, you live a wild life,
Don't I live a
Trisha?
wild life, yeah. And I thoroughly enjoyed it. And I haven't pressed these. I didn't press my fabric. I'd actually got a pack of Frenches, which I took along with me, and I just used those. And the thing is, it looks so perfect. I haven't pressed it since. It's been in and out of a bag, looking and showing, but
Beautiful.
it looks absolutely perfect. And I think just that, it looks as if it's padded without doing anything. It's purely the hexiform. Now, I always think that taking your paper pieces, if you're using papers, taking them out is a little bit of fun, you know, when you're doing just one and taking them out. But when you've got a much bigger piece and it's undoing that tacking, or if you use a glue stick with paper, I found it quite difficult sometimes to get the papers out. But I have used the glue sticks with this and it remains there, and as you can see, the hexiform remains in there as well. So within your pack of hexiform shapes here, you do get a little chart on the back which has got the size of your piece, your hexagon, and then also a bigger hexagon, which if you like to cut your fabric to an absolute hexagon shape that is perfectly sort of 1/4 to 3/8 of an inch wider than your hexagon, you can do that. But lazy me, so it's there for you to do, you've got the choice. I like to use a square, because if you're cutting squares, it's so much easier to cut a square than it is to go round 6 sides of a hexagon.
Makes sense, yeah.
So again, within your box, you have got 10 strips. So the fabrics from the Sophie range, the Moda Sophie range, which I was saying about, which will make you all of these and probably twice as many.
Wow.
Because with your strip here, which is about 2.5 inches wide, you can fit the hexagon shape onto the piece of fabric. And what you'll do, I won't cut this one, but I'll do it in a minute. And this is where the scrap box or the stash builder box with squares, your hexagon shape will fit perfectly.
Well, I've actually got some of those little scrap box squares, so I haven't obviously got the exact fabric that Trisha's sharing with you, but just to illustrate, as Trish says, to save her actually cutting into the fabric, all you're literally doing is adding your glue there and folding it over, so you can see, like you say, the actual cutting and the trimming of your fabrics you're not having to do, because you can do that just with that square. And because of the beautiful weight of the fabric, it's not going to add a huge amount of bulk with regards to that. So you can literally just put those there, fold them in, no trimming. It's going to make your EPP so quick to come together. And of course, as you can see there, a rough idea of how those little pieces come together. So really clever idea.
I just, for ease, this is the thing.
Yes.
So you'll have your needle in there, which is a gold-eyed sewing needle. This one's actually got some of the cottage blur, the Moda cottage blur. So 5-inch widths these are. So you've got 5. So you've actually got 2 lots of 2.5 inches. So you've got even more, because it's the whole width of the fabric, double there. And then, as I said, you've got a white fat quarter, 100% cotton, and an ivory fat quarter. You have also got your So Easy basting or fabric glue pen, and you've got 100 metres of Gutermann cotton thread. So you've got quality throughout your box and everything to get you going.
If you just add in a little pair of scissors to that, then literally that's quite a compact kit to take with you. You don't need to take anything else with you. You've got everything there. And such an affordable price for it as well. So £34.99. If you're wanting to get hold of yours, you can see the details are there on your screen. 638637. You can see some absolutely beautiful fabrics featuring within here. Those gorgeous Moda fabrics you can see there. And as Trish has been showing us, an easy way for you to get involved with your EPP. Was there anything else you needed to show us, advice with regards
I was
to that,
going to
Trisha?
I was just going to show you how I would place this on my fabric and then glue it. So with my glue pen, I put a little dab of glue onto my fabric, on the reverse of the fabric. Then I take the fluffy side and I place that down on my fabric, so that I've got about 1/4 of an inch at the sides, to each side. And then if this were the square, obviously it would already be around about 2.5 inches square. And as you said, Hayley, you could just push these sides over, but I just like to trim off those 4 corners, so you've just got the tiniest bits, but you don't have to if you don't want to. And you've got roughly a hexagon shape there. Doesn't matter that it's not absolutely perfectly straight or cut off at the corners, because it's all going to be folded over. So with my glue pen, I always one line on the fabric and then just push that over. You can feel the edge of the hexiform easily, and then just press that down, whoops, then on the fabric again, and one little line of glue. You don't need to absolutely fill it with glue, so just one stroke across, turn that, press it down, turn it to the next side, press that down. I'm going the whole way across.
So much easier than pinning, isn't it?
Isn't it just? And you haven't got that, oh, I've got to take the papers out afterwards, which, as I say, can be, it can stick to the paper a little bit more than you want it to. Obviously, you want it to stick down when you're, for when you're sewing, but there is your one piece of hexiform already done.
Fabulous. So easy, so quick, and like you say, just something you can just pick up and put down, and as quick as that, you can actually create your first little hex of this. So if you've never got involved with your English paper piecing, obviously you've got your little hexes, but I'm guessing, did you want to talk about joining them together, Trish?
Yes, if I just do joining them together. So there are different ways that you can do, but I'm going to do just the traditional method, because you can do them flat or do them wrong sides together, and then do a mattress stitch, which is, or a ladder stitch, which is going from one side, taking a little bit off one side, going over to the other side, a little bit, and then the other side. So you're going backwards and forwards, just like a ladder formation. And then you would pull your fabric, your thread up, and it all joins together, and you can hardly see stitches at all. But I personally quite like to see just the tiniest little stitches. And so this is the way I do it, and it is the most used way, or the most popular way of doing it, I think. So I would lay out my, I've got a few already joined there, but I would lay out my pieces in whatever order I would like them to be. 1 in the centre and 6 around the edge. And then I would, oh, have I got one more there? No, let's put this one in here.
Well, that's irritating you, isn't it?
That's irritating me that I haven't got a separate one there. Never mind.
That's okay, don't worry. It almost looks like a little kind of a butterfly or something like that now.
Yes, yeah. So what I like to think ahead of stitching is I want to do as many seams continuously as I can, because what you could do, you could stitch those 2 together, those 2, then those 2, but you're starting and stopping at each end. But if you can try and do 2 seams at a time, so I start with a centre,
okay,
and one of the outer ones, and I'm going to stitch along here. So I'm going to place them right sides together and align all those edges very, very easily. And I've got a knot in the end of my thread, and I'm just going to take that very corner point and just take a little bit. And then I'm just doing an overstitch, an overcasting, or whip stitch, whatever you like to call it.
Nice, simple, easy stitch, yeah.
Yep. And if you can do tiny stitches, all the better. When I was talking to Susie, who, as I say, distributes the hexiform, she tries to get, did she tell me, 25 stitches to the inch.
Wow.
Now,
I can't think who it was, but you had somebody as a guest who you, I can't remember whether they were at college or where it was that they were taught. It might have been when they were at school, and they literally had them judged for the number of stitches that they'd got on there, and to get their certificate or whatever it was. It was a similar sort of idea that they had to have so many stitches in that area. Yeah.
Well, you do whatever is comfortable to you. Obviously, the bigger you're taking the tiniest little bit on the edge. You can feel the edge of the hexiform. Doesn't actually matter if you stitch into it, but it is better to just, the smaller the stitch or the smaller the piece you take of the fabric, the less you're going to see the stitches. So I can probably get 20. I count sometimes just to be, so that you can see they're tiny little stitches across there. And then when I've got to the end of that row, I can then open that out and I put it back to where it came from, because there's nothing worse than stitching, if you've got a formation of your fabric, nothing worse than stitching the wrong one to the wrong side. So I'm now going to take this one here and I'm going to go up here. So I'll just pop that onto there. So I haven't cut my thread, but I've just lined that up again. And now I'm just going to go into the neck sides, and I will just stitch my whole way across here. So now the thing is, which I probably should have said at the beginning, I don't know if you know, this is just a bit of trivia, or it isn't really, but hexagons are measured. So a 1-inch hexagon sounds tiny, doesn't it?
Yes.
Now, these aren't that tiny. They're small, but they're not tiny. And the 1 inch is the length of a side.
Ah, so it's not the diameter or the radius, right?
No,
okay.
But I'll just stop there a minute. So your 1 inch side here, but if you measure then on a 1 inch sided hexagon from a point to a point, you will see it is double. So that is 2 inches. So every hexagon, if you had a 1 inch sided hexagon, this from point to point would be 3 inches. So that is the same with every hexagon shape. So when you are looking at sizes, it's difficult when you're looking, say, online, and you see it says 2 inches, and you think, oh, that's about right. A 2 inch hexagon is quite big, because if you imagine it's 4 inches across from point to point. So those ones will grow very, very quickly. So as I say, at some point I shall bring varying sized hexagons in hexiform, because they are absolutely wonderful to
always
work
a popular style, isn't it? I mean, it's the way that you've got the way you can create so many different shapes. I mean, straight away,
yes.
The piece that you laid out there almost looked like a flower, which could be appliqued onto a project, or you can piece it together to make a much larger piece of fabric. I know people that have created quilt tops with these king-size quilt tops, which I know you can imagine will take a long time to do, but it's an heirloom piece. It's something that would be passed on through the generations, and it looks absolutely amazing. So which seam do you do next then, Trisha?
So I would finish off there. I would actually just not, so I've gone through that the corners, the very points there, and I would just take another stitch, pop my thread or my needle through the loop, and then I would do that again. Just take a little bit of fabric, and then I would just cut that off.
Perfect. As easy as that. Nice and neat.
So as simple as, so then, as I say, I do always put it back to where it came from, because I have been known to stitch the wrong side to the right side. Oh dear. And unpicking those little stitches is like, oh. So then then I would start here. So I would start just here, and
you go across and
I
then
would stitch
up again.
here and then out there.
So it's kind of quite repetitive when you actually get to that stage.
It is indeed.
Love it, Trisha. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Very well explained. So if you've never got involved with EPP, you can see why Trisha is so brilliant with regards to her instructions and her tuition. She breaks it down, makes it nice and easy. She also makes it incredibly affordable and beautiful to work with. So this kit here, you've got everything that you need. All you need to do is add in your time. That's it. Little pair of scissors to help you snip off those threads, and away you go. £34.99 will get you an abundance of fabrics, including your backing fabric. So when you come to create your project, you've got some white fabric, you've got some ivory fabric, which perfectly complement the beautiful Moda fabrics that you will find in here. So 638-637 if you're wanting to get hold of this one. And this it has got kind of like your basic instructions in there. And of course, you're making your larger piece of fabric that you can then make into whatever you want. brilliant value for money. Now, once you get into your hexes, you'll be looking around for smaller pieces of fabric, and these are brilliant. These packs that Trisha's put together, you've got your 2.5-inch squares with these, which are perfectly sized for your English paper piecing. So if you are doing your hexes, as Trish showed us, this is the perfect size for you to work with. You can simply just wrap those fabrics around or trim off the corners, as Trish showed us, quickly and easily, and create some absolutely amazing pieces. Now, these have been busy. We've got two options with regards to these, and I think lots of you are going for both of them. This is your everyday with all sorts of absolutely gorgeous fabrics in there, as you can see. Beautiful fabrics, some of which are very similar, so they come from the same range. Some of them are poles apart, but I kind of like that mixed match and that kind of scrappy look when you bring them all together, which you can do, or you can use them alongside other fabrics you'll have in your stash. $14.99 if you're wanting the everyday one, which is the one we've just looked at, but equally popular is the Christmas one, and this one is abundance of Christmas fabrics, traditional styles with these. You've got your reds, your golds, your greens in there, but also you've got your cooler tones with your pale blues in there. There's a lovely little bit of silver touch in there as well, and there are certain fabrics that have got a little sense of humour in there. Can I show you this one? That's one of my favourites. I love it. Little pooches on there as well. So $14.99, equally as popular as each other, but over 20% of each of those. I think lots of you are going for both of them together because there's no additional post and packing, and it's a brilliant way for you to get a huge selection of fabrics that you're going to be able to use in so many different projects. 040209. Now, when you're checking out your basket for those, do have a little look at the other scrap boxes that we've got for you as well. The reason being is these are larger pieces of fabric, and they are proving to be very, very popular, so much so that the Christmas one is limited in stock. So if that's your preference, I'll show you in a few moments, but if you're wanting it, oh, go on, we'll have a peek now. You've got mistletoe in there, you've got all your different swirls, your gorgeous gold tones in there, a little bit of silver in there as well. And again, this is a fabulous array of different fabrics there that are all coming together. Some of them will be strip pieces, some will be more square, some of them will be more rectangular. We've got a really nice selection, but good sized pieces in there for $14.99. If it's Christmas you want, you need to be getting it in your basket, but getting your basket checked out, that's the most important thing. But let's turn our attention to everyday. You've got everything you could possibly think of in here. Look at these. Love that beautiful little daisy there. How pretty is that? That could make a fabulous little binding for a project because it's got a small repeat. Then you've got that fun factor of the lovely little parasols or the umbrellas featuring in here. You've got some kind of peachy tones. You've got some autumnal tones. If you're into your bumblebees, we've even got fabrics featuring those. And there's two fabrics actually from the same range there, so those would work well together, wouldn't they? You've got a really nice mix of fabrics, and the quality is phenomenal. You know that Trisha only works with quality fabrics, so you know that investing in this bundle means that you've got some beautiful fabrics in a whole array of different styles, and at $14.99, incredibly affordable. 904731. If you're wanting your scrap boxes in either your everyday or your Christmas, please make sure you're getting them in your basket, but Christmas is the one that is the most vulnerable, so if you're wanting it for immediate dispatch, you need to be quick. Can't put it any clearer than that, really, can I? I think I got my point across. Now, if you're looking at projects, well, we can help you with those as well. Now, this particular one that we're going to share with you is now on extended delivery, sold out so quickly. But the 25th of October, these will be on their way to you from now. So if you are placing your order, you can still get hold of it. It doesn't take too long to put together. Trisha was explaining it's just a few hours, but what a beautiful design. It looks amazing, and it's going to be one of those ones that you will bring out time and time again. And I'm sure you will take inspiration from this particular one and maybe making springtime wreaths, Easter wreaths, all sorts of different occasions. You could even be making one for a kind of like your Halloween, couldn't you, really, as well, if you wanted to, or your autumnal, your harvest wreath, maybe. If you're wanting this one, you're going to get everything that you need, bar your thread. Obviously, you'll have that at home. But with this one, you've got your different fabrics, your 3 different intertwined fabrics alongside your red fabric to create that beautiful bow. And you've got your sparkly ribbon included, as well as your stuffing with that as well. But just to let you know that rapidly approaching 30% of the stock of the extended delivery stock, that is, has gone. So if you're liking the look of this one, do not leave it too long before you get it in your basket and get your basket checked out. Now, another beautiful project that will work alongside this one, similar in style with regards to fabrics is this beautiful little wall hanging. This is adorable. Now 2/3 of the stock has gone of this one, so if you're liking the look of it, please make sure you're getting hold of this one. It's ready for immediate dispatch if you're quick. £24.99. Again, all the fabrics you need, all the toy stuffing. You've even got your little bit of ribbon there as well to hang it up with. Absolutely beautiful. 878737, and needless to say, it comes with your full instructions. So of course, the moment it arrives, you can start cracking with it as well. I know you'll do all sorts of different variations. I'm looking at thinking, oh, you could put pockets in the back and make it like a little advent tree or something like that. There's loads of things you'll come up with. And again, you might be taking some of those scrap packs that we looked at and making some of those smaller triangles as well, and putting them together as smaller trees. Once you know how, and that's what it's all about, Trisha will teach you. So 878737 if you're liking the look of that one. Now, another popular kit has been this one here, and it is beautiful, especially the traditional. I wonder why that would be. Now, this one is featuring many of the fabrics we've just seen in the wreath and in the wall hanging, so it's naturally going to fall into your basket, isn't it, if you've got those already there. £12.99, you're going to be able to create a beautiful centerpiece, perhaps for your Christmas table, or perhaps you're going to go for a couple of these and create them for your little side tables or your hall table. But the Christmas one is the one that is the most vulnerable, with 2/3 of the stock having gone. Equally so, the beautiful kind of crispness that you've got of the white alongside the silver, and equally so with the gold, might be the one that's drawing you towards that. Or maybe you're wanting to mix it up. Maybe you're going to go for a couple of your traditional and then perhaps a little pop of the white and gold. I don't know. You could kind of mix them up as well, I suppose, if you wanted. If you wanted to eke out this one, you could go for one of each of them and put them together in whatever combination you like, Trisha.
You could, and actually you will have more fabric. You can't quite make two out of one set, but you could probably make 3 out of 2 sets if you...
Ooh, now you've upped the ante.
Well,
Hey,
I just laid it out
go.
here and I thought, it does, yes.
So there you go. Maybe go for a traditional alongside either your gold or silver, and there you go. I like that idea. Like value for money. Brilliant. 179005 if you're wanting to get hold of those. Now we're going to wander a little further along because we've got another project that is perfect for Christmas, or Christmas Eve actually. And this is brilliant because you've got a beautiful box with the most incredible fabric. Now you've got a beautiful little charm pack with this one. Trisha, I love this. I mean, we're calling it Christmas Eve, but to be honest, you'll be making these every day.
I've called it that because it is a Christmas pack, the Crystal Lane. However, if you look through it, the lovely Tracy, who helps me out with samples, she made this for me. And I did say, because if you flick through some of those fabrics, there's not that many that have got a Christmas theme to it. There are snowmen. So Tracy's kindly put all the snowmen fabrics in that top layer of the inside of the bag. So it doesn't have to be a Christmas Eve box. It can just be your storage box for your fabrics.
I'm glad you explained that, because I was looking, I was thinking, I can't see anything Christmassy in there, but yeah, there's only a few of those pieces.
It's just a blue Christmas, which, I must admit, I've been looking for blue Christmas fabric for a little while. And that's where I think if people have a blue theme, they might like silver and white for the Dresden centerpiece. So this doesn't...
adorable.
Yep, if you like blue, it's a lovely pack of fabrics and lovely shades of blue.
Love it. And again, I mean, it's something that's going to come together so quickly because you've got your pre-cuts. Pre-cuts save you so much time. And the beauty is they cut correctly as well. So if you do struggle with your cutting and getting your squares square, then this fabulous little charm pack that you've got here is going to be perfect for this project and many, many more. Obviously, you've got your pattern in there. And of course, when you start working with your own fabrics, maybe some of the fabrics from the scrap pack, don't forget you can cut some of those down into your 5-inch squares and maybe make more of these. So if you're wanting your £19.99, do you know how much of that charm pack you would actually use? Will you have some left over?
Yes, you do have some left over.
Okay, right.
I think there are 6, 12, 18, yes, 22, 24.
And you've got 6 on each side, so that's 12, like you said, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. So about 24 or so in there.
And that's including the inside edge.
Yes,
if you don't need to use
that's
the...
a good point,
yes. And also, you can chop those 5-inch squares, the charms, into 4 if you're thinking you're English paper piecing.
That's true.
And you can get 4.
Good point.
Yes. So then you've got 4. There may be doubling up of some of the fabrics in the charm pack, because they usually are. But you've got 4 then
And
of
I know
A1
that our
fabric.
viewers, once they know the technique and the way it comes together, you'll be working with different sizes of squares as well, so you could almost make smaller ones to sit inside, or
Yes.
go even larger if you
That's
wanted to.
right, you
Love
could.
it. £19.99. As I say, it's having the know-how, and that's what you've got with your instructions. But of course, that know-how is perfect when you've got the right fabrics to get started the minute it arrives. 531296. But can I show you the most incredible fabrics? These are so pretty. They really are. They've almost got like a watercolour look to them. Moda, you know they're going to be incredible. And you can see, I'm not going to touch these because they look beautiful, but we have actually got a finished sample which is going to show this off, which you may well have already spotted. It's behind Trisha and it looks absolutely beautiful. I love this.
It is. To my mind, actually, having it horizontally, it looks like a wall hanging, it looks
Yes,
like a picture. But yeah, this is the Sunshine Soul fabrics, just from the charm pack. Obviously, I've added borders from yardage, but it just shows you the overall colours that work throughout that Sunshine Soul charm pack. Absolutely beautiful. And it looks difficult. I've called it the Charm Shuffle Quilt.
I love that.
Because pieces are shuffled around and you think, oh, how can I get, but it is quite easy. And I'm going to do that in the next show.
Wonderful, and that is 11 o'clock,
Yes.
isn't it? Looking forward to that one. So 791-549, if you're wanting to get involved with your papers, not your papers, your fabrics before the 11 o'clock show, then please make sure that you do get involved as soon as you can. So we've been looking at that pick and mix as well, mentioned it at the top of the hour, and you've been loving it. I'm not surprised, to be honest, because this is amazing value for money. You've got pick and mix, so there's loads of beautiful, fabulous charm packs that you can choose from. I love that you kind of got that 1930s theme with regards to those retro-looking fabrics there. You've got something on an autumnal theme. You've got all sorts of different styles in there. Now, each one of these does come with a pattern designed to work alongside it. So it's not just the charm pack that you're paying for. You are going to be getting that pattern as well. You'd normally be paying probably around £9.99 for a pattern, to be fair. Now, if you think about that straight away, brilliant, but you are going to get a bonus set of 3 patterns. Now, this is a bit of a lucky dip, a bit of a surprise, but they will work alongside your charm packs that you're investing in. So that is the beauty. You're going to get 6 patterns, which, of course, as I said there, you'll be paying a tenner a pattern usually. So that's £60 worth of patterns before you start even looking at the fabrics. But you will get 3 charm packs included of your choice. That's the key thing. Those charm packs will have a pattern associated with them, so of course they will come together, but then those additional 3 means you've got potentially 6 different projects to work with. £39.99, brilliant value for money. So if you do like the look of this one, 833447. Trisha, we're coming back over to you. Still haven't managed to tell you everything that's on the show, so jump onto the website and have a look at those.
Right, I thought we would have a look at Dresden plate because the instruction pack will have a template, and the template is an angled, almost like a segment with a flat top. And when you look at it, I'll show you how to cut them out first of all. I'm actually using a ruler, which is the easiest option, but using the template is straightforward, and you would just lay the paper template onto your fabric and cut. So I'll just cut these and just show you how I would cut with a ruler or the template. So I do like to stand up when I'm cutting. I'm lining up my 5-inch, so each of these are 5 inches long. So I'm lining up the top and the bottom, and I'm going to cut up one side. Now, I don't like to, well, we'll move that fabric away there, you see how that's cut. And then I need to cut here, and we don't want to cut like that. So if you've got a small mat, you can turn it around, or if you have to, move the fabric. But then I'm just going to cut the other side. So I'll turn it back round to how it was, and you'll see from here, this is the shape of the fabric we're working with, and you probably look at it and think, how on earth am I going to get points from that? So I've laid my fabrics. There's 4 different fabrics. I want 5 of each. So my next step is leave the fabric where it is, because it's all beautifully lined up, and we're going to put the ruler upside down, line up that edge, line the top and the bottom horizontal, and cut again, move those away, turn the ruler around again, line up that edge, the angled edge, and cut there. No.
Incidentally, you've potentially noticed on the screen there's been a little bit of change to the text on there because the Christmas option has now sold out and is on extended delivery now. So again, it's 25th of October, so you can still place your orders for it. It just will be slightly delayed, but it's still worth the wait. The others are still available on immediate dispatch, so if you really cannot wait, then you have got those as options. But don't forget, we've been chatting about extending the usability of your Christmas fabric, so perhaps go for one of those and add in one of the others to kind of give you the ability to potentially make 3 of these when you start adding in that extra fabric. Okay, Trisha, all
Okay.
cut.
Machine in place. So all we need to do now, we've got all of our pieces all cut. So I am going to, let's just move that to the side there. I'm going to fold the longest straight edge in half, and I am going to stitch with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. So you pop your patchwork foot on, or I like to move my needle with a straight stitch foot on, or the standard foot on, and I move that on this machine to 5.6, quite often 5.5 for Janome or Brother or whatever other machine makes are available. And also, because we're doing a patchwork technique, I like to use a short length of stitch. So I'm going to take it down to 2. What I find, Hayley, and you probably do as well, is that you get a much better, where the fabrics come together, it looks as if the fabric is just melded.
Yes, yeah.
Rather than a larger stitch, if you sort of pull it apart, you can see little gaps where in between the stitches.
Good point, really good point. Can I ask as well, when it comes to stitching these, I noticed that you're stitching towards the fold. Does it matter which way round you do it?
No, it doesn't, but yes, it does.
Fair
it's one
enough.
of those
I
things.
love a straight answer for something, Trisha.
What you'll find, if you want perfect first time and no risk of having to unpick,
Okay, oh yes.
then
I'm now
always
listening.
always fold towards, always stitch towards the fold.
Okay.
If you fold your fabric in half and you start at the folded edge, what can happen is when you get to the end, you're actually not lined up at this edge here.
Of course, yes.
So if you start, you know, lining up at that raw edge and then stitching towards the fold, the presser foot will actually press that down and your fold will be absolutely central, which is where you want it to be.
That is a really good tip. Oh, I'm glad I asked that.
Yes. So,
incidentally, very, very quickly, the wall hanging in the, obviously, the traditional Christmas style, the same as Trisha's working with, that is now limited in stock. So if you've wanted to get hold of this to work with your centerpieces, then do make sure you're taking advantage of it. Again, you can see all those gorgeous fabrics featuring there, very similar to the ones that you'll see within your Dresden plate that you're working on. So please do add that in at the same time for immediate dispatch. £24.99 for that one. Sorry, Trisha, just
no,
thought I'd
that's
let
all right.
people know.
So I haven't cut my thread. Once I've stitched across that first one, I reversed at the beginning just a couple of stitches and reversed at the fold a couple of stitches, and then I'm going to put my next one underneath. So just a couple of stitches all the way to the fold and stop. And I'm doing them in the order that I want my Dresden to be.
Oh, okay.
All right. So then I know I've got the right amount. I know it just helps when you come to stitch them together.
That was going to be my next question, just kind of throw them through whatever order, but no, there's a logical reason.
Yeah. So I'm just going to put 4 on so that we can actually, because I can see time is flying, isn't it?
We've got about 3 minutes or so, yeah.
3 minutes, okay. So I've got 4 done. You will in fact do 20. So I've got my scissors here. So what we're going to do now is clip them apart, and I just clip also on the fold, so we can clip that little bit of thread on the fold. I'm just going to trim that corner.
Oh, could you just show us that? Oh, you're doing it again. That's
yeah.
brilliant. Thank you.
Just there.
Yep. Perfect.
And then this one there. And what you can actually do is, if there's a bit of thread there, you can clip that bit of thread off at the same time rather than have to clip. Then we are going to fold. So I put my thumb or finger into that little pocket and push that through. And I'm going to do that with each of those 4. Just push my finger through, So thumb in there, and it's pushing that, I know we've trimmed that little bit away, but it's pushing that into the point, and this is where we're getting our point from. Oh, there's my little stick. So if you get your little pokey tool, just poke that out. Now, as you're poking it out, to get a nice point at the end, and that you can see that has given a lovely point, which is what you're looking for.
Oh, show us that again.
Oh, show you that. Sorry,
get to you in
I'm
time.
not.
There we go. Oh, look at that. Perfect.
That's it. Perfect point, which is what we look for in all sorts of things, don't we? So I'm just rapidly doing that because the next little bit is important as well. So we need to press these. So I've got the 4 done there, and when we place this upside down, when you flatten it, there's a seam going down the middle. I don't know if you can see. Yeah, you can see that just as well as any. There's a seam there, which you could just iron it, and the seam could be a little bit off-centre, but we want it to be perfectly central. So I'll just get my pressing mat out.
Just warn you, Trisha, we've probably got about 45 seconds left now.
So what I'm going to do is put my fingers in there. I want that seam to run vertically, and I want it to run, just make sure I can just feel that flat there. Perhaps hold it up this way, and the seams go together to one side, and I want that seam to be pointing right down to the middle. So I'm just going to press that, and there is your perfect.
Beautiful.
We'll get
Now, Trisha, because obviously you're not going to get the rest of this completed in the next kind of 20 seconds, because you're good, but you're not that good. But you're back with Richard, so maybe we can have another look at the Dresden plate during that hour. What do you reckon?
We'll carry on a little bit with this, and
Perfect.
then we'll do a couple of other things as well.
I love it. So there you go. So make sure you get hold of your kit now, especially if you're wanting that traditional one, because it is on extended delivery, and then rejoin Richard and our lovely Trisha at 11. So it's time to have a fresh look at our one-day special. Coming up straight after the break, myself and Hayley Smith. Then we are looking at the most incredible fabrics with Moda and Trisha again. And then I'm teaming up with Janice.
What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments. So you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with the craft store easier.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts 2 stable and the ones that I design.
Hi, my name is Blanche Siegmann. I'm the owner of the company La Blanche. The company La Blanche is a crafting company located in Germany. For over 20 years, I'm designing and selling stamps, paper crafting products, and home decoration. As a passionate crafter myself, I make sure all our products are of highest quality and easy to use. We produce a whole range of products. We produce paper products. We have also shrink sleeves for your jars, glasses. We have home decoration products, paints and wall decals. Everything, the whole range of crafting we produce for you. I hope you enjoy watching us and crafting with La Blanche.
Hello there and welcome back. Well, it's 8 o'clock, so it's a fresh look at the one day special. Oh my goodness, this is a bumper deal. You have got so much content within this one day special. It's going to keep you busy and busy and busier. Busier than you ever thought you could be with all sorts of different projects. Not just Christmas projects, but also additional projects that you might want to be creating that you will create throughout the year. And the beauty is not only have you got the tuition with this, you've actually got the means and the elements to create these projects as well. So the moment it arrives, you can get cracking with any of those projects that you're wanting to create. Now, of course, it's a concept and an idea all born from our fabulous Hayley Smith, who's joining me for this hour.
Hiya.
I can't believe we're up to issue number 9 because I was here for the launch.
You were here for the very first one.
The very first one.
No, it was April last year.
Yeah, we had to do it kind of like via Skype.
Yes, we did. We had a little bit of a Skype thing going on, so that was the very first
issue 9,
one.
my goodness.
I know, and the second Christmas one.
Wow.
It's been a year since we did the first one. It's absolutely mad.
I love
it's absolutely flowing.
Now, you always cram loads of projects into these,
We
and
do.
you also include the means to create those projects.
Yes. So any of the specialist bits you're going to need, for example, in the one we're going to demonstrate in a minute, you need clear plastic, which I don't know why I'm holding it up because you probably can't see it because it's clear plastic. But never mind, you've got things like your, you can if I wobble it a bit, look, there you go. So for this project, you're going to need the clear plastic, that's included. For the soft toy, there's eyes and noses, they're included. For the pouch, the little belt pouch, there's one button required, that's in there. For the teacup, zipper, coin purse kind of thing, that needs a zip, that's included. Needs a little bit of cord for the handle, that's included. The bunting needs herringbone tape, 2 sizes, they're both included. Literally everything you need for these are all included. Can you point to some projects for me?
Certainly.
And we'll go through them.
Which one do you want me to start with?
Let's start with the puffin bag because that's
Okey-dokey.
right next to you. So the the puffin.
Oh,
at
the
front.
puffin bag. Oh, this
there
one.
you
Sorry,
go.
I thought I
So
just saw a bag and went straight to it.
That'll do.
The
Bag.
puffin.
The puffin is an applique piece. Now, this piece has been added onto the bag. The bag is not included, but the puffin applique is. You can add this onto anything you like, and that is the size that you're going to get. So you can see. Perfect for something like a bag or a cushion, or maybe adding to the back of
cute?
maybe you want to add it to the back of a jacket, maybe I want to add it to a fabric box, something
Yeah.
like that. You can add it to anything you like. So all of those little bits kind of around the eye and on the tummy with the little embroidery on, they're all printed on, so you can just follow along to add them in.
I love it. So let's work our way down the front because I can see some bunting here. But this is bunting with a difference. Look at
Yes,
this.
so this is bobbin bunting. Bobbin bunting. And this one you can double up on because I know you like to be sneaky. You like to spot the sneaky projects and double
I've
up
been
on some of
making
them.
two. Yeah,
These
putting
are
a plain
double-sided, and when we've double-sided them, we've actually mirrored them. So you can see if you went ahead and stitched in some of those threads, it would match front and back when you stitch them in. So you're not going to stitch it in one side and then it look wrong on the other side. It's going to match up. But if you want to double your bunting, then you can do, and that means you'll end up with 40 spools.
Wow, that's a lot of bunting.
20 spools, sorry. Because there's 10 on there at the minute. It's a 2 metre piece and there are 10 spools on there at the minute. So you'd end up with 20 spools.
And there's your webbing in your 2 different sizes. Is it 2 different sizes?
Yes, it is. You've got a skinny one and a thicker one. Because we hung this one in a different way to when we've done them previously because it's got a kind of rounded top to the bobbin. And obviously if you stitch that straight into the, sometimes we've used bias bindings, sometimes we've used tape. If you stitch that straight in like that, you'd kind of lose a whole chunk of the top of the bobbin. Let me just grab... well, here's one I made earlier.
Oh yes, of course you would do, yeah.
Usually, with flags and things with pendants, you'd kind of do that.
Yes.
And if you did that with this type of bunting, then you'd lose quite a lot of the feature of the bobbin itself. So that's why we've put the little tags on.
The technique.
And then another technique just to add to the arsenal. Let's do that on the other side.
Technique, because I bet you'll go on and do that for other bunting that you do. Because you can change the flags out then,
That's exactly what we try and do. We try and put techniques into these.
Love it.
So the next one you've got there is the embroidoodle. So we always put another 6 stitches in there. We always put 6 different stitches into all the previous Fabazines. And this one's been done by our design team member, Patty. And I do apologise to her because I did not find this last night. Last night it was in a box full of other samples. I don't know where it went. I did find it though. It was in the bottom of the box. It was beautifully wrapped in tissue, but there was so much other tissue
Oh,
I didn't see it. So it is there. We have got it. Thank you very much, Patty.
It's beautiful. I love that.
I know. And she's
like
used some of the
feathers in the
stitches that we've
centre.
kind of added in.
Yeah.
She's added some of her own in. But we always put an embroidoodle in there, a kind of slow stitching thing where you can just kind of pick it up, put a couple of stitches in, come back to it later, that kind of thing. And they're always usually circular patterns, which means that you can kind of come back and forth to them and maybe just do one ring of something and then come back another day and do another bit. So it's quite fun. So we've got a reversible.
Oh dear.
This is, there's pins, be careful.
Okay. Put that back on there.
This one is our reversible bag. So you've got two different sides to this one. You can see they've got the lighter coloured, smaller leaf print, and then the darker coloured, larger leaf print on the inside of this one.
Beautiful.
And really, really cute. And that's one, again, that you could make two of if you wanted to, just by adding a plain fabric.
So we're up to 4 projects now?
Yes.
Wow. Okay, right.
Okay.
Fair enough.
So
We're
then if you can go down to the little pumpkin. So we thought for trick-or-treating, this one was super cute. And this one you're going to add a little bit of elastic in. Previously when we put elastic in, it's been to either secure something or it's been in like pen holders where you haven't actually had to stretch it as you work with it. So this one, you do need to stretch it as you work with it to create that little kind of scrunch-up effect. On the front. That's not very tidy. I'm very sorry.
Happy pumpkin, not so happy pumpkin.
And then the kind of big leaves on the top, they tie up to make the kind of secure the bag. So you could tie them high up and make it into a handle, or you could tie them low down like that to actually seal the bag up. So that one's really, really fun. A little polar bear sitting up there. And then we've done the bobbin bunting. What the polar bear's sitting on, actually, is a little mini quilt that's been done. It's been done by Leslie. And she's done our mini quilt there with fantastic blending blocks template. So this one looks massively complicated, but it's fantastic for using your scraps. It actually is 6 little templates which you can work together really, really easily, and there's lots of instructions in different ways. You get the acrylic templates included, so you can use them again and again. And this is a fantastic one for using up those scraps.
Oh, ice spice and spotty fabric.
I will say that Leslie brought this one back to me and said, oh, I like this one. This is a good one. So even for, you know, Trisha's just been on with her kind of boxes of little leftover bits and pieces. Perfect. Absolutely perfect for them.
Well, wonderful. Now, I spied the spotty fabric, but I didn't realise it's actually a little zip purse. But even better, it's like a cup.
It's like a little teacup. And well, we realised this when we kind of came to air last night, but you actually get a white floss included in this one. And I've made sure there's a white one going in there because if you see the zip on the side there, if you put a bit of white floss through there and use one of the little scrap squares of fabric that you will find dotted about on the panel, you could actually make yourself, you know, the little paper tab that goes on a tea bag. You can make one of them as well.
What a brilliant idea. Fabulous. And a really nice project. Again, it's double-sided, so of course, if you wanted to, you could eke that out and make 2, couldn't you? Because
you can make 4. Why not use the lining, Hayley? Why not?
Oh, this is it. Honestly, I get so much.
You're terrible for that.
I am.
So come forward a bit for me, where we've got our concentrating giraffe.
Our concentrating
giraffe.
I love this.
He's concentrating.
Because he's got his tongue out.
Yeah. Because he's doing embroidery. If you open the front of it, open the flap.
Whoops. Let's come around there. Oh, I see, right.
It's an embroidery pouch. So you've got, it's designed to kind of stand upright, if you know what I mean. That's it. So you design to like kind of lie it flat once you open it up. And then when you lift it up, obviously both those sides come up and you can get all of your bits and bobs in there. So you've got large pockets on one side to put things like your hoops and your bigger bits and pieces in. And then you've got smaller clear plastic pockets on the other side, which will allow you to put things like your flosses and your maybe needles and your other bits and pieces in. And those pockets are sized to work with the you know, the cardboard little
like the little kind of
you can just wrap the little bits around.
I know what you mean, like little cardboard bobbins, yeah. Brilliant.
That one is super cute as well. And then coming up a little bit onto the book, you've got 6 of these little page keepers that are on that book.
Okay, right.
Because we had 2 in originally, but we actually found there was a bit more space, so we shoved another 4 in.
Love it. Like little hats that go on the corner of pages.
Little book hats, yes, but they're just to kind of keep your page in a book, or if you've got something that you're carrying about all the time, you can put on all 4 corners if you've got it in a bag all the time, something like Catherine was saying, cutting mats. and
Good
things
idea.
like that. Just
Yeah.
protect the corners and things as you're travelling with them.
So, certainly say we've got bumper projects.
I think we covered everything. I'm not sure. I'm never sure.
But
I'm never sure.
that's kind of one part of your one-day special, because of course that is your Fabazine issue number 9, and you can see with regards to this one, you're going to get the panel that I've got to the other side of me here, a huge piece of fabric where you've got all your different pieces in there. So this is included as well, isn't it, the panel?
Yes, so you get the huge panel there, and you can chop all of those pieces out, and as we've said, some of them you'll be able to substitute some plain fabric in for and actually get 2 out of it. You're also going to get all of the bits and bobs that you need to go with it. So your zips, buttons, floss, tape, bias binding, anything like that that needs to go with it, you're going to get the whole lot.
I love it. So there you go, if you fancy getting hold of that. That is one half of your one-day special. It is available by itself at the bottom of your screen, but of course you're not going to be getting the savings that you're getting with your one-day special. So you will have all of those. Now there's 12 projects, but what you've actually got is repeats of those. So overall, I've forgotten what figure we said now at the beginning of the hour.
Well, there's an extra 4, no, there's an extra 5 corner keepers in here.
Right, okay.
So that would make it 17 that you could make, and that's before you maybe start breaking some of the bits down and sneakily doubling up, as I know Hayley likes to do.
You've got some spare fabric. Yeah, there you go. I'm the girl to tell you how you can make it go even further. So there you go. If you fancy getting hold of this one, and don't forget, elements of this you're going to be using after the you've used up your fabric panel. Things like your perspex or your acrylic templates. These are things that you will be going to and using over and over again. But of course, you'll learn how to use them within your Fabazine issue number 9. But as I mentioned, that is one half of your one-day special. So let's turn our attention to the Christmas edition. Second edition. It's a whole 12 months since we saw this previously. And I know how popular it was last year.
Yeah, well, last year we did Fabazine Christmas number 1, and that was all focused around the Christmas table. So we did kind of place settings, we did cutlery holders, we did crackers. There was also some bunting in there, some wine slippers, and an advent calendar, just because. Okay. So we did all of those last year. This year we've gone kind of more tree focused.
Okay.
So this one is loads of things that you can make for your tree. So you have MDF in there. You've got the 3D stars. Now that's the smallest of them. Okay. You'll see some more kind of dotted about on there. They get bigger and bigger and bigger. So you get 4 small, 4 medium, 4 large. And then you've got the mittens. There's one down the front there that you can actually stitch into some of those as well. Some of them have got holes put in so you can sew into them. And you're going to get 6 small and 6 large of the mittens. You've got the lights as well. You can see a couple on there, and we were making some more of those last night. Oops. So these are fairy lights that actually have lights within them. So to be able to, they look on even when they're not on, because what we've done is we've put a little kind of gradient on the fabric. So even when they're not on, they look on. And then when you turn the lights on, you can actually see the light coming through. The lights are included in the kit as well.
Okay, clever.
So you're going to get absolutely everything that you see there. You're going to also get, what else have we got? What else?
We've
got some robins. You've got 12 robins. You've got 3 different colourways, and you've got 4 of each in the robins. You've got your gingerbread men. There are 8 of those little guys.
He just look like he's sitting on the back of the robin, but he's not. He's on a separate branch.
I've kind of sandwiched him on a twig.
He's got himself into quite a predicament, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mr. Hiya. That's better, isn't it? And now you're getting white floss in here as well, so you're going to be able to stitch that in, and you're also getting enough floss to put little kind of loops on their heads to be able to hang them up as well.
Again.
So what else have I got? I've got Robin's mini crackers. We did them last night. Is there one over there?
I've got one here.
Yes, there is. Now these ones don't come with the snaps, but they do come with the mylar, and you can open them up.
Ooh,
It's quite tight, this one. I've been quite. There you go. So you can put little treats in if you want to have them onto your Christmas tree as well.
Love it.
The plastic will squish right down completely, so you literally can fold it in quarter.
You kind of fold it down and then it pops back out again because it's the quality that, there you go. Shove it in there.
It is really, really good. It's a mylar, and you can get the mylar on its own for the big crackers, but we'll come to that later.
I love it. So
I think that's everything.
Everything.
Oh, no, it's not. Oh, there's star to go on the top. as well.
Oh,
Where
a
have I put
star.
that? We're going to do a demonstration with that.
Okay.
After this demonstration.
Fair
But
enough.
We're
We'll
not
go
there
on to that
yet.
later on.
Go see
so
that
you
lady.
can see you're getting loads, and you probably noticed the panel behind Hayley, which again we have got available for you as well. Well, actually, that's going to come within your one day special because it comes.
There's a panel here and here.
I love it. You got all your robins on there, as you can see. Loads of the pencils. Did we talk about the pencils?
The pencils are the robin's tummy.
Oh, is it? Sorry.
It's all right. Well, I made the thing is, I made the shapes, and then I didn't kind of realise until I put it onto the panel that looks like a load of pencils.
Am I the only one that's
Christmas
said
pencils?
That? Am I the only one that's said that, or is there,
No,
that's
everybody
all right
said
then.
it. It's my
As glad
fault.
as I haven't offended anybody. So yeah.
But that's the shape it needed to be to make the robin the right shape.
Makes sense. Makes sense indeed.
I didn't really consider the pencilness of it.
It's what it is.
There would have been a seam in it otherwise.
That's true. Very true. So you are going to get everything. So you're going to get your 2 magazines with all your inspiration, all the instructions in there. Also got your links that will take you to the YouTube channel that will help you with the different projects as well. Now each one of these has got a £5 saving, so you can go for them by themselves if you want. They are at the bottom of your screen with regards to issue 9, and of course the Christmas one is on the website. £5 saving being brought forward from issue 9, £5 saving being brought forward from your Christmas edition. But then you can see on your screen you've got a £10 saving. That is in addition to the saving that you've got here. So what that actually means is overall you are saving £20. This is a brilliant deal. 2 flexi buys are £34.99. Will get everything on its way to you, but you need to be aware that rapidly approaching half of the stock has gone. So if you wanted to get hold of these, please make sure you're taking advantage as quick as you can. Talking being as quick as you can, we've got happy hour deals for this hour as well. So if you want some additional goodies to add into your basket, then do consider these. These are brilliant because you've got your 3D MDF baubles. These would be a fabulous way eking out those stars that we saw a few moments ago, so making even more baubles for your tree. £9.99, brilliant value for money with a £3 saving for this hour and this hour only. What about pom-poms? Oh, you've got to love a pom-pom, haven't you? Especially during winter, and you have been loving these. This is a brilliant value bundle because not only are you getting your pom-pom maker, which of course you can go on and use over and over again, you are also getting your 2 balls of wool. Now I think potentially contents will vary with regards to the actual wool that you're getting. I'm going to check with Hayley in a few moments, but if you are wanting this one, £12.97 is your price, a £5 saving, but just for this hour. So colours may vary with regards to the yarn, but it's beautiful quality, so you know you are going to enjoy working with that one. 401638. Now something that's always popular is this. Oh my goodness, it's sold out a couple of times already, and so many of you taking advantage of it again now. 5 metres of your batting, my goodness, £12.99. As I say, it's an extended delivery, so if you do want to get hold of it, be aware that it's the 27th of October that this will be dispatched to you. So 934972. Do not miss out on that one for a third time. I think it's third time. Is it once sold out? Yeah, third time.
We thought we brought enough for a whole one-day special. And we were very, very wrong. Very, very wrong. And Steve was going to kill me on Monday. I'm not telling him until then.
Surprise!
Surprise!
So, what's the project we're working on?
Okay, we're going to do our concentrating giraffe pouch. So I've got a few of the bits here. I haven't got to cut them all out because there's a lot of bits that are kind of work the same way. So I'm kind of going to go through all the techniques because I'm conscious that I want to get another couple of demos into this hour. So what we're going to start off with is we're going to start off with the handle. You're going to get one wide piece of the kind of greeny turquoisey colour. That you are going to fold in half and just pop a nice crease in it, and then you're going to fold both of those sides into the centre and then in half again. That's what's going to create your handle. Hayley, can I just ask, can you give me the finished sample one of this so I can show the bits that this relates to as we go? Thanks. So where we're looking at the minute, because that's your little kind of pouch laid out, and it's designed to kind of be carried like that, so when you're carrying it, all the pockets are up and nothing's going to fall out. So that's why it's kind of designed to be like that rather than kind of hung like that. And then you've got all your different sections in there to work with. So we're just starting with the handle, so this part here. Now, you can see you have 2 handles here, but you only have 1 piece of fabric here, because if you're going to sew this, it's easier just to sew it in a long straight line and then chop it in half. So to sew this, I'm going to take it to the machine, run all the way down one side, and then run all the way down the other to create the 2 lines of stitching that you can see on this one here. And what that will do is A, make it look nice and even, and B, secure that open side. That would be that side there, and then the other side of top stitching, the one over here, that's just purely decorative to make it look the same. Okay, so then once you've sewn all that, you are literally going to fold it in half and cut it in half, and then you'll see that is what will give you the right size to make your handles either side. Okay, so that's the handle. Now let's go to making these pockets. Let's do these pockets first. So the bigger pockets, the ones that are going to be able to hold your hoops. This is a 6-inch hoop that I've got in here. It will take kind of up to a 7-inch hoop. And if you've got ones that go inside each other and nest like that, you can obviously carry multiples if you want to. So let's make this pocket here. So for this pocket, we are going to take the piece that is marked pocket.
Oh, that's a clue, isn't it?
I know. And you're going to fold it in half that way, so top to bottom, and you're going to go face to face with it. And then what we're going to do is stitch just along that bottom line there. So let me just grab the machine.
I love this. I'm actually picking up the Fabazine here, issue number 9. Incidentally as well, we've got the one-day special, obviously, where you're getting both of the Fabazines, the Christmas one as well as number 9. But if you do want to go for them individually, they are available. There's a wealth of information in here, so you don't have to worry about being left on your own. You are going to be able to see here where you've got all those different pieces, some brilliant illustrations, good large images that are going to help you along your way. So nice and easy. So if you do like to follow using pictures and things like that, then you can. And you can see here, even when you are creating the embroidery bag that Hayley's showing us, you can see here how simple and easy it is to follow those illustrations to get the results, to mean that you are going to create your fabulous project quickly, easily and confidently. I think that's the thing. If you are a new sewer, and I know lots of people have got involved with sewing recently, that you might have done simplistic projects. Maybe you're fed up of doing cushions, or you're fed up of doing zipped pockets. You want something a bit more challenging, something a little different. Then this is a perfect way for you to try lots of different projects that you will go on and repeat with your own fabrics as time goes on. So if you're wanting the Fabazine by itself, issue number 9 is on your screen, as you can see. Still comes with all the contents that we spoke of within the one-day special, so you're still getting your panel with all the different bits and pieces in there, but you've got your 2 flexi buys of £22.50. You've got a £5 saving, but don't forget, when you are going for the one-day special, you will have an additional saving on top of that. But we appreciate you might want to go for them individually, so that's your Fabazine number 9. Similarly, with regards to the Christmas one, we have got that one available by itself, but we're going to head back. We're going to have a chat about that quickly. Oh, very quickly, we'll give you the detail. Don't want to pull away from Hayley's demonstration too much, but here you go. If you wanted the Christmas issue, again, self-explanatory. Everything that you need is included, again, that we spoke of within your one-day special. Still got that £5 saving, $34.99. But if you're going for the one-day special, you will get an additional £10 saving, meaning that you're saving £20 overall, which goes a long way to the price of the Christmas one that you've got there. So it's worth thinking about. Consider it before you check out your basket, but they are there individually should you need them. Okay, Hayley?
I'm ready. I have sewn things. So I've sewn that line along there, and then we're going to take that and pop it right side out. So this is dead easy to do because you're not kind of you haven't sewn all of the edges. And then we're going to take it and just press it flat. So we'll whip it over to the ironing board in a minute and do it properly, but we're going to press that flat. Once we've pressed it flat, then it's just a running line of top stitch across that top edge. And what that's going to do, if I just bring this guy in, it's just going to kind of help to keep that edge of that pocket flat and stop it rolling over. Because if I put that one next to it,
go a bit flappy, can't it?
Yeah, it can be a bit kind of rounded and a bit flappy, and that little line of top stitching that's in there is just going to help keep that nice and crisp and nice and flat. So you're going to do that with both of those pockets. They're exactly the same, one slightly larger than the other, but that's literally the only difference that's in there. And then we're going to add the pocket to the backing piece. So the reason I've got the front piece here is because on the front piece we have put 2 lines, and those are the lines that you are going to stitch in place just to help it fold. It's effectively like if you've got cardboard and you put a crease in it.
Oh, yes.
And it folds really nicely.
Yes, yeah.
Rather than if you've got a piece of cardboard and you just fold it and it kind of goes wonky and all over the place. So these are the lines that we're going to put in there to keep it kind of nice and apart and kind of sitting nice and squarely, especially if you're going to kind of pop it down on something, it's going to sit nice and squarely. So what we need to do is make sure that we keep our pockets away from those lines. So we're going to use this as a template. Now I've just got a heat erasable pen here and a ruler, and what I'm going to do is, that's my line, so I've got this kind of lined up with the edges of the fabric, so they're perfectly lined up. I'm going to kind of, that's where I know I need to put that line in, so I'm just going to move it along. I'm going to just use, for example, the edge. See how the ruler changes in size there? I'm going to use the edge of that ruler just to mark on here where I know I need to kind of start my pocket. And I'm going to do the same on the other side. So I'm just going to move it along the width of that ruler. Now you can be more accurate. You could have, you know, a specified distance if you wanted to. And then I'm going to do the same again for the other side so we can create nice straight lines. So line everything up, top and bottom. And then the width of the ruler. And I'm going to mark it on this side. And then just the width of the ruler again. And mark it there. So they are my kind of points that I know are going to be far enough away from that centre part so that I can start adding my pocket. So for my first pocket, this would be pressed out fully and top stitched as well. And then I would line the base of that up with those two marks. And then when I come to stitch it in, I'm going to do 3 sides. So I'm going to come down this side. And when I'm stitching these, I want to stitch between this outer edge here, so this outer edge, and where those seam allowance lines are printed on for you. So you want to be stitching in between these 2 points. So in between here and here. And then you're going to come across the bottom, because otherwise all the stuff will fall out your pockets, and then you're going to come back up the other side. So that is how you get those 2 pockets on. So the 2 pockets for the kind of the fabric side pockets.
Lovely.
So now we're going to have a quick look at getting these guys on, so the plastic pockets.
Ah, okay, which is included again.
They're included as well. Now this you have to be slightly more careful with, because obviously it's plastic and you can't use pins or anything with this, because if you put holes in, the holes will stay there. So for those, I'm going to leave the plastic on. Can you see it? No. It's you
have to just keep wiggling it.
See-through plastic. Didn't really think this all the way through, did I? So you're going to take your ruler again, and you are going to do the full width of the piece that you've been given, because the piece that you've been given, if I just pop it on top of here, you'll see is a little bit wider than you're actually going to need.
Right.
Can you see there?
Yeah.
It's just a little tiny bit wider, and you're going to need 5 centimetre pieces, because that's the size that you're going to need to be able to put your the paper bobbins in, or your skeins.
And I suppose the thing is, make sure you get this right with the measurements, because once it's actually done...
Yes, there's kind of no going back with this one.
Could you do, like, if you got a bit of photocopy paper or something like that, do a bit of a trial
templates.
run?
Ooh, paper people. Paper people have been here. You know what I mean, don't you? Sticky rulers. Oh, paper people. So we're going to do 5 centimetres. You do get a little bit extra, but it's not quite enough to make a full extra pocket. So just mark... I would definitely do this rather than on this kind of grey background, on a white background. So let me just flip this over and pop it onto there, because then you might be able to see what I'm doing.
Oh, yes,
there you go. That's a little bit better, isn't it?
Perfect.
And then we'll do 5 centimetres up from this side. Now, don't draw too many lines on this, because obviously you're not going to be able to get them off. Even though this is a heat erasable pen, I'm not going to be able to apply the heat to be... I can't even see it. Not going to be able to apply the heat to take it off. So rotary cutter is a great idea for this.
Okay.
Not, as you know, a massive fan of rotary cutters. I'm not careful enough, is the answer. Now I can just see that. I don't know if you guys will be able, I don't think you will. But
hold fire.
Can you? If I give it a
There you
little
go.
wiggle
We can
there.
see it. We can see it.
Okay, so that's the line that we're going to use to cut all the way through here. Now I've got some of our Craft Yourself Silly scissors, because these have got fabulous long blades.
Okay.
And if you are going to do these, cutting them with scissors rather than a rotary cutter, then long blades, so you've got the minimum number of cuts to get there, is exactly what you're going to need. So with this, you're going to probably end up with one side that's straighter than the other. The straightest side you want to keep and use that for the bottom of your pocket. And then the wobbly side, we're going to actually add the binding to. We're going to hide it. We're going to hide those mistakes.
I love it.
That's what it's all about, isn't it? Hide the mistakes. Well, this is the thing. I mean, I know sometimes there are other demonstrators whose demonstrations are beautiful and they're perfectly kind of crisp and polished. I would rather tell you how to fix it when it goes wrong, because I think that's more important. Okay, so we're going to do exactly the same process as we did with the handle. We're going to fold this in half first of all. I'll just crease a little bit with my fingernail. So we're going to fold it in half. And then we're going to take both of those edges into the centre. Now this is much narrower than the piece that you're going to be using for your handle. So this is a little bit fiddlier, and I would take your time doing it. And we're going to take the other side into the centre as well. And then fold the whole thing in half. But this time, instead of like the handle where we stitched down both sides, we're going to sandwich the plastic between these two sides. So can I just have a second just so I can iron this?
You can. Not a problem at all. Give me a perfect opportunity to, pardon?
Got some admin you could do.
Have I got, I don't know.
That's numbers.
Oh,
numbers
is
the admin.
Oh, I thought we had admin as in paperwork, doesn't it? I've got no paperwork to do. Do apologise. So yeah, details are on your screen for your one-day special. If you have just joined us, welcome. This is an amazing deal. Half of the stock has gone of your kind of, it's like a dual one-day special, because you've got two fabulous deals coming together with an additional saving. So you've got your Fabrizine number 9, issue number 9, cram-packed full of seasonal projects, but additional projects as well. So you've got things that are going to be perfect for Halloween, featuring in here, as you can see, some winter-themed projects, but also projects and techniques that you'll be able to use throughout the year. Now the beauty is not only have you got your tuition within your Fabrizine, you've also got your panel, so your fabric is taken care of. So you're not having to go off and find all the different fabrics, and you're not having to go and cut out a paper pattern in order for you to cut out your pattern pieces, because you can see here all clearly laid out on that huge piece of fabric. You can see there all the different pieces that you've got. You've got the areas where you're going to add shape to things like your bag. You've got the fabulous pockets there for you to create those wonderful little coin purse that you've got, which is like a little teacup. But not only have you got your fabrics, you've got your additional elements that you will need. So things like your zips, things like your webbing in there, things like your embroidery flosses, they are all included. There are also elements that you'll go on and use over and over again. So if you're wanting to create the fabulous quilt that we've been looking at, you will have your templates, your Perspex templates that you can use over and over again. So that is something that's going to be with you for many years to come. And I love it because it's got a little hole in the corner there, so you can actually get yourself a little book ring and put them all together, so you don't lose any of those pieces. Now the magazine itself, the Fabrizine itself, has got the tuition in there for all those different projects. I think we worked out, was it 12 projects within here? But when you've got those 12 projects, you've got repeats of some of those. So your page corners, you're actually going to be able to create 6 of those rather than just the one. So this is the thing. And then if you're a bit like me, a bit frugal, a bit stingy with your fabric, you'll be extending the usability. Rather than having your 2 bobbins on both sides of your bunting, you'll probably be adding in your own fabrics and making things go even further. I know I'm not the only one out there that's a bit canny with my fabrics. So if you're wanting to get hold of your one-day special, you will get that included. Now it's available by itself, and it has got a £5 saving, and it's at the bottom of the screen. So if you want to go for it by itself, you'll still get that first saving, but you won't get the additional saving that you're getting with your one-day special. You're also getting your Christmas edition of your Fabrizine. Now this is a second kind of series. Loads of different fabulous projects in here. We're almost looking at tree decorations in a large area of this one, so a really fabulous bumper bundle where you've got, again, a lot of projects in here. You've got MDF pieces that you're going to be able to add detail to. You've got fabric pieces that you're going to be working with, so naturally you're going to need your fabric panel. So again, similarly to the one-day special that we were just looking at, if you're wanting to get hold of this one, you've got all your different fabrics. You've got your little Christmas tree lights in there that you're going to be able to create. You're going to get your battery operated lights to work alongside those. There is absolutely loads and loads within there, and that is your Christmas edition. Again, it's available by itself, again with a £5 saving. But when we bring everything together and those £5 savings, we're going to add in an additional £10 saving, which actually means you are saving £20 overall. And you're paying just £69.98 for a huge amount of projects. There's a lot that you're going to be able to create within this one, and it's such a phenomenal deal. It's been flying out. So if you're wanting yours, 186956. Now that is an amazing deal for the hour, for the day should I say, featuring it during this hour, but we have got some deals that are only available for this hour. These are our happy hour deals, and these have been very popular as well, including these wonderful baubles. I think they're a really clever idea. So what you've got with these, you've got kind of 6 baubles that come to you with your segments, your elements here. It just reminds me of a certain chocolate orange. You've got your centre point here with your little gears, and these slot into place, which you will glue in place around the parameter of that key point that you've got, which obviously is your hanger. So when you glue it all together, if you've decorated just those pieces, then it might be a bauble like this that you're creating. Maybe getting your gesso involved, your stamps, your stencils, and creating something beautiful. But what about adding to it? That's what we've got with the baubles at the back here. So you can see additional detail has been added with these. Variety of different ways. It might be things like your power text, or it might be things like your papier-mâché that you're adding. All sorts of different techniques and ideas to turn them into something totally different. And of course you can still hang them up if you leave that little loop available there, as you can see. So some really amazing results with regards to these. It is little or as much as you want it to be, but you've got the foundation pieces to create your fabulous ornaments for just £9.99 if you're shopping with us during this hour. I say this hour, you've only got probably about 25 minutes or so to take advantage of them, so do not miss out. 459669, but we've got another couple of happy hour deals to share with you. This one has been a really popular one, and I'm not surprised, because what you're actually getting in this one is the tool that will allow you to create your pom-poms, but you're also getting your wool that's going to come with this one. So this is where am I? You've got your acrylic yarn featuring with this one, where you've got 2 different balls coming to you. The colours will vary, but you can see here we've got 2 colours that work beautifully together, and you've actually got your pom-pom making tool here as well. So you've got your 2 struts there. Of course you've got these 4 here. You've got even the kind of the metal hardware to bring it all together, and at £12.97, brilliant value for money. So if you're wanting to get that one, then at 401638 if you want to get. Oh, I've just realised it's 8:30. That'll mean 7-day savers. That'll mean I haven't seen my email yet. What have we got? What have we got? Wow, we've got all sorts. So it doesn't matter what style of crafting you're into, whether you're into your paper crafting, whether you're into your soft crafts. Oh, I like those knitting looms. I've not seen those around for a while. Now, these will be popular, I'm sure, because they always are. And this is a brilliant way for you to do a little bit of loom knitting, including your straight and your round knitting looms. All of those for just £19.98. Then we've got items that you may have come across previously, or you can see that many of our viewers have, because they've left some fabulous reviews. And you've got all sorts of fabulous bundles there. You've got AALL Create feature in there, a little bit of pink frog. You've got some gorgeous Art Deco pieces as well. There is a lot there to consider. Oh my goodness, the A4 sheets from Elizabeth Craft. Oh, they're going to be popular. So all sorts there. And oh my goodness, you've got those Luxus Paste. They are incredible. Just £14.99 for those. So you can see we've just kicked these off at 8 o'clock this morning, so you've got a full week to take advantage. I say a full week. Some of them do sell out before we get to next Sunday. So if you're wanting yours, especially if you want them in multiples, you need to get in nice and early. So there you go. Oh, look at that fabric. Beautiful. Sorry, got a bit distracted then. So yeah, any of those can go in alongside your 1-day special, and of course if you're spreading the cost, you can spread the cost of those as well. But take advantage as soon as you can before they sell out, because sometimes they can go. So yeah, get in early. Hayley, how you doing over there?
Right, so I'm just adding the tape to the clear piece of plastic. So all you're going to do is fold it exactly the same way as I've got this side still open actually. So fold it the same way as we did with the handle, but instead of stitching both sides together, you're going to sandwich the plastic between it and then just run that through the machine. Now take it slowly, because you are going to find sometimes with some machines you might find the plastic being a little bit sticky. This is not a sticky plastic. We've kind of bought the one that we thought worked best with the metal feet. So this one I think goes through really nicely. And then once you've snipped it off, what you're going to be able to do is take it back across to your panel. Again, where we said before to just kind of look out for those lines where we'd put on, that's going to be the base of our pieces, and then do exactly the same thing as we did with the other pocket. So we're going to sew down and then come all the way along and then back up the other side to complete it. And you're going to add 3 of those pockets on. Get your first one on and then make sure they're spaced nice and evenly. I'd probably put my bottom one on, then my top one on, and then make sure my other one goes in the middle. Because sometimes if you kind of measure it and say, oh right, okay, I need 2 centimetres up and then I need 2 centimetres up, something goes wrong somewhere along the line and then you don't.
It can drift a bit, can't
yes,
they?
so put your bottom one on, put your top one on, and then just judge the gaps in the middle and measure it to make sure that the second one's going to be in the second pocket, or your third one you're putting on is going to be in the middle.
Now, I love the look of this project. So this is the kind of project that I would want to make and keep, but I've also got friends that this would be perfect for.
Yes.
So can I get a hold of additional kits?
You can. You can get this as an individual kit. They are all available as individuals on the website. So if you have a look at the individual projects, none of them on their own are terribly expensive. But when you add them all together, I'm sure it's better. £110 worth of projects.
£16.99 for more of the embroidery bags. So yeah, I mean, again, if you're wanting to go for it by itself, it's all about choices. So you have got that there, but of course, don't forget, it's included within the one-day special. So if you're looking at the one-day special, you've got 2 flexi buys, haven't you, on the one-day special? So that £16.99 is only half of one of your flexi buys. So any of the other projects, if you're thinking, oh, I'm going to go for the project with the little giraffe, and I'm going to go for the project that's creating another of a bag or something like that, then it'll start adding up. So do consider, because if there's only kind of, out of all of that, if there's 4 projects that you are looking at and you're thinking, oh, I really like those 4 projects, that is going to be the cost of your one-day special.
Make the other ones, give them as Christmas presents.
Exactly, you've got so much in there. You can either gift the kits or gift the panels or whatever it is that you're needing to do, or you can make them up and give them as gifts to people. And some of these would make fabulous kind of gift bags, wouldn't
absolutely.
they?
I mean, even the little corner keeps for the books. If you've got the reusable crackers, they're great for a little present in the crackers and things. Yeah. They're absolutely perfect for that. So, last step for this, you're going to add your handle on. So, when you add your handle on, just make sure you kind of turn it twice. So you get a nice flat handle when you pick it up. So I've turned it once there, and then I've turned it a second time there to make sure that when it actually kind of stands up and you hold it, it's a nice flat handle. Because obviously this piece you're going to be cutting in half, so you've got one for either side. So pop your handles in and make sure you pop them down so that they're inside the bag when you sew it together, because otherwise you'll end up with your handles actually inside the bag when you sew it together.
They're not so helpful then, are
no.
they?
No, and then you're going to pop that one on the top and sew round all the way around. Now we have printed a dark line on this, which you should just be able to see through the fabric. What I would advise you do is stitch just inside of that line, because then you're going to make sure if you have missed anything that you've stitched on here, because obviously that's a pocket that would be stitched onto that lower piece, then you're going to make sure that you catch all of those pieces of stitching that you've got a second time, so they're going to be super secure. So yes, just move yourself in just a fraction, just maybe 1 millimetre or 2 in from that line, all the way around with the sewing, and then leave a gap to turn it right side out. I would leave it where this pocket is, so where that bigger pocket is, either leave it there, or if you think you can squeeze it all through the bit where there's no pockets, so that bit there, if you think you can squeeze it through, go for it. But personally, I would go for that part there to turn it through, so you've got an easy point to do it. And I wouldn't do it where the handles are, because I think it's just way more complicated than it needs to be.
Fabulous, thank you.
And then when you're finished, just those 2 straight lines, so you top stitch through all the layers. Now this one I have added a couple of layers of our super slim batting in, and that's why it kind of, you know, has a little bit of loft to it, and it does kind of stand quite nicely. So you can add batting to it as well if you wish. And I would definitely, if you're not going to add batting, at least put some kind of stabilizer onto that outer layer so it's a little bit firmer when it stands up. And then you can concentrate away with your glasses doing your embroidery.
I love it. So, yeah, if you're wanting your batting at the bottom of your screen, that is one of your happy hour deals, so take advantage of those. There you go.
That's exactly what we do when we're concentrating.
Now, if you're wanting, obviously, you're wanting to work alongside your project, then that is at the bottom of your screen. The price of $12.99 is only good until we get the top of the next hour. It's going to go up in price because it is a happy hour, dear. Oh, is that one not a happy hour? Oh, right. Oh, I do apologise. I'm getting confused. That's just there. Oh, it's sold out, hasn't it? Of course, yes. Yeah, that's what I remember now. So, yeah, if you wanted it, it's there. Well, at the moment, that's the key thing. But actually, talking about happy hours, we've had a question come through with regards to the pom-pom making kit that you've got with there. Now, what sort of size are the pom-poms that you can be able to create?
They're all spaced at, is it half-inch increments? So you can go as small as a half-inch pom-pom.
Okay.
Should you wish to, but I think it goes right up to a 6-inch.
Oh,
so it's a pretty chunky pom-pom. It's about that big.
So does it come with instructions?
Yes, there's instructions with it as well. So what you'll do is you'll bolt your pieces, either the long skinny pieces, you'll bolt either side, and you'll put your first one in, and then your second one, you can make it as wide or as narrow as you want your pom-pom to be. You wrap your thread round, and then you can tie it off, cut through the edges, because there's 2 pieces of MDF on either edge, so that means you can get the scissors in between those 2 to snip all of your edges. So it's actually quite a quick one.
So you're making lots of pom-poms at the same time, are you?
You can make multiple pom-poms if they're small ones.
Yeah.
I would say when you get to the bigger sizes, you probably want that volume of yarn on there anyway. But if you're making small pom-poms, then yeah, you could easily wrap 4 or 5 at the same time.
There you go. So good question. £12.97. That is a happy hour price. So you have to be quick with regards to that one. Hayley, we're going to come back to you because time is ticking away.
I know. I'm trying to get these done as quickly as I can. So this is the Christmas star. So this is in the Christmas Fabazine, and this is the one that is going to go on top of your tree.
Oh, okay.
So you are going to start off with all of these pieces here, and this is what's going to make your Christmas tree star. So in the instructions, it does tell you how it shows you kind of 3 different shapes. So it will show you this shape, so this shape here. It will show you this shape here. So let me just get the 3 together. I'll put them over here so you can see them. Okay, so it'll show you those 3 different triangles.
Okay.
So what you need to do is we've actually numbered these to make life an awful lot easier. So put your number 1s together, and they need to be so that all the numbers are facing out, but your numbers are next to each other.
Okay.
And you're going to work clockwise. So start at the top, number 1. Number 2, again, your 2 pieces put together with the numbers together. And then 3, so that's one of the ones where you're getting one of those slightly different shapes. They go together. We'll just ignore that one for a second. Number 4, again, numbers together and numbers on the outside. They go together. And then number 5, numbers together, numbers on the outside. They go together. So all of those into pairs.
Okay.
Okay, so a pair, a pair, a pair, a pair, a pair. Then you're going to start putting those pairs together. And then you've got that extra triangle that I pulled out, because you've got 11 triangles in total. This one has no number on, and you'll see why in a second. So you're going to sew those 2 together. You're going to sew those together, and actually I would put this one in before you attach that one onto there. It's going to make your life a little bit easier, because you've got 1 Y seam in here, and this is it. So what you're going to do is you're going to sew that one onto there, and then that one onto there, and then that one up there, and then that one's a straight line, that one's a straight line. You are done. And what you'll end up with is this.
Oh, okay.
And then you're going to make 2 of these.
Right.
And then you can see we've put kind of all the graduation on, so it looks kind of really, it is quite 3D, but it looks more 3D than it is because of the graduations that we've added to the fabric. So once you've stitched them all together, you're going to come back in, and can you see I've just put some tiny, it's easier to see on those lighter colours. I've put some tiny top stitches in, just along. They're almost like, do you remember the trousers? They still feel like old man trousers.
Stay
yes.
Certain brand of, that's a brand, so apologies if it is, but
trousers that have that little kind of pin tuck down the front that make them, the creases stay in there. It's
sometimes
a little bit.
Work trousers have got them in there.
Yeah, sometimes that kind of thing. So that's what we've done here. Is just put a tiny top stitch down all of those to keep these ones sticking up over. These other seams, you want those to sink to the back. So you can, if I just put it on the side, you can see it really creates a kind of a 3D effect to it.
Yeah.
And then you're going to take 2 of these, and put them face to face and sew round all the pieces, bar that bottom piece that didn't have a number on.
Okay.
Because that's where you're going to be able to put it onto the tree.
Oh, you need to have like a little pocket.
Because it's 3D, you're going to kind of create a gap in the middle. You're going to have these two sides together with a gap in the middle, which is where you'll be able to add it onto the top of your tree.
There you go. Fabulous.
I have to do that super quick because there's one more I still need to get in.
That's
there's one more I still need to get in. We've not got any
we'll
time.
go straight into that one then. So again, that is another of those Christmas projects. Again, your Christmas Fabazine included within your one-day special, as you can see, but it's also available by itself, and the panel itself is available on its own. So it's all about choice. Whichever way you want to get hold of it, then do get hold of it. But if you're wanting it as the biggest bundle and the best saving, then the one-day special is where you need to be placing your order for it. But over half the stock has gone off the one-day special. Now, another project that is featuring within that one-day special, we're going to head over to Hayley. So what sort of time have we got left? 6 minutes. Good luck with that one.
It's technically, this one isn't in the one-day special, but we have a whole stack of Advent panels.
Oh, I do apologise. Okay,
which we have brought you. We've got some really fun new ones. Now, all of these are straightforward kind of fold-up ones, but they will all kind of create a shaped pattern when you're finished. So this can then be cut out and made into you know, a shaped Advent. So this is another of the new ones, and I have left half of this guy undone, so you can see how it goes together. It's so easy. You actually, can you see there?
All right.
Just folds up.
Okay,
so all
you
you're
fold
doing
on
initially
the separation, right? Okay.
is you are just making a pleat, if you will. You're putting a pleat in, and then once you put all those pleats in, you are going to then sew down in between the lines to create the pockets, to put the treats in. Pleat and treat. This is how we make them.
Pleat and treat.
Pleat and treats.
I love it. Now, $9.99 will get you your fabric panel, but how do you choose? Wow, there's a lot of choice.
Let me keep going. Let me keep going then. So we've got a shaped Christmas tree one.
Lovely.
And these are so fun because you can literally just bind the edges on these and they're done. And some kind of good sized pockets for treats on some of these as well.
Lovely. So the Christmas tree one is on your screen now. So that's 338914. They all each got individual item numbers then,
I think they have,
okay.
Yes. So let me just flatten that one out because this one isn't stitched yet. This one is just in the pleated format at the minute. You've got your gingerbread house.
Lovely.
So this one's got 25 on as well.
Ooh.
Extra treat. Bonus extra treat. This one is halfway through being sewn. So this one is your little kind of Christmas village. And this one I quite like because there's different size pockets with this one because the houses are all different sizes. Your pockets are all different sizes. So this one's quite fun. There's another Santa one.
Okay.
That is the same as the kind of Rudolph one. They
so
are
it's got
wider.
like a shape.
Yeah. Well, a lot of them have a little bit more shape to them.
Okay.
Because we think it's just a bit more fun, isn't it? To
Should we show them on the website? Might be easier to show them all
because then
off
you
at
can
the
see
same
them
time.
unpleated.
Exactly. So there you go. You can understand the concept. So these are the panels. When you look at them, they don't quite look the way that you might expect them to do. But you can see there where you've got those firm kind of fold lines, you pleat lines before you stitch them in place and then add your treats. I like that. Pleat, then treat. That's the way that you work with these. Loads and loads of different styles there. So if you're making these for friends, for relatives, to make them up and sell them, then you can do, and you've got loads of choice. Now obviously if you go for repeats of the same one, then there's no additional post and packing, but these are something that is going to be incredibly popular if you are looking at making and selling, so do consider that. And we've got some fabulous reviews there as well, so if you want to check out some of the original designs with their reviews, then you can have a little quick look on the website before you come back and perhaps choose some of the newer designs as well. So perfect to go alongside your one-day special. And of course the beauty is if you're adding them in with your one-day special and using your flexi order, then you're only actually spending an extra £5 on your payment, aren't you? Yeah, definitely consider doing that. If you wanted to get hold of your one-day special, it's been a popular one though, so bear that in mind. Over half the stock has gone, but you've got two sections towards this. So if you have just joined us, you've got Fabazine issue number 9. because this is the 9th edition. I can't believe that we're up to number 9. It's just seems 5 minutes since it was launched. And within here, you've got 12 projects. You can see them all featuring on the cover there, and you've got all sorts of projects there. Things that you're going to be able to make immediately because they are featuring on the panel, but also tools in here that will allow you to go on and create for many years to come. So that is Fabazine at number 9. It is available by itself if you want it, so you can check that out on the website. But the £5 saving that you're generating on that is being brought forward to your one-day special where you're getting an additional saving. Fabazine at Christmas number 2, 2nd edition of the Christmas kind of themed projects, should we say. And you've got everything for decorating your home. So all the fabulous elements that you're going to need for your tree, for decorating your tree, all sorts of different baubles. And of course, Hayley, sorry, you forgot you wanted to talk about the lights as well. Sorry.
Yes, so I've got a couple of minutes, so I'm just going to quickly do the lights. We did a demonstration of these last night, but I will quickly do them again because this is one of the things that people have been absolutely fascinated by, which is great, and I love it. So what you're going to get in the kit is you're going to get lots of little panels like this, and what you're going to do is take those, cut them all out. Now one side I would recommend, I don't know if you can quite see, there's a little line I've added around here, just a pencil line. I'll do it in a bit of a pen just so you can see a bit more clearly. So I've kind of redrawn that line all the way around just to help me when I'm stitching.
Okay.
And when I'm stitching, I've just moved my needle in just a millimetre further in.
Okay.
And then stitched all the way round that line. Once I've stitched those two pieces together, I'm then going to cut away all of the excess fabric. So from that down to that, and I've got a really kind of skinny little allowance. See if I've got darker
little tiny
thread,
stitch,
darker thread on the back.
Well.
Yeah, you want to somewhere between kind of 2.5 to 2 millimetres on this.
Okay.
I would recommend. So from there, you're going to turn them right side out, and then they look like little deflated balloons.
They do indeed, yeah.
Little deflated balloons is what you're going to end up with. And then from there, you are going to take your white pieces, which are also on the panel, fold in the bottom, fold in the sides, and then fold it in half.
Okay.
And then from that, you are going to take your deflated balloon, slide it over the light, and then take your piece of fabric for the top and put it on one side, wrap it over the top of the wire. So you're not actually touching the wire, it's just wrapping over the top, and that's what's going to create your little fairy lights. And then I haven't switched it on, hang on, let me just switch it on.
Right, fabulous. So do you hand stitch that in place?
Yeah, just a couple of little hand stitches either side, and
just
then
to secure it.
That's it, just to secure it.
I love it. Brilliant. Hayley, thank you so much.
Thank
See
you.
you back at 12 o'clock, yeah?
Okay then, let's do it all again.
Wonderful. All those projects coming together within your one-day special, all the elements that we've been speaking about, phenomenal deal, and over half the stock having gone. If you want to place your order for yours, now is a perfect time to do so, because it's going to get busy after the break. I'll see you later on. Oh, it's going to get so busy. We've got Moda and we've got Trisha and Rich joining you after the break. Then we've got DIY Essentials before we rejoin Trisha with Rich, I think, at 11.
Hi, I'm Jenny Mays from Hobby Art. Hobby Art's a family-run company and we've been designing and manufacturing stamps for over 28 years now. Whatever your style, there's always something that will interest you with Hobby Art stamps.
Hi, I'm Barbara Gray from Clarity Stamp Limited. We're well known in the industry for designing and manufacturing top quality, award-winning craft products. As with all craft projects, you need a good starting place, a great stamp, a top quality stencil, and in recent times we've developed the groovy parchment art system so that your line art is perfect on parchment. Each groovy plate is precision etched, and by simply getting in the groove with a stylus, you can easily transfer great designs onto parchment. Groovy is a modular system. The plates complement each other and work beautifully together. They are packed with elements and allow you to build your own original artwork. Whether you're a novice or a traditional parcher, you will love these plates. And for me personally, having beautiful line art is what motivated me to want to learn traditional parchment skills. So why not get in the groove with us?
Hi, I'm Pat.
And I'm Mark.
And we're Totally Patched. We've been in business for 20 years and we've been with the craft store for 5 of those. We love what we do, designing original, beautiful quilts for all the customers to make.
All our products are hand cut. There's no big machines involved. It's all done with love and enthusiasm by ourselves. Our kits vary from full-size quilts to throws to cushions to little wall hangings or even down to placemats and coasters. Doesn't matter whether you're an experienced quilter or a complete novice, all our products come boxed to you, so when they arrive all you have to do is open and sew.
We love working with the craft store because it enables us to reach out to people who we wouldn't normally see. We like to educate, inspire and make them want to enjoy the craft as much as we do. Make sure you don't miss the Totally Patched shows on the craft store.
Good morning. Hello, it's Sunday morning. It is 8 o'clock. It's Richard here on... Is it 9 o'clock?
It's 9 o'clock.
I thought the clocks had gone back. Nobody told me. Oh, my... That's next week, isn't it? Oh, I could have had an extra hour in bed. It's so annoying. It's the Craft Store. It's Richard here. And with me to talk fabrics for the next hour is Trish. Hello, Trish.
Hello, Richard. Nice to meet you.
And you as well. Did you get the memo about it not being 9 o'clock?
No. No.
So annoying.
And I was here at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, no.
Not quite.
Having a laugh. Trish, great to have you in. Later on, we'll be talking about your products. I'm with you then, later on in the day. But today, or at least this hour, we're going to be talking about this Jardin de Fleurs, which, if I just take out my rudimentary French, means garden of flowers.
Absolutely.
Thank goodness for that. And this is... pretty much, I guess the theme of this is the kind of pretty vines and flowers you'd expect to see in a French countryside garden.
Yes. French General is one of the major designers by Moda, and they are absolutely stunning. Possibly my favourite of all the Moda ranges. Not the only one, there's lots, but French General quite often has those reds that are within this range. And what you'll find, the fantastic thing they do, because they use similar, the colours, they'll use tones and hues in that range. So if you have any other French General ranges from previous, they will work together with this as well.
Oh, that's good then. So actually you'd be adding to any existing collection that you have, and everything can mix and match as well. Let's take a look at what we have first up here on the counter in front of us. This is our Pick and Mix by Moda Fabrics here, Jardin de Fleurs. It's new today. On the craft store. Now, this is a half-metre pick and mix. You can pick any two, and you have 14 options here. There's your item code, 971273. Let's get into some of these colours then, because I've got a little list here, and I'll warn you now, there's a lot of French in here, so I'm going to butcher it, but let's give it a go. We start off here with the Champ de Mars. Yeah, so
Champ de Mars, yes.
Do you know what I sound like? I sound like Only Fools and Horses. Like, all right, Rodney, you plonker, pate point. Champ de Mars. That's the pearl colour here. Then next to that we have the Dusty Blue. That's the Champ de Mars as well. It's the Dusty Blue. Here, and we can actually see a sample of it on this on the bag handle as well. This is the Jardin de Paradis Roche. And then next to that is the pearl. That's the Rayol Pearl there. Beautiful. That's very simplistic and beautiful, isn't it? The pearl with just the very simple flower on it there. Then we have the Rayol Ciel Bleu next to that. I'm just going to move the bag handle across there so you can see that a little bit better. Next to that we have the, now, is this Giverny? We're going to go with that, Giverny Rouge.
Yes.
There we are.
That's the red that usually runs throughout French General.
So you can see it in every single one of the others here. Next to that is the Giverny Pearl. So a similar feel, but same pattern, but obviously background is pearl there. Giverny Ciel Bleu, or Ciel Bleu, it's next to that.
Sky.
Yeah. And then we move on to the Embroidery collection here. Now this, we'll start off with the Saffron here. And then next to that is the Roche. What Roche means?
Rock, I think.
Rock colour. That would make a lot of sense. It's like stone coloured, yeah? Then we've got pearl. And next to that we have the CL blue. What do you think CL is? It's not sky blue?
It is
sky blue. Do you know what? I'm getting a fabric lesson and a French lesson from you as well, Trish.
I did French as well.
Je m'appelle Richard. Yeah, okay. Let's move on. Now we've got next to that is the Luxembourg. This is the pearl here. And then finally we have the Tuileries. I think that's how you say it. CL blue, sky blue. There we go. And that's it. There are the options there. There are 14 of them in total, and you can pick any two. Or if you like one in particular, you could go for a metre of that. So we don't know if it will come actually in a metre. It might come in 2 half metres, but nevertheless, if you want to go for one particular, which one would you go for, Trisha, out of interest?
I love that red.
This one here?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, the Giverny Rouge.
But I would go with the one next to it as well.
Should we peel this one off? I'm just going to... Ooh. Shall I actually remove this? Shall I? I don't know if this is a wise idea. It's not really, is it? It's committed. Got to see it through now. There we go. So let's get this one out. Now, this is one that you particularly takes your eye,
yes,
Trish.
Yes.
And why is that?
I think that's very useful. I know that I can put that with any other fabric in the range there. It's got a small to medium size print, so I know I could use it for smaller projects, English paper piecing. I could use it in strip piecing at all. It would work with anything, or even little girls' dresses, skirts, etc.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Beautiful.
Oh. Yeah, that would look really nice. There you go, and look at the size of that as well. Half metres, you're getting plenty of material there as well, and you wouldn't just be getting that for your item code there of 971273, you'd be getting another one of these as well. You could choose from anything else here on the counter, or perhaps just another one of the Rouge here as well. Take a look at that. Sorry about the mess. Let's just gloss over that and pretend that's not happening. And look over here. Look at all the options you have. Lots and lots of options, and they all go together really beautifully in this Jardin de Fleurs collection by French General. So we can move on now down the counter to this collection. Now, this is the Jardin de Fleurs by French General 4 Moda collection. It's 4 times half metre fabric bundle. So we have 4 lots of half meters here, and with this you get 2 patterns and you get 2 planes. So who can see the bag here, which is made up of this one, and we've just moved that, pop that over for a second so you can have a little look at the options here. You've got 4 options in which to choose from in total. So this one here, starting here, this is the Champ de Mars Pearl and Giverny CL Blue, Sky Blue. So we have the 2 planes here, and next to that we have the 2 patterns. It's interesting, isn't it, Trish? Because you've got, on the pattern-wise, you've got the flowers, which we just kind of saw before, and then this one here, is that a building in there? It's like a garden scene, like a
some kind of French
pagoda or something. It looks like, yeah, like a garden pagoda. You can see the trees around that. So it's a really nice scene. There's it looks like a wishing well in there as well. So garden scene there. That is the Champ de Mars Pearl and Giverny CL Blue. Then next to that we have the Champ de Mars Dusty Blue and Giverny Pearl. So I'll just move the bag there that was made out of our previous collection here, and that's this here. So you start off here with that colour there. There's the pearl, and we've got this rouge colour here, and then we've got these 2. This is all part of that pattern. I think that's right, isn't it? Because that's yeah, that's correct. Moving on, this is the Rayol Pearl and Rayol. So we have these 2 plain here, and then we have the 2 flower patterns here. Some lovely spots in the background of that. In fact, they are on this as well, because it's a bit more difficult to see. Same design, but just different colours. And then finally, the Giverny Rouge and Jardin de Paradis Roche. So we have the rock colour here with the 2 planes. We've got the same design here, but one's all in rouge, which is the plain, and then we've got one all in the rock colour, which is here in the plain. They all go really nicely together as well. Now, the usual price of this is £24.98, and this is new today, and we've got an introductory price for you of £21.98, so you're making a £3 saving on that. And as I say, you have 4 options to choose from, so when you pick one of these options, you're getting all 4 of the fabrics with it. Trish, which one would you opt for there?
Oh,
decisions.
I know. You see, I love, they're with the planes as well, the Moda Basics Yes, which I think is a really great option to have, because we often look for a plainer fabric to go with the designs.
Yeah.
And so to have both a pack of one plain and one patterned, am I correct? Or
Yes.
Yes.
Which one are you talking about here?
Yeah, where you're going across there. I do
Here?
love that bluey one. Yes.
This is the most popular one.
Oh, is
Trish.
it?
20%
Wow.
of the stock is already gone.
Not surprising.
You're a lady with very fine taste, and you have your finger on the button of what everybody likes at home. 20% of the stock has gone already on that particular option.
Yeah.
So there you go, 439748. Now, we're now going to do this one here, which is our Jardin de Fleurs by French General Moda Fabrics, 4.5 meters Valandry blender fabric bundle. So have a look at that. You'll get, this is one of the pieces of fabric you're getting with it. I'll say right now, this is new today. You're going to get an introductory saving of £2 on this bundle here. So that's one of them. And I'm going to pop that down there and show you the next one, and cause Bernie, our floor manager, a lot more tidying up than she actually wanted. She won't thank me for this. There you go. There's the next one. Pop that down on there, and then we have option 3. This is our sky blue colour. And you can see, once again, the very intricate detail patterning there.
Yes,
Trish.
yeah. Again, a lovely small print there. So very suitable. I mean, perhaps you like making soft toys and toys that need clothing, so little girl rag dolls. These are ideal fabrics for that, with the knickerbockers and those gathered skirts and dresses. But
beautiful.
I think that's all the same design, isn't it, but just different colourways?
It is, yes. 0.5 metres, so you get 4 lots of 0.5 metre cuts there. And now it's a £2 saving, so it's normally £29.98, but you're getting £2 off here, so it's £27.98 is the price, and 40% of this stock has already gone. The item number 294396 on that, and that's new today. Now we move on to our solid collection here. I'm going to pop them up onto the counter here. This is our Moda Bella solids. You again getting 0.5 metres, but this is a pick and mix, so you pick any 2 of these 4, or 2 of the same if you like, if you just like one particular colour, but any 2 of the 4 here. Now, options, we have Bunny Hill Blue, we have Country Red, we have Dove, and we have Natural. So we have, but when I said that, if I wanted to say Benny Hill Blue, so that would be a whole different thing, wouldn't it? Bunny Hill Blue here, Country Red, Dove, and we have Natural as well. And I guess you can just do so much with plain colours, can't you?
You can. And they will work with, if you have chosen any of the 2 0.5 metres, they will work with any of those. So, and they're the perfect match, which is what we always look for. But sometimes it's very difficult, and we're picky and we need it to be perfect, but those will work. And they're a beautiful selection of colours there. And they'll work with fabrics you've got in your stash as well.
Yeah, really like those. Thank you very much, Trish. That's 322303. That's the item number. It's $9.99 today, so that's a great price, and it is completely new. Pick any 2 of these 4. Let's have a look at the website, because there's loads more of happy hour deals as well. Have a look at that one. You've got the Prairie Dreams there. That's $11.98 just for this hour. That is as well. So you can choose any 2 of those for just $11.98, but just for this hour only, mind you. So keep an eye out for that. That's our Prairie Dreams. Stocks are quite low on these, so get them while you can. And you've got 11 options to choose from there. That's our happy hour price. There's, oh wow, there's only 9 of these available now. I've had a couple of sellouts as well, so make sure you get in there nice and quickly. And we've got another happy hour deal for you as well. Have a look at this one here. This is the Sunshine Soul by Create Joy. 0.5 metre fabric pick and mix. You can pick any 2 from 14 options here. It's normally $14.98, but our price is $11.98 for this hour. You'll be saving £3. The item code on that is 518409. How about that? Loads and loads to look at on the website, so make sure you do get onto that and have a little look around. And whilst you're doing that, perhaps you'd care to cast one eye on what Trish is up to, because Trish, you're going to demo using one of your patterns, I believe.
That's right, yes. We've got a few patterns on the show today, The one I thought I'd show you first of all is for the bottle bag. So there is a sample here, but it's not in the fabric. So with the patterns, you just get the in pattern, plus with the bottle bag, you get 1 metre of webbing, and I think there's 4 different colours of webbing that you can choose. So the patterned black, a steely grey, this Air Force blue, and a turquoise.
Ah, okay.
So you don't have to use it with the bottle bag pattern, but it's there. It's great for bag handles as well. But I thought I'd put it with there so that you have something to work with. So bottle bag, as people that have bought my patterns before, you'll know that I try to make everything really, really easy.
Yeah.
So I am using this lovely pattern, which was one that I liked. Can't remember the name of it, but it's there to select in the 1/2 metres. And I even think you've got the plain, the Bella Solid, that will work alongside that as well. I think I've got... Yeah.
I'm going to tell you what that is in a second. Hang on. It is the Rail Pearl, I believe.
Right.
That's the Rail Pearl.
Yep.
And the solid one, it's the
I
seal
have- I
blue,
think
though,
it's
isn't it?
that-
Yes, you're
yes,
right.
it must
it's
be,
the
yes,
It's the
yes.
Rail Seal Blue.
Yes, I didn't have this to hand when I was getting this ready yesterday, so I've just got some basic calico to go for my lining of the bag. So what we do, just follow the instructions, and I like to make it with what is called Styleville, which is a foam wadding, which gives structure to whatever you're making, whether it be a bag or in this case a bottle bag. And when I'm using Styleville, just to eliminate the risks of having to unpick, because sometimes the fabric slips and then you're left with a hole in your seam, then my bog standard way of starting off is to actually stitch 1/8 of an inch all the way around the edge, and about 1/8 of an inch from the edge, so it's all encapsulated within the seam allowance, and my fabric is not going to move anywhere then. So just to show you, I've done the 4 pieces, which are the sides. I'm going to do the base. So as I say, I turn my stitch length right up to the highest, usually 5 millimetres long, and I use 1/4 inch seam allowance for my foot, but I'm going to stitch about 1/8 of an inch in. So it's just holding, and it just whips so quickly because the stitch is so long. You can whip quickly around the edges. So I don't need any pins. You can if you want to, but I just hold my finger on the fabric and sort of smooth it across to the outer edges so that you know the fabric is lined up perfectly with your stabilizer, or your foam wadding, I call it. So although it's a boring part to do, it is well worth doing. Because if you imagine when we're putting pieces together, sometimes the fabric can slip away, and then, I mean, that's held mostly, I've just pulled it away there, but you can end up with a gap showing, and that's not good. So let's see what we start off with first. So we start with our base, and I've got my 4 sides here, and what we're going to do is we're going to start off by adding 2 opposite sides to the base. So lay them out just like so. These other 2 will go here and here, so it looks like a cross shape. So we'll work with 2 opposite sides first, doesn't matter which because they're all the same, and we'll put right sides together. Remember to turn your stitch length back down to, I would do the standard stitch length is about 2.5, which is when you turn your machine on the default setting, because you're going through some thicker layers there. But this, the Styleville is very easy to work with. So I am using 1/4 inch seam allowance now, and I'll just do a couple of reverse stitches at the beginning and work across and to the other end and just do a couple of reverse there and trim. Then we will, so we've got one side added there, then we'll work with the other side, and so we'll put that onto the opposite edge of the square, line those edges up and straight under the foot, and I just like to anchor the start and the end so that there's no chance of it coming undone at all, even though as I stitch I will be stitching across those seams as well, so it's double safety. So there we go, we've got our 2 to begin with, And then we'll take the other two, those are going on the other opposite edges. So we'll put right sides together here. Now what you want to look for is that little seam allowance there. You want to line up this fabric, or this next piece, so that they line up. So I'm just pulling that seam allowance outwards on both sides, so that I've centered my the piece that I'm adding on next. And that's basically my seam allowance. So again, I will just reverse across here, and then straight across and reverse at the other end. Okay, so there is the third one. It's looking a little bit more like a bag now.
Tell you what, you're making this look very easy.
It is.
I'm sure it's. I'm sure I find some difficulty doing it, but the way you're talking about it, and this is all in the kit,
all in the instructions,
and all in the
yes,
instructions.
That's right.
Yeah, it looks very straightforward to make.
And once you've done something like this and this particular technique, you can think of other things you'd like to make. Bigger, you know, a box. With bigger sides, with a bigger base.
Yeah, the principle's the same, isn't it? You can put anything in it, like sandwiches or whatever. Like you could use it as all sorts, couldn't you?
That's right. That's right. Just so straightforward, and the easiest way. Because what we could have done, we could have joined all of our sides together. We could have stitched down here to give ourselves a square tube, and then we would have had a base to fit into that bottom area. That's hard. It can be done, and it was always done that way. But how many times have you found that this square base doesn't fit into the hole that we've created in our tube?
Yep.
So far easier to do it like this, and then we'll join the sides up next.
That makes
well, not
sense.
quite next, because because we need a handle. It's easier now, if you imagine, to put your strap onto our fabric here. So what we do. We'll do it here. Doesn't matter which two sides, but we're going to have this handle which comes over the top. So we'll place that. You will obviously measure that to be in the centre, but I'm just going to pop that a couple of pins at the top just to hold that in place. And we're having this webbing going all the way down one side. I will put another pin just near the bottom. Because we do want this to be central, but being a straight piece, it should work perfectly well. So we'll put those in, and then coming up to this end, we've got a bit left over, which is what we want. That's going to be our handle at the top. So I will just pop another pin here, just to hold that in the middle. And then all I'm going to do now is stitch down this long edge. I will go across the top and then back down the other side. So we will, I will probably, and I will, increase my stitch length, because again we're going through the webbing as well. So I'm just going to increase that to just over 3. So I've got a longer stitch. I would probably also use a coordinating colour, but I've just used the cream. And what will happen, it will sink into, and just take that pin out before we get to it, it will sink into the webbing and you won't be able to see it anyway. If, however, you want it to be seen, you could use a totally contrasting colour, and that could look really nice as well. So we are almost at the top edge here. And I would stop stitching about a 1/4 of an inch down from this edge, purely because we're going to have a seam allowance up here when we add the lining to it. So I'll just stitch across to the other side.
And while you're doing that, actually, Trish, I'm just going to show what this is exactly, because we've got to the bottle bag pack here. This is the bottle bag instructions here. Now, I should point out that this is a mock-up of instructions, because I was handed this and I was like, instructions? What? But no, this is just the front cover. So you get the full instructions inside here, and then you also get, obviously, all the material. These are the different options that you've got. We'll just use the handles here to show you, but you've got the different options. You have black webbing here. There you go. There's the black webbing. Then you've got Air Force Blue, which is this one here. Then we have the which one's this one? Turquoise. Yeah. And then finally we've got the steel grey at the back there as well. So 4 different options to select from there for your bottle bag, and with full instructions as well.
That's right, okay. So now we have our webbing attached. All we're going to do is pull up 2 adjacent sides. So going back to school, when it's probably the last time we used the word adjacent, we just pull 2 that are next to each other. And I always line up the top edge. That's the most important, because we want that to be perfectly lined up. And then I just run my finger down the middle and just pull those together, and you'll see then that there's this bottom end, it matches perfectly. If you want to put a pin down there or a binding clip, you can. But I'm just going to hold that. I'll take the pin out now and turn back down to your standard length stitch, and we will just stitch down this edge. So because it's open, I can keep aligning these fabrics to make sure the raw edges are lined up at every point. When we get to the bottom, it will go over sort of quite a chunky bit, but I will just reverse there as well. So we're really doing a belt and braces job to make sure there's no hole appears at the bottom. So then we'll move on to the next side. So we will line that at the top. And what I can do is pop that under the machine and just start that off. Now that's anchored, I can put my finger down that hole, the gap in the side, hold that together, and as I say, I'm just going to pull that so I'm lining the fabrics up as I go. Or alternatively, you pop your pins the whole way down, or your binding clips. Just straight down there.
It looks pretty sturdy what you're making as well. It looks like you have to take quite a heavy bottle.
Yes, that's why I like to have that webbing going right under the base. There's another pattern I do, I haven't got it on the show today, but it's a double bottle bag, and so that one has 2, you can take 2 bottles in it.
I do like the way that you saw that I was doing the hour with, and you thought, right, well that's obviously some sort of alcoholic bottle thing I have to make
yes.
there.
Yes, I just...
Well, of course it could be squash.
Just grab the bottle out, well, so that people know what you can do with it. But anything that is bottle shaped, it's a container. It's a nice way to give somebody a gift that is not wrapped with paper. I mean, for the last couple of years, in particular, with using fabrics, I've tried to be eco-friendly, and I've made lots of gift boxes, bags, where we use, you know, for giving presents, where we don't use paper. Instead, we're using fabric. And that way, you know, what pleasure do you have in going into a shop, handing over money for some rolls of paper? You don't. But making a gift bag out of fabric, you get the pleasure of making it and giving it, don't you? And it just looks so much better. And the thing is then, that particular project, or the bag, is kept and used for other things.
Our producer Emily doesn't like handing over money for anything, she says, but I mean, that's why she's known as Tightwad Emily behind her back, but we don't like to tell her. Hopefully she's not listening in right now.
But, you know, there is no pleasure. You select your paper rolls and you go to the till, you pay, but no, you're getting the pleasure of sewing. So, it does look like a bottle bag now. I'm just going to push that in.
This is the exciting bit.
Yes. And
I like this bit.
This is where we make sure that we have no holes. So I'm putting my finger down in that bottom corner there, but we did the belts and braces job, didn't we? We reversed at the beginning and the end.
Popping the corners out.
Yeah. So there is the start of our bag. Now, if your machine, you know, some machines don't like too much of a thickness of fabrics, but if your machine will take it, what you could always do is stitch down that outer edge there, sort of push the seam in and get the edge right on the edge like that, and then just top stitch very close down those edges, which will make it come out a little bit squarer. So there is my basic to begin with. All I need to do now is a lining. So I have got exactly the same pieces of fabric cut out. I've got 4 lining pieces and a base, and I'm going to do exactly the same principle, in attaching opposite sides to each other. When I would, unless you want to talk about something else, I would just stitch this together until I get to the very last seam.
Do you know what? I'd like to talk about something else.
Yes, you talk about something else.
Don't take it personally, Trish, but that's great. I'll let you get on with that because I've got something to show everyone here, which is our layer cake here. You get loads and loads in this pack here as well. This is the Jardin de Fleurs by French General from Moda layer cake. Interesting terminology, that, isn't it? Because when I first read that, I thought, layer cake. Fancy a slice of that, but I don't think I would, to be honest, if I was consuming it. You get a lot of this, don't you? Do you know how many you get on this?
You get 42 10-inch squares.
Wow.
Yeah, so useful. I mean, just using the whole layer cake, that has, within the layer cake, you've got one of every fabric within that range, the Jardin de Fleurs. So it is the cheapest way of buying the whole range of fabrics and getting, you know, one of each. And the size quilt you can make, if you just put them all together, you've got 42, so you could put 7 by 6. So you'd have 7 tens of 70 by about 60, and just a little bit less for your seam allowances. But that's a double-sized quilt, just stitching them together as they are.
That's good.
But you can chop them apart and rearrange them. You can put two together and make half-square triangles. So you've got a triangle with one design one side and one the other.
It's all on the back here. Look, we've got all instructions
right.
as well. How to slice the layer cake. Look, they've leaned into this whole cake thing.
Yes.
So yes, it is. There's full instructions on the back, and you've got all the different item codes of what you're getting there. 100% cotton as well, and you can see how to cut it all up. So you're basically getting a double quilt here for the price of $36.99. Item code 486659. You put this together and make yourself a full double quilt, or as Trish says, you could just use all the pieces individually and make all sorts of different projects and add them onto other things. $36.99 for that. We've had an email in, Trish, from Francois, who is our resident French expert, being the fact she's actually French. So thanks very much for getting in touch, Francois. And she's reliably informed us that the Champ de Mars is a green area right in front of the Eiffel Tower. It's a long green area. She's also told us that Giverny and Valandria are two castles.
Right.
On the river.
Lovely.
Oh, she was wrong about which one? Oh, Giverny's, she's wrong about that, apparently.
Oh, right.
It's painted by Monet, Giverny.
I should have known all of this,
That's a big difference
but I
between that and
don't.
a castle, isn't it? Got that very wrong there, Francois. Duff information, but I appreciate it anyway.
Yes, thank you.
And she also said that Tuileries and Luxembourg are two famous gardens just outside Paris. Or just inside Paris, I should say.
I thought perhaps it was our pronunciation of any French words.
Yeah, that's what I think happened there, is I said Giverny, and she thought, oh, that just sounds like, I don't know, Jamiroquai. It sounds like a band or something like that.
No, well, thank you, Francois.
Isn't he a chef or something?
Could be.
Thanks, Sir Francois.
Yes, thank you.
That's our French lesson for today.
Yes. I'm surprised the layer cake hasn't sold out just like that, because the other thing you can do with them, and I have got an instruction pack for the bowl cosy. Don't know if you can see the one with the bowl in just to your right, to the right of the stand.
Here, yes.
Yeah, go further right.
Further right?
Yeah, not the fabric.
Oh, no, but...
A sample, no, they're the boxy pouches.
Where am I going?
Just down there. Just down. Put your hand down. Your right hand, right.
My right hand down?
Down.
Yes.
No, to the right a bit more, and down. Yep.
I'm looking for a bowl.
You're looking for a bowl. There's
yes.
a bowl.
Now what?
The bowl is in.
The bowl is in this.
A bowl cosy.
Thank you. Oh,
there we go.
Trish, just saying, just there.
I'm doing Bernie the Bolt. No, right and
just
right.
there. You know, just there. There, slightly to the left. Yeah. Sorry. Apologies. That's my fault. There you go. There is the sample.
Yeah.
You were very patient then. I could tell you were about another 10 seconds away from getting it.
No,
just pick it up.
That would be my husband, I'd say that.
So there's the sample.
So they are a very easy make, the bowl cosy, and they've been very popular over the last few years, and people are making them all the time now. So to have your 10-inch square already cut, as within a layer cake, that's what you can make with them. So what they're for is to save you getting your hands burned with your bowl of soup. So I would suggest, there's a lot of
Yeah, it's perfect, isn't it? It's just, you know,
Yes.
sometimes you take something out of the microwave or out the
That's
oven,
right,
or you take
yes.
it hot, you know,
Yeah.
carrying it across the room. It's just saves your hands, doesn't it, from
It does.
getting burnt?
I personally don't put the cosy into the microwave. There's talk about that. If you are going to, only ever put 100% cotton wadding in,
Yeah.
100% cotton thread, and your 100% cotton fabrics. But
Yeah.
I wouldn't.
I think the thing to do
Just-
is take your bowl of soup out of the
Yes.
microwave, whatever, and then just
Yes.
plonk it straight into this. And
Absolutely.
Because normally when I do that, I have to change bowls. I just take the
Yes.
bowl out and pour it into another
Yes.
bowl, so it's not, you know,
Yeah,
piping
yeah,
hot to
yeah.
pick up. But this is perfect, isn't
Yeah,
it, for that?
but they're a nice little fruit or sweetie bowl as well, just sitting there, or a plant in there with a bit of
Yeah.
plastic or something underneath so it doesn't get wet. But they're washable, they're reversible, and very easy to make.
And that's just using 2 of the layer cake.
Yes, yeah.
2. Oh, the layer cake's now just technically sold out?
Yes,
So that
I'm not
means that
surprised.
everything's been allocated. There's a possibility that 1 or 2 might pop back in there, but
I doubt
do
it.
check out if you are one of those people who've allocated it in your basket, because obviously people are clamouring to get it.
Well, it's a great price,
Yeah.
and they are fabulously useful. Even if you only use a little bit of it, they can last for ages.
Yeah, love it, love it.
Okay.
Definitely. That's actually opened my eyes to what I could do
Yes.
with my soup next time I take it out the
Yeah,
the microwave.
they're lovely. And as I say, for people that make to sell, which you can, there's so many craft fairs on at the minute, because for the last 2 years people have been sewing and sewing and more sewing. They've got such a stash of things to sell, they're doing the craft fairs. So yeah, and it's just a great display when you see all the different fabrics as well. So I've got to my last point now.
Okay.
I've almost made my bottle bag there, lining, and it's just the last side. And what I'm going to do now, I'm going to stitch partly down here. I'll start from the top, and then I'm going to leave a gap of probably 6 inches or so. So straight under the machine, and again I'm just reversing at the top, 2 or 3 inches down there, and cut that. And then I'll start again towards the bottom, because this gap we're making will need to be closed, and I usually stitch that together by machine, but it's going to be hidden in the bag. Okay, so there we are, there we have our hole, and that's how we're going to turn the bag through. In actual fact, yes. No, I didn't do it like that. The pattern does it a different way. So you could do it this way. So here's a second way. Okay. So the second way, scrunch this up, pop it in, line all those seams up.
Yeah.
And we would tuck that down under there. And we'd have to have it come around here. But what we would do then is stitch around the top edge and turn it through. So pull it through here, so that the lining is all enclosed. But I'm not going to tell you the wrong way, so that's an alternative way. The way the instructions say are just as easy, but we are actually going to stitch. You can tell I haven't made this for a little while. And there are different ways of doing things.
Just got a little glimpse behind the curtain there for a second, Trish, of your little
My mind.
little sneaky sort of cheat sheet ways of doing it. Like,
Yes,
oh, hang on,
yes.
that was quite interesting.
So
Pull it
yes,
through
so
the
that's
middle,
one
like
way.
that.
Yeah. But the way I've set the instructions out is I've joined all of them. So I've done all the seams the whole way. We're still going to put, no we're not, we're going to turn this the right way.
Yep.
Just check, and I always, although this is going into the bag the other way around, I like to put my fingers into those corners and make sure there are no holes, and there aren't. So we'll take it back again, because one easy thing to do as well, or it makes it easier doing it this way, is to get your iron out. And to start off with, before we do any further, is to turn the raw edges in by 1/4 inch, 1/4 to half, not crucial as to what it is. You don't want to turn an inch in, but 1/4 inch to 1/2 inch. Just fold that over, and it just means when we do this top edge that it is going to be easier when we're going to fold 2 edges together. And if you're trying to turn in 2 edges at the same time, it's not always the easiest to do. So by pressing beforehand one of the edges, you've only got to concentrate on the other edge. So That's it. So they're all nicely. Let's just give that a little bit. There we are.
That's a really dinky little line, that, isn't it?
It is. Handy for travel. And so now we've got raw edge. We're doing raw edge to raw edge because the raw edges are inside the bag as well. So I'm just going to put that inside the bag. Just push my fingers into those corners so I'm pushing the lining down as far as possible. And then we are going to, we'll do that little bit last. We're going to line up these seams, the edges here. So this is the side now we're turning in, we're turning the foam, and we've already pressed that down, so it really does make it easier to line those edges up, because that's what we want. We want the seams or the top of the bag to line up around the top. We don't want it to be halfway down this side or poking over the top. So I'm just using a few binding clips which are easy here. So I'm lining the side seams because that's important. And let's just get another one there. And you can see it's fairly bulky because we've got the foam wadding in, but as I say, it just gives it, it's nice and sturdy, and it will protect the bottle as well.
Also, just helps to sort of insulate it, I guess, a little bit. So if you had some mulled wine or something that was you'd heat it up and pop it in, it would just keep it that little bit warmer for a bit longer, wouldn't it, if you were transporting it somewhere?
Indeed, indeed. So on this edge where the other side of the handle is, what we do is we will tuck that side in, and then, making sure it's not twisted, we're going to bring the other edge of the handle, and I would give a good ½ an inch underneath, line that up, and that will be stitched over, and it will hold it in place and also make it look as if it's a continuous piece of webbing that you've done in a much more difficult way. So just tuck that one in as well. I'm just putting a pin in between just to hold that, and then all I'm going to do is stitch around this top edge. So it might be a little bit, so we put the webbing out of the way. Don't know how well the cameras will pick this up, but I'm going to stitch fairly close to that top edge. I'll just push that back a little bit there, so, and then just stitch around. So you do have, because it's a fairly small opening, you do need to just keep manipulating the fabric around as we go, taking the clips off as we get to each point. And we're going over those chunky seams.
By the way, Trish, a lot of interest in your bowl cosy kit, which is good, which we showed a little bit earlier. I think everyone's got the right idea here. This is the perfect thing to take a hot bowl out of the oven or microwave and then plonk it into something to put down, or it just makes a lovely decorative feature in and of itself, or maybe something you can put out in the garden, put a potted plant or something into it. But this here is available for $12.49. It's 851010. So you get the wadding with it, and you get the instruction pack as well. What's the wadding for?
The wadding is in between. If you feel the bowl cozy, it's not just fabric, is it?
No,
it's got a
something
thickness
inside it that's making it.
Yes, and that is the thermolam wadding. Now
that's what actually keeps the thing warm, yeah?
It does, yeah. It's not, I wouldn't use that, we said about the microwave thing. Definitely don't put that in the microwave. But thermolam wadding is one of my most used waddings because it's great for so many things. It's great for the bowl cozy, but it's great for wall hangings, for quilts, for playmats, for bags. So it's a case of, you don't have to use it to make your bowl cozy, but it's there so that you've got everything to make a bowl cozy if you want to. So.
Perfect. So you've got the instructions, you've got the wadding as well, $12.49, and you can have your very own bowl cozy.
Yes.
850010 is the item number for that. Now, meantime, we're making a bottle bag, and we must be pretty near to completion.
I'm just taking out the pins just before I go, so I've just got to the handle here. So I'm just, as I say, taking the pins out because I don't stitch over pins, because it can cause a lot of damage, apart from not only breaking your needle. So we are there now. So as simple as that. So yet another quick make, really. I mean, okay, I had got my fabrics cut, but I've just done the stitching of it. And if you were making lots of these, you would batch cut. You would batch cut, and then you would just do all your stitching. So there is...
That's fabulous, isn't it?
Bottle bag.
Yep. And of course, you can just choose any one of the designs, pattern-wise, of the fabrics to put that together. We've got so many to pick from here on our counter, and you could have your very own bottle bag. Thank you very much indeed, Trisha. That's Trisha's bottle bag pattern. The details are on your screen there. But let's have a look at the fabrics in which you could use to make that bottle bag here from Jardin de Fleurs. So if you actually go down the line here, this is a half-metre pick and mix, so you can pick any two of these. We've got 14 options as well. Look at all the options we have along the line here. We've got the Champ de Mars, which we now know is a long green area just in front of the Eiffel Tower. The Champ de Mars Pearl. We have the Dusty Blue as well. We've got the Jardin de Paradis Roche, which is the rock. That is what that means. Rail Pearl we have here. Rail Sky Blue, Ciel Blue. We've got Giverny Rouge, Giverny Pearl along here. Next to that is the Giverny Ciel Blue as well, the sky blue version here. Giverny we've established is... Oh, no, it's not actually a castle, is it? What was the Giverny again? It was a painting by Monet. That's it. Then Villandry, which is a castle. That's the saffron. Then we have the Roche or rock. We've got the pearl as well here. We have the Villandry Ciel Blue along with that. So this is basically the same pattern, but in 4 basic colours that we have here in this collection here. And then we've got the Luxembourg Pearl, which is a garden, a famous garden out inside Paris. And we have the Tuileries, which is another famous garden. This is the sky blue on the end here as well. So it's $14.99 to pick any 2 of those, or maybe even 2 of the same. Half metre. You're getting each time with that as well. It's new today here on the craft store. $14.99. The item number for that, 971273. As we just saw from Trish there, you could pick any one of these to make that bottle bag, whichever colour floats your boat. So that's on the counter. Also on the counter we have this. We've got Jardin de Fleurs by French General, 4 half-metre fabric bundle here, where you get 2 prints and you get 2 planes in each one of the options. 4 options to choose from here as well. Let's go down the options here. So starting here and ending here, we have the 2 patterns here. We've got, and with the 2 planes, we've got a pearl colour and a sky blue colour. We can see here that this particular version has been used to make bag here with the strap as well. You can see that. This is our sort of our garden pagoda in the garden design here, the bridge and the wishing well. Then we have another option here where we've got the rouge, we've got the rock colour as well. We've got the pearl flowers background, we've got the sky blue garden background. We've got a 3rd option, and this is the option that has been the most popular so far. We've got the sky blue plain, and we've got the pearl plain, and then we've got the 2 flowers here in with our a sort of a, what colour are we saying that is? It's like a grey blue, isn't it? Like a steely grey blue. Oh, that is the sky blue. And then we have our pearl flower here with the polka dots in behind. And then finally we've got our rouge, and we've got our darker grey here, and the accompanying patterns as well. So you can pick any one of those 4 options. You'll get the 4 half-metre fabrics in it as well. That is $21.98 because you'll be making a saving of £3 today. The usual price is $24.98, and the item number is 439748. Lots to choose from. Have a look at the website as well, because we've got loads of happy hour deals. So just for this hour, you can also pick up a few bargains. Like, look at that one there, $11.98 for the Moda Sunshine. This is the Prairie Dreams by Kansas Troubles. And lots to choose from there. You can pick any 2 half-metre fabrics there, which will be $11.98. And then as we scroll along here, we can see all of Trisha's patterns as well. So the bottle bag will be in there. There's the bowl cozy as well. I can spot that one there, $12.49. It's all on the website if you fancy that. A hexagon table topper. That feels like something that you might make next. I don't know, I'm just guessing. It's a wild stab in the dark, Trish. Are you going to be making that next?
Do you know what? Yes, I am.
How do I do that? How do I do that?
You were listening earlier.
I was. I was paying attention in the meeting, yes. OK, what have you got then?
So I'm using that lovely, the last ones you said, that last one with the red and the Bella solid red as well. So I thought, rather than, these are whole widths of fabric, I'm going to just stitch half and then work from there, so that because I won't be able to get it all done. So with the widths of fabric in the instructions, just lay them out in the order that you would like them to be. What I look for is, so that the way I'm going to cut the triangles, so that you can use every triangle you cut, just basically I will cut one triangle like that, one like that, one like that. So if I had 5 different fabrics, it means that my triangle will have a different colour at the top if I cut the other one, so it will be the wrong way round.
Okay.
So to make it symmetrical, if you have the outer ones in the same fabric and then the 2 inner, whatever you like here, but that's an accent if you like. So all I'm going to do, I'll show you as I go along, is to put right sides together, 1/4 inch seam allowance, and as I say, I'm not going to cut it because it will waste the rest of it, because you do need 6 triangles to make this whole project, but I'll just do half and show you the tips and techniques along the way, so that we can get as far as we can with the project, and the rest, you know, after I finish now, will be quite easy and straightforward to follow with the patterns. So I shall have 4 seams to go. So I can see where my halfway is because of the folds in the fabric, and I'm just using my fingers just to bring that fabric over. Okay, so you would carry on and stitch the whole length. So I've done my first 2, we will open that out. I don't tend to press as I go with this particularly, but you can do. Actually, I've done that the wrong way around now, haven't I? Okay. So I wanted that red there and that there. Never mind, we'll start halfway here. So then my next one was going to be the red in the middle. So I'm just doing things a little bit strangely because I'm only doing half. So we'll start here. You'll see what I mean when I get to. So you can understand why I don't want to cut the fabric in half, because that will be part of a triangle that would have been for finishing the whole project off. So I will say I have altered my stitch length down to, I've got it at 1.8 or 2 for patchwork is the perfect stitch length, purely because you don't get little gaps showing when we open the fabric out and we press it on the right side. The longer the stitch, if you can imagine the gap between, when you pull it like, let me just show you there, you can hardly see a stitch there. It's as if that fabric is printed continuously across, and that's because I've used a short stitch length. Okay, so the next one is going to be my other cream. So again, I'm just looking, you would just start at one end, one selvage, and just stitch the whole way down. And as I say, I'm just going from the fold just to, so I've got half of it and I'm doing it quicker. So pin along this edge if you would like to, and if you feel more comfortable holding it, but you can see I just leave my hand loosely on there. I'm not pressing down, but I'm just leaving it on the top just to basically hold those raw edges together to give me a good 1/4 inch seam allowance with both of the raw edges next to each other, perfectly aligned. I mean, it does take a little bit longer because I'm using a short stitch length. When I was doing the longest stitch length earlier, it just whizzes down, but that's it's like that is obvious. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, and you can see how I've alternated light, dark, light, dark. So we will get our red one now, which is the other side. I'm just finding that. Where is my fold? There is the fold, and there is the fold. So we just line those up. And then the next little bit, when I've done this seam, will be the pressing. Pressing is important. There's the debate about whether you should use steam. When I use my wool pressing mat, I don't need to use steam because that will give me the perfect ironing, pressing, because a wool pressing mat actually sends the heat back up again. So you've got heat coming from the top, from the iron. Oh, what have I done? I haven't done it. I haven't lined that up properly. Never mind. We will.
To be fair, you're a bit pushed for time, Trish.
I am very pushed for time.
A couple of minutes
aren't I?
left at most here. I have 2 minutes.
Oh,
2 minutes.
Okay. Well, we
you can finish off
bit.
that table topper in that time, can't you? That's no problem.
Oh yeah, usually I
do you want me to step in and do it?
Yes, please. That would be lovely. Right, let's just do the pressing. So I've got my iron is on here. So what I tend to do is I will press. So I'm pulling one side so that I'm opening this out as much as I can. You see what I've done? I haven't lined that up because I wasn't looking properly. So I'm just pressing that, and I can go across or I can go all the way up. But because I'm pulling that out, it just means that I'm not pressing any pleats into. I'm opening my strips perfectly.
Do you have that pretty hot, that iron, or?
It's not the hottest. It's on the cotton setting, which can be pretty hot.
Yeah.
But as I say, I want these, when I turn it to the other side, I want to have straight lines. I don't want my seams to be wiggly. And that is sort of part of. Right, so let's flip that away. And you can almost see there how. Great. So then I would just go, because look, I have pressed a little pleat into that there. But if you go across like that, then that will then
smoothing the whole thing out now, so it's continuous, I guess.
That's right, yeah. And you want to look up the line of your. That's it. I can see that now. I have got perfectly straight lines. Can you see there? If you use steam with a normal ironing board, you could very well overpress, and then your seams can go a little bit wobbly. So I wonder if I have got time.
You've got about 45 seconds. So
45 seconds.
Is that enough time? I mean, you tell me.
Actually, let's. Right. So cutting mat next, and see too much stuff here.
When I said 45 seconds, I meant 30 seconds, because that's
okay.
What happened in that time.
Right, so what we will do, I'll just cut two. We look to the whole length of the, from top to bottom, and that is
Please don't cut things when you have only 20 seconds.
Okay.
Just a little tip at home there, just health and safety. But Trish is an expert. Trish,
we'll turn the board around.
We're going to have to leave it, Trish.
Oh, no.
I know. But thank you so much. We'll have a look later on, because you're back, aren't you? Show me the finished thing. Thank you very much. We will be back with Trish, and I will see you later. Because in a moment, it's DIY Essentials with Hayley and Janice. Then it's... Trish is back then, so we'll get to see the finished articles so totally. And after that, it's Craft Yourself Silly. It's the one-day special with Hayley and the Fabazine.
Did you know you can watch the Craft Store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, using the Craft Store app on your Amazon Fire Stick for free? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Amazon Fire Stick accesses the Amazon App Store to add new applications. By downloading the Craft Store app, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how to do it. Turn on your TV and connect your Amazon Fire Stick. If this is your first time using the device, follow the on-screen instructions to connect it to the internet and log into your Amazon account. Once set up, you'll need to open the search bar. To do this, simply use your remote circular directional dial to scroll to the search icon and select it. Now simply type the Craft Store into the search bar, and this will take you to the Craft Store app. All you need to do now is select download, and remember, it's free. Once this is added to your Fire Stick, you can move the app for easy access.
Press and hold your home button on any app and then select the apps from the menu that appears. Scroll to the Craft Store app and then press the button with the 3 horizontal lines on your remote and select Move to Front. And that's it! You can now watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hello, I'm Sue Trangmar and I started Daisy Chain Designs 20 years ago. Back in the day there were very few quilt patterns in the marketplace, and so I started to bring patterns into the UK from America and Australia, and along the way I've been lucky enough to work with some fantastic British designers, and that is what really the essence of Daisy Chain Designs are. At Daisy Chain Designs, we're passionate about sewing and quilting. We design projects that hopefully will inspire you to pick up your needle and thread and have a go. We have great fun in designing things from the very start, and then the end product is always very exciting when you actually see it made.
Hi there, my name's Leona. I'm a presenter, a guest and a crafter. I got into crafting years ago. I've been crafting since I was a child and I absolutely love it. I love my job. I love the presenting side because I get to meet loads of really inspirational people. I hope you can join me on my Let Leonie Loose shows every Wednesday, 11 AM and 2 PM.
Well, hello there and welcome back. Well, I'm looking forward to this. I've got a real treat in store because it's a couple of things that we often do at the weekend. We've been doing lots of sewing, as you've seen, but sometimes it gives us the opportunity to step back and have a little look at all those little jobs that need doing, getting everything that's looking spick and span and giving a fresh lease of life to many of those things that we see around our home and garden. We've got the perfect person to help us do that. You might recognise her. So, Janice. Good morning, Janice.
Good morning, Hayley. Good morning, everyone. How are you this morning, Hayley?
I'm very well, thank you. But I am intrigued because we've often worked together as kind of guest and presenter. It's usually the other way around. So it's the first time I've worked with you as a guest ever, I think. I don't think we've ever done a show before. It's going to be embarrassing now if you tell me that we have.
No, I don't think we have.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think we have.
We'll keep that persona going so as we don't
Well, you've been a guest and I've been a presenter, so we have worked in that way.
We have indeed. We have indeed. Now, tell me about this, because I've seen the results that you've got with these, and I think I need this in my life.
Yeah, do you know what? You really do. Since being introduced to One Coat, I have painted pretty much everything around my home, but it makes it all look brand new again, and including my neighbours' bits
What, you
and
painted
bobs.
your neighbours?
No, I've not painted my neighbours.
Oh, okay.
Not yet. None of them need protecting from rust, as far as I know. But this is going to give you the opportunity to go outside and maybe see some of your pipe work that needs bringing back to life, or protecting, more importantly. Garden furniture. Maybe you've got some old pots that you don't want to throw away. Let's face it, we need to keep all the money we can in our banks. This is going to help you upcycle maybe your plastic pots, your terracotta pots, your stone pots, pretty much anything around your home. And not just around your home, inside your home as well. Hayley.
Wow.
We do have in the studio, that will introduce you in a moment's time, to a hat stand that we've had here in the studio for quite some time, but it's been painted with One Coat, giving you that beautiful satin finish.
I remember this. It was really shoddy. It looked
yeah,
awful.
It was. Yeah, and it just goes to show that with One Coat, it's not just outside. Yes, it is a rust converter. We'll get into that in a moment's time, but you can use it also inside your home as well.
And I think that's one of the key things. I mean, I was saying about getting everything that it looks nice, looks as if it's brand new. But as Janice quite rightly said there, it's about protecting it as well. As Janice will explain a little bit later on, more about that. Now, I have to mention as well, we've got a couple of kind of plastic elements. And I noticed that on your pot, you'd actually got them top and bottom.
Yeah, this is how it's delivered to you. So, number one, it's protecting the tin in the post, which is great. But number two, you can take this off. You can use that, put a bit of paint tin.
Okay.
And I know several people have messaged me on Facebook to say they've done just that. What a great tip that was. Not just for one coat, you can use it for other paints around your house, but you could also just rest your brush on there as well. So you could have your tin of paints that you're working with, and you could just rest your brush in that particular area if you want to. So you do get two of those, one at the top and one at the bottom, which is brilliant. You can keep it in one if you want, because it keeps it nice and stable.
Kind of like
as you're working with it.
Yeah.
So that's great. Then secondly, something else I need to introduce you to. Normally when you open a tin of paint with a screwdriver, you take the screwdriver, you put it in the paint, you give it a stir, don't you?
Yeah.
Because that's normally what you do. We don't want you to do that.
Oh, okay.
No, we don't want you to do that. We want you to get something a little bit more substantial. Because inside here, the ingredients of the paint, you've got your rust converter, and well, that's your primer, and then you've got your top coat as well. You need to activate those ingredients for it to work properly. Now, that's really, really important. And I'd say if you're working with your paint every 20 minutes, maybe you're painting outside, you might be painting a fence or a door or rusty hinges or anything like that, just give it another good stir, because it activates everything inside. Think of sugar and water.
Yes, yeah.
You put sugar into water, or salt, really. It always sinks to the bottom.
Yes.
But if you give it a really good stir and keep stirring it, all of those ingredients just go into one, don't they?
I love it. Now, we've got the details up on the screen, so if you want to get involved nice and early, then you can do. You can get a full litre of this one for £27.99. 962286 being your item number. We're busy for this already. Now, I'm interested to know, if you're ordering this, are you a first-time user of your one coat back, or have you already used it? And if you have used it, do share. Do tell us what you've been working with it, and it's lovely to see photographs, especially if you've got a before and after, because of course we can appreciate the improvements that you've made to whatever it is that you've added your paint to. But of course, the price on your screen, a very affordable price for you to give it a go. You've got a lot of paint in here that's going to do a lot of good around your home, so do consider getting hold of this. You can see there straight away you've got your plastic, your metal, your glass, your leather, your wood, and also you've got your UPVC, as you can see there. Got a lovely satin finish with this one, and as you can see here, some of these, and I know we'll see these coming to life as the hour progresses, but giving new life and protecting, that is the key thing. So rather than it just looking good, it's actually going to protect it and give it even more life with regard to this one. Now, with regards to photographs, have a look at this. Lovely Denise sent this picture in, almost like a testimonial, really. So here you can see, and I'm sure it still works. And yeah, it's practical. Not exactly the prettiest of chimneys, though, but I bet when it's been painted, it looks totally different. My goodness, it looks like she's gone out and bought a new one. Oh, thank you, Denise, for sending that in. Do appreciate it. Denise says she was amazed with the transportation, I nearly said then, the transformation, so absolutely incredible. And also as well, I don't know, Denise, can you let us know, are you a DIYer? I mean, this is the first time that you've had a go at something like that, because also sometimes we kind of get that idea that you need to be an accomplished DIYer to get results.
Yeah, do you know what, you're right, but you don't. And that's, do you know what, that's the beauty of this paint. And I'm very impatient. I think prep is really important, very, very important when it comes to painting. But Hayley, I'm very impatient. If I see a project, I just want to get out there and do it. So the only prep you really need is to take off any chipped paint. You know, paint that's lifting up slightly?
Okay.
That's all you need to do. You don't need to then go and get a wire brush and take all the rust off, because it's a rust converter. It devours the rust. So this bin lid right here, you can see I've painted half and half.
Okay.
But let's give it a go. So I'll just get one of the brushes, dip it in the paint. We've given it a good stir, which is really good. No particular brush, you know, any brush you've got around. And there you go. So I'm not going to scrape down the rust on here. I'm just going to go straight over, and you can see how beautiful that goes on.
Gosh, the coverage is incredible.
It is, isn't it? Again, that's down to the mixture of the paint. It just goes on beautifully. It really, really does. And it gives you that nice satin finish. Now, it's called one coat because you've got your primer, which is the rust converter, so that devours the rust, converts the rust, and then you've got your top coat, which is the satin. Now, you might need to give something 2 coats.
Okay, fair enough.
But that's fine. After 15 minutes, it's touch dry.
Wow.
I would say after about 20 minutes, on a good day, temperatures being right, it will be touch dry, and then you can reapply another coat, I would say either after 20 minutes, but I'd give it perhaps a little bit longer, leave it out for an hour, and then put another coat on there, and after your second hour, within 2 hours, it's all done. And rust proof, which is really important.
Look at that.
Doesn't that go on well? And do you know what? It's satisfying.
Yes.
So
yeah.
even if you've never done any kind of DIY or painting before, for example, this is so satisfying. I'm just taking one stroke of the paint and just gliding that down. And when it dries, you don't see the brush strokes either, you know, depending on how much you put on there. But it just looks perfect. In fact, it almost looks like fabric now, doesn't it, when you see that?
You can see the texture there, yeah. But
Yeah.
you can see how you get that lovely finish there. And it's nice because it's not like a glossy finish, because you don't always want glossy, do you? You want something that almost reminds me of kind of like a cast iron kind of look to it. So
Yes.
a very classic look.
Nice.
Yeah.
You know, when you're painting outside, like your rusty hinges and things like that, let's face it, I'm sure we've all got a rusty hinge.
is all well and good, but only as a distress oxide.
Yes, yes. Do you know, well, actually, when I introduce you to some of the other things that we've got on the show, I've brought a chimney in. It looks fabulous. You think as a crafter, oh, I just want that in the garden. Doesn't it look great? But we want it to function and we want it to last. And that's why we protect those items. Let me bring in this, for example.
Oh, who's this?
Well, I haven't actually given my little kiwi a name, but I've had this for around about 10 years. You can see some of the rust actually is just falling off. So eventually he's going to fall apart and I'd have to get rid of him. And I don't want to get rid of him. So if there is any flaky paint coming off, just go over that. Just take that off. You could even just brush it with a light brush, for example. And then you can bring those ornaments in your garden back to life just by simply taking the paint. And that's going to devour that rust. It's going to protect it. And, well, it looks brand new again, doesn't it?
I love it, and it's just so easy to apply. This is the thing. And like you say, quick as well, because we don't always have a lot of time to kind of do these projects. It might be that Sunday is your only day that you really have to do your DIY, and you've almost got a list as long as your arm. So knowing that you can kind of apply this, go off and have your lunch, and then come back and put a second coat on there, and kind of the job has been done.
Yeah, sometimes you don't need a second coat. Sometimes one coat, as it's called actually,
yeah, that's true.
It's sufficient. It really is. But the reason why it's called one coat is because you've got that rust converter in there. So yes, any ornaments in your garden, absolutely perfect for that. Any rusty burning bins, absolutely perfect for that. Don't paint inside the burning bin. It's not for that. Your chimneys, don't paint inside your chimney.
That's a waste of paint, in my opinion.
Yeah, exactly. You don't need to paint inside that because that's somewhere where you're going to continue burning. But the outside, really important to protect that. Not just your chimneys outside in your garden, you can also paint your log burners in your home as well.
Oh, that's interesting to know.
Now, in my house, we've got a log burner that doesn't need painting, but the outside of the chimney, or the inside of the hearth, should I say, that needed to be painted. So I use this paint because it's heat resistant. You can't use normal paint, can you, when you've got a log burner because it's so hot? And I think we've got before and after here, Hayley.
Oh, that looks fabulous. Gosh, doesn't it? It looks like it's out of a glossy magazine now.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah.
It looks amazing.
So you can make all the difference to items in your home as well as items outside. And we've had lots of questions in about can we paint onto it once we've painted onto, let's say, a terracotta pot? And the answer is yes.
Oh, look at that.
So terracotta pot, it will protect it, and you can also paint onto it. So that's just acrylic paint. I've also got, if I pop that down, let me pick this up, old watering can. That's how it started. That's the colour that it was. Painted it and put a flower on there.
Oh, that reminds me of a kind of like the barge art that you used to do. Yeah, it looks amazing.
Just makes it interesting, and whether you continue using that as a watering can or use it to feature flowers in is up to you. How about getting just an old rock, which we've got just here, painting it and putting your house number on there?
That is brilliant.
Yeah, and it goes on a dream onto any kind of stone. I've also got a cobble next to that.
See, this is kind of got almost like a pitted look to it. So I'm seeing here that it's kind of filling all of those areas really easily.
Yeah, it certainly does. That cobble could be a feature cobble. It could be one that you just find at the roadside, I don't know, and paint it. And now you've got a house number. This is from my allotment, and you can see that it looks rather disgusting, doesn't it, when it's in that kind of colour, very worn. was going to be thrown out, but then I thought, no, let's give it a bit of a paint
But you know
with
what?
one coat.
With social media, there are a lot of websites out there where people are trying to repurpose things. They don't necessarily want to repurpose themselves, but they don't want to just take things down to the dump or the local tip and places like that. They want to repurpose it, give it a new home where somebody else can do something with it. So something like that, it could be something that you literally picked up that somebody was chucking out and they've given it to you, but you've turned it into something, given it a whole new lease of life, and very affordably added a nice planter to your garden.
Think about your garden furniture.
Yes.
Think about, well, I've got some chairs here in the studio. We've also got some pictures as well. Old plastic chairs, you know what, they end up in landfill, and that's not good, is it? So why don't we repurpose those? You see them, some people put them in skips ready to be thrown out, as long as you've got permission from the person that's throwing them out.
In the front of your counter,
Yeah.
I mean, these look amazing.
So we've got one that's half and half still. This one I painted at home, so that's exactly how I got it from the allotment. Dirty, disgusting, horrible, was going to be thrown out. Nobody would want to sit on that. Then you paint it with one coat, it's good as new. You could even take that inside as well.
That is amazing. And the beauty is, you could get several of these shades. You might have like a, I don't know, one that looks all shabby like this one. You might have a green one. You might have a kind of terracotta brown one. Because, of course, these chairs are produced in loads of different colours. But then when you actually add the one coat over the top of them, it looks like you've got a proper set of chairs.
Yeah, and it's a nice satin finish as well. So you can take them indoors, which is brilliant. And you could match then your pots to go with your furniture, not just your plastic furniture. It will work on your iron furniture. We managed to pick up a table that somebody was throwing out, and I actually painted it, I think it was last year or the year before, with some other black paint that's supposed to protect your metal.
Okay.
But what happens is that rust can come back through, like here, and you've got those little round spools.
Oh, yes.
Because there's no rust converter in that particular paint.
Right.
But it's there to paint your iron fences and your gates. So you get your one coat, you place that on, and you know that it's going to devour that rust, and those little tiny holes aren't going to come back. But you have to mix the paint properly.
Yes.
That's the key.
Okay.
Stir the paint properly, give it a good stir, just for a minute or so, get all of those ingredients working, and then as soon as it hits the rust, it's going to start eating away at it.
I love it. And so you heard from Janice, just make sure that you're doing that every so often to keep that mix going. What a brilliant product. This is something that everybody needs in their home. Even if you've not got a project that you're specifically thinking about repairing or using it for, it's almost like a first aid kit, isn't it, for any of those kind of metal things that you might have outside. But as you heard from Janice, it could be metal, it could be plastic. You've got a whole host of different things. I turned it around, I haven't read the label to see if there's any information that we need on there. But obviously when it comes to you've got all the information on here. You can go back and watch the show. So, of course, everything that Janice has shared with us and her experiences, I think that's the thing. It's all well and good reading a label, but having human experience and kind of imparting that information, I think that's key.
Yeah, do you know what? I've really enjoyed using this, and you can use this on all kinds of different materials that we've showed you. You can also use this on wood. So if you've got any fence work or gates that you want to paint that are made of wood, you can do that. And I've got a door and we've got like this little stone shed cottage on our estate. Yeah, right. Sounds really posh, doesn't it? It's not. It's not. So here it is. And I was thinking, what can I do with this? And then when I got the one coat, I thought, well, I'll give it a go. And I didn't prep the door too much.
Okay.
I just took off the flaky paint, painted it, and there you go.
No way.
I even painted the knobs as well on there.
Oh, my goodness. That is a classy style.
Doesn't that look... So from that...
Do you know what, though? And this is a bit of the kind of psychology. It looks more welcoming.
You're right. Yeah, because it's... Do you know what? It's the satin finish.
Yeah.
Because some people paint, and it's entirely up to you. You can have gloss doors, so you have that glossy look.
Yes.
To me, the satin look, it's more classy.
Yeah.
It just looks more classy, not as shiny, like you say, as other paints. So on wood, for example... piece of wood here, just a regular piece of wood. I won't prep it too much. You can give it a wipe down if you want to. But again, just taking your brush, you will see those grains come back through, which is really nice. But you can see just how smooth that goes onto the wood. So this could be a fence, it could be a gate. And yes, natural coloured gates, grey coloured. Grey's a big colour at the moment, isn't it?
The coverage is incredible.
The coverage is fabulous. But black, I just think it's classy, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's stylish. And when you've got that nice satin finish, you know that your fence is going to be protected. and that if you've got any metal work on the wood, I don't know if I've got any on this one, that when you paint it, it's going to come up like new. I've got a gate at home. So normally, I need to buy a new gate because that lot looks a bit rusty, it looks a bit lacklustering. Don't buy a brand new gate, just get you one coat and paint it. You can see here on this lock.
Wow. Straight away over
No,
the
I'm
top
not a
of the
lock snob,
Yeah.
but it makes a difference, and it means it lasts longer, doesn't it?
It does, and it makes you feel better. I think that's the thing. As I say, it's one of those things. It's not just about it being practical. It's not just about it protecting, but it's about the whole kind of feel that you get for things around your home, isn't it? If you've got something that looks a little bit shoddy in it, every time you look at that garden furniture, you think, oh, it's a beautiful day. I'd love to take my cup of coffee out and sit out there, but it just looks so dismal. It doesn't look welcoming. It doesn't look relaxing. But just by simply putting that paint on there, that fabulous one coat, it's going to mean that you have got the most incredible, inviting area for you to spend time in. And I think that's the thing. And also, it's kind of no thinking about it. It's not like, well, okay, so I want to change this. It's plastic, so I'm going to have to go off and find something that's suitable to go on plastic. Now I've got this that's made out of metal, so now I've got to go and find a paint that's going to work with the metal. This is working with everything.
Yeah, do you know what? It's a great point. It'll even work with your tools as well. So if you go to a car boot, for example, and you pick up some old tools, yes, they look good rusty. They really, really do. But when they're rusty, they'll stay on the shelf and you probably won't use them. So painting the handle, most definitely. If you're painting the forks, as I've done here, that works great in soft soil. Just remember that if you are hitting hard stone with spades or anything like that, it might get chipped as anything would with a spade.
That really,
exactly.
Yes.
But they look smart. They really do. Another tool here that I've got, this wrench.
Okay.
You can see they're rather rusty. So we'll just paint over that and it looks brand new again. So it looks like you've got a brand new set of tools.
Some of these items, and I know that modern technology with different tools that have kind of come into the foreground now, but my dad's tools from the garage, they were good solid tools.
Yeah.
You knew that when you picked it up it was going to do what you needed it to do, and you don't necessarily want to kind of let those go, but they are very weathered, just like as you've shown us there. So yeah, giving them a new lease of life. Phenomenal. What have you got there?
This is a little box that we've had in the shed for ages. It's gone a little bit mouldy inside actually, so we'll paint over the inside of that as well. Again, something you'd pick up and think, oh, I don't want to put things in that, do I? Well, if we just paint inside, that covers all of that and it just starts to look brand new. You know that the wood's going to be nice and protected. No, there's no rust on there, but it doesn't matter because this is wood and it works perfectly and it goes on really, really quickly, as you can see there. So then we can repurpose this. We can start to store our craft items in there, maybe some beads and something like that, and we can also paint the front of it, and if we need to paint a label on there or stick a label on there, absolutely perfect. But it just repurposed.
I'm just wondering if you could use chalk and kind of chalk a label on there because of the finish.
If we've got some chalk, we could always try it. I've got a bit of slate
later
here.
on, aren't you? So we might find some.
Yeah.
We'll be back later on with Richard. He's going to love this.
Yeah. Oh, you don't want to say you're going to be addicted to it. I don't want to say that at all, but I am, because you'll just start to look around your home and you'll go out and you'll see your drain pipes, for example. Now, your guttering, this is going to be perfect for your guttering and your drain pipes. Again, this is something that gets weathered and it gets worn, and then it can make the house look a bit tired. Well, you can take this and you can go outside, you can paint it on your pipework, as I did here, and you can see just how different that looks.
Yeah,
you don't need to go and buy why go and buy brand new piping when you can just paint it?
Curb appeal? Because if you're looking at selling your house, and people find it on the internet, they're going to have a little nose before they make an appointment to come and do a viewing. They'll do that kind of, that curb view, won't they? They'll drive past to have a little look. Can you imagine seeing two houses with different styles of pipework, one where it's been treated, one where it hasn't?
Yes.
Straight away, you would naturally be drawn to the one that looks as if it's been looked after.
Yeah, do you know what? We are house proud, but we also want to look after the pennies. So it's important to keep things that they're going to last a long time rather than keep buying and rebuying, and it just means that you can do this yourself as well. So on your pipe work, even if it's black, for example, if you've got some shiny pipe work outside like this, even if you get some of the paint and change it to a satin finish, for some reason, for me, it just looks more classy and you don't notice it as much. When you've got the shine on it, you've got the sun shining, it can look a bit, again, dated, it can look a bit worn. But when you've got that satin finish, even going over the black, you don't get that reflection as much and it just looks classier.
And sometimes when the sun's on a pipe work for any length of time, it can kind of weather it, not only with the actual paint coming away from it, but also almost, well, it bleaches, doesn't it? Sunlight can bleach things as well. And like you say, it just makes it all look. And it's nice having everything coming together, because it might be that your front door was fitted, I don't know, 5 years ago. The pipe work was 10 years ago. Maybe your electric box, you know where your meter is, maybe that was fitted a long time ago, but you're wanting to bring everything together. Then painting everything together means that it all looks uniform. Now, we are very, very busy with regards to this one. Lots of you are taking advantage of it. You can see the details are on your screen there. You're going to get your litre pot of this for just £27.99. Janice has been showing us just how far it goes. A little really does go a long way, and we are so busy with this, so much so that a quarter of the stock has gone. Now, of course, it's on the same item number if you want to go for multiples of these. So if you're thinking to yourself, right, I've got some ideas for this, I'm going to get that litre pot, but you know what, I'm going to get a spare. So you've got one to use, and then you've got another one that's going to sit in your garage or your shed or wherever you want to keep it, because of course it comes fully protected. You've got your fabulous kind of, I love this idea of recycling the packaging. It comes with the packaging, so you can just literally pop it in the shed, out of the way, if you've not got a plan to use it straight away. But when you do need it, you've got it there. It's not having to think about it. It's there, ready to go. Whether it's a little job that you need to do, could be just for the garden lock, or it might be a larger project like your chimney, as you can see there. But you know it is there. So as soon as you see the situation, and I think I kind of can resonate with what Janice is saying, when you've got a product that works so well, you are literally like this, right, okay, I've got my paintbrush, what else can I do? And you'll be going around looking for those projects, giving them a new lease of life. And you're going to have the neighbours wanting to know where you got it from as well, because it's one of those things that they're going to have a little bit of a neighbour envy, dare I say it. Now, 30% of the stock has gone. Now, we don't often get to see one coat black here at the craft store very often, so take advantage while you've got the chance. And as you can see there, Janice has been telling us so many fabulous projects with this one. 962286. Janice, we are so busy for this.
Oh, yeah, I'm so chuffed, I really am. This is water-based as well, so you can wash your brushes out with water. It's low odour. So if you wanted to paint in your home like I did with the inside of my fireplace, if you've got a stove, by the way, inside, you can paint the stove. It's heat resistant up to high temperatures. So you can paint inside, so it's low odour, really easy to clean, which is fabulous. So we can use it inside, we can use it outside. We can also use it on our cars.
Okay.
Faded bumpers.
Wow.
Yeah, you know how bumpers, some of the old bumpers, the black ones, they go faded over time, they get old and grey. How about...
Oh my goodness.
Exhaust. I know, it's a big exhaust, isn't it? But you can paint your exhaust. Yes, they get all rusty, don't they? But this is going to give you a chance to keep it protected, so car parts as well.
And that can be expensive, can't it, if you've got to go and get that fixed?
Certainly can. Even if it's just the part of the exhaust that you see that comes out the back, so to speak, that makes it look just so much better. And if you're trying to sell your car, painting your bumpers, which is brilliant. And that kind of plastic that the bumpers are made of is a similar plastic to your water butts or your garden waste bins. I think I've got a picture of the water butt that will show you.
Okay.
This is something I picked up from the marketplace. It was £20. I think it's a 200 litre water butt.
Oh, that's a big one.
Yeah, normally that would cost about £90 brand new. So I bought it and I thought, well, I'm going to give it a paint to make it look brand new. There you go.
Wow.
So think about maybe going on to places like, you know, online auction sites, car boot sites and things like that, and buying items and then maybe selling them.
Yeah, that's a good
Maybe
point.
selling them, you know. Let's not throw these things away.
I've just noticed your apron as well. I mean, fabric is one of the kind of most fluid mediums. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. You can paint it. Look at that.
I love it. A bit of body painting. Amazing.
Oh, absolutely.
No, because if it's going onto fabric, it needs to kind of mould in with those fibres, because otherwise it just crack and peel away, but it hasn't.
This apron, actually, it's a kind of fibre. You know your outdoor camping chairs?
Got you, yes.
Outdoor camping chairs be ideal for that.
That's a good idea.
And it's not going to, if I'll just put the nice little peruse over there. Good job, I painted the pocket at the bottom rather than something else.
Just remember that's there, because you'll end up with it all over your hands.
Yeah. So your camp chairs, okay, so you do roll those up, you put them away. You can see that, just giving that a bit of a crumble.
Oh,
it's not
my
cracking at all. So think about that.
What about ground sheets and things like that? Do you think you could try it on there?
Yeah, ground sheets. I mean, maybe you do have stalls. Maybe when we go back to doing markets outside, you've got some of the tarpaulin that goes over the stalls. Something like that, even. You could try it. Who's to say you can't put it on an umbrella, an old umbrella? I don't know. Give it a go.
Do you do like a test piece if you're not too sure? Or
Yeah, do a test piece. But I think the more hardier the fabric, it will go onto leather as well. So give that a try. If you've got any old leather seats outside, for example, or inside, give it a go. If it's old, you're going to throw it out anyway. Give it a go. You don't know.
Nothing to lose, is there?
Yeah.
No?
I thought I'd put it to the ultimate test. This is a rusty chimney that one of my neighbours, Suzanne, brought up after I requested on our little chat online, does anyone have anything rusty? Suzanne came pelting up the drive with this one.
Because queuing up.
Well, they are, because I did do another chimney for a friend that turned out perfectly. So when Suzanne brought this up, I thought, do you know what? This really is old and rusty, isn't it? I mean, that's seen better days. And although to some people, to some crafters, they would say, Janice, just leave it as it is. It looks fabulous. I agree. I really do. But in time, that's going to disintegrate. It's just going to go.
Yes.
Which means you're going to have to put your hand in your pocket and buy another one. Because it's nice to sit round the chimney of an evening.
Yeah.
So very, very rusty. As you can see there's a lot of rust. So let's just take a look at what we do.
So again, just brush off the flaky bits?
Yeah, brush off the flaky bits. I'm not going to go over a wire brush with this. Normally you would, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
You'd spend 2 days wire brushing that down.
I think that's what puts us off. Do just think, oh, do you know what? I'm just going to go and buy a new one, and then the old one ends up in landfill or wherever.
This, look at this, just paint it straight on. That is going to devour the rust. It's going to start eating away at it. Hopefully, by the end of the 1 o'clock show, this will be painted. It will be dry within the hour for when I pack away, and then I'll take this home, and Suzanne can be burning her logs in this.
She could be out this
tonight.
evening, couldn't she? Yeah, quite easily.
But you see the little detail on there. I didn't notice that detail before. See that little pattern? But the paint's, the paint's bringing out the detail. So, how easy is this? How quick is this as well? And also could be profitable for you because, again, you pick something like this up, somebody doesn't want it anymore because they don't have one coat, you have one coat. I'd probably
really
recommend...
You could actually you'd sell this and, well, you'd make more than the cost of the paint, wouldn't you? The whole tin.
I would probably, this is a good sturdy one, I'd probably class this... I don't know, £79, £90,
easily,
if not more. If not more, and that's the ones that are made today. As you can see, this is an older one, so I think this is more sturdy.
Now, you know Denise, who sent the picture in earlier on.
Yes.
She's been back in touch because I was asking if she was an avid DIYer, because this is the thing. If you're completely new and you don't consider yourself to be kind of a DIY nature, should I say, then you might be a little bit nervous about it. But Denise has said she's not. She likes upcycling, but it's the first time that she's ever actually worked with something like this, and she just found it so easy to use.
Oh, do you know what? I had a picture sent in to me by Christine, and thank you, Christine, for the picture. She painted her UVPC door.
Oh, I always get those numbers. Those in the wrong order.
Yeah. Now, somebody asked me if they can use this on composite. I can't see why not. Okay. But they painted their door. They didn't send me a before and after, but they just sent me a picture of their door. We'll try and find it. Nice black door, but it just looked fantastic. It was white before, and she decided to take the paint and paint it black. We'll see if we can find that in a moment. But it looked brilliant.
And don't forget, if you're watching this and you're thinking, I've got pictures, I've got photographs, even if it is a case of that you've not got a before, give us a photo of what you've actually created now and how it looks now, how fresh and amazing it looks, and get in touch, studio@thecraftstore.com if you do want to send those through. But you can see here, the coverage that you are getting is phenomenal.
Yeah, it really is. And this is, I'm just putting one coat on here. This is so rusty. I mean, that really has seen better days.
And also your brush, you're not actually getting it coming off onto your brush, if you know what I mean, as well, so that's a good thing.
Yeah, absolutely. The rust converter, it's eating it. As soon as it's impacted on there, remember, give your paint a good stir. It's very, very important. But then it just comes back looking brand new. And I just think it's absolutely fantastic to have paint at hand that will not only go onto your rusty elements around your home and bring them back to life, but also will work on your woodwork. It will bring back your plastic back to life, and it gives you a chance now to take these items that you'd normally be thinking of taking down the tip, don't, upcycle, recycle and repurpose, which is quite a buzzword at the moment. Now I'm painting the outside of the chimney because it's heat resistant. That's important. Don't just go out and say, well, I'm just going to go and get that nice branded black paint that's on the shelves that they say is great for upcycling. And it is great for upcycling, but it's not heat resistant. And you need paint that's going to be heat resistant when you're putting it onto your chimneys like this, because these get hot. Don't paint the inside, just paint the outside. Just like this burning bin right here. Again, this is something you have down the allotment. The rustier the better. Doesn't it look authentic? Yeah, but then it starts to disintegrate.
Well, this is it. It might look authentic, but when it's got holes in it, then you can't use it.
No, you can't. It will start to disintegrate. You've got to go out and buy another one, and sometimes these can be hard to buy, especially this size. And they're expensive. Things are going up in money all the time.
Yeah, that's true.
But we're just repurposing, and this goes on beautifully. It really does, and you can see the detail that's coming out in that now, and it's going to have that lovely satin finish. You know, it's heat resistant. I'm not going to paint the inside, but just painting the outside brings it back looking like new. And I can continue using this or repurpose it. I might want to turn it into a plant pot or something like that.
I've just noticed the piece to the side of you there.
Yeah, now,
this has got a lot of detail in it.
I was really lucky. Again, I've got to say thank you to everybody. I put a shout out onto Facebook, onto one of the village Facebook sites. I said, if anyone's got anything that's rusty, can I come and pick it up? There were a few husbands left outside, but I passed them by.
Sitting at the end of the driveway with their little bags.
Bless them. Sorry, mate, I can't use you. But this was left out. When I first saw it, I thought it was plastic. But it's iron. It's raw iron. Is it raw iron? Well, it's iron. And it is amazing. And again, with that rusty look, yeah, it looks fabulous. But to repurpose this and to paint it black, which means it's going to stay with me now for perhaps another 10 years, or I could sell it. I could. Why not? But you'll see there's lots of detail in there in those roses. I could go over the rose with some outdoor paint if I want to, so I could bring out the detail of the roses. How about that? That'd be a good idea.
Well, when you think about, I mean, many of our crafters will be watching, and we've got products that you can kind of potentially go over the top with a bit of gilding wax and things like that. I mean, some of these products that we've got in our craft room, we can use outdoors as well to add accents, to add interest. So you can make it even more decorative if you wanted to.
Yeah, you could. You absolutely could. That's going on a dream, isn't it?
Beautiful.
And it's picking out all of the detail, and it's going to have that really nice satin finish.
Oh my
as well.
goodness, this stuff is amazing. We are busy. We are incredibly busy. Now, with regards to your 1 litre pot, just to let you know, half of the stock has gone. My goodness. If you're wanting to get hold of yours, you've got a full litre in here, as you can see, £27.99. A little goes a long way. Don't forget to follow the guidelines that you will find actually on the tin, so you don't have to worry about it. It will be there as soon as you receive it. But as Janice has said, just make sure that you get that mix, because you've got components in here that need to come together to make them the most powerful way of protecting and painting and restoring all sorts of different things that you've got. So if you want to get hold of that one, then the details are there, 962286. Janice is going to be back a little bit later with more from this one. But if you're wanting yours and you're wanting it now, which is what I would suggest you do because it's so busy for it, then do make sure you're getting your order in as soon as you possibly can. So yeah, if you fancy getting hold of that, please do so. Now, we've got another product to tell you about here. Now, this one is called Weather Out, and we've got 2 different colour tones with regard to this one. You've got your black and your grey. Now, with this one, straight away, emergency. As soon as you see that word emergency, you know this is something that you need to have just in case. So what we've got here is you've got your fabulous, well, I don't know, Janice, what have we got here?
Right. So there's nothing worse than that noise of drip, 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 drip. And then you go outside and you stand in a massive puddle, or you go outside to see what that noise is and something just pours on your head. Because your roof is leaking, your guttering is leaking, that can affect your garden. If you've got slabs down, that water can chip away, chip away, chip away, and it can damage your garden areas. And you don't want those cracks getting any bigger to do any more damage. And again, it's all about saving money, isn't it? So this is going to save you money, and it is, like you say, in an emergency when it's raining, you can go out and use this instantly. Now, let me grab my brush that I've got here, and I'll show you how this works. First of all, proof is always in the pudding, isn't it? So, cardboard box. Let's start with the cardboard box. Normally, cardboard box, if you pour water into it, what happens? goes all the way through.
Well, why
Goes all
would
the
you
way
put
through.
water in a cardboard box? But
Well,
yeah, I mean,
exactly.
look at this. I mean, this
Exactly.
is going to illustrate it perfectly if you can cope with this.
Yep, so you pour the water in and that's not coming out of that cardboard box. Why? Because we have painted it with our weatherall. Tiny bit coming out the side there, so do you know what?
That's
because
kind of a
that's
seam,
lifted
isn't it?
up,
Yeah.
we'll put some weatherall over that.
Oh, right,
And we'll
okay.
seal that. So that's what we'll do. Something else to show you. A sieve. Then the water's going to go straight through there, isn't it?
Of course it is, yeah.
Of course it is. So there you go. Water's going to go through the sieve. But we've painted one side with the weather out. There you go. Pop that on there. That's not going through at all, is it?
So it's going over the holes completely.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, so that has covered that beautifully. I just painted that on the inside. Don't go and get your sieves, because you need your sieves at home, of course.
Yes,
but
yeah.
that just demonstrates to you how this works. So let me just pop that down. Let's see what we've got here. Let's see if we've got any holes in this one, for example. Here we go. Let's fill that up. Might have some holes in this one. Let's give it a squeeze. Is this the one I've put? No, do you know what? It's not the one I've put holes in. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I'll put holes in that a little later on. But let's open. I knew I had two the same, but don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Let's open up the paint that we've got. So.
Okay, yes. So with this one, obviously we were learning about how we had to mix the one coat previously. Is it a similar sort of idea with this one?
No, you
okay,
don't need to mix this. When I open this up, you'll see exactly why. There you go. Now, this does have an odour, and you will need white spirits using this,
So it's
because
kind of like
you
an
can
oil
see,
base, yeah.
you can see there on the top that oil base has just come out. So you can just stir that with your brush. If you want to stir it with something else, then you can do. But you'll see the fibres that are in there.
Oh,
So that's-
wow, yes.
yeah.
It's almost like little hairs in there, yeah?
Yeah, very, very gloopy, little hairs in there, but that's the key. That's the key to this. So because you've got those fibres, they will congeal together and they will, well, they'll go over any of those cracks, any of those holes, for example, and they'll just fill them in. So if I take this sieve, for example, and start painting in here, you can see there, we're on the overhead, there you go. Whilst the sieve is wet, it doesn't matter, I can still take this, get a fair bit on your brush, I'll rest that there, and you can start painting over that, and that's now going to seal the holes, but you'll see the fibres as I lift them up. So that's giving you the science behind it. So if you do have a leak in your roof and it is raining, for example, or you're guttering, for example, always get an expert round if you've got a leaky roof, of course.
Oh, yeah.
But if you've got like a felt roof or something like that, you can just simply go over that and it will cover in the holes. Now, if the holes are bigger than, let's say, a sieve, for example, I would get some tape, perhaps a little bit like this.
Okay.
And you'll place that over the larger cracks and then paint your weather out over that.
Okay.
Because
So
it's going to congeal over.
This is, I mean, the key thing is emergency with this one. And these are the situations. If anything's going to go wrong, you know it's going to happen probably 5 o'clock on Christmas Eve. And then it's like, OK, you're not going to get an emergency service come out to do a plumber or a roofer Christmas Eve. You'll be lucky if you get them before New Year. And that's even if you're booking them in advance, to be fair. So this is something that's just going to keep you going until you can get the experts out to take a closer look. It might be that the repair that you've done will be sufficient. You won't need to do anything else. But if you leave it, if you leave that hole or you leave that drip and it's going to be making more and more damage, then stands a chance that you will need to get a further repair done as time goes on. So it's kind of like a multi-purpose. One, it's going to kind of help you. It's going to give you a bit of time till you can get the experts around to have a double check on it. But also, it could be all that you need to fix that problem that you've got. So as you can see, it's a 1 kilo pot. You've got 2 different colours. You've got your black and your grey. It's up to you. Both, I'm guessing, perform exactly the same with regards to these. Is that right, Janet?
Yeah, they do. It just depends on your guttering, doesn't it? If you've got black guttering, go for black. If you've got grey guttering, go for grey, but if you've got black guttering, you can only get the grey. That's fine, because you're going to be painting it on the inside, so no one's going to see it.
That's a good point, yes.
No one's going to see it. Another good point about this, there are other products on the market that will do something similar to this. Trust me, I've tried. But the only thing is, some of them are very thin, and they can go... If you've got a hole, for example, we've got some holes on here. if you get some of the paint that's on the market, and I'm not going to name any names, I'm not going to, you know, put them down too much, but it's just interesting. The reason why this has got all those fibres in there is because when you've got holes like that, when you paint over, yes, it will go into the hole, and sometimes that can seep all the way through. You can see that that's just gone to the end, but it's not actually pouring its way all the way through. So that means it's going to keep it nice in place. It's not going to drip down, for example, but it's going to cover those holes and make sure that the water just rushes down and doesn't go down into your gardens.
I love it. Absolutely brilliant. And just that quick little job. The thing as well that alerts me to it as well is it doesn't have to be a bright, sunny, dry day for you to use this. That is the key thing. Even if it's just a little bit of rain, then you can get out there, you can do that temporary repair until you can get a better look at it. But what a brilliant way. And at $19.99, such an affordable way. Again, it's something that's going to sit in your garage. Hopefully you won't ever need to use it, but it stands a chance that you will. So having it there ready for you to grab hold of with a moment's notice, then it's always good to know, isn't it? Two different colours. You've got your grey, you've got your black in there. As we heard from Janice, they're both identical with regards to the composition and the way you're going to work with them. It's purely down to the aesthetics. Do you need grey? Do you need black? Then of course you can go for this. Instead, if you want to go for both, you can do. But as Janice said, it doesn't really matter if it's going on the inside of something. You're not going to see it. If it's up on your garage roof, you're probably not going to see it. But you might have a preference, so that's why we're bringing you preferences available. Now, something else I need to tell you about is this. Oh my goodness, this humdinger of a bottle. As you can see, this is your roots out. Now, this isn't a way of getting your hair done. This is a way of getting rid of your moss and algae. And you are getting a huge container, 5 litres of this one. And you can see there, not only is it going to help you with, again, the look of it, it's actually going to kill the moss and the algae. And this is something that is phenomenal that you can use. I can't wait to hear more about this one, but what you can actually do with this one is give again a whole lease of life to around your home. And I'm just looking on the back here. I mean, it looks as if it's so easy to work with. So roots out. Janice, tell me about this.
Okay, so have a look outside on your patios, especially at this time of year when things are getting a little bit more moist outside. And you've got your moss that's going in between the cracks of your paving, or if you've got block paving, for example. It's really time consuming and exhausting to go and get one of those wire brushes and get all of that moss out. You've probably done it and you look back and you go, that's a great job. Look at all the moss, it's all gone. And then in a few days' time, you go out and it's all coming back again. That's because you've not get rid of the roots. You've not got rid of the root, should I say, yeah. You've only scraped the top off. So you need to get to the problem, you need to get to the source, you need to get to the roots. So with this, you put it in your watering cans. Make sure it's a separate watering can than the one that you water your garden with. It's a 1:10 ratio. If you have more of the solution than water, that's okay. It doesn't matter if it's a little stronger. It's a 1:10 ratio, and you just simply pour it over the area where the moss is and leave it. Walk away, leave it. Do it where it's going to be dry maybe the next day, so it soaks into the roots, and then the moss, it's really unfortunate, I know, but the moss will just die. Okay, and it's not going to come back. So you're getting to the roots of the problem. And then you can either just let it disintegrate away, or then you can go out and then you can just give it a bit of a chip. And your moss is gone, but what's also gone are the roots as well, so it's not going to come back.
I love it. Is this the sort of thing that I put on my patio? You know, when you kind of get that green, the slimy bit that's very, very dangerous with regards to it. So maybe you could use it in loads of different ways, to be honest. You could pop it on there and clean up the area that you've got outside, but especially for the moss, which I think is a really good idea because it's getting into the nitty-gritty. So $18.99 if you wanted to get hold of yours, 835-684 if you're wanting to get hold of that. But the star of the hour, if I can bring in the Wonka, oh my goodness, you have been getting hold of this in your droves. I can't wait to see what you're actually using this on. Everybody's been very quiet, very shy. They're not sharing their images or telling us their plans. But what sorts of things might they be using it on then, Janice?
Right, okay, let's use it. Okay, something like this, for example. Again, from my allotment, this is a little bit of edging that you can put around your lawn. You'll see that it's seen better days. Probably Hazel from Pink Frog Crafts will absolutely love that. Say, don't paint it, Janice. And I agree. It looks fabulous, but when it needs to be out in the garden, it's nice to have it nice and neat, and against the green, it's going to look absolutely fantastic. So this is just some old wood. As you can see, you can pick these up again. Lots of people just throw these out, but don't. You just take your one coat, and you just need one coat on it. Yes, it's a rust converter, but it's also going to protect the wood as well, and you can see just how beautifully that goes on. It's so easy, Hayley, that you will have so much time on your hands to sit back and enjoy the fruits of your labour. I think on this you probably just need one coat. If you want to put another one on there, you can. And then when you get to the top where it's a bit more porous, for example, I just get a little bit more paint and just dab that on, and that will just go into those grooves. Come back to it. If it's soaked in and dried, remember this is water-based, you can just simply go over it again and give it another coat if you want to. But it means it's going to be protected from the rain. And you can just simply paint over that, and you can put that back in your garden, but it looks brand new. And if you wanted to paint over that, you can do with some outdoor paint or acrylic paint. Really easy to do so. So that's your wood. So think about your fences and your gates.
And I'm just thinking as well, we had to buy some of this. It's actually the one that we bought was actually on a roll, and I couldn't get over how expensive it was. And that's a few years ago. And recently we've been out looking for kind of wood for different projects around the home. And at the moment, it's so expensive to buy these kinds of things. So why not give a new look to what you've got already and keep those pennies?
Yeah, absolutely. Terracotta as well. This is something that can crack in the winter, but also can look a little bit lacklustering as well. This is a new one, I know, but you can buy brand new ones and just paint over them, and then you could add your own detail if you want to. The brush strokes doesn't really matter. You could go down, you could go across. It dries with no brush strokes, so you won't be able to see your brush strokes after you've done that. But just using this to go over, very, very easy. It'll give you that really nice satin finish. You can see there, painting over that with just some acrylic paint. That was just regular acrylic paint, but if you've got some outdoor paint, that's going to be absolutely fabulous. So that's your terracotta, so that's sorting your garden out. Then we've got an old bit of slate here.
Oh, okay,
this is an old roof slate, actually. You can see the hole at the top just there.
Oh, yeah.
I've got loads of these at home.
See, those would make fabulous door numbers again,
Yeah,
wouldn't they?
yeah.
You need to get that little online shop going, Janice.
I do, yeah. Do you know what? It'd be a great idea. Or you could put your mixed media on here, paint it black. You can see it brings out all the detail, doesn't it? And how easy is that to go on? Already did a bit at the top, which is dry, but very, very easy. Just that beautiful coverage. And then I could perhaps put some acrylic paint on there, put mixed medias on there. I could even hang that, take it into the house. So what was outside on the roof can now come inside, or just make a marker, or like you say, a house number would be absolutely ideal. You pay a lot of money for that.
Love it, absolutely love it. Such a brilliant product, isn't it?
Oh, it really is. Right, let's take, let's get an old rusty hinge. Now, I've painted on this already, but it might need a little bit more paint. Rusty hinges, keep them protected. Maybe this is something on your gate, for example, that's outside. You can also use this on your windows, your plastic windows. The only thing it's not too good on is the, is it the Allen dyes window? Not the aluminium. You know, the original double glazing windows. I think it begins with an A.
I think there were some that were aluminium originally.
I think it is aluminium. Not too good on that. If there's anything that's like a glossy surface, for example, like some of your plastics, you will need 2 coats, but you don't need to do any preparation.
Do you need to key the surface? If it's going on to something that's got quite a smooth finish or a glossier finish, do you need to kind of key the surface for it to bond?
No, this is one coat. You've got your primer in there, so this could work as your key. So if you have got plastic, for example, the chairs at the front, you could put a thin layer on there. That's your primer. I'll come round the front actually and put some on for you to show you.
While you're doing that, we've got some pictures to share with you as well.
Please.
We've had loads of kind of before and after pictures that we've got available to us as well. I'm not quite sure what we've got here. What's this?
This is a plant holder.
Oh,
so you put your plant pots in here and put them on the wall.
Okay.
But that's looking a little bit lacklustering, isn't it? Yeah, it didn't look very good. You can see it's starting to go all sort of like light grey and losing its colour. So painted it. There you go.
Oh my word! Look
it's like brand new, isn't it? Yeah.
That looks fabulous.
Yeah, it looks even better now the plant pots are in it.
Oh, I bet.
That's also a neighbour's. That's Colin and Nita's. So yeah, it looks absolutely fantastic. How about the bases that you put your
your parasols
in.
Yeah.
Take a look at this. So, yeah, that doesn't look too good. By the way, I have repointed my patio. That was a work in progress. That's another story. But then I painted it. It went on a dream.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, now they're expensive.
They are indeed. But the thing is, it's all about experiencing it and enjoying that open space, enjoying that area that, like I say, if you're grabbing a cup of coffee and sitting outside, you don't really want to be sitting out there looking at something that's looking a bit tired and looking flaky and not being very pleasing on the eye. This is going to bring everything together to make it look pleasing, but it's also protecting it at the same time as well. We've got a couple of pictures. What have we got going on here?
Right, that is actually a little light holder that stands in my garden. I bought it when we lost Dee Dee, our little Jack Russell Terrier. It must have been about 5 years ago now, and we've kept a light in it, a solar light in it ever since. But it started to go rusty, and yes, it looks great, but you know what, I wanted to keep it and I wanted to make sure it carries on for years and years. So I painted it, and it just looks so much better.
Doesn't it just? Looks
and the light looks better when it's in there as well.
Well, it kind of set it off more because it's got that black kind of backdrop. Anyway, you were telling us about the seats.
Yeah,
so patio furniture.
Yeah, this is a plastic chair, as you can see. It's quite shiny. So you'd think, right, I need to get some primer on that. Well, because your one coat has the primer, the rust converter in there, if you wanted to just go over it with one coat, and then you can go over it with another coat on top, but more often than not, you won't need to. But if it is a very shiny area, just go over it as you would do perhaps your primer, only you're not buying any primer, there's no more expense, you're just taking your one coat and you're putting it on there. And
you
it's
don't
just
have to rub over it with your wire wool or your sandpaper or anything
your sugar
like
soap
that.
or anything like that. And I didn't sugar soap the door down either, you know, the one that I painted. Whereas lots of people would normally do that. And you know that it's going to be waterproof, so if I wanted to put this chair indoors, I can do, but just placing it back outdoors as well, nice and waterproof. So again, I'll just go over that just loosely, let that dry for 20 minutes, and I'll go over that with another coat, and then that's going to get you that nice satin finish. And it makes all the difference. Don't throw these chairs away. You can repurpose them.
Definitely. And the thing I love about it, it's almost like magic, because when it's dry, obviously it's got the waterproof aspect with regards to it, but it is water-based, so it's easy enough for us to actually clean it up. So it explains here on the jar that you've got, or the tin should I say here, it contains a rust remover, which when applied to metal, it neutralises the rust, leaving a satin black coating. Low odour, so it can be used in the interior or exterior, and ideal for drain pipes, guttering, gates, fence parts, plastic, PVC, glass, metal hinges, wood, brick, stone, and much more. And no primer is required. It's brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
You're probably thinking, well, why paint glass? Because glass you're supposed to see through. It could be for your crafting projects, but also if you've got a shed that's got glass in, or you've bought a shed that's got glass in, you don't want people poking through and having a look to see what you've got in the shed. You might have a light in there, so you don't need natural light coming in. You could paint this on the inside, and then it just stops anybody seeing what you've got inside the shed, you know, which is a good idea. But again, just back to this chimney, this is how this effective. I've got to get this painted today. We have got so much rust on here, it really is in a bad way, or a good way, depending on how much you like things. But I'm not doing any kind of prep. If there's any loose flaky paint, I'll take that off, as you would any kind of project. But I'm not going to get a wire brush to that. It takes too long, and it's just a waste of time. And I need to watch Leicester City's match again on TV. So in order for me to watch the rerun, I need to get my painting done, don't I? Because I don't want to spend too much time on this. So this is how easy it goes on. I'm not worried about how rusty this is. It's going to devour the rust. The rust isn't going to come back through because I've given the paint a really good stir. I recommend that if you're outside and you're working, if after 20 minutes you're still using the paint, give it just another good stir again, because remember, we're reactivating all of those ingredients in there. And we can just keep painting. This is a bit smoother at the top, but it still goes on a dream. So this is a nice
and I love it. So we're literally down to the last couple of minutes, but I know that because this is so speedy for you to actually paint on, that you can see just how quickly it's all coming together. You don't need to kind of dedicate a whole weekend to a project like this. This is a kind of project that you might think, right, I'll get it done at the weekend, and then you get it done within perhaps half an hour, and it's like, right, okay, now what else can I coat? Because it's one of those things that once you've got the lid off that jar, you're going to be wandering around, not just the garden and your garage and your shed, you'll be wandering around the house having a little look to see what else you can use it on as well. And of course the beauty is not only is it making whatever it is you're painting look amazing, it's protecting it as well. I think that's the key thing. We've got to remember we're protecting too.
Yeah, I mean, I love that. You know, I don't want to stop in between shows. Once you get started, because of the ease of use, and it's all about the ease of use, it's all about feeling confident, it's all about standing back and going, I did that, look at that. And this is going to look brand new. It really, really is. The only thing is, I've got to give it back.
Oh, that's the downside,
I know,
isn't it?
and I don't want to, because it's going to look absolutely amazing. Remember, you can even use this on your fabrics as well. So if you've got any like tarpaulin or camp seats that you don't want, you can use it on your fabric as well. I'm just going to continue to paint myself all day.
It's amazing. So whatever surface you're wanting to put on it, don't forget, as the label says on there, make sure you are stirring it well. That's one of the key things, because you've got components in here that when they come together, they are creating that incredible rust converter and paint all in one. Janice, thank you so much.
You're welcome. I'll see you at 1.
You will indeed. I know Rich is going to be absolutely amazed by this. He'll have a list as long as his arm, I'm sure, before he leaves for the day. So if you're wanting yours, details are on your screen, but be quick. Over 50% of the stock is gone. Busy. Oh, we've got a lovely hour coming up, so grab yourself a cuppa and join our lovely Trish and Rich straight after the break. Then we're back with a one-day special. That'll be 2 Haleys in 1 hour, and then we're back with DIY Essentials.
Hello, I'm Carol.
And I'm Hayley.
And together we are the Dreamies.
Dreamies have been around for 11 years now. We started with CD-ROMs, we've developed into stamps, paper pads, dies, we've now got the Dinky Inkies range as well.
We design everything in-house and we manufacture in the UK. We produce tutorials to inspire you to get the most from our products.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the Craft Store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from FIFO. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hi, I'm Hayley from Craft Yourself Silly, and I'm really excited to be working with you guys here at the Craft Store. We've been here since the very beginning, and hopefully we'll continue to bring you lots of new and exciting soft craft projects. So make sure you join me and Craft Yourself Silly here at the Craft Store.
Hi, I'm Abs from AALL Create. I've been crafting for over 10 years now, and I love stamping, stenciling, creating layers of colours, textures, and creating depth and dimension. AALL Create was established in October 2016, collaborating with a group of designers and artists from all over the world, bringing different designs and products in different styles. We pride ourselves with high-quality photopolymer clear stamp sets, dies, stencils, washi tapes and acrylic blocks, all in different size and formats. I hope to bring you inspiration and different ways of using your craft products. Make sure you don't miss the AALL Create shows.
Oh yay, 11 o'clock and all is well. And it's about to get even weller, because I'm here with Trish for our So Totally Trisha Hour. Trish, good morning again. Good morning. Last left you with about 30 seconds to put together something and left you hanging there. Oh, I tell you what, I'm going to, before you show me that, Trisha, before you show me that, and while we get your microphone, I'm going to show you what we've got today in our So Totally Hour. So Trish will leave you to get some sound on, and in the meantime, this is what we have for our So Totally Hour here. We're going to start off with our hexiform pack here. This is our English piecing paper piecing, I should say. Hexiform pack is $34.99, and the item number is 638637. So, Trish, you're back.
I am back.
You're back. Yeah, hurrah! You had me worried for a second there.
I didn't realise I'd gone.
Oh, I heard in my ear, we've lost Trish. I'm thinking, I can see her. She's right in front, she's right in front of me. What's going on? You're back. Yes, so talk us through this kit that we have here, Trisha, the hexiform.
The hexiform.
Yeah.
Right, the hexiform kit is a starter kit which gives you everything you need if you're beginning English paper piecing. But even if you've done some of that before, this is different in that rather than papers, we're using hexiform. Now, hexiform are those little hexagon shapes that are different. They're not paper. They are a combination of two, I don't know, two fabrics or two, but there's got a fluffy side and it's got a smooth side. And rather than with English paper piecing, where you basically fold fabric over paper, and either hold it together by tacking through it or putting glue on the back to hold it over the paper. With this, you can do the same, but you leave the hexiform in. After you've normally done English paper piecing over papers, at the end of your project you take all the papers out, which is a little bit time consuming. It's nice when you're doing a little bit, but when you've got a load to take out and they don't quite, you stitch through some and it doesn't come out easily enough, it does get a bit tedious.
And this is what you can make with it, of course.
You can.
$34.99 for that, 638637. Thank you very much, Trish. You get the glue gun with that, the glue pen, I should say, as well, and you got everything you need with that. Moving on, this is English paper piecing stash builder kit. It's a box here of fabric squares. You've got two options here. You've got the everyday, which you can see right in front of me here, and then you've got Christmas over here as well. This is $14.99, 040209 is the item number for this. So what are we going to use this for, Trish?
Well, these, I did them as squares, so they're scrap squares, but they're all off the bolt and cut, ready for, in particular, using your hexiform for your English paper piecing patchwork. So they're just the right size for putting your 1-inch hexagons on the reverse side and using those with very little wastage to fold over and make your hexagon pieces.
That's perfect, isn't it? So, so these are 2.5 inches, are they?
They are
squares. Yeah.
They might not be exactly, but they are. I'm cutting them at 2.5. Good enough for your hexagons.
And you get lots and lots of different patterns and colours here as well. There's a whole.
They're mainly Moda and Macawa, which are very good quality fabrics.
Perfect. So there you go. Two options, as I say. Got everyday. You've got Christmas. This is very popular as well as we get to that time of the year. $14.99 for that. Moving on, we have ourselves a scrap box here as well. Have a look. Another two options for you to choose from. It's everyday and Christmas. So here's everyday, and you can see here again lots and lots of different patterns. Look, we've got it looks like a bee or a wasp on that one there. We've also got lots of flowers here on this pearl background. We've got stripes like a rainbow colour, lots of reds here. But these are a lot bigger than our squares. So what are you going to use these for?
Well, these are just for doing any scrappy projects. So the pieces, there will be a lot of pieces about 8 by 6, which is the size of the box. But there may be some strips that are wider. There might be some fat eights.
See, so you really are getting all sorts of odds and ends and bits and pieces.
Right.
A little something that, so you could just dive into this box and think, I've got something to cover myself here.
They're all big enough for the hexagons, but you can cut charm squares out, 5-inch squares out of it. All sorts of things. You can use some of it for binding edges of quilts. Any scrappy quilts, even with strips, triangles, all sorts.
I'm enjoying sort of rummaging through this and also knowing at the same time that Bernie, our floor manager, has got to tidy this all up. So the more I do, which I have license to do because I'm on air, she's giving me daggers right now. That's the everyday kit here, and then this is the Christmas kit here. This sold out in the early show, but we put it back on extended delivery, which is good. So it's back. 25th of October is when it would be dispatched. It's not, I mean, that's plenty of time for Christmas, isn't it? But it's proved that popular, Trish, and no wonder. Obviously, look at the colours anyway. Not only is Christmas coming and it's seasonal, but it's just really pretty to look at, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, they're not actually remnants, or they're not bought in to make a scrap box up. They are cut from the bolt, so they're mostly current fabrics. This season's fabrics, this year's fabrics. And you'll see that lots of them are foiled as well. So they're all really good quality fabrics.
You spend a lot of time cutting these, don't you? Yeah. There we go. Look at that. Too much time by the looks of your face there. If you want a hand at any point, I'll give you a hand. No problem.
That would be lovely.
So that's on extended delivery. As I say, half the stock of our extended delivery has already gone. So it's sold out this morning. It's going to sell out again, isn't it? In this hour. Let's be honest. So I get on with that one. 904 731 904 731 14.99 to pick up your everyday or your Christmas scrap box of fabric. Now we've got a braided wreath for you here. Look at this. We've actually got to the finished version. Look at that. You could have that hanging up in time for Christmas. Really pretty. Put that on your front door, would you?
You could do,
yeah, or on your
indoors.
mantelpiece.
I would take it in again in the evening, just in case.
Yes.
Yes.
Or or maybe just like hanging over of a pillar of your stairwell.
Yeah. Or over a mantelpiece.
Off a mirror.
Yeah.
Wherever you like, on the wall.
Yeah.
Yeah. Perfect. This is sold out twice. It's that popular. This is sold out twice. Wow, it's going to be dispatched now from the 1st of November. 095845. You're getting the full kit, so you can see at the front here everything you need to actually stuff the wreath itself. You've got all the fabrics. You've got the ribbon as well. Instructions.
Instructions, yes.
Comes with instructions. That's good to know. So you're not just trying to make it up on the spot. It's all that. So with the instructions and all this, could a beginner do it?
Yes, absolutely. Yes. It is very, very easy. If we get time towards the end, I'll show you how to make the fabric bow, because that is made, it's not a pre-bought one, and that is very straightforward as well.
Well, I'll tell you what, we're going to have a lot of things selling out, I reckon, in this hour. That's $19.99 for that one, 095845, the So Totally Trisha Christmas Braided Wreath Kit. Let's keep the Christmas theme going, and we've got this to hang up next to it, if you want. This is our Christmas tree wall hanging kit here. And as you can see, it's made up of lots of little triangles here. All the materials are down here for it. We've also got lots of little bows, gold bows, and we've got the red ribbon. This is obviously the stuffing that goes inside it. This has sold out, but it's back on extended delivery. It's the 25th of October that this will be dispatched from now, so it's good that we managed to get hold of some more. It's $24.99. The item code is 878737. Again, great for Christmas, great for decorating the house with.
Absolutely, and it will come out year after year. I made a slightly different one the previous year, and that hangs up with my house all year round.
That's the beauty about anything like this. Is that it takes me back to my own Christmas as a child. That every year, my parents would get out the Christmas decorations, and it just keeps going forever. You add new things to it, but you never get rid of anything. You just get more and more and more. So once you've made this, it's like you're talking 20, 30 years.
Yes,
you might pass it down to your kids.
Yep. Yeah. And it's all cut to size as well. So you've got all the triangles rather than just some pieces of fabric, and you've got to cut it out. So you can start making it straight away as soon as it lands.
Something really satisfying about decorating your house with Christmas decorations that you made yourself. 30% of this extended delivery stock has already gone. So remember, it's sold out earlier on in our first hour. In the second hour, a third of it has already gone. So again, if you want to take advantage of that price, $24.99, it is new today. Make sure you do get onto the website. 878737 is the item code for that one. $24.99. Now, I believe you were making this a little bit earlier.
That's right.
Trisha, our Dresden centerpiece kit here. This one's got 3 options here. $12.99 is the price. The 3 options are silver here, as you can see on your left. In the centre we have gold, and over here we have traditional. I believe the traditional is doing the best. Yes, that's sold out. That one's coming back on extended as well, so extended delivery, so you can order that one still, but you'd have to wait from the 25th of October for that one to be dispatched. The other 2 are good for the moment. Obviously very popular, all told. And you were in the middle of making one earlier, but you're going to finish it off in a minute.
I am indeed, yes.
That's good to know. That's $12.99 for that one. That's 179005 for our So Totally Trisha Christmas tree Dresden centerpiece kit, I should say. Not Christmas tree, the Dresden centerpiece kit. I was looking down the bottom of the screen there. Moving on, we have Crystal Lane charm pack here, as you can see. Now, this actually makes the the actual bag that we're seeing here?
Well, you use the charm pack to make the bag. You do add wadding or styleville to go in it, and a little bit of lining fabric, but the main part of it behind you, yeah.
Ooh,
is
this here?
Yes.
So using this, we can make this?
That's right, yeah. And
That's
have some
impressive.
of the charm squares left over.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
So it is a Christmassy one, but you wouldn't really think it is.
No, you could use that any time of the year,
Yes,
couldn't
yeah.
you? That's
So-
just a very pretty blue.
Yeah,
And
Tracy, who made the sample for me, popped the Christmas ones. There's some little snowmen on the inside edge of the bag. Can you
Oh, I
see some of them there?
Yeah, let's pop it there. I don't know if you can see there.
So if you don't use any charm squares on the inside edge, you have even more left over. I don't know whether you can exactly make two, but you could make a smaller bag with the rest of the charms in there.
Good to know. $9.99 for... Sorry, is it $9.99 or was it $19.99? $19.99. I do apologise. $19.99, 531296 for the Crystal Lane Christmas Eve box. Then next to it, also for $19.99, you've got the Sunshine Soul Charm Pack as well. So again, you have all the materials here. And then you can make yourself a quilt because it comes with a shuffle quilt instruction pack.
That's right.
So this is enough charms here to make that's behind you.
Yes, yeah, and actually there's some left over. So that charm pack, you can easily make that. You could make it a little bit longer, and that outer fabric you would have to supply yourself, but that is from the Sunshine Soul range that we had on earlier, actually. So it is on the website. That lovely, like, salt, or the dyed, the splodgy, purpley
Yes.
one as well, which is from the range. It's absolutely beautiful.
It really is. 791549 for that one, if you fancy that. Or maybe you want to make a henna bag as well. We've got a henna bag kit for you here. A couple of options to choose from as well. First of all, just look at the actual bags themselves. Really, really nice these are, aren't they? Very stylish.
Little
Both
bit
go
funky.
together really funky. Yeah, I like those. I think that would suit anyone. I think so a younger person would be quite happy with that.
Yes,
Anyone
I
would be
think
happy
so.
with it, but
Yeah,
like it,
yeah.
but definitely.
So what you've got, if you lift the flap, on the inside there is an internal zipped pocket.
Ooh, that sounds like a cue for me to lift the flap
Yep.
up here on the inside. Yep.
And then you should have a little tag hanging off that top edge. Yeah, there's your zipped pocket.
Yeah.
So for a little bit of security.
Okay, lovely. And there's a tag.
And there's a tag. That's for popping your key on, so you don't lose it, or you're not grovelling around in the bottom of the bag.
Got you. And all this can be put together, all the bits and pieces,
Yep.
you can see it down the front here. We've got all the gubbins. What do you call this
That's
stuff?
right.
It's all the extra
Hardware,
bits.
bag hardware.
The hardware, lovely.
Yeah.
We've got all the hardware, we've got the zip there, we've got all the fabrics, and of course it does come with the instructions. It's all there, all the instructions.
Yes.
And you've got two options as well. You've got jade and navy here, and we've got gold and black just over here. Which one's, do we know which one's doing the best out of the two? The jade and navy is the most popular at the moment.
Yeah, it's funny, people do like navy. I think navy is slightly more...
Can't go wrong with it, can you?
No,
It's a good sort of basic
That's
colour
right.
to latch onto. Everyone likes a bit of navy blue. And then finally, we have this hexie bag kit. Now, this is $21.99. And we have the finished version here. We've got the instruction pack that it comes with. All the material, of course, comes with it too. And is this something that's quite simple and easy to make?
It is actually. If you hold it so you can see the bottom, you can see it is hexagon shaped. So it is actually just 6 pieces popped together, and it alternates with styleville foam, so that I was using earlier, which has got a bit of body, and then the softer thermolam in between as well. But I designed it originally to work with the hexagon, so it's a container, you can open those bows, to put all your patchwork pieces in. So you can put your fabric, your scissors, and along the bottom on the inside edge, there are pockets. There's patch pockets on 5 of the 6 sides.
So
So
I
there's
don't know,
a,
you can see that. Let's have a look. There we go.
yeah, and then
We've
there's
got
a long
pockets,
thin
little
one.
Pockets, long thin pocket there, just in the. Oh no, hang on. Oh, God, that's out of the way.
There's 5 out of
Sliding.
6 sides I've got.
Let me just trying to show you this thing here. Can you see it? There you go. There's a pocket there, and then in here as well. Yeah, loads and loads of pockets. Really, same principle, I guess, that you in which you made the bottle bag earlier, kind of putting it together, like sewing each of the individual
Yes.
items and then pulling
Yes.
it all
Yeah.
together. Lovely. There you go. If you fancy making the hexie bag kit, that's $21.99. Comes with instructions, comes with all the kit as well. And have a look at the website to make sure that you do actually purchase on there, because you'll see all of these and lots more besides. Look, There you go, there's the Crystal Lane charm pack there with the pattern. And if you want any just the patterns, by the way, on their own, they're all available separately here. As you can see, there's the wall hanging Christmas tree there, and there's some of the patterns just on their own. There's the henna bag kit, $21.99. It's all on there, so get onto the website and have a little look. Very, very popular everything here. But as we said earlier, Trish, we left you sort of at the end of the last episode. If this was like a drama series, we left it on a cliffhanger.
We did.
With you, first of all, you were making. Yes, I was going to say you were making the Dresden thing. That was the previous one, but in our episode together, you were making this.
So that was just having 2 of the triangles that I cut stitched together, and if you imagine, or shall I hold it that way? That's better.
There you go.
That's better. If you imagine 3 more sets of 2 like this, they actually will form a hexagon.
And that was our table topper, wasn't it?
That was our
we
table
making,
topper.
yeah.
That's right. So, and that was using the beautiful fabrics from the Fleur. Jardin de Fleur.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Jardin de Fleur. Now, you were making in your previous ad
That's
to that
right.
the Dresden centerpiece kit. So how far did you manage to get through that? Was it one of those cases where you got 30 seconds left at the end?
It was.
Nope.
It was really.
Okay.
So we'd made a couple of these pieces. So what I've done in between time, I've made a few more because we do need 20, and once you've got the gist of doing a couple of them, you know exactly what you're going to do. So I thought I'd just do a recap with 2 of them, and then we'll get to popping them together and also doing that centre circle. So what we did earlier was we looked at our long straight edge rather than these angled ones, folded it in half, and starting from the raw edges, so we're working, stitching towards the centre, 1/4 inch seam allowance and a short stitch length, because we're doing a patchwork technique and it gives a better finish. So I reversed at the beginning, and I've just reversed at that fold edge as well. Don't cut the thread, but then just work on, so we're chain piecing, work on the next one. So I just folded that, and then I'm just going to pop that under a couple of stitches back, and over to the fold. Now the reason for working from the raw edge to the fold is that if there's any discrepancy, as you stitch across towards the fold, it's flattening that all out, and you know that it'll be central. If you work from the fold, you might not actually have folded it in the centre, and then your raw edges won't line up, so you won't get a perfect zigzaggy edge to your Dresden plate. So I've got my 2, and you would have 20 probably put together. So we just clip those apart. Then at the folded edge, I'm just going to clip off like we clip our corners, so that we get a nice point when we turn it through. And the thing about this was, how can you possibly, when have you got a straight edge at the top, how can it end up being a pointed edge? And by this folding technique, and then turning to the right side, so I'm putting it into that fold, turning it through. I'll just set that aside for a minute because we'll do the same with the other one. Put my thumb in, fold it through, and then with a little pokey tool, I'm just poking that point out, and there you have a beautiful point. So from your straight edge top, you've now got a pointed one, a pointed top. So do the same with both of those pieces, and we're going to now press that. So there is a little art in pressing it as well, because those that zigzaggy edge needs to, it doesn't need to have the perfect sort of point and going exactly up and down or around the edge perfectly. And if you look at the seam that has been formed when we stitched across the top there, we need that seam to point vertically, absolutely vertically, down to that short edge at the bottom. So you can either measure, or I'm looking from the pointed end and I can see that that is in the right place, and then I'm just going to press that to flatten it, and there we have our perfect pointed edge, and that point is in the center there, which is exactly what we want. So that was just one. We'll do the same again with this one. So the seam is actually pressed together and it just automatically goes to one side, and that's because we clipped that corner off at the top. So I'm just going to hold that in the center and press. So there we have 2 of our 20. The next thing is to join them together. Now, you can do one of, because you can do one of a few things, but because we have, what do we have, 4 different fabrics, 5 of each, we could join 5 pieces together and do 4 sets of that, or 5 sets of that rather, or the way I like to do it is just keep adding and adding and adding, so that you know you've got the right order, because I do like to have them in the same order, which gives the effect that you've seen from the samples if you use the same order of fabrics all the time. So I'm just dividing those all up into the appropriate piles. That one's in the wrong one. And we'll have a look to see, that one is due. So I'd like to also alternate with a light and a dark. So we will go like so. So all I need to do is pick up one from the first pile and one from the second, and we're going to put them right sides together. We're going to line up that point, and the most important point to line up is here, which is at the bottom of my pointed edge. Don't worry about this bottom edge here, because this will end up in the center of our centerpiece, and it doesn't really matter if these edges aren't absolutely perfectly aligned, purely because it's going to be covered up. So the most important part is this bit here. So this is where we're going to start. So again, 1/4 inch seam allowance, line those 2 up, and here again, 2 stitches forward and 2 back, and then either pin or just hold those pieces together and stitch down to the bottom. We don't need to make sure or reverse at the bottom there, because it is all going to be covered and it will be secure. So there's 2 together. Then I'm going to take the 3rd one and I'm going to line that up as well. So again, at this very top edge, align that point where the fold was and start from the top here. So that's it, 2 forwards, 2 back, and then just align that raw edge. When you are coming down to this point, which will be in the center, make sure you still got a 1/4 inch seam allowance here, because sometimes it's quite easy to veer inwards, and that means the seam is not as big as it should be, and you will get a wavy edge around the middle. So just be aware when you're getting towards the bottom, just make sure you're still doing a correct 1/4 inch seam. So I'll take the 4th one here, and all I'm going to do is work my way around, adding 1 each time. So if there's anything you need to talk about, Richard.
Yes.
I will just keep.
Of course.
Okay.
I'll leave you to that.
Right, I will.
Thank you very much, Trish.
Okay.
And I'll show you, obviously, this is the Dresden centerpiece kit here that we're looking at. It's 179005. We are limited stock and on extended delivery as well. It's really, really popular. $12.99 is the price there. This is what you have as the finished article, which we will see Trish come to very shortly. We have the silver version here, we've got the gold version in the centre, and this is the Christmas traditional version on the end there. And they really are lovely. They're fun to make, and of course you get all the materials with it. You get 100% cotton, is it Macawa fabric is how we say it?
Macawas, yeah? That's right.
Acrylic felt backing, you've got the instruction pack with it as well. And once you actually got hold of it, you can put it on your table and you can play. Well, what would you put on it? I suppose you'd put turkey on it, wouldn't you? If you could put whatever you wanted. Or
a little turkey.
Candles, or
yes.
It's the centre part of your dining table, your living room table, and you can put whatever you want on the top of it. Traditional option has now technically sold out again. So it went out the first time. We got it back on extended delivery. Right now, it's gone again. There may be some come back because we haven't everyone checked out at the moment, but probably not. But we do still have the silver and the gold available here. $12.99, 179005. Now, let's have a look at our Christmas tree wall hanging kit as well, because this is doing really, really well too. This is on limited stock now. very, very popular. You can see why. I mean, just look at that. Just reminds me a little bit of one of those advent calendars where you sort of lift up the different dates and you can see there's something inside it. The whole thing works together really nice. It's got all the classic Christmas colours. It comes with the material you need to stuff it with inside. It's got obviously all of the fabric that you would need for each of the little triangles here. You have the gold bows and the red ribbon to hang it up with at the end. You have, of course, the instruction pack that it comes with here, which comes in a clear sleeve, so you can put everything in there as you're constructing the project, and it's $24.99. $24.99 for that. The item number to get the wall hanging kit is 878737. It's going to be right now. Listen, I've got the fabric scrap box here for you. Now the Christmas option of this has gone for the second time, so it's sold out and it's come back and it's sold out again, and I think that's it, unfortunately. But we still have the everyday option available for you there. This is 904731, so you can still get the everyday option of the fabric scrap box, so do take advantage of that one. We now have that for you, $14.99, but the Christmas version has gone. And of course, if you're a Freedom member, you won't have to pay the postage and packing on that too. Right, Trish, how are you getting on?
I'm getting on. I'm nearly there. I've got probably another 8 to do, and we'll get to the centre. Actually, what I'll do, if I do this one, because no doubt you'll need to have a little talk again in a minute, what I'll do, you can see it's coming along really, really nicely. And by having them in piles so that I can just pick one from the first pile, I know, and I can see by how I've stitched, because I've got them all stitched together, I can see which one comes next. So less opportunity of making an error and then having to unpick. So I'm working on there, and just a few more to come around here. But what I'll do is I'll show you what I'm going to do the centre circle, and an easy way of getting a perfect circle. So what I have done in between time, I've got 2 pieces of fabric. Doesn't always matter that you could have a random piece of fabric. So the fabric that you want to be your circle that's shown in the middle, and the bit that's going to be underneath could be anything. But in the kits I'm putting 2 pieces, because sometimes if you use white, when you do this particular technique you can see it and you might not want to, but this way you'll be seeing the same fabric at the edges as well. So this is the way to get a perfectly smooth-edged circle on fabric, which is hard to do. So I have drawn a circle on here from one of the vases. I hadn't got there's a circle template in the instructions, but I hadn't drawn it. So you find yourself a circle if the circle's not big enough that you've got ready to do this. And drawn here, I'm going to stitch on that line. Now you're probably thinking, how are you going to turn it to the right side if you're stitching on the line all the way around? Because it is really difficult to, if you leave a gap in the edge of a circle, to try and turn those raw edges in and still get a smooth finish. It doesn't work, or it's very difficult to get a smooth finish. This way gives you a perfect finish. So one thing is, you must have a short stitch length, because that will also give you a smooth edge. Because logically thinking, if you did a longer stitch length, you will actually see it will create little straight lines all around the edge of your circle, rather than when they're close together, it's as if it's a continuous line. So we will do exactly what I'm saying. So I've got it at 1.8, and I'm going to stitch all the way around. So if I stitch at a reasonable speed, and that way I don't have to keep stopping and starting, because a continuous stitch line on a circle is best. So I'm just moving it around with my fingers, just letting the machine do the work, but I'm stitching on, hopefully, that line. I'm going to stop because that pin's in the way, but just carry on until we get back to the beginning. And when you get back to where you started, if you do 2 or 3 stitches over the first 2 or 3 stitches that you stitched. So that is all done the whole way round. So now you get your scissors, and if you trim away now to about 1/8 of an inch, so The smaller, you don't want to go too close because you don't want it to fray and pull apart, but 1/8 of an inch is good because that will also help. It's all these things that I'm trying to give you to help in getting a smooth edge to your circle, which is in fact 2 layers of fabric. So just carefully around. When you're cutting around the edge of a circle, if you paper craft, what I'm doing is I'm putting the fabric into the scissors, the blades of the scissors, and then moving the fabric around into it, and that just also gives a nice, the less cuts, the less snips you do, the smoother that edge will be there as well. So I have a circle, a puff, which needs turning to the right side. So all we do, pull it apart because you don't want to clip through both, and clip through that fabric. So it is going to be hidden, so make it big enough that you can turn it easily. So then you just put your finger into the hole, push the other side of the fabric through, and it's all gone very quiet.
I just love the sort of turning inside out bit.
Yeah.
It's like the magic part of the
That is the magic
trick.
part,
Yeah.
yes. So I'm going to make sure this iron is on because we will need to press it. But I'm now going to take either your finger, or if you've got a nice little, not a pokey tool, but a tool, and just roll that around the edges. So you're pushing the edge, the seam there right to the edge. And you'll see when I then press it that it will give you a really good smooth curve, because there's nothing worse than doing a circle and you can see it's lots of straight bits. So
want it to be a smooth running, you know.
Yes.
Yeah.
So having pressed that all out there, I'm then just going to give it a good press with the iron. I'll do it on both sides. If you want to be absolutely perfect, you can stitch that gap up, but it's going on the top and will be hidden, so I would just leave it as it is. But you can see there how that curve around there, it is just a nice smooth edge to the circle, and that's what you're looking for. And that, when I finish the next bit, will go in the centre there.
Oh.
And cover over. It's all coming
I love
together.
it. And by the way,
Okay.
I love that iron. It's like a little elves iron, isn't it? It's like for the little leprechauns out there. That's fantastic. Thank you very much, Trish. So
Okay,
we'll
I'll
come back
carry
to
on.
you very,
Yep.
very shortly and have a look at some more of your demos using all of these amazing things here in the So Totally Trisha Hour. Now, this is our hexiform starter kit here. It's $34.99, and you're getting the English paper piecing with it as well. You've got the instruction pack. This is what it can be put together to make here. So what you're getting is the basting glue pen here. You're getting the hexiform pieces inside here. We've got the thread, we've got the needle, you've got the lining, the backing as well, you've got the various materials, and when you put it all together, this is exactly the sort of thing that you can achieve when you pop it all into a pattern, which is really nice. $34.99, 638637. Seems like a really simple one to start off with that. Then we've got our stash builder box here. Again, this is English paper piecing here. We've got lots and lots and lots. It's like having a rummage inside a scrap box full of lots of odds and ends, but they're all cut to the same size, 2.5 inches, and you've got so many different colours and patterns here. You've got 2 options to choose from. So you've got this, which is the everyday collection here, and then next to it we have the Christmas collection, which has all the traditional Christmas colours, and then you've got 1 or 2 Christmas pictures in there. There's a dog with a Santa hat on, and we've got holly, ivy, we've got mistletoe, we've got things that look like wrapping paper as well. We've got snowflakes, gold snowflakes on green backgrounds here too. So all of that, that's the Christmas. We have the everyday here, which you could use any time of the year and for any project as well. And that's $14.99 for that. That's 040209. That's the item code for that one. And then we have our scrap box, which is just over here. Now, Christmas one's gone. So we have the everyday available for you now. This is $14.99, and this is 904731 is your item code. 80% though of this stock has gone. So the Christmas one's sold out. 80% of this has gone. It's obviously very, very popular because what you're getting here is not just all the different patterns and different colours here, but you're getting lots of different sizes. So you're getting so much variety here of things that you could use on all sorts of projects. It's just that perfect thing to go to. It's like go-to collection, isn't it, Trish, where you just think, oh, I just need a little something just to finish this off, or I just need to make that little centerpiece that goes in there. What have I got? Oh, I know, I've got just the thing here for that border or for that handle, that bag handle. So it's all in here. That's $14.99 for that. 904731 is your item code for that. Now, we have a little braided wreath, a braided wreath for you. A braided wreath. Here we go. Braided wreath. It hangs up here. 095845 is the item code for this. This is going to be dispatched from the 1st of November, but this is something you can hang up, obviously, in time for Christmas, because if it's dispatched from the 1st of November, you're going to get it, and you're going to be able to make it in time. You've got the full instructions to make it with. You get all of the bits and pieces that you would need to go with it. Look, there you go. That's what you would use to stuff it with there. You've got your ribbon on the top there to hang it in place. You've got all of the material that you would need to put it together. And, of course, it was hanging. It's not hanging now because I just knocked it. You've got, of course, the instruction book that comes with it as well. All of these things, you could just get the patterns on their own as well, Trish,
that's right,
if you wanted to.
Yep, and you can make to sell as many as you like.
Oh, and that is a green light from the lady herself.
It is, it is.
I was going to say straight from the horse's mouth, but that seems a bit rude in this situation. You wouldn't say that, would you? Just go straight from the head of command, wouldn't you?
No, the horse's mouth is fine.
Straight from the horse's mouth, there you go. So you can get the patterns or you get the full kit. 40% of the stock has gone on this already. And, of course, with Christmas coming, this would be fabulous around the house, and it wouldn't just last you that one Christmas. You just keep getting it out time and time again and using it in the future and passing it along as well. That is our Christmas braided wreath kit. Now, our next one here, this is technically sold out. It's just this second gone. No wonder, of course, because it's beautiful, isn't it? It's really, really funky. I really like this. This is the Christmas tree wall hanging kit. Comes with all of the material that you would need. There's the ribbon, there's the gold bows, all of that. That has now technically sold out. 878737 was the item code for that, but I don't know why I'm giving you the item code, because you can't get it anymore, just in case somebody decides they don't want it and they throw it out their basket. But I don't think so. It's been very busy. And, of course, what we have been looking at is this Dresden kit here. This is the Dresden centerpiece kit. You've got 3 options here. You've got silver, you've got gold, and traditional's gone. So you've got 2 options. So traditional has now sold out. So we have the silver and gold of our Dresden kit, and that is what we've been watching Trish make today. 179005, $12.99 is the price of that one. 179005. We're going to go back to Trish then? No.
No.
We're not. We're going to go down the counter, and we're going to have a little look at our Crystal Lane charm pack here. Which comes with a Christmas Eve instruction pack as well. So with that, you can make this amazing bag. There you go, this bag, and then still have some material left over as well, which you can make a smaller bag with if you so wish. So this comes with all sorts of lovely lining here with snowmen on the inside lining as well. So you have got that, and next to it you've got this $19.99. This is also here. We have our Sunshine Soul shuffle quilt instruction pack as well, which is next to it. So all of this material can then be used to make that quilt that is right behind Trisha there. Brilliantly modelled there, Trish, well done, like that. And you hung it up yourself? You made that yourself?
I made it myself. I didn't hang it myself, no.
Oh, OK. You got somebody. You got one of your, underlings to do that for you from your business. I see. I understand. And that's $19.99 as well. Pretty simple to put together. It comes with instructions, right?
It does, absolutely. So yes, anybody could do it. If we get time, that's what I'm going to do next. Show you how to do the shuffle block. What do you think?
20 minutes, I think we probably do
have
time. Should we just have a quick look at what else we have on the counter here? We've got our henna bag kits here. Two options with this one. We've got the jade and navy here on your left, and we've got the gold and black as well. The jade and navy was doing particularly well last time we looked. $21.99 for this. Still the most popular. Comes with all of this. All of the hardware is the word I picked up. The word of the day for me. The bag hardware. All of the material here as well to put it together, and of course it comes with, and why wouldn't it, instructions to put it all together. How long would it take a sort of a beginner crafter to put something like that together, do you think, if they're taking the time on it and doing it properly?
I would say without interruption, you know, if you could just sit and carry on, 4 hours perhaps, something like that.
A nice little Sunday afternoon project, isn't it, really?
Yes, absolutely. For a first one, anyway.
Yeah, definitely.
If you're doing the second, you'll just whiz through it.
You're going to whiz through it, because you know what you're doing.
Yes.
848-252 for that, $21.99 for a henna bag kit. And then finally, we have our hexie bag kit on the end here. This is the fun. I've actually, I've undone it because we were showing the inside of it, but obviously it all, ties together at the end there, and it forms a hexagon, which you can see on the bottom there. It's hexagon shaped, very sturdy, stands up really nicely. Everything you need here, all of the inside lining, all of the outer fabric as well, all the patterning, all the instructions, all comes together. $21.99 to make this bag, and it's $379-432 is your item code for that. Now, you've got about 15 minutes. How's that?
Okay.
Not 30 seconds, Trish.
Not that, no, that will be good.
You can do that?
Yes, we can do it all.
Okay, let's go.
So, I've got the Dresden plate to this stage where I've got them all except all 20 are joined together, but now it might be, what do I do now? We're just going to put right sides together with all of it, just to join this last section. So I'm doing exactly the same as I've done the whole way along, starting at the top edge and aligning the edge down the side and stitching all the way to the centre and cut. So we'll now take it to the ironing board here, and what I tend to do, you could open your seams out. I don't. I press them together, and I will hold one edge of the Dresden centerpiece, and I'll just pull it, not stretch it, but I will just pull it a little bit, and then I'll move that round. I'm just making it taut so that I can so that I can iron with the side of the iron. So I'm basically covering the whole seam in one go, and I'm just ironing over it, and I'm ironing them all in one direction. So just move that round. If you're on, I mean, it's great being able to do it on a pressing mat by your side, but if you're on an ironing board, you'd probably be able to just move around without having to move it.
That little mini iron's come in really handy today, hasn't it?
Oh, it does, yes. I use it all the time. This is my ironing board on a table. I don't have to get up, do I? That's lazy, I know, but it's here for me to just
I think I'd want to use it all the time as well, but the only problem is it might take me a while to iron my shirts.
Yes.
Something like that.
Yes. So, although I'm pressing that all the way around, can you see how that stayed nice and flat in the middle?
Yeah.
And these are fairly regular in that, but it doesn't matter if yours do go up and down a little bit. It's going to be hidden. But the most important bit is that that circle is nice and flat. If you were to find that it wobbles up and down a little bit, what I would try and do is ease or pull a little bit so that the outer edge, pull that out a little bit more, because you may not have pulled it to its full opening, if you like. So I'll turn it to the top, just flatten that down, and then, as I usually do, I will just give it, let's get that seam sitting down there, I'll give it a press on the front as well, on the right side. But that, to me, is lying pretty well. That's how I would want it to lie. So the next thing, I'm not going to do the next bit, but I'm going to show you what you would do.
Yep.
So now this is the easy way. You have a piece of felt, which is in the kit, and you place your centerpiece on there. Can you see how that? So you've got space at the side all the way around. The next bit you would do is to quilt it, so to join this in an applique technique to the felt. And the easiest way and most effective way is to start in the centre. So what I'm going to do is actually stitch both sides of each seam. So there's one seam. So if you start here and you stitch 1/8 of an inch or so, so just slightly to the side of the seam, go up to that invert, that valley there, and then you just stitch. So this is continuous the whole way round. So you stitch 1/8 of an inch from that point down here, and then you come down the other side of, so this is the one we started on, so we're coming down that other side as well of the seam. When you get to the bottom, one stitch into the seam and one further along, so that you can then go up the other side of the next seam, and you're basically going in and out the whole way round until you've completed.
We won't ask you to do that now,
no,
I think that might take a
it
little
would
while.
yes.
Yeah.
And then you will put your circle on the top, stitch around the edge, and then around here I just cut, as you see, I think those ones are quite, you can cut to leave an edge of red, or you can cut your felt just to the edge of your points, but it's a very easy and yet effective way of making the Dresden centerpiece.
That's really nice. Of course, we don't have the festive version that we're looking at right now, but we do have the silver and gold version.
Yes.
So exactly the same way of constructing it, but just the silver and gold instead of the festive, which are available, 179005. There you are. That's the silver. And there's the kit that it comes with. And there's your gold. And that comes with your kit as well. Full instructions, $12.99, 179005. And of the two, do you want to have a little guess as to which one is the most popular at the moment?
The gold.
Another go.
Silver.
Do you want to phone a friend? It's the silver. Silver's on limited stock.
Right.
So, there you go. We've only got a few of those. Now, what we got? We've got 10 minutes. What are you going to show us in 10 minutes, Trish?
In 10 minutes we're going to show you how to do the shuffle.
How to do the shuffle?
block.
Is it like a dance?
Yeah. No, I couldn't be doing that.
No, okay.
So, this is how to make the quilt that goes, or the table runner, whatever you like to call it, that goes along with the charm pack. And we have, so it's worked in blocks of 4. The instructions will tell you to choose, you could actually do 10 sets of 4. I chose to do 8. Time was of the essence. So we take 4 squares, 4 charms, choose ones which are sort of quite different in colourway, in lightness, darkness, and just lay them out. It really doesn't matter. And the first thing you will do is to cut a strip from the edge. I need to stand up.
You just stood up, Trish.
I have just stood up.
Steady on.
I have to when I cut. You want to cut a strip that is 1 3/4 inch wide. So I've just lined up the 1 3/4 inch with the edge of my charm, and I'm doing that on all 4 of them. There's a lot of shuffling here. So 1 3/4 inch. Doesn't matter if they move because they're going to shuffle in a moment. So I'm lining up those, the top edge and the bottom, and then that 1 3/4 line. So here comes the first shuffle.
Let's do the shuffle.
Let's do the shuffle.
I feel like we should
We're
have
going
some
to
music
move.
or something here.
We're going to move these small pieces in a clockwise direction. So I will pick up 2, but I'll pick up this one, which is going to here. This one's going to there. That's to there, and that to there. So if I go 1 2 2 3 3 4 4 5.
Musical chairs.
Okay.
Swapped around.
And keep them slightly apart so you can see what has changed. And what I'm now going to do is stitch them together. So as in stitch the pieces together. So my norm with any patchwork is I pop my pieces out, I lay them out, and once I've stitched, I then also put them back into the place they came from. You can probably imagine I hate unpicking, so by doing that, popping it back in place.
You know where you are.
Yes.
It's like there's no chance you're going to...
No. It's so easy when you're working with regular shaped squares. You know, a square has 4 sides.
Yeah.
You could pick 2 pieces up and line them up and not stitch the 2 sides that you want to sew together.
Yeah.
So, as I say, it's just easier to lay them back to where they came from, and this is just so simple, but you just have to say, keep your wits about you as to where you're shuffling. And as I haven't got the instructions with me that I wrote, I've got to think about it myself.
Trish, you don't need the instructions. You are the instructions. What are you talking about?
I know, but I sometimes think, what did I do? You know, you just do it. Hayley would know what I mean. You just do it, and then if you don't write instructions straight away, I write notes down all the time because, you know, measurements, all sorts. It takes a lot of thought. Okay, so what I would do now is press, but I won't press because otherwise we'll have 30 seconds. So we've stitched them together. Now, in fact, yes, I will press because I will press. That's right.
You've got 6 minutes, Hayley.
6 minutes, Hayley.
Hayley?
Hayley.
I was looking at Hayley across. I was looking at Hayley across the way there. Hi, Hayley. Trish. It's because you mentioned Hayley a second ago.
I know. I want long. My hair is growing longer than it was, but it's not curly, and I want curly. So, perhaps I'll. What's the word? I'll say warp. I don't mean warp. That into morph. That's the word. Yeah, morph. That's it. Okay. So I have my.
It's gone a bit weird, isn't it? Yeah.
Right. Next step is the next shuffle. Is we're going to. Well, it's not quite a shuffle. We're going to spin these 90 degrees to the right. Okay, all of them, so that our short edge is at the top. And then we're going to trim again. So we've got the same measurement, 1 3/4. So I'm lining that up.
Yeah, I see what you're doing.
Whoops. And 1 3/4. Just make sure your ruler lines up. It would just make a difference. There's lots of. This would be, say, a disappearing 4 patch, like there are lots of different ways of doing a disappearing 9 patch.
So are we going to get to do the shuffle again?
Yes, we are going to get to do the shuffle. Yes, now this time I was just trying to think what it was, so thank you for that. So we're shuffling diagonally this time. Diagonally and upside down. So we'll move these two, but at the same time as we move one...
As hopping on one leg?
Yeah.
Okay.
And tapping my head.
Yeah.
Right, we're going to flip this one with this one.
Right.
But we're also going to turn it upside down.
Oh, my word.
Okay, so...
And the same again with the other two.
And we'll do the same with the other side.
Flip them.
Flip them.
Yeah.
Okay,
upside
and then
down.
I'm going to stitch those together. And what you'll see now, and this is what patchworkers love, there are no seams that have to be matched. That seam there is on a longer piece. This seam here is against a longer piece.
Right.
Okay, so I'm just going to put them all together. So
it's absolutely key to keep it all out as you have, isn't it?
Yes.
Just so you can see the overall effect.
That's right. And
it's all in order.
It's no big deal. You're not going out of your way to do anything special. It's the way I work all the time. Therefore, I don't really have to think too much about I'm doing this. If you do it, if you learn the way of laying it out, putting it back to where it came from, you'll do it when you absolutely have to. You know, just as a matter of course. I'm just making sure those seams are lying flat. So from here we've only got 2 more steps. 1, 2, there's 2 more to stitch together here. When I ironed it last time, the iron wasn't on, so it was a cool iron. So I just popped that on.
So basically you were just pressing down hard on it.
I was.
Don't worry your hands.
I thought that doesn't feel very warm.
No. You've got about 3 minutes left.
Okay. We'll get as near as possible. So 1, 2, 3.
So the really
4.
easy thing to point out is that Trisha's actually made one earlier. It's right behind her. So what we're actually putting together is hanging up in the background.
Yes.
The finished one there, which looks brilliant. It really does.
And you can imagine, one can imagine with a layer cake. So a layer cake being the 10-inch square, so 4 charm packs put together. You could do this same technique, but it would just come out bigger. Okay, so we have all of those there. Now, I was going to iron it. What I'm going to do is, you can move this around now, so another shuffle, but really however you like. What we're going to move though is so that these ones aren't together.
Okay, so you want everything not matching. So
that's
you
right.
want it aligning with something completely different.
That's right. And also, just moving that gives me a seam that needs to be matched. Now, there will be a seam in the middle, most definitely. You'll have to match. But if we can then shift that one, no, I don't want those two together.
No, you don't want those together, no.
So
it's like doing a puzzle, isn't it?
It is, yep. So we could put a diagonal. Each block has got one piece of each fabric in it. So I don't actually want that like that. I'm going to move that one to there. So yes, it is just that little puzzle. That's better. So what it usually happens, you'll see, is that you get a square in the top section and a square in the bottom. So here we could have that one there, and here we could, yep, even that works. We've got those two together, but I don't think that matters.
No.
But we've got no seams here that are that we need to match up. So all I will do from here is press so that my seams are nice and flat, and then I will stitch that one to that one.
Yep.
That one to that one.
Got you?
Okay, so it will come out like so.
I see.
And this one to this one, and then you'll do right sides to right side.
And then you repeat that,
Yes.
that whole process of everything we've seen
Yes.
a number of times to make the quilt
right.
behind you.
Yes.
Well, that looks fairly straightforward and kind of fun to do as
Yes.
well. I like all the shuffling,
Yes.
which is great.
Yeah.
Thanks very much.
Yeah.
That looks really good fun. $19.99 for that. So great fun to do, and it looks brilliant, doesn't it? Once it's all put together, you can see the finished version behind Trish. Trish, thank you very much indeed. When are you
You're
next
welcome.
back?
I'm back in 9 days for a one-day special, the 26th and 27th.
One-day special. Ooh, that's going to be a big day.
Oh, it is.
Looking forward
2
to
days.
that. Yeah, 2 days.
Yeah,
of course.
yes.
Of course it is, yeah. Look forward to seeing that. Trish, thank you very much indeed for showing me
Thank
around your
you.
wares today.
Thank
and I
you.
will see you a little bit later for a bit of DIY. Next up, though, it is actually Hayley. Yes, not you, Trish, it's Hayley. Craft Yourself Silly Fabrizine one-day special. Then it's our DIY Essentials. I'll be back for that with Janice. And then it's Locker Crafts 2 after that.
Hi everyone, I'm Phil Martin. I've been a paper crafter for well over 20 years now and a designer for just over 10 years. We aim to inspire you, to be educational and to teach you how to get the most from the products that we're bringing to you. Hopefully we're all going to bring something different to the show, so you're going to be enriched with lots of different ideas and inspiration.
Hi, my name is Blanche Siegmann. I'm the owner of the company La Blanche. The company La Blanche is a crafting company located in Germany. For over 20 years, I'm designing and selling stamps, paper crafting products, and home decoration. As a passionate crafter myself, I make sure all our products are of highest quality and easy to use. We produce a whole range of products. We produce paper products. We have also shrink sleeves for your jars, glasses. We have home decoration products, paints and wall decals. Everything, the whole range of crafting we produce for you. I hope you enjoy watching us and crafting with La Blanche.
Hi, this is Els from Elizabeth Craft Designs. Elizabeth Craft Designs is a Colorado-based company. It's a family company, so husband, son, daughter all work in the company, and then a fantastic team of designers, because a company cannot exist without a great team around yourself. What we would like to share with you is my passion for crafts. We love all the concepts we have, so we have from cute till classic and beautiful designs. We love our journaling planner line, and we are going to bring you our ideas, our passion, and we hope to transfer that passion to you.
Well, hello there and welcome back. Well, it's 12 o'clock and you know what happens at 12 o'clock. We have another look. What happens at 12 o'clock?
Yeah, all the time is lunchtime for me.
Oh,
Just
lunchtime,
any time.
I see.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter wherever you are.
Anytime you like. Lunchtime, that's fine.
Not a bad plan, to be honest. Oh, I'm here with Hayley, by the way. You probably noticed. We are here with the one-day special. It's 12 o'clock, so it's our penultimate hour with this one. You've only got one more hour to see this live, and that will be at 4 o'clock this afternoon. And it has been a busy one-day special. Launched last night at 6 o'clock. Obviously, we had the 8 o'clock show and then the repeats to the night. Back here bright and early at 8 o'clock, and it's been busy all the way through, so much so that 60% of the stock has gone. That's the whole day's stock. And every time we see the Fabazine come back, we bring back more and more stock so as we can make sure that we're satisfying all of those orders. And I have to say, at the moment, I'm wondering whether we've got enough of these to see us through. But indeed, we will be showing you everything you're going to be able to create with these. So Fabazine issue number 9 teamed up with issue number 2 of your Christmas Fabazine. So loads of ideas, loads of projects. And this is the thing with this, Hayley. I mean, you've got everything, not only those ideas and those projects, but you've also got the means to actually create these as well.
Yes, so in a Fabazine set, you will get absolutely everything that you need. So you'll get the fabric, you'll get all of the little bits and pieces as well. So if you need a button to fasten onto something, that'll be in there. If you need, for example, in this one, we've got the clear plastic, that's in there. You need a zip, that's in there. You get your acrylic templates as well. You get your flosses to use on your embroidery. There's a little bit of fusible webbing in there for the puffin project. All of those little bits and pieces that you would have to go and find to complete the project, they're already in there. And I love it because you've got a saving with this as well. Now, it's made up of 2 sets. So you've got obviously your Fabazine number 9. This is available by itself with a £5 saving, but that £5 saving is being carried forward towards the one-day special. Then you've also got Fabazine Christmas issue number 2. Again, this is available by itself, and again, it's got a £5 saving. And again, that £5 saving is being carried forward. So that means we're bringing £10 worth of savings to the one-day special, and we're throwing in an extra tenner. So that means when you look on the screen and you see that £10 saving, technically it's £20. Now, I've had a tickle. Right. Yeah, so what you're getting is, which one are we on? 2? Are we on Christmas? Both of them. Okay, both of them together. What you're getting is you're getting 12 projects within the Fabazine, and there's a mixture in there, and they're all about learning new skills. And in Fabazine Christmas, you are getting 7 different projects, but there are repeats of a lot of them, so there'll be 12s and 8s of things. So in total, across the 2, there are 75 individual makes within there. You all right?
I am. I'm
okay, just checking on you.
I'm crying. No, I'm all right. I'm okay.
I was before. I think it was my mascara I was actually allergic to. I've swapped it. It's better.
It's all of a sudden I had a little tickle, and the more you try and stop it, the worse it wants to come out. But
you're all right now.
I'm all right.
That's
well,
fine.
as good as I'll ever get. There you go. Now, of course, as Hayley said, these are jam-packed full of projects, loads of inspiration, but ideas as well that you're going to be able to carry forward to other projects. So, for instance, within this set, as Hayley said, you've got the buttons, you've got the zips, you've got everything that you need, but you've also got tools in here that you can go on and use in the future. So these little templates that you've got here, these are going to help you create the most incredible quilted projects. It might be your first ever quilted project, which means that if you've got the instructions, the photographs, the fabric, even the templates, you will go on and you will achieve these time and time again. Now, the panels are huge that you're getting with these. Everything's printed out, so you don't have to worry about cutting out a paper pattern and then positioning it. Everything is there, and this is the beauty of this. I mean, when you look at it, you can see that you've got those elements there to create your little jack-o'-lantern bag, to create your reversible bag, as you can see. We say reversible bag, but you know what I'm going to say?
I know. Oh, she's terrible for this. She's terrible
because I want to make it go further. So I'm going to bring in one of my own fabrics, one of my plains that I've got from my collection. That way I can actually make 2 bags rather than making one as a reversible. Love it. We've got a fabulous little pouch as well. It's brilliant. It's like a little teacup.
That's the one we're going to do in this hour.
Brilliant.
In this hour, we're going to do the teacup. We're going to have a quick look at some of the MDF pieces that you put together, and the Christmas one, and we're also going to do some of the advent calendars.
I love it. So you've got...
maybe even a cracker.
Ooh,
if I can sneak
okay.
a cracker in as well, I will.
Okay, fair enough. We'll squeeze it in. Now, you've got 12 different projects, but some of those you've got multiples of them, things like the little book corners that you can be able to create. So you've got a lot of content within here, and of course the ideas that you're going to be able to take forward as well. So when you've actually cut them out from your panel, those little corners, as you can see there, which are brilliant to go in the crackers incidentally, you could actually make more of those with your own scraps of fabrics. Brilliant idea. Last hour we saw a fabulous little book being created. Well, it's kind of like a little carry-all for your embroidery with your thinking giraffe on there. I love this.
Concentrating.
This is such a clever project.
Concentrating. I need some glasses.
How does a giraffe look like when they're thinking? There you go. That's how you can recognise a giraffe that's thinking. Now you've got your pockets in there, which are perfect for you. It's a 6-inch hoop we've got in here, Hayley.
There's a 6-inch, you'll fit up to a 7-inch in there.
Okay.
And obviously it's designed to be kind of both the handles up and carried with you, and then just laid flat when you actually want to do your stitching.
I love it, and then your little pockets there for all your flosses and everything.
I mean, that,
so we learned how to create that in the last hour.
As an individual project, that's $16.99.
Wow.
And I think with all those bits in there,
yeah,
not expensive at that, at $16.99.
No, definitely not. And it's nice to know that these projects are already are always available individually, because you might be making one of those for yourself and have the perfect person, perfect friend, relative that you think they'd love one of these as well. So you can actually get it as a kit. The details are at the bottom of your screen if you're wanting to go for an additional panel with that. And that's the same with regards to everything that we've been chatted about. So that's Fabazine issue number 9, but the Christmas edition of your next Fabazine, and this is edition number 2, because there has been one prior to this, which is still available incidentally, so you can get hold of that one. We will look at that one in a little while, but this one is Fabazine Christmas number 2. We're looking at decorating our tree with this issue.
Yes, so the first one, that was looking at decorating your table, so it was things like crackers and cutlery holders, place kind of name setting things, and you know, wine slippers, everything that would kind of decorate your Christmas table. This is all about decorating your Christmas tree. So we've got little gingerbread men in there, we've got robins in there, so there's 8 gingerbread men. There's 12 robins in 3 different colourways. You've got your mittens in there, and we're going to sew with one of those in a second. You've got your lights, which they are actually fabric that are put around the LED lights, and the lights that are provided as well, because they're battery operated ones. All you need to do is add the batteries to them. They're in there as well. There's a star for the top, which we did in the last hour, and you've got 3D star baubles in there as well. And on top of that, you've got 12 mini crackers as well. So in between the shows, I actually stuck all of the bits that you're going to get onto some A4 sheets.
That's
so
what we've
you
got
can
here. There's
hold them
loads.
up and show everybody exactly
Okay.
how much they are getting. It's quite weighty, isn't it?
It is quite weighty. Let me bring it in so you can see here. So you've got your mittens. And
So
the
they're the
mittens
smaller ones.
And they've got little holes in there because you can
They
stitch through
have.
these.
You can stitch into these as well, so you can use your embroidery floss and stitch into them once you've decorated them with your paints. So you've got 6 smaller ones and 6 of your larger ones as well.
Okie dokie.
And then all of the next few sheets are all your bits for your mini crackers. So that each kind of set of 4, so 2 large and 2 small, is one set of there's 2 sets of crackers on each of those A4 pages. Now, I need you to do all of the pages just because I need to check that you're paying attention.
Okie dokie. So we've got another one there.
Yeah.
Another one there.
Yeah, so you're getting
I'm trying to balance
12
these.
in total, so that's 10 we've seen now. And then I made a windmill!
Oh, hurrah! I love it. Fabulous.
I got sick of sticking them on straight. Then I made a windmill!
Well, you threw me because there's an extra piece of card in there, and I'm thinking that's the one for the clear acetate, isn't it? That's what you should have stuck on that one.
Maybe.
I love it. So that threw me a little bit. But you are going to get all of that. And, of course, all of those are things that are going to enable you to create your fabulous things like your crackers, those wonderful embellishments that you can see for your tree as well, those little mittens. You've also got 3-dimensional projects, and you'll be able to create with these in different sizes. Those stars, such a brilliant idea. They slot together and create the most incredible decorations, as you can see. And, of course, they're going to look amazing on your tree alongside all those other goodies that you're going to be creating with these. So, with regards to I've lost a mitten. With regards to your one-day special, you've got a £5 saving on each of those Fabazines, and of course an additional £10 saving, so you're saving £20 overall. 2 flexi lines are £34.99, means it opens up your flexi order, so you can add other goodies in there. Might be that you're wanting to add in one of the happy hour deals. Well, we've got a cracking deal for you this hour. If stars are your thing, and let's face it, with the Christmas Fabazine, they definitely are. This is a brilliant star stacker. Now, it all slots together, as you can see there. It's almost like little cupcakes and things like that on there, couldn't you?
Little points on those stars, because you've got 4 stars on there, 6 points on each, so that could even be an advent calendar.
That's a good point. Hey, see what I did there? Yay. Look, I'll bring the details back up, because it's not actually a monthly mega deal. It is a happy,
somebody's
hour there. So you've got that
somebody's ticked the wrong box, haven't they?
If you want to take advantage of that one, then of course you can with those item numbers there, 783836. But then we've got another one, which is your proggy tree, your Christmas tree. Now, we're just waiting for some batteries to arrive, because this one has got some of the little lights in there. But this is fabulous.
Yes. So the lights aren't included in this one, but you can use any battery-operated LED lights to add to this. And what you'll get is you'll get all of the fabrics that you need to make it. It's all fleece on a hessian base. So you put it together flat, and there's one line of sewing to do to complete it, and that is it. So it's really good if you've got a small space, or you've got somewhere where you need to kind of be able to store it flat during the rest of the year and things. It takes up it's quite compact.
You can use it over and over again. I love the decorations that kind of added in. It would make a nice hat as well.
Yes.
Also, are you getting the wreaths as well, or is that a separate project?
It is a separate project. They are both on as happy hours as 2 separate item numbers.
Okay. Fair enough.
The wreath should
Wonderful. So the Christmas tree, as you can see, is on your screen there. So if you want to get hold of this one, 276114, £18.98. You've got £10 saving, but only for this hour and this hour only. So make sure you're taking advantage while you can. And if you want to go for multiple kits, then you can do. Each one of those that you are buying will save you £10 in the price. So yeah, like it. 276114. Now, of course, with your one-day special and your Fabazine for your Christmas projects, there's a lot in there, so we're going to come straight over to you, Hayley, but I know we've got some additional things that you wanted to show us.
We have. Do you want to do them first, or do you want to do them last?
I don't mind. Should we go? Do you want to go in with the one-day special, or should we
look at the one-day special? Let's put that on the pile.
It's only because you've got it in front of you. I
know,
let's
because
go into that first.
I was prepping some future demos.
Oh, I see.
Future demos. So, future ones. So, I have got the teacup here, and you will get 4 pieces to make a teacup. So 2 for your outer, 2 for your lining. You'll also get your zip, and you'll also get your little piece for your handle as well. So first job is that we need to cut some of these out. We need to cut out a piece for the lining and a piece for the front. I should have cut these out before. I was busy ironing other stuff, you see. I didn't think about it. Do you know what? Rather than watch me cut these out, I might move on to doing some of the MDF stars and mittens, and that'll give me a couple of minutes while you're doing some admin in a minute to cut these out, and then we'll do this one in a sec. So rather than watch me cut bits out, let's go for these ones. So we have 3 different sizes in here, and you'll notice that they are 2 different pieces for each size. So if I get rid of those, you get one with the hook on the top, or the little circle on the top, so that you can actually add some ribbon onto it and hang it up on the tree. And if you buy these as individuals, you do get some floss included with it. So these will quite simply slot into one another, and then we push that down. It is good to go. So we have left a little bit of wiggle room on these, so if you do want to decorate them first, you can paint them and then slot them together. So what I do want to show you on this, though, is we have some pens, and these are available. There's not a huge amount of these, but they are available as an I think it's once you go to check your basket out.
Oh, the end of call items.
They kind of pop onto the end for you. Let me get the silver one as well, so I'll show you how to start one off. And these are fabulous. So you're getting 12 MDF stars. So you're getting 4 large, 4 medium, and 4 small. You're getting 6 of each size of the mitten as well. And can I just show you how well these cover? Can you see that?
Beautiful.
On there. It covers so well, and even on those really kind of dark edges that you get with MDF. I'll show you this as well. You see how well
good coverage,
it covers those really, really dark edges. So there aren't many of these. They are available as individual. There's white, there's silver, and there's gold. but absolutely perfect.
Love it.
For adding a bit of embellishment.
So keep your eye open for those as you check out your order.
And you're getting, as we said, 6 of the large size mitten, 6 of the small size mitten, and some of them have holes in ready to go, and you'll be able to embroider into these. I'm just trying to not put my finger in that paint. Now it does absorb quite quickly onto this because it's obviously MDF and it's porous, but it also will work if you want to put paints on first and then add the pen as well.
Okay.
So the holes, if they're not all popped out, you just need to take something like a drawing pin and give them a little push and they will pop out. There you go.
That's easy done.
And then you will be able to stitch through them. So I've got quite a, do you know what, I'm going to double this over because it's quite a nice thick red one. You can use yarn for this, you can use embroidery floss, you can use whatever you like. It's personal preference on this one.
If you've gone for the one-day special, you're going to have the skeins that you could kind of cross over, can't you? Because you've got those from your Fabergé number 9.
In between. So, because I've used this as a double thread, what I'm going to do is just go through that loop that it's created in the knot on the back there. And what that will do is, oops, it will anchor my thread. So now I can pull as hard as I like, and that's not going to come unstuck. And then you can either do this as a running back stitch. Oh my lord, what's going on here? There we go. Get that one out of the way. Right, we go. So you can either do it as a running back stitch where you come kind of down one and then along and up to the next one and then come back on yourself again, or you can do them as running stitch, so you go along one way and then once you get to the end, we'll pretend we're at the end, we come back the other way and secure it in. But either way, you can, I mean, if you've got metallic threads, if you've got kind of, you know, those yarns with a little, the eyelash yarn with the little fringes
nice,
on,
it? Yeah,
things
you don't
like
need
that.
a huge amount, so it's
no, you don't need a huge
scraps.
amount, but it just adds a little bit of something extra into there as well. And there's nothing to stop you using fusible webbing, the same kind as we've got in the one-day special, to actually add fabric to these first. Okay. And I think I put my finger in the paint.
Oh dear. Never mind.
Okay, have you got some admin I could do so I can get this off?
Well, I can show everybody what you're going to get within the one-day special. The details are up on your screen, as you can see there. So within this, you've got all your different projects, not only from Fabergé number 9, but also your Christmas projects, which incorporate the fabulous little mittens that Hayley's just been sharing with us. So the beauty is you can get it all in one go with that one item number on your screen, 186956. You've also got the ability to get additional elements as well. So if you want to go for extras of the mittens, they're at the bottom of your screen. They're only £9.99. You could pop those in with your order. If you're spreading your cost over 2 payments, it then works out as an extra £5. So it's certainly worth considering doing that. And because those mittens, you've got loads of different styles with those. Some have got etched detail, some have got the holes in them, so you can do your stitch detail with those, as you can see. So again, a brilliant value bundle. You've got 9 projects featuring within your Christmas Fabergé, and you've got 12 within your Fabergé number 9. Oh, sorry, it's 7. Is it 7? Comes to 19. That's where I got the 9 from, wasn't it? Yeah, that's where I got the 9 from.
12 in Fabergé, but there are kind of repeats and possible extensions on lots of them as well.
Now, of course, we've been talking about shopping online and how you get all those goodies into your basket. Couldn't be simpler. All you need to do is add them into your basket, and you can see these are the additional elements. So if you've gone for your one-day special and you want to make more of the bags, more of the pumpkin bag, then you can do. All you need to do is add those into your basket. You might be watching, you might think, well, I don't want to necessarily go to the whole Fabergé, but I like the idea of those blending bricks that you've got there. Blending bricks, my goodness. Yeah, £11.99, so very affordable. So any of those things that are featuring within your one-day special or any of the Fabergés are available. Indeed, the one that we're going to be looking at later on with a teacup coin purse, that is available too. You just click the button, add it to your basket, fill your basket up with all of your goodies that you're choosing. So make sure you're popping those in. Don't forget your happy hours as well. Of course, you can get those 3-dimensional stars. That's definitely worth adding in extra sets of those ones as well. And of course, if you want to go for more of the crackers, then it's easy. You just click on that button. Shows you the value for money that you've got with your one-day special. Because £16.99 for those 12 cracker kits, I think that's brilliant value. But of course, they are included within your one-day special, but you might want more of those as well. So there you go, as easy as that. And then when you do check out your basket, you will be presented with your end of call items that Hayley's referenced, and you can pop them in as well. So, cup of tea?
Yes, I have done the snipping. we are all good now. Okay, so first of all, you've got to cut your bits out. Once you've cut your bits out, you're going to need your 4 panels. You're going to need the zip and the little piece of kind of browny, taupey coloured cord that matches nicely with some of the colours in the roses on there as well. Okay. So you're going to need all 4 of these pieces. So if we're going to start off with what people usually consider the worst bit, we're going to start off with the zip. So we've given you a nice long zip, so it's a little bit longer than you're going to need. And we're going to, that's the way up our zip's going to be. So we're going to kind of work around that. So we're going to make sure that this goes on first and it's that way round, because when we stitch this, that's what we want to see. We want to see that nice edge there, and we want it lined up with the edge of the zip tape. So what's got to go on underneath that is this one here, which is our lining. So then we're going to make sure that the lining and the upper piece are lined up exactly, and we've got them lined up with each other and with the zip as well. So that should be a sandwich. It should be backing, and then it should be zip, and then it should be the outer layer. So all those 3 together. And now I would usually put clips on these rather than pins, because sometimes pins can bend and distort things a little bit. And I'm going to stitch all the way along that edge. Obviously you can see that black printed line there just through the fabric. You're going to aim to come just inside of that line. So let me grab the machine. Oh dear. John and I were...
The whole of the machine?
The whole of the machine, not just that, the accessory tray. John and I were filling up the advent calendars. He was helping me out.
Oh,
can I just say, he's very generous with his advent calendar pockets.
Oh, yes.
I was like 1 thing per pocket. He's shoving them all in. So, you know, just... You get an advent calendar from John? Well done.
Look at this.
Okay, so let me just get the zipper foot as well. I'm just going to switch that over. There we go. Perfect. Let's put it on the wrong side. No, I haven't. I'm on the right side. We're fine. So I'm going to pop that there. Just make sure we line that back up, because it's got all discombobulated when we've been moving it around. So all 3 layers. And I'm going to stitch through there. Now, I could take my needle a bit closer to that zip. It's, as long as for me it's to the right side, no, left side of this line, then right as in correct, but left as in as you're looking at it. As long as it's the left side of that black line, we'll be absolutely fine. What's that doing over there?
I've lost my pedal.
West, I've lost my pedal.
Oh no!
Oh, there we go.
You got it.
Yeah, I'm fine. Not that you can do anything from over there. It's purely information.
That machine's got a stop button. So
it has. I could have done that, but
that's okay.
I thought I would just shout at you for some reason.
All right. That's okay. I get that all the time. People just shouting at me.
Just looking at you and shouting.
It happens all the time. And this is brilliant, because this is showing you one of the areas that you might be nervous about. If you've never stitched in zips before, this is a project where you've got the tuition to help you do it.
Absolutely. So we're going to turn it right side out. Now, I would top stitch that as well to help it kind of hold in place, but we're going to go kind of a bit quicker because we need to get this finished. So we're going to do the same thing on the other side. So lining down first, and then this time we're looking to line up the edges of the fabric to make sure that they are lined up with each other, because if we don't do that, we're going to end up all kind of skew with. And then we're going to pop that one on the top of there and do exactly the same again. So all you're doing is repeating that same process, and when we've done that, we'll have those 2 halves together, and it's so simple from there.
Oh, your pretty fabric.
It's so simple from there. We're just going to should we do it? Let's just do it.
Have you got the little bag over there?
No, you've got it there.
That's what I thought. I was just looking at.
Oh, you should have.
It's fallen down. It's fallen down because I was going to show everybody just while you're
having a little nap.
There you go. So this is what Hayley's creating. Isn't it clever? Really cute little idea, but it's something that's practical as well. So the zip that Hayley's just shown us how to do, that's going to sit in the top, as you can see there. And what that does is it opens it up to give you that fabulous little lined pocket. And of course, the fabric for the lining, for the outer, even the cord that you've got for your little teacup handle is included within this one. You'll actually have fabrics left over. So if you wanted to do something like the little paper tab that you get with your tea bags, as you were saying earlier on, you could actually stitch that. put it onto the end there, couldn't you? Quite
Cute
easily.
little addition that you could easily add on. I've lost my, I found it. I've lost my bit of cord, but I found it. We're all fine.
Okay.
So this is how I've just taken it off the machine. Let me just move the machine out of the way so we can see where we go from here. And from here, you are going to open out the front, and then you are going to open out the back as well. So now we've got it as if it would go together. So we've got the zip on the top, and all we need to do is join up these sides and the bottom. So we're going to have to do the two front sides together. So let's put them face to face, and then the two back sides together. So on the lining, you want to leave a gap on that straight edge at the bottom so you can sew it together. Now, I think what people always struggle with this type of zip is, where do I go when I get here?
Oh, okay, yeah.
Because obviously that's all now joined together, and you've got a little bit of a top stitch maybe on there as well, so it gets a little bit bulky. To be honest, just get as close as you can and don't worry about that little gap that might be there, but because by the time you turn everything through, you're not going to see it. As long as you forward and reverse there, so it's nice and solid,
okay,
don't worry about it.
Fair enough.
I wouldn't worry about it at all, because I mean, on the one you've got there, you can't see.
You wouldn't notice.
You wouldn't even notice there was a gap there, so don't worry about that at all. But the other thing we need to remember is we need to get the handle in. So you need to add the handle to the what would be the front. So the spotty and flowery side is where we need to add our handle, and we need to put it in like a teacup, like that. So you can always, if you want your handle a bit smaller, you know, take a bit more through. Rather than cut it, I would just pull a little bit more through, sew it, and then cut it off afterwards. But I'm going to have mine about there. We're going to do exactly the same again, sandwich it all together and sew round. But before you sew either of these sides, you must open that zip.
Okay.
Because if you sew all that way round, you haven't opened your zip, you can't get back in to turn it right side out and turn it through.
Point. Yes, yeah.
Because what you'll have is you won't be able to get access to this half at all. You'll be able to get in here because you've left a gap in the bottom. But if that zip's closed, you won't be able to get anywhere near it. So from here, all we're going to do is sew all the way around this side, and you're going to start at the top, all the way around, stop at this side, start at the other side, from here down to the bottom, and I would actually move it onto the straight edge, just a ½ inch, and then come back, and then forward and reverse, and then up that other side, and then turn the whole thing through, and it will pop out just like the one Hayley's got.
Well, this is it. And if you're worried about creating yours, then you don't need to worry, because you've got your step-by-step instructions there. So you've got your photograph there showing you what you're going to be achieving during the course of this particular project. You've got all the explanation here, how much seam allowance you need, where you need to pin the little handle, how you create it, how you put your zip in place, all the way through, so as you create that final project, as you can see there. But in here, you have got all of the other projects. Now, we did see the bobbing bunting. We were talking about that one at 8 o'clock this morning. The applique puffin, you can go back and watch the shows, because of course every show Hayley has been showing us the different projects that you've got in here and how quickly and easily they come together. But they are all incorporated within the what you've got here. Even you've got your little fabulous embroidery bag that we looked at in the last hour. They are all featuring in there. So all of those projects, all 12 of them, that you can follow step by step with your panel that you're going to receive, and of course all the kind of additional notions that you're going to get. And that's just one half of your one day special. You can get a hold of that one by itself if you want, with a £5 saving. The next one that we've got is your Christmas one, Christmas number 2. And again, this one has got a £5 saving. And again, you've got lovely projects in there, 7 projects in there, all kind of ideas of how to decorate your tree or your home, because of course baubles, they might not necessarily need to kind of go on your tree. They can go in all sorts of different ways, can't they? So, and the stars, you might use them all year round, don't just have to be for Christmas, do they? So you're going to get all of those different projects that you're going to be able to create, and of course you've got your tuition, your guidance within your book. And again, that particular one is available by itself, so if you want to get hold of it, you can. There's a £5 saving associated to the Christmas and the number 2 Fabazine, and a £5 saving associated to Fabazine issue number 9. Bring them together with those savings and you've got an additional £10 savings. So you're actually saving £20 overall with your one-day special. But as we mentioned, they're available individually. And of course, those additional projects, if you want to get more of the projects, they are available and they've all got different prices, but they're all individual on the website. All the call operators can help you with those. But 60% of the stock of your one-day, oh, 2/3 now, my goodness. So yeah, 2/3 of the stock has gone now. You only have up until 6 o'clock this evening to take advantage of that saving, and that's if stock permits us to run right the way through to it. So 186956. Now, your first preparations for Christmas might be your Fabazines and your projects that you've got, but one of the first things that we see coming out that gets us all ready for Christmas is in that advent calendar, isn't it?
It is. We've been doing more and more of these because we've been kind of making our own, and we were thinking, well, what would we want to see? What would we just do it to amuse ourselves, basically. So this is one of our new guys. I've named him already.
Okay, what's his name? Should I ask?
His name's Rodders.
Rodders.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Rodders.
So with these ones, they all just pleat up. Last night we had a catchphrase for them. They were pleat and treat.
Ah,
yeah.
clever. See what you did there.
It was Scott and I. So the way that these work is, you can see on the side there, they just fold up, fold. And these, because they are kind of standalone, you can actually cut these out and make these shaped advent calendars rather than just having the traditional square ones that come. So we have Rodders, who don't phone up and ask for Rodders. They will not know what it is. We have not put that on the information card. We've got our little snowy village. This one is part of the way through getting bound, and we'll show you how to do that in a little bit.
And it's
so
nice
that one,
you've got different sizes with these.
Yes,
well.
this
so
one's got different size pockets.
Could just go on the side of a door or something.
See, if you've got different size treats, they can go in different pockets. Now, I did go out to the shop and I got several different brands of treats just to cover us.
Okay.
So we're fine. This one is our snowy pine cone. This is another one of the new ones. This one is pinned but not sewn yet. So this one is super cute. But I think also it could be a more grown-up version. And I have spotted the deliberate mistake.
I was just looking at that, thinking...
2 10s.
Yeah.
So this one will actually come with 25, because I'll tell Josh about that and he will fix it. You get 25 holes on that one. We've got our gingerbread house. This one's got quite a weight to it now, actually.
I was going to say, with all of those windows filled in, I bet it has.
And what you'll notice is, if you have a look down the side, see those stripy,
I like the
twisty
candy
columns?
canes, yeah.
Yeah. Now, to get those to match up with traditional kind of printing methods would be incredibly difficult.
Yeah.
But because we can kind of, mess about with things and change the design digitally, we can actually get all of those candy canes to line back up once it kind of pleats back up. So that one is our gingerbread house. We've got our shaped Christmas tree. So it is a Christmas tree, and it has loads of little pockets, and this is the one that we've actually kind of cut out to shape as well. And then we've got the bell as well, so we've got a kind of Christmas bell there as well. Now, some of these, the bell included, do have extra bonus pockets.
Ooh, okay.
As well, so you can get kind of extra little treats in there as well.
Like
it is, and especially with, I'll have to get Rodders back. Hang on, Rodders, he's great, because this one I think you could make into a bit of a treasure hunt as well. There's quite a lot of weight in these sweets.
You need to add. I don't know if you've got time to bring them at the back again, but you need a cat one and a dog one.
Oh, okay. I'll see. Oh, okay. Well, I've missed a trick there, haven't I?
Oh, yes.
Because not many people have reindeer pets. But what you can do with this, can you see how there's extra pockets in there? So you can make this one, if you want to add some bigger pieces, make this one into a bit of a treasure hunt. So, for example, in pocket number 6, you could put a little treat, but you could also say, look in.
A little clue.
Look in his left leg. And then you can have a bigger treat in there as well. So you can actually make additional pockets on this one to make it a bit of a treasure hunt as well as an
Clever idea. Lots of different choices, lots of different item numbers with regards to those, and they're all on the website. So check them out. They're very affordable, only $9.99, and this is something that you're going to be bringing out time and time again. So certainly a consideration. I certainly know there's a few in there that I wouldn't mind hanging in my home. So yes, if you like the idea of those, then get them into your baskets. Talking about decorating your home, well, Fabazine, or Christmas Fabazine #1, should I say, it was the perfect opportunity for you to get your home ready, and we've got 4 options with regards to this one. So the details are popped up on the screen. They're the same kind of components within the different options, just it's all down to your colour scheme really, which ones you're wanting to go for. So we're looking at the first one that we've got here, and we've got some beautiful modern kind of styles with these contemporary stars, some quirky little snowmen, you've got your mittens, Christmas trees, wreaths. They are all featuring within this particular Fabazine, and you can see the details are up on your screen should you want to get involved with these. Similar sorts of projects across the board. So you can see here you've got things like your little wine glass slipper at the top there. So you can see that's something you're going to be able to create. Something to pop your cutlery in when you're sitting at the table. Again, all those place settings, having them all set out really, really well. We've got a little advent calendar project in here as well. You've got your crackers, your nameplates, your Christmas bunting. All of these are things that you will find within your Christmas Fabazine. But of course, it depends on the style that you're choosing to go for. So if you want to go for this one is your modern. So nice one. I'm going to pop this down just so as you can see, because I think we caught a little bit of the mittens there a few moments ago, so make it nice and easy for you to see. And the second option that we've got, we're getting very active with this one. Lots of people doing lots of kind of wintry things. So you can see you've got your skaters going on here. And it's brilliant because you kind of got that scene again, lovely colours, more of a softy kind of bluey grey tone. So maybe that's in keeping with your colour scheme at home. Again, you can see your advent calendar, similar sort of elements with these, but obviously a different colour backdrop. And again, you've got the same things we were talking about, things like your cutlery, little kind of holders, your wine glass slippers, your bunting, and Christmas crackers as well. Again, all featuring in there for just £34.99. But if you like your traditional reds and your greens, well, the next set is the one that you'll want to go for. Again, you've got the same sort of projects with regards to these. So again, you've got your fabric crackers there, you've got your advent calendar you'll be able to see in the backdrop, all the different place setting elements that you would need to make your table look amazing for the big day itself. And they're all reusable as well, so of course nice if you're thinking about kind of recycling, reusing, then you can just pack them all away after Christmas, pop them up in the loft wherever you put all your decorations, and then bring them out again next year. Love it. The last option that we've got for you is with your little robin, a very traditional character at Christmas, don't you think? And a beautiful set. Gorgeous artwork, as you can see there, put onto the fabric, because this is what Hayley can do. Craft Yourself Silly can come up with all sorts of different unique designs because they have the ability to do so. And again, with this one, you've got all your different components for a perfect Christmas table, including an advent calendar there. So you've got the countdown before the day itself, and of course your Christmas bunting there, looking absolutely amazing. £34.99. So whichever of these you go for, I don't know which one to go for. There's so much choice. So of course you've got them all available on the website, and the easy way for you to get hold of them is to jump on there. But what about adding some additional bits and pieces? Well, we've got some gorgeous sparkle fabric that is perfect to work with your Christmas projects, but to be honest, it's gorgeous all year round. So you've got to pick a mix. You're going to choose whichever ones you're wanting to go for. half-metre pieces, incidentally, with these ones, and you can choose any of these, 3 of these, for just $19.99. These are gorgeous, Hayley.
Yeah, these are beautiful, and no, disrespect to the cameras or anything, but they do not pick up the sparkle that's on these fabrics. And even John next door, John, popped past and said, I didn't think they were sparkly as that.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, the clearest one to see them on, I think, is sometimes the darker of the blues.
Okay. Oh, we can see. Oh, look, we've gone soft focused. I love it.
He's like, I'm not having this. I won't get the sparkle.
Yeah.
Challenge accepted.
There you go. It's almost like a night sky, that one, isn't it?
Yeah, these are absolutely beautiful. Really nice and soft as well, and completely washable. So 30 degrees, and you will keep your sparkle on there as well.
It doesn't come off at all. So yeah.
These I mean, it is quite subtle. They're like almost like a batik-y kind of fabric.
They're perfect as blenders, and of course, if it's a Christmas project, then that bit of sparkle is just going to add to it, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Loads of colours to choose from as well.
Yeah, we keep kind of sneaking some extras in there as well every now and again. So these are all named absolutely crazy things as well, which I will try my best to remember. So on your screen, which way do you want to go?
I don't mind.
I'm trying. Right.
Start off with the red.
I'm gonna have to look at the screen to do it though. So the red one was ruby, and then we've got the moonstones. Hang on, because there's two different pinks, and yes, there's the moonstones, and then there's pink sapphire is the darker one. That's it. So first one, pink sapphire, then the moonstones, then we're on the purpley one next, aren't we? So that's amethyst. That's our new blue one that we've added in, which I believe is kings and queens.
Okay.
And then we've got opal, which was the darker one, topaz, which is the lighter one, and then Lucy in the Sky with diamonds is the next one along.
Quite a light one, that one, isn't it?
Yeah, that one's beautiful. That one's absolutely lovely. And then we've got black pearl, which is that one, and then onyx, which is the darkest one that we do. So it's like a really dark grey, almost into black, but there's kind of a hint of blue in there as well, so it will work with the blues. You've got emerald.
Gorgeous.
Then you have golden brown, mother of pearl, and then diamonds are a girl's best friend, and goldfinger.
Beautiful. Love it. They're all on the website. And you've got some fabulous reviews on there as well. So if you want to check those reviews out, you can do. But you can choose any three of those. Works out that you are going to be getting, where am I? You're going to get 1/2 metre of your fabric. You're going to get 2 patterns with these as well. Oh, okay.
Patterns. You get 3 1/2 metres and you get 2 bonus patterns with them as well. So one is for the Japanese knot bag, and the other is for, it's another bag actually, and it's a patchwork one as well. So you're getting 2 bags included with 2 bag patterns.
I love it.
Included with the price.
Brilliant value for money.
Saying about extending some of the projects that we've got in the Fabazine, you know, a couple of these
definitely
would extend, you know, 3 1/2 metres would extend a lot of the projects that we've got in the Fabazine as well.
What are you up to over there?
I am just getting ready to make a cracker. Now this same process will work for the cracker that's in the Christmas Fabazine, the Christmas 2 Fabazine, to make the mini crackers to go on the trees. But this is actually from Fabazine number 1, and this is the bigger cracker. This is the one that everybody goes absolutely mad for, and that I do have to put the caveat on, because if you are ordering this, it will not be coming Royal Mail. We're not allowed to send them Royal Mail because the cracker snaps are classed as explosives.
Oh, of course, yes. Yeah.
Explosives. Yes, but we have arranged it with another courier, and they are quite happy to transport them. We have to wrap them a certain way, but they're quite happy to transport them. So it's all good. You can still get your snaps.
Lovely. That's good to know. And the cracker that Hayley's created is one of the larger ones that you've got. Of course, in Fabazine number 2, you're getting your smaller ones that are going to be perfect to go on your Christmas tree. Similar sort of idea. So you've kind of got those elements that are going to be the inside of your crackers. So you can see there you've got your fabric inside there, and you've got your outer as well. I think this might have been stitched in place. It's very tight, but you can see that you're going to be able to reuse these over and over again. They've got the squidginess there as well.
You grab the orange one.
I was going to say, oh no, it is though. It is going to open up. I wasn't sure whether it had been stitched together.
No,
but
you've got to have it quite tight, so you've got the kind of pull effect. Do you know what I mean? Because if it's paper, you sometimes you're yanking at it for a little bit to get it to pop.
That's true.
Brilliant. With the fabric ones, we have purposefully made them quite tight. So that you do get that, you know, you still get the friction and you get that pull effect on it.
I love it. So they go at £34.99. That's for your whole Fabazine, not just your crackers. They are just one of the projects that you're going to get within there. And of course, these are the larger ones, which are part of Fabazine number 1. You've got 4 different styles, 4 different item numbers. And of course, you've got your smaller crackers featuring within your Fabazine Christmas number 2, if you're wanting your smaller ones for your trees as well. So here you go. This is your Fabazine, your original Fabazine. This is from last year, but you've got so many different styles with regard to these. Your choice really is just down to the colour scheme that you've got at at home. So modern, you've got your skaters, you've got your traditional with your red and green and poinsettias, and you've got that gorgeous kind of retro look with those beautiful, almost like watercolour images printed onto your fabric. So all about choice, and all under the same item number 301860. So crackers, Hayley.
Okay, so job number 1 is to press a 1/4 inch seam allowance onto either end of your piece. So one there, and then fold the whole thing in half, because you need 2 halves of your cracker, so that you're going to do exactly the same for both of them.
Okay.
Once you've done that, you are then going to take one at a time, and you're going to open them up and fold them the other way so that they are long and skinny, and pop a couple of pins in there, and then you're going to run a line of stitching all the way down. So your first one you are going to do with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. Your second one, because this has got to fit inside the first one, you actually want to use a slightly larger one. You want to use 3/8 inch on that one, because you want that slightly smaller tube on your second one. So I am going to quickly whiz down this. Before I do, I'll show you how to put the plastic bits together. So this is Mylar plastic. Now you can get this just as the plastic and the snaps and the instructions on its own. So if you've got your own fabric you want to use, you can just get those as an individual. So I'm sure Charlotte will somehow magically find that information.
She has magically
because she's
found
good, you
it.
see. She's good. She's great at pressing buttons.
663,052, £9.99 being your price, and that's got all the components that you need there. You just need to add your fabric in. So if you fancy doing them that way, then by all means please do so. These are the larger of the crackers, so don't forget. The smaller ones are all to do with Faberzine issue number 2, your Christmas number 2. But I think they will be available, just obviously the smaller ones.
You want to create 2 rings that are going to be the end of your crackers, and these are the ones that you're going to be kind of squishing down to be able to pull the cracker. Now, the reason we've chosen this type of plastic is for exactly this reason. You know, you can squish it right down and it'll just pop straight back into shape. So it's really, really good for this type of project. So to attach them into those rings, you're going to need nothing more complicated than a bit of tape. And just make sure that you go right the way around and get a really good join on that. So you're going to make 2 the same size to go on the outer edge, and then we're going to make 1 that's ever so slightly smaller than the other. So this is already the smaller one, because you can see it fits inside that. So you want 3 that are kind of this diameter, 2 small and 1 larger one, and then you want this one which is slightly smaller. So I'm going to make sure that this one is going to fit around my slightly smaller one.
So do they have to overlap a specific amount, or do you just kind of do one by eye and then...
It does specify how to kind of overlap them in the instructions, but I've made quite a few of these now, and to be honest, I will probably just eyeball most of them. As long as you've got, that's not sliding because of the sticky tape, not because of anything else, but as long as you've got them so they'll slide in and out of each other reasonably freely. So you see that's moving quite easily inside there, because you want to be able to fold it to put it back together, so like that, but then once it's in, as long as it's sliding, that's fine. And remember, enough tape to go all the way around, front and back, and make sure it's really nice and secure. So now I'm going to quickly hop to the sewing machine, and we've only got about 10 minutes, so hopefully I'm going to be able to do this in 10 minutes.
Wonderful.
Apparently 9 minutes I've got to do it in now.
Shall I just mention something else that we've got on the show, which has been incredibly popular since last night? We, or should I say, Hayley thought that she'd bought enough of this for us to last right the way through the whole 24-hour period. It sold out in the first hour. Now this is brilliant because you're getting 5 metres of your batting, and this is brilliant because you can see that it's a super slim batting, so that regards kind of the width of it. And this is perfect if you've got projects. You're not necessarily doing a larger quilt, although you could actually join it together if you wanted to, but to be honest, I'd go for the wider that we've got on the website. But if you wanted to go for your narrower, for things like your placemats or your bags or projects that you're creating around the home, and you don't necessarily want to cut into your much wider, then this is always a good one to have. It's only £12.99, very affordable.
You've bought these big pieces of batting, you've cut a tiny bit off the corner to do a small project, and then you're like, oh, well, I can't use that for a quilt now because it's got a chunk missing out the corner. And we both do this.
Oh,
There's
regularly.
many others that will do the same. So we actually decided to cut them on a roll. This is equivalent to just over 1.5 meters square. So it's about 10 cushion fronts if you're doing it that way. So it's 18.5 inches wide, which is 47 centimetres. So you could make 10 cushion fronts or bag fronts or whatever using this, or obviously smaller projects. Great for smaller projects.
I love it. Dispatch from the 27th of October should you want yours. It's sold out twice, so yeah, if you've missed out on it previously, now is probably a good time for you to get hold of it.
Okay. So all I've done is sew that the whole length. Now I have stopped and started just before that bit that I turned over, and that's going to make my life a little bit easier when we come to actually stitch around that edge. So I'm going to fold this in half, but I'm not going to take it all the way through. I just want it so it's lined up 50-50 and kind of folded in half, but still kind of in line with each other. So let's get a little bit more. So that's what we want. We want these two bits that we folded to create those that final seam later on, those lined up, and then the rest all nice and flat up the top there. So that's what we're after. So from here, we are going to add our bits of mylar. So we're going to squish it. We're going to just fold back the top, say, inch or so of the outer piece. I'm going to pop that through, squish it so we can get it past the fabric, and then let it pop its way out, and then fold back that inch that we'd folded out of the way, and then just like a piping bag, squidge it up to the edge. It's just like a piping bag. There you go. And that's the first bit of the cracker in. Do exactly the same process. Now, if this is, so let me just check. So this is my slightly larger one because I only did a 1/4 inch seam on this one. So I want my slightly wider plastic to go inside it. So let me just show that that is the slightly bigger one because that goes on the outside. So this is the one I'm going to put into here. Same again, just move that out of the way, get it past the inside bit, and you can fold and scrunch this up like mad and it just keeps bouncing back. It's fantastic stuff. And then we're going to slide that down. Now I want to slide that up, but I want to still make sure there's at least a little bit so I can get my hands in to push it back down when I'm finished, because from here we need to line up those two folded pieces. So just fold that over and line these two pieces up, because this is now where we're going to run round and stitch these two pieces together to hold in place all of those bits of mylar plastic that are in the centre. And the only thing that will stop this from being washable is the tape. So what I would say is don't use masking tape on this. Do use a proper sticky tape on it. Don't use anything coloured just in case it shows through your fabric, or indeed the colours bleed if you do wash it. So I would use something like a plain see-through clear tape. Just make sure it's something pretty strong, and like I did on mine, wrap it round all of the way so it's got a really good grip back onto itself. Do the last one in here, and as you can see when I'm doing these, I'm pulling it so it goes straight so that you don't have any gaps in there. So I'm pulling it as I go around, making sure it's nice and straight, and then I'm going to take it back to the machine and we're going to stitch this piece. Now I'm hoping there's enough thread in that bottom bobbin to get me all the way around, but because we've not got time to redo it. So I'm going to just pop that there. We're going to top stitch it, so I'm going to just move it along, so I'm just right on the edge there, and then remove the pins as I go. I'm going to try and squish this flat so you can see what I'm doing. And we're just doing short, straight pieces, so then when it starts to bend, I'm going to stop. I'm going to roll the whole thing back over, and then I'll see if I can move it out of the way again so you can see. And then I've created another short, straight line there. And that's all you're doing with this. Obviously with the smaller ones, it is a little bit more fiddly because it's a little smaller, but we designed them to be the right width of your foot. So you'll be able to get your machine foot in there and you'll be able to sew it. So again, keep going. And then one more. How long have I got to do the other half of my cracker? 3 minutes? I'll see what I can do. I'm not making any promises. I'll see what I can do. And that's the only tough bit, is where you've got those seams, but that should be all right. So let me just do a couple of back stitches on there, just to hold that in place. And then that is the first half of my cracker. I now just need to squeeze that top bit back down into place. And as you can see, once we've added the tie in there, that you can see that cracker shape starting to take place. So I'm going to go like the wind now. No instructions, just sewing.
Now, with regards to your one-day special, of course, you've got your smaller crackers. There's two different ways of getting hold of the crackers. Larger ones that Hayley's working with is from your original Fabazine, your Christmas Fabazine, which is available. But within your one-day special, you have got the ability to make your mini crackers. So everything that Hayley's been taking us through, you'll be able to learn with the instructions that are in your detailed book that comes with it, but obviously on a smaller scale, because these are going to be ones that are going to sit on your tree. So you can see that, or you could have them sitting on your table if you wanted to. I mean, they'd look quite sweet sitting actually on a little plate, wouldn't they? And you could have all sorts in there. You could have little sweeties in there. You might have a little charade that somebody's going to do after they've had their Christmas dinner. It might be a little Christmas puzzle or a quiz. It's entirely up to you, but that is just one of those projects within the Christmas Fabazine at number 2. Now, if you want the larger ones, then the details are at the bottom of your screen, and that's the original one where you're going to choose your 4 different settings. So whether you're going to go for your modern, whether you're going to go for your skaters, whether you're going to go for your traditional, or whether you're going to go for your robins. Those are your 4 different options with regard to those. And this is the one, the closest to me is the one that Hayley's working with at the moment. Those are your skaters, with that kind of pale grey blue, as you can see. Your very traditional poinsettias, again, these are one of the options. You can see those large crackers that Hayley's working on at the moment, and this one is your robin. So 301860, but of course don't forget, if you wanted to make the smaller ones that we were talking about, then these ones are available with your one-day special. And it's one of the 7 projects that you've got in your Fabazine, your Christmas Fabazine number 2. You've got 12 additional projects featuring within your main one, and you've got a £5 saving on each one of these. Now, they are available individually, but bring them together, you've got an additional tenner off, giving you £69.98. Hayley, how are you doing?
I'm in a grump because I've run out of thread.
Oh no. Well, we're back at 4 o'clock.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's
we'll
fine.
do more of it at 4.
And also, when you do your larger piece, make sure if you've got anything printed that should be on the front, you put that on your larger piece. Because now it's on my smaller piece, he's going to go inside. I'll hide him in the middle and he'll be fine.
We'll change it all round, don't worry. So yeah, do come back and rejoin myself and Hayley at 4 o'clock. It'll be your final opportunity to see your current one-day special in action. But of course, you can order between the shows. You certainly need to order before 6 o'clock, because that price will be going up and you don't want to be paying any more than you need to. I'll see you later on. Ta-ra. Now, a slight change to our schedule, because Janice did a jolly good job earlier on and she sold out. So she's joining us for a happy hour straight after the break. Then we've got 2 hours with John Lockwood and Lockers Crafts 2.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you'll benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom Members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with a craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888, and join Freedom today.
Hi, I'm Jenny Mays from Hobby Art. Hobby Art's a family-run company, and we've been designing and manufacturing stamps for over 28 years now. Whatever your style, there's always something that will interest you with Hobby Art stamps.
Hi, I'm Matthew Palmer, professional artist with the SAA, the UK's largest and friendliest art community. The SAA exists to inform, encourage and inspire all who want to paint, and that's exactly what you'll learn to do with me as your teacher. As a self-taught artist of 30 years ago, I know the challenges of a white piece of paper and learning how to paint. But with me and the SAA, I'll show you how easy watercolour painting really is. I want to show you my watercolour painting techniques, and I want to get you over that white paper fear and get you started and develop your watercolour painting.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts 2 stable and the ones that I design.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you are well. It's great to have your company. Now, we've had a slight change of shows. We had a very busy DIY show earlier on today and we sold out, I know. So I'm not going to be showing you my rusty hinges throughout this show and trying to sort them out. Instead, I'm going to show you my glitter card, which, believe you me, it's so much more pleasing to the eye. It is a happy hour, which means all the prices are going back up at 2 o'clock today. It's a show where you can stock up on your essentials. We're heading towards Christmas. I know I've mentioned it, I have to, because I think it's at this time of year when things start to go on fast forward. It's less than 10 weeks until Christmas, I know. So we do lead busy lives. We have to make cards. We don't have to, no one's forcing us to it, but as crafters we love doing it. And we might be doing it for a business as well. And the worst thing that can happen is we run out, either for a pleasure point of view, the fact that we love to craft in our spare time, you don't want to run out of your cardstock or your paper, and also for a business side as well. You know, if you have an order come in but you can't fulfill it because you don't have all of your paper and card and glitter paper in stock, then here's your chance to stock up and save money as well. Now, as you're going through the items, if you start putting lots of things in your basket and it comes to £60 or more, it happens and then you go, oh, I can't really afford that this month. This is what we'll do. We'll divide the cost into 2 payments. It's interest-free. It's really easy to set up. You just tick a box on the website or let us know when you give us a call, and then we'll send everything out to you, but we'll wait for the second part of your money. How about that, if it's £60 or more? A couple of things you need to know. The new telephone number, 0330 175 552. And then, of course, you can buy on the website, thecraftstore.com, or through the apps, which you can download on your Android phones or your smart iPhones. Right, not that Android phones aren't smart, but you get my point. Right. Oh, I just went into another life then. Right, OK, let's start off with your happy hour. This really is a great essential to have because it's non-shed glitter. So if you are cutting out any of your shapes, maybe you've got some baubles, as it were, to cut out for your Christmas tree. Maybe you've got some intricate shapes, but you want them to be sparkly. We've got non-shed glitter card for you. It's more... well, it's very lightweight, so it's very easy to send through your die cutting machines. And it's non-shed. If you give that a little bit of a rub, it's not going to come off. It's not going to cause any issues with your die cutting machines, and also it's going to cut perfectly each and every time. You've got the gold and the silver. Let's put those side by side. They are so glittery, aren't they? Absolutely gorgeous. £13.99, saving £10. You get 40 sheets in total. That's 20 of the gold, 20 of the silver, and there are 170 GSM. We do say that paper matures into card at 170 GSM. So it's on the cusp. It's like that teenager that comes downstairs, doesn't talk, eats everything in the fridge, and then just goes back to bed. Oh, is that you, Maddie? There you go. Maddie put a hand up. I am not putting that on, Maddie, but is that what you do, Maddie? Oh, bless you. Right, you wait till you start paying for what's in the fridge. It'll be another thing then. So your gold and your silver, 375162 is your item number. I think these are fabulous. What's nice about it as well, what's nice about the weight is that it's very easy to make and create different items with. That could quite easily be, with a few holes in there, a really nice little lantern with a tea light in. It'll also give you the opportunity to make and create some nice little, I don't know, nice little party favours or nice little boxes, for example. But beautiful non-shed, really, really handy. Don't miss out on that. You're saving £10. That is a tremendous deal at 375162. Right, we've got more for you. We have got some watercolour card. Now, I have got some brushes from Matthew Palmer. I'm going to do some watercolouring, and I'm really lucky because I have some Pink Frog Crafts watercolour card at home, and it is my go-to, and it means that when I want to do any kind of watercolouring, okay, my pictures might not be fantastic, but it gives me the confidence to carry on because I've got the right paper to put the colours on, because of course if you're using water, paper gets very moist very quickly, so you want to make sure that it takes in the water but also uses the water and dispenses it around, if you know what I mean. If you know watercolours, you'll know what I mean. But there's more to it than just using your watercolour paints on here. You're getting 100 sheets, it's 280 GSM, and I'm going to show you now all the different things that you can do with your watercolour card. Starting right here, there you go. Your watercolour painting, of course you can do that, and it's going to build your confidence because it's great paper to use. It's a great size as well. It's not too big. Let me just bring it in. It's not too big that it's going to be very, very daunting to start painting your pictures on, so I think that is a great, great size. Right, next along you've got your faux bleaching. So you can put your watercolours down, flick water at it, and then that's going to act like a bleach. You've also got your spritz of stamped image. So stamp your images with your, I guess it's oxide. Yeah, and then you can spray and then it just disperses out. A really nice effect, I really like that. Embossing folders, perfect. Maybe a little tip, but I don't know. Do your own research. Spritz it with a bit of water before you put it through your embossing folders. I don't know. You could try it. In fact, if you've got some Pink Frog Crafts watercolour card at home, spritz it with a bit of water, put it through an embossing folder, send a picture in. And in fact, we'd love to see what you guys are up to this Sunday. If you're doing any kind of paper crafting, send in your pictures. Our Emily's got nothing else to do in the gallery. She would love to get all of your photos. That's what she's saying now. She's got her feet up, cup of tea, pink slippers. So please send in your pictures. She would love to get them sorted for you. Anything that you're doing today to inspire others. And the email address is studio@thecraftstore.com. Right, we've got your drip techniques. There you go. So that's really good because you want there to be quite a bit of water to let that paint run down the paper. That's a good technique, it really is. You've got your ink through stencil, you've got your micro sprays, and you've got your oxide ink stamped and pulled. What does that mean, pulled? So you just add water and then you pull it. Of course it means that. Sorry, you're probably thinking, who are you talking to, Janice? Sometimes I don't know. It could be anybody. Could be anybody. It's just who visits me on the day. Right, it's where you stamp an image with your oxide, and then you use a wet water brush, and then you drag out the ink into the image. There you go. Right, we've got more. We have indeed. Die cutting, of course, you can use with your die cutting machines. It's 280 GSM, so it's thick. So think about your different sandwiches to use, but it works perfectly. Crumpled paper effect. I really like that. I think that's fabulous. You've also got your heat embossing, your brushes on here as well, your brush-os should I say. Excellent for your brush-os, looks fantastic. We've also got your ink layering over your embossing, so it acts kind of as a resist. You've got your salt techniques. That is a great technique actually, a little bit like tie-dye. And then you've got your cling film technique. I thought it said cling fun technique. That's another show for another day. You've got your bubble wrap technique again, another show for another day. And we've got some more as well. We'll run through these quickly to show you because we've got lots to go through on the show. Oh my goodness, you've got your torn edges, your watercolour pencils, your watercolour paints, and so much more that you can do. It is ideal, of course, for your scoring and folding. Stock up now, and dare I say it, Christmas gifts. I know, white cards are Christmas gifts, but let's think about this. If you are a crafter and you love crafting, any kind of present for anybody is a gift, isn't it? Whether it be something they can use personally or whether it's something they can use for their business, for example. It's saving somebody £12.49. Actually, they'll think you've spent £19.99. You could put a faux label on the back and pretend you've spent that on them. I know. I mean, you're not really allowed to do that, but, you know, if you're doing it for your own personal use, fill your boots. 747203 is your item number. That's your watercolour card. Right, we've got Super Smooth for you now. Again, this will take a whole heap of different techniques. And Super Smooth, you'll see a lot of our demonstrators using Super Smooth on the shows, either for die cutting, painting, stamping, drawing on. When you get this home, the first thing you do, you go, is it as super smooth as our Janice said? Yes, it is. And that also sounded a little bit weird using my name in the third person. It felt strange for me. It's strange for you? It's a little bit. It was a little bit. I'm not even Northern, so I don't know why I said, Janice. Janice. Mind you, we say that a little bit in Leicester. We do say that a little bit in Leicester. We also say 4-2 to the Blues in Leicester. Right, if you were at the King Power Stadium yesterday and you were a Man United supporter, I'm sorry, it's just the way it goes. Right, £16.90. It's great to have you there, though. Were you there? £16.98. You're saving £5 on this deal. 462614. This is a fantastic deal. Right, you've got your A3 size. We've got some Janice Math coming up as well. We have got some, we love Janice Maths. It's great. Okay, so first of all, let's tell you what you're getting. Your A3, you're getting 40 sheets of that, and your A4, you're getting 80 sheets. But here's the thing, because we all like a bargain, don't we? And we all want things to go on a little bit longer than they do. We want things to, yeah. Right, so your A3, cut that in half, what do you get? A4. So think about this. If you use A4 more than anything else, if you cut your 40 sheets, was it, of A3 into 2, that's 80. Add it to your A4, which was 80, that's 160 sheets now. So you're turning those 120 sheets into 160 sheets if it's A4. We'll take it even further. Do you know if you want A5? We won't take that any further because it's nice to have A4 and A3, isn't it? It's lovely. Busy for this, don't miss out. We're very busy. £16.98 means you're saving £5. Right, let's show you what you can do with your Super Smooth. I'm actually going to pop that down and pop that down there and move that over there and move that over there. And then I'm going to bring this in. There you go. Right, let's see what we can do with our Super Smooth. Right, I can't actually see that far over, so there you go. Distress ink with water. So it will take your water techniques. I love that. Your next one along is your Distress Oxide Blended, so you can blend all of your inks on here, which looks great. Your oxides with water, again, Super Smooth, will take water and it will take it perfectly as well. Distress Oxide, so you get that galaxy effect, which is really cool, really like that. Down to the bottom, we have got your paint. Of course, quite simple and quite easy. Looks like a Rothko, doesn't it? Next along, you've got your sprays, so great for spritzing and spraying. Brushos with water, and you know you need to use a lot of water with your brushos. And then you've got your oxides, and you can do that distress bleaching technique. I've got more for you. My goodness, it's going even further. Let's pop that one there, and let's take that one away. I know. Right, more techniques. You've got your gesso. Now, there's nothing stopping you putting white gesso on here. I know it's white card, it's Super Smooth, but sometimes you need a little bit of a tooth on there. So you could use your white gesso on here as well. Your texture paste, your gilding wax, your stencils, your watercolour pencils. I'm going really fast now, sorry. Right, are we there? There you go, okay. And then you've got your watercolour pens just there. I mean, I can go slower. There you go, somebody press fast forward. There's more. I know, there's more. Here we go. Lots of techniques here. Right, you have got your heat embossing. very good for that. Your die cutting, of course, super smooth, and it will cut really beautifully as well. There's no film on here to make it super smooth. It's the way the paper is pressed. You've got your embossing as well. Look how clean and crisp that is. Gorgeous, isn't it? You've got your letterpress. We've also got the ability to make and create frames as well. Look at that construction. Not your houses, just your frames. Doodling, magnificent. Be great with your micron pens. You've also got your distressed paper technique, which just means putting ink on there, screwing it up, and then putting it flat again. And then you've got your embossing with a plastic stencil and ink. There you go. So lots that you can do with your Super Smooth. We are very busy. It is very, very popular. And you're getting a £5 saving as well. Remember, all this is going to be delivered to your door, and you don't have to wait for it. It's brilliant. The price is going back up at 2 o'clock. Think about the workshops that you might be going to. Think about the workshops that you could now create. Maybe you've got some friends coming round, and it'll be a nice way to spend time together doing a bit of crafting. You could buy this, save yourself £5, and then charge them the earth to use the paper. Just saying. Well, you know, you've got to make some money, haven't you? Right. Every penny counts. Got some red liner tape for you now. Again, it is a true staple of any crafter, and a lot of our guests use the red liner tape for constructions. They also, like boxes and gift boxes and things like that, but also use red liner for matting and layering. It's excellent for that, it really is. Now, it comes individually bagged for you. You get 30 metres on each, that's 90 metres in total. And it's 6mm in size, so it's a really good size actually. Now each roll is equivalent to is equivalent to 6 standard 5-metre rolls. Wow. There's 30 metres on each roll. That's all you need to know. 90 metres in total. Right, we've also got some quickies for you. It's a Sunday. It won't be the same without a quickie. And we've got 3 for you. So when you've run out of 1 quickie, you've got another 2 to go. Now, these are brilliant. Why? A lot of reasons. First of all, let's have a look at the design of them. You can see when the glue's going to run out because it's clear. It's blue, but it doesn't dry blue. It dries clear. It's blue, so you know where it goes. So if you want to put some glitter on there or gilding, flakes or anything like that, you can do, but it dries clear, which is brilliant. It's also great for sticking your intricate dies. Now the cap, I love this. A couple of reasons why. I like the fact that I could just get hold of that and twist it and take it off. When you get it home, there'll be a little cap on there that you just flick off and that's it. You can carry on using it, but also if we pop that on the table, it's not going to roll off the table because those 2 little flaps at each side stop it from rolling. Also looks like a little rocket, doesn't it? There you go. So you get 3 of those, which is fabulous value for money, and that's $14.99. Again, stocking fillers. I think it's a great gift to get at Christmas. You know, you open it up. What you could do, you know, some of the big boxes that you get if you're buying online, keep them, put loads of newspaper in there, and put 1 quickie in it. And give that as a Christmas gift. And then someone will think, wow, what am I getting? And then they'll be even more impressed when they open it and they've got a quickie inside for Christmas. You could wrap your presents with your quickie pens or your red liner tapes. That would be a really nice idea. That would be a really nice idea. And it will look nice and neat. Your quickie will make it look nice and neat. Perfect. So you get 3 of those and you get 90 metres of your red liner tape. There you go. 750340 is your item number. Right, let's move on. By the way, please do send in your pictures of all of your creations because we like to know what you're doing on a Sunday. It's interesting to know what people are up to. Why don't you just send us a picture of your Sunday dinner? You can. Or your pets. Oh, we love pictures of pets. Yeah, we do. Right. And we'll relate it to crafts somehow. We will. We just like to see pictures of puppies and kittens and things, don't we? And we'll relate it to crafts somehow. Right, we have got some gorgeous, premium quality, luxurious, ice, beautiful gold paper. Let me see. Oh, there you go. There you go. Now, what's nice about this is that it's double-sided. So you've got that on both sides. You can see that gleam there. Beautiful. I would get a card and I'd pop that in the middle. I'd pop that in the middle so that when you open it up, you could have your printed message on the inside. You could either stamp that out or print it. These will go through your printer. But it just adds that luxury, doesn't it? And the gold, hopefully, I know I can see this perfectly here in the studio, but I hope I can capture this for you with the lights. Just looks beautiful. And even just lying flat on the table, can we maybe like that? Yeah, you see that pearlescent finish. And again, it's double-sided as well. Wedding invitations, absolutely perfect. Save the date. Save the date. What's a save the date? Oh, save the date, like we're going on a date, save the date. You get to save the date before. Oh, that's oh, okay. So I'm being told you send keep this date free, and then you send an invitation. That's a lot of paper to waste. That's why you need to buy this, you see. It's the check shirt. It's that farmer coming out of me. And I'm not even a farmer. Right, you're saving £10. It's only £9.99. It is fabulous value for money. It really, really is. So perfect for invitations. Perfect for any kind of project, really. You could also use this for your mat and layering, dare I say. So if you're getting 150 sheets, it's £9.99. That's going to be 7p per sheet, something like that. I worked that out in my head before my producer told me. There you go. Pretty good math. That's as far as it goes. Right. Any fascinating facts, by the way? We had some great fascinating facts on a sewing show the other day. I could always introduce those to this show because they were fascinating, especially the one about Leonardo da Vinci. That was fascinating. Right, moving on. Moving on. We've got some foam pads for you. Now, we're going to do some Janice math with this again. Yes, we are. Now, your foam pads are really handy because you can start to elevate your card topper so it looks and it's standing out. You could use this for decoupage as well, which is brilliant. How else do you pronounce decoupage and decoupage? They're the same thing, aren't they? Decoupage and decoupage. Just different pronunciations. Anywho's, on here you get 1,500 foam pads. 1,500 self-adhesive foam pads. So when you take them off, that little sticky background, that bit's sticky, that goes on your card, and then you take your top off. Well, you don't take your top off, please don't do that, not on a Sunday, Monday, Tuesday or Wednesday. I wouldn't recommend it, especially if you've got your curtains open. But it means that it is double-sided, which is brilliant. If you want to take your top off, do. It's your choice. Yeah, I know my producer's just come in halfway through to the conversation. It did make sense, Emily. It did, seriously. I'm not just telling people to take their tops off. I don't know why I'm looking up there. She's over there. She's not up there. What's that all about? Right, let's do some Janice math. Okay, 1,500 on the roll. They're 2 mil thick, by the way. Okay, if there's 1,500 on here, that's quite a big foam pad, isn't it? It's quite a big pad. Why don't you cut that in half? That will give you 3,000. Why don't you cut it into 4? That will be sufficient. One little one on each side. That will give you 6,000. 6,000 foam pads if you cut that into 4, and so on and so forth. £15.99. It's a great deal. It really, really is. And again, it's an essential. To be fair, I don't think we should be selling this because once you've got it, you've got it. It's going to last you a long time, but I think you're going to use them all because you'll have them. It means you will use them. £15.99. 103564 is your item number. Right, heading on down. We've got some super smooth. Now this is your 21 by 30. Now it's not a happy hour deal, but it's still a great deal. You're still saving £5. When I say it's not a happy hour deal, but it's still a happy deal, it's a happy deal because you're saving money, but you will still be able to get this price after the hour. £16.98, 710883, and you get 160 sheets. So is it just smaller than A4 or just bigger? It's just slightly different in size. It's only about 0.3 mil. £16.98, 710883 is your item number. Again, it's super smooth, but it really is smooth. Beautiful. And we'll take all your different techniques. So you can put water on here, you can put your alcohol markers on here. You can use this for watercolours, you can use it for spritzing, you can use it for your texture paste, all kinds of different things. You can put it through your die cutting machines as well. And guess what? It's double-sided white as well. There you go. So that is a great deal from Pink Frog Crafts, which is a tongue twister in itself, isn't it? 710883 is your item number. Now, we've had some pictures sent in. Thank you very much. Let's have a look. Now, Yvonne has sent this in. That looks like some gilding flakes on there, Yvonne. That looks amazing. Is that your journal? I like that. Very nice. And I like the planets in there as well. Very nice. Lots of different techniques on the front of that. Thanks for sending that in. Thank you very much. We've got more. You've been sending your pictures in. Fabulous. Oh, this one's from Julie. Oh, aren't they brilliant? Now, this is John next door's gnomes. Yes, it is. They look fantastic, don't they? Look at that. Look. John's giving you the thumbs up. He said they're brilliant. Said they're brilliant. I think that's what it was, wasn't it? Yes, it is. Yeah. I've not got my glasses on. He could have been doing anything. I really like that. Now, this is from Jude. What a lovely name. Isn't Jude a lovely name? I love Jude. That's your grandma's name, is it? Oh, your brother's name. Oh, I love it. Not to be confused. This is using alcohol markers. Wow. That's lovely. Thank you for sending that in, Jude. Lovely. And, oh, look at that. That looks great on Super Smooth. That's Happy. Oh, Hattie, sorry. Hattie is Happy. What a big nose. What a lovely chocolate lab. Oh, I love that. Nice shiny tongue there. Very healthy dog. Very healthy dog. Nice nose there as well. Shiny, shiny. We're not vets. Please don't take what I say as anything. I love the ears. Oh, that is beautiful. Oh, now all the pictures of the dog is. Give Hattie a little cuddle for us. Love it. Ooh, I could dip her in chocolate, but I won't because chocolate's bad for dogs. Shh. Just move on. Right. It is a Sunday. It's been a long week. It's also the start of a week as well. And we need to unwind. We need something that's going to help us. I've got some quickies for you. And I've got 5. So when you've had one quickie, you've got another 4 to go for. But these quickies, unlike a quickie, will last a little bit longer. Yes, they will. Oh, I just need to take a breath before I tell you the next sentence. It goes on blue, but it dries white. So when you put them down, you think, oh, it's blue. It dries clear, so you won't see it once it's been put on it. Again, it's the same with the others, see-through, so you can see in there when you're running out. These do last quite some time, and you've got that lovely top on there that makes sure that it's not going to roll off the table, because you don't want to lose your quickie. You don't want to lose it when you need a quickie. You don't want to lose it. You want to know where it is instantly. I know emails are coming in. Janice, it's a Sunday. Stop it. £12.49, you're saving £7. That is a fabulous deal, don't you think? And well worth mentioning quickie quite a few times. 499194 is your item number. That's a fabulous deal. Again, great for little stocking fillers at Christmas. You know, you might have 5 crafty friends, and that would be ideal for them, which is brilliant. Right, another deal for you. Now, we've got more Super Smooth, but we've got different size. You don't need to cut this down if you don't want to. It's already cut for you. You can if you want to. We'll do some Janice math again. So this is A5 and A6. That's your A6, that's your A5, that's your A6, and your A5 can be cut into 2 A6. See where we're going with that one. This really is super duper smooth. Now, what's nice about this, if you're new to crafting, sometimes you don't want too much of a space to work on. So your A6 size is perfect for your techniques, for your pictures, for your drawings. It's also a fabulous size if you want to put that on a card topper. Make a great card topper size, it really, really would. So lots of different techniques again that you can put on your Super Smooth. You've got 160 of the A5 and you've got 320 of the A6. If you were to cut your A5 in half, that would give you 320, making 640 of the A6 in total. There you go. 698005 is your item number, saving £5, £16.98. That is an absolute bargain. And I'm sure you'll agree, when you see all of these together, I know Maddie's put these out beautifully, but when you put all of these together, that's quite heavy on its own. Then we'll add that to it. That's quite weighty. And then we'll add this. And this itself is weighty. So you add all of those together, that's a lot, and that's going to be delivered directly to your door. So you don't have to mess about going in town and trying to fit that in your bags. Going uptown I've not been uptown for ages, although I had a dream about it the other night. Going uptown. Uptown top ranking. Uptown top ranking. That was a song, wasn't it? Yeah, we used to go uptown. We used to meet at the clock tower. Our John Lockwood probably used to meet at the clock tower as well, because he's a Leicester lad. He's a Leicester lad. Right, so that's that. That's that. Not that it's got anything to do with any clock tower, but it is. 300 GSM. It's a great deal. You're saving £5. It's going to get delivered directly to your door. It's a lot of card for you. It really is. And it's a great deal. £16.98, 698 005. It is a happy hour deal. And the price, is it a happy hour deal? It is a happy hour deal. This one, yeah, it is a happy hour deal. So the price of this, going back up at the top of the hour. Right, now, if you are buying quite a few items and your basket has come to £60 or more and you're thinking, oh, hang on a minute, I need everything, but I can't afford it, we're going to give you a way so that you can afford it and get what you want and have your cake and eat it too. Here's our lovely Catherine to tell you some more.
What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments. So you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with the craft store easier.
Oh, that's our lovely Catherine. Catherine's back tomorrow, everyone. Right. Oh, I'm being told she's on holiday. I know it. But Catherine is back Wednesday evening for a La Blanche one-day special. Anything else you want to tell me about Catherine? Oh, she was here yesterday on some overtime. And she just needs to cheer up, apparently. I hope you're watching, Catherine. I hope you're watching. I did. Oh, it was something about puns to do with chairs. I've not seen the show. I'm going to watch it back, and hopefully it will cheer me up. Right. We changed this live hour. The DIY show this morning was so busy that we sold out a lot of the products. But what we do have is some of the weather out still available for you, and there's a bit of interest in this, so I wanted to just have a quick chat with you. This is your emergency roof repair. Now, there's nothing worse than a drippy guttery. You sit there and it's just drip, 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 drip. And do you know what? It can actually damage stonework because of the dripping of the water. There's nothing more erosive than water, there really isn't. But it can also cause more damage. And, well, I mean, think about it. Water over time has shrunk countries, hasn't it? It hasn't. And stones, yes, stones start off really big and then they turn into minute granules of sand due to the water. Anyway, let's put that to one side. Let's talk about your dripping gutter or your roof. Maybe you've got a felt roof that is leaking. Always get a professional to come and have a look if you do have a terrible leaking roof. But what this will do for you, go out to your guttering, even if it's raining. This will still work when it's wet, which is brilliant because that's, let's face it, the time when you see you've got a leak. And you've got the fibres in here, which makes this different to a lot of other products on the market. It's fully flexible as well, so once it's on in the heat, it's going to flex for you, which is brilliant. And you've got this, I believe, in two colours, in grey and in the black. It doesn't matter which colour you go for, to be fair, because you can paint it on the inside of your guttering. If you have a larger gap that you need filling, then just use some gauze tape that fits perfectly. Put the gauze tape over and then you can paint over it like that. But let's face it, we've had a lot of rain recently. There's more coming. You've probably noticed you've got a leak somewhere. Fix it before it gets worse. Fix it before it gets worse. It's really easy to use. It does have an odour to it. It's an oil-based paint, so you will be using your terps to, or your white spirits to clean your brushes afterwards. But it is absolutely excellent. And I know quite a few people here at the craft store have bought this. Who knew that so many had leaking guttering and roofs? But very, very busy for you weather out. And you can get it in your grey or your black. You choose, you decide. It's a great price at $19.99, and it's a great peace of mind as well. It's a great peace of mind to have, because there it is, and it's all set to go for you. I'll start again. 497121 is your item number for that. Perfect. Now, we've got some 7-day savers for you. Now, let's start off with Elizabeth Crafts. Okay, so with these 7-day savers, these were launched today, and they're going to last, well, stocks permitting, for 7 days. That's where the discount lasts. So you're saving £4. You have got your 2 rolls of adhesive tape, and you've got your adhesive sheets as well. These are brilliant. Your die cutting machines, perfect. Now, with your adhesive sheets, you take off, if you pick this up and you start to peel this back, you have got your sticky there. So you can put your glitter on here, for example. You can do all your different effects, and then you can put this through your die cutting machine. So you get 5 of those adhesive sheets, and you also get your 2 reels of sticky stuff as well, of adhesive tape. That's an excellent deal. £12.99. You know that it's excellent quality for money when it comes to Elizabeth Craft Design. So love that. And that was launched this morning at 8 o'clock. Already getting busy for that one. Oh, by the way, it's 6mm, and it is each roll 27 yards. Is that 25 metres? 25 metres, 27 yards. We learned how to measure a yard the other day, didn't we, everyone? From your nose to the end of your finger. Now, I've got a big nose, so maybe mine's a yard and an inch. I don't know. But yeah, that's about a yard. Other different measurements from your body you can take. It's rather interesting. Do your own research. Right, okay, we've got Pink Frog Crafts for you next. What a surprise. £10.99. This is your watercolour card, and you get 200 sheets of this. It's already pre-cut for you, so it's all, you'll see, identical sizes, which is great. So if you kept playing a game of blankety blank, you could have all your answers on your blankety blank cards in watercolour if you want to. But do you know what's nice about this? Again, with any kind of craft, well, watercolour, for example, if you just want to test and you're not quite sure, then this is a great size to work on. It's not too big, it's not too daunting. But then when you get better and better and better, you could do your postcard style images. Yes, you can. We were doing this as a one-day special, actually, with Matthew Palmer the other day. So you can do your postcard size pictures, which make great toppers. You could also score this in half to make an even smaller card, which is quite cute. There could be place settings, for example. But the quality is exceptional, and that's what you want with watercolour card. And it is from Pink Frog Crafts. You know the quality when you see it. 305695. I think a lot of you took advantage of the one-day special the other day with the DVD from Matthew Palmer, all about painting small scenes, whether it be a summer, whether it be a winter, autumn or spring scene. We also had a show with your Castellas, did we? Faber-Castell. I thought it said Castella, like Abbott and Costello. Do you remember Abbott and Costello? Nobody here. Oh, Marcus, Director Marcus, remembers Abbott and Costello. Who's on first? Oh, absolutely incredible. Used to love those, Abbott and Costello. I used to like the horror ones that they used to do.
Meet Frankenstein, 1948.
1948, Meet Frankenstein. There you go, there's Marcus. He's available for parties, for weddings, and anything else as well. It's like a little game in a box. He's great. Wrap him up and give him for Christmas. But you might need some cards to make those games even better. These could be your gaming cards. Very busy for this. £10.99. It's an excellent price. 200 sheets. 200 sheets. That's 5p per sheet, somewhere in the region of. Yeah, something like that. 5p per sheet, which is brilliant. And I mean, if you are thinking of selling, then, you know, you do your painting on there. You could sell it for like £20. It's 0.0549, so that is about 5.5p. 5.5p. Do you remember half pennies? I bet nobody here in the studio. I've got a couple of half pennies at home. Bet Marcus has got his half pennies saved up. Yeah, there you go. Half pennies. Who'd have believed it? I remember when a certain chocolate bar was 2.5p. It was 2p and then it went up by half a pence. There was uproar. Anyway, we've got some lovely sparkly stuff for you next. Now, this is non-shed glitter. This is in your happy hour deal. And your happy hour, all the prices are going back up at the top of the hour. Remember, you've still got time to send in your pictures of all your projects that you're doing today. It'd be lovely to see, to inspire others. If you've got anything glittery, actually, even if it's not a project, even if it's just something glittery, send it in. I want to see your glittery things. Please send them in. We've got Emily in the gallery, so she will, you know, she'll quality control all your images. I'm sure she'll have lots of fun going through them as well. Apparently she's going to be the filter. Like in a coffee. Like in a coffee. Stop the naughty things getting... Not that anyone's going to send anything in naughty. The naughtier the better. No, don't. I'm not encouraging anyone to send anything in naughty. Apparently our Catherine Sturrock is watching. She is cheering me on. Very good, very good. Oh, I can think of loads, but I want to save them for later. I've got a little group chat where we do all these little puns on chairs. In fact, if you've got some puns... We've got a little chat where we put little bums on chairs. In my case, a big bum on a chair. I need a settee to put my bum on. Anyway, it's enough of my bum. Stop it. Move on. If you've got any puns on chairs, send them in. We've had quite a few, but if you've got any more, please send them in. Again, our Emily, she's got nothing to do. She'd love to sift through all your emails. Right, okay. This is like a big peacock feather, isn't it? Or a peacock tail with them all fanned out like so. You've got silver and you've got gold. It's non-shed, so sending a card, a glittery card to somebody, means they're not going to get a lot of glitter on their carpet. £13.99, you're saving £10. It's also fabulous for going through your die cutting machines. You can give that a bit of a rub, no genie will appear, and no glitter will get on your clothes, or on your hands, or on your table, or anywhere else, which is brilliant. Or on your sofa, or on your chair, or even on your cherry chest. No, that was really bad. Cherry chest. Actually, I don't mind a hairy chest. I think it's quite attractive. I always tell Jane to leave. Anyway, let's move on. Let's move on, gladly so, gladly so. Right, guess what we've got up next? Got some watercolour card for you, but this time it's A5. I don't know why I had to put this in front of it, because there you go. It's A5. It's A5. Shall we do Janice math? I don't know. You get 100 sheets. I won't do it. You get 100 sheets of your watercolour card, so it's great for all your different techniques. And my word, there are so many different techniques. What's your favourite technique with a watercolour card? What is it? Have a think. Do you know what mine is? Mine's folding. It's so easy. And you could be multi-tasking. Right, so you can do... Oh, sorry. Emily has got a favourite technique with watercolour card. Brush-os. Yeah, they do look fabulous. Do we have some brush-os here? Brush-o, brush-o, brush-o. There you go. Yeah, brush-os look fantastic. Maddie, do you have a favourite technique with your watercolour card? Ah, salt technique. Maddie loves the salt technique. Very good, very good. Now, what would I go for? I do like a bit of cling film. I do like that cling film technique. I do. Get something different each and every time. You certainly can. But you can see here, so many different techniques with your watercolour card, perhaps some that you didn't think of. Maybe you thought watercolour card was just for watercolour painting. No, it's not. You could do faux bleaching on there. You could do your, I nearly said spirit of the dance. Spirit of the dance are available. Spritz of stamped image. There's a tongue twister. Your embossing folder. Again, maybe wet it before you put it through. So you've got lots and lots of opportunities with your... watercolour cardstock, which is brilliant. Talking of water, you know, if you've got a leaky gutter here, get your weather out. I just thought I'd throw that in. That is, instead of a link, what a leak. You're probably sitting, listen, it's been raining this morning, so if you do have a leak, your quickie glue pen It's not going to do it. If you've got a leak at the moment, you're looking out into your garden, on your roof, on your felt roofing, it's going to be absolutely excellent. So you can also use this on your reinforcement. Well, it's like a reinforced membrane for your roofs and your guttering. Paint it on the inside. You can even use it when it's wet as well. There's nothing worse than that drip, 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 because that can lead to more problems. You don't want that. Always get a professional to come out and look at your roof. You know, if you've got buckets of water coming straight through your lounge, but definitely get someone for that. This is more for your guttering outside, but it's absolutely essential, especially as we're heading into the winter. You don't want to be caught short. £19.99. 497121 is your item number. If you've got felt on your shed, for example, you've been out to the shed, maybe that's where you keep all your craft bits and bobs, and it's leaking. Oh, there's nothing worse, is there? Nothing worse. So use some of your Weather Out. It's available in black or the grey. And it's almost like I'm doing a sports show and I'm sponsored by Weather Out. The way I keep bringing it in, just keep mentioning it. Weather Out. Yeah, don't miss out on your Weather Out. And let your weather be out and let your weather not be in. Do you know what I mean? You don't want your weather in, you want your weather out, don't you? So use your weather out to keep your weather out. But it won't keep your other half out. Your other half will be in while the weather's out. Anyway, 1999 497. Don't paint your other half in that. 121. I know a full sentence using just the numbers 1, 2. I was going to say another number there. I know a full sentence. Well, there might be a little word in there, but the majority of the sentence is just using the numbers 1 and 2. Would you like to hear it? 1111 race, 22112, 221 a race, and 11112. Oh, thank you. So 11 was a racehorse, 11 was 12, 22 1 race, and 11112. Oh, thank you very much. I'm also available for weddings, parties, and anything else. Yes, me and Marcus together make a nice little duo, all wrapped up. In fact, we'll pop out the cake anytime you want us to. Kim has sent us an email. Thank you very much, Kim. And Kim sent us an email in about the non-shed glitter card. It die cuts amazingly. Kim, if you've done anything with your non-shed glitter card, please email in a picture. We'd love to see it. It's available in silver and gold. Now, the silver also takes alcohol markers. Oh, now I wonder if we've got an alcohol marker in our little box of tricks that I could perhaps use one of these for to change the colour, because that is an excellent idea. What a fabulous idea. So an alcohol marker, you might have one, it's like a, you know, regular pen, dual nibbed. We've got them here on the craft store. So any pen with a dual, trying to give a message, any pen with a dual nib is probably an alcohol marker. Yes, Maddie. Kim also said it's very versatile and great value for money. I've got an alcohol marker pen that will now bring in to do a great demonstration, which is kind of gold colour, which goes really well on the gold. We'll do it on the silver. We'll do it on the silver. I'm kidding, Maddie. We'll do it on the silver. We're fine. We're fine. OK, so thank you very much for emailing in, Kim. Let's take both the tops off. We've got a green as well. Bring the green in. Bring the green in. Right, so let's just get to a little part. I'll just colour some there. There you go. Changes it. Oh, where you gone? There you go. So now sparkly brown. So that's something brown with glitter on. We do have another colour. We've got orange. So we can change the lovely silver to a gold colour. I'm really kidding. If you do, no, it's nice. Is that? No, it does. I'm not. There you go. Of course it works. I just didn't apply myself accordingly. So where are you? There, yeah. Now that's like a spiced pumpkin. They do look nice, don't they? A glittery, spicy pumpkin. How lovely. How lovely is that? There you go. Looks like a carrot now, doesn't it? A sparkly carrot at Christmas. Right, let's talk about Super Smooth, shall we? Thank you very much for your email, Kim. You've been an absolute fantastic, great help. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And oh, thank you, Catherine, just for watching at home. Right, let's move on. Oh, No, I don't need to move on. I don't need to move on. I don't need to go down the escalators. I'll go down the escalators later. We do have an escalator here. It goes right down into the basement. Right, now I need to focus. I'm being told I need to focus now. I can only do 30 minutes serious and then it just all goes to pot. I do apologise. If you have just joined in and you're thinking, what's going on? I don't understand it. Nor do I. No, it should have been a DIY hour, but we were so very busy this morning. We kind of sold out. We do have some of the weather out left, though. Weather out. Use it on your gutterings if you've got a leak. It's perfect for any occasion. Okay. It's available in black and grey. No, okay. I've got a rusty lid down here I can show you. I've got a rusty chimney here as well, but it's just my age. Right, we've got super smooth card here. A4 and A5 is excellent value for money. The A3 is a great size. Now, what I love about this, if you've got projects to do, this I think is your optimum size for putting on your wall, don't you think? So put a frame around there. You might even make and create a frame from your paper folding techniques. But I think that is a great size to go on the wall. Now you can have it this is multi-use, by the way. You can have it landscape or portrait. Landscape or portrait. And there's enough card there to actually chip into it and cut it down and things like that. Now I like landscape, but I also like portrait, so I won't be able to decide. That's why it's a good job. I'm getting 40 sheets of your A3 and of your A4, 80 sheets. 80 sheets of your A4. That is exceptional value for money. 462614 is your item number. Don't miss out on this deal. The price will be going back up at the top of the hour. In fact, you've got 10 minutes and 36 seconds left to get your bargains in your basket. Right. Red liner tape. This is an essential. If you've got red liner tape at home, you know how good it is because you've already got it. But it also means, because you know how good it is, you're going to be using it, you're going to run out. And you know you don't want to do that. So buy yourself some more, have it in reserve, ready to go for when you run out of your current red liner tape. If you don't have red liner tape, you've never used it before, it's 6mm in width. I'm not taking it out of the bag and I'll tell you for why. It's very sticky because it's very strong. So we recommend that you keep it in the bag so that when you stack them up in your craft room, they're not going to stick together. So that's very important. So keep it in the bag, or take it out of the bag but keep the other ones that you're not using yet in the bag so it doesn't stick to them. It is super duper strong and it's very easy to use, and what's nice about it, it's red when it goes on because the lining of that red liner tape you pull off and then it's clear, but because it's red when it goes on you know exactly where it is. Have you ever put together a box, constructed a box or an envelope or anything like that, and you can't remember where you've put your tape, your double-sided tape, because it's clear, and you're like, did I put it there or did I put it there? I'm not quite sure, and you have to go back, you have to take it apart, you have to put it all on again, or you have to start feeling where it is, and then you lose that tackiness. With your red liner tape, because it's red, you know exactly where it is, and you're good to go. Also, recommend using this for wrapping your Christmas presents because then you don't see all that tape on the outside and it's just a little bit cleaner to do so. You've also got your 3 quickies there, again saving £6, your 3 red liner tapes, 90 metres in total, and your 3 quickies, 750340 is your item number. Now, this ice gold paper is beautiful, it really is, and would make a great addition inside any card. You can print on this, which is perfect. You can stamp on it as well, and it really does. Hopefully you can see that at home. It is gorgeous, it's luxurious. It's the kind of invitation that you get that you know you're going to someone who spent a lot of money on their party or wedding. They might not have done, but they're giving you that impression with that beautiful premium quality ice gold sheet of paper. Now, what's nice about this, of course, if you have been commissioned to make or create any cards, you could charge a little bit extra because you've got something rather special in the middle or on the outside. £9.99, you're saving £10, you're getting 150 sheets. That is excellent value for money. It really, really is. 753209 is your item number. Now, something else for building up your layers, your decoupage, or maybe just making your card topper stand out, and that's your foam pads. You're getting a huge amount here. You're getting 1,500 of the rolls, and it is, let me just turn this around, 2mm thick. There you go. But you could cut this up. So if you did, you'd have 3,000 if you cut it in half, And if you used one and cut that up 4 times, you'd have 6,000. Wow, that is amazing. It's a great deal. Stock up whilst you can, saving £3.50, £15.99. When it's coming back, we don't know. 103564 is your item number. It's a happy hour deal. Price is going back up at the top of the hour. We've got some super smooth for you next. Yes, we have. And this is just shy of A4 in size. So it's 21 by 30 centimetres. You get 160 sheets in total. And it is perfect for your folding and your scoring. You get instructions with this set for 10 folds. Oh, for 10 different folds. 10 different folds. I think the maximum amount you can fold a piece of paper is 7. If you fold one piece of paper over and then over and then over and over and over. I believe so anyway. Have a look at the world records online. Anyway, very busy, £16.98. 710883 is your item number for that. It's an absolute bargain, isn't it? Right, fancy a quickie? How about 5? One quickie after the other. Right, these are going to last you quite some time though. These are excellent for writing. And then putting glitter on top, because then it's almost like you're writing in glitter. £12.49, £4.99, £1.94, and you're getting 5 in total. £4.99, £1.94 is your item number. Give us a call on that new telephone number, 0330 175 552, or you can order off the website. Don't miss out on these great deals. The time that you need your card, your red liner tape or your quickies is when you've run out. Don't run out. Always restock. It's really important. So it's like an endless journey. Right, we've got super smooth for you. Beautiful super smooth card. And this is all of the A6 size. No, it's not. It's A5, A and A6. There you go. There's your A5. There's your A6. Fabulous value for money. It really is smooth. But you're going to put so many different mediums on here. This is your go-to card. If you want to use watercolours, you can use them on here. If you want to use your alcohol pens, you can use them on here. If you want to use your quickie glue pens and use glitter on top, you can use them on here. If you want to put these through your die cutting machines, you can do. You throw bleaching on here, your texture pastes on here, going through your embossing folders, scribbling on, writing on. You've got it. You can do all of those. And they'll also go through your printer if your printer's... if you've got the right kind of printer. It's 300 GSM, so just go on your printer settings. 698005 is your item number. With it being super smooth, just think about the ink you're putting on there as well. There you go. £16.98. Now, I do want to mention a 7-day saver for you that we've got, and that's your watercolour cardstock. If you went for the 1-day special from Matthew Palmer, it was all about painting mini scenes. Instead of buying larger card and cutting it down, this is all pre-cut for you. You could do your toppers on here, you could do your little postcards, you could do lots of different techniques on here as well. I think they'll make great little postcards. Also, you could actually punch holes in the side and you could make a little mini journal, and you could just put your ring binders in there. That'd make a nice little mini journal, especially watercolouring when you're going out and about, just for doing your different techniques on here. Very busy on this. £10.99, 305 695. You're getting 200 sheets in total. That's an absolute bargain, it really is. £10.99. And we all know that, of course, watercolour card will go for lots of different styles of techniques. And watercolour card is made from paper and water, isn't it? And talking of water, if you've got a leaky guttering, we've got some weather out for you, which is great for fixing any kind of leak outside. It's right, my arms won't stretch to go and get it. I'll have to go down the escalator to get it. If you've got a leaky guttering, get your weather out. It's available in grey or black, and you can use this even when it's raining outside. Yes, even when it's damp, you can stop that leak. £19.99, 497 121 is your item number. Seriously, don't have those headaches and look outside thinking, how am I going to fix that? Fix it. It's really, really easy. Pop that into your basket. Right, it's been great to have your company. Everything in the happy hour is going back up at the top of the hour. After that, you'll be paying the higher prices. You don't want to do that. So get onto the website, head onto the phones and check out your baskets. But don't go anywhere, because we've got a 2-hour bonanza coming up after the break. Yes, our boy next door, he's right here for 2 hours. And we've got Fiona as well. So sit back, grab yourself a cup of tea and enjoy. Then we're back with the 1-day special at 4.
Did you know you can watch the Craft Store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using our app on Roku? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Roku streaming player on Roku TV accesses the Roku channel store to add new channels. By downloading the Craft Store channel, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how you do it. Turn on your TV and connect your Roku device. Next, turn the power on and press the home button on your Roku remote. Scroll up or down to select Settings. Select your network and select Set up Connection. Roku uses a wireless connection, so select your router name and add your password. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. If this is the first time using Roku, then you'll need to set up an account on the device or by going to the Roku website. That's it. Now it's time to add the Craft Store app. Simply press your home button on the Roku remote. Scroll up or down using the arrows on your remote to select streaming channels. Then open the Channel Store. At the top of the Channel Store, you'll find a list of featured, new and popular categories to explore. Enter the Craft Store into the search bar and this will take you to the Craft Store app. Now simply select Add Channel. When you see the Added Channel screen, press OK and return to the home page. Scroll down to the Craft Store app and press the star button on your remote. You can use the arrow buttons to move the Craft Store to the top of the screen for quick and easy access. And that's it. You can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your favourite TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hi there, my name's Leona. I'm a presenter, a guest and a crafter. I got into crafting years ago. I've been crafting since I was a child and I absolutely love it. I love my job. I love the presenting side because I get to meet loads of really inspirational people. I hope you can join me on my Let Leona Loose shows every Wednesday, 11 AM and 2 PM.
Hi, I'm Julie.
And I'm Paula.
And together we are Julie Hickey Designs. We formed our partnership after many years of friendship, after both of us being in the craft industry for well over 20 years. The thing I love to do most is to share my ideas, hints and tips with you, the viewers, so I can inspire you to pick up a stamp and get creating.
I'm very excited. Thank you to our lovely Janice, because I've got a whole 2 hours with the lovely John Lockwood. Good afternoon, my darling.
Good afternoon. It seems ages. I want to go live and we can't. But
virtual.
Yeah, it seems so long since we worked together.
It's been an age. I've seen you in here in the studio, but we haven't had the chance. They're just kind of keeping us apart because of too much trouble.
They are definitely. They know how bad we are when we're together.
I know, but we've got 2 hours, so who cares?
We've got 2 hours of techniques, 2 hours of excuse me,
okay, darling.
Of answering questions. So if you have got questions, email them in studio@thecraftstore.com. I nearly got it wrong there.
I know.
And we'll try and answer them through the show, because I think one of the things is we come on and we do one-day specials and we do shows and everything's new and it's manic.
Yeah.
And what we don't get to do is to show you carefully how things work and how to do things.
Yeah.
And that's the idea of these Lockers Crafts 2 shows, is for me to spend 2 hours on a Sunday showing people, answering questions, showing people how things work.
Yeah, and why perhaps they're useful.
And why they're useful and why you need them, because one of the worst things for any designer or company is to think you've bought something from us and it's sat in a cupboard at home not being used.
And you're just not sure where you're going with it. Yeah.
And I'm terrible for that, so we asked if we could do these 2 hour shows, and this is the last one of the year.
Oh my goodness, that's horrific. In October.
Yes, I know. Well, we don't do, we've got things on in November and we don't do December.
Yeah.
But we are going to be back doing these next year, every last Sunday of the month.
Wow, so there we go. So now is the time to get your questions in. John's with me till 4 o'clock. Any questions that you've got, whether they're related to these items or just like, you know what, John, I've got this. I mean, he's not a social worker or anything like that, so we can't go down that route. But if it is craft related, you're here to help. If it's craft related,
and certainly we're trying to focus on tools and cutting and stamping and things like that.
Yeah.
In this 2 hours, so hopefully I can answer sort of questions around that, because it's what I get more questions about than anything. Even though I'm known more of as a die cutter, I get asked more about stamping and getting things right in that than I ever do about die cutting.
Oh, wow, that's really interesting. Oh, well, you're going to be talking about stamping platforms and all sorts, which I'll mention in a moment. I just want to mention some happy hour deals. I'm going to talk to John about this because this basically is a phenomenal deal. This is Seth Apter, and they're like a little nail varnish pot, aren't they, in terms of the application? Is that right, John?
They are. Basically, what you've got is, I've actually brought mine in.
Yeah,
I've
have
got
a
mine
rummage.
Because they come in 2 different styles.
OK.
So they come with a dropper as well. Here we go, have a rummage. I've brought a box. So I'll take some of mine out. So I've got mine in the dropper style.
OK.
So it's the same formulation in here. What you've got is these are a pigment ink.
Right.
So a pigment ink, as we know, means that it's opaque. Yeah?
Yeah.
So that blue colour, it's not see-through, that will be solid.
Right.
But the difference with these is, these are water-based.
Gotcha.
So it means that I can do all the water-based techniques. But if I put this onto this acrylic block and leave it, it will dry and be permanent on it.
Right.
So these work on paper and card and everything that you would normally do, but they also work on plastic, glass, concrete, wood.
Ooh.
If you want to paint stones with, painting stones is so in at the moment.
Isn't it just, yeah.
Paint them with these. They're water-based, so they're safe. And again, you can put those out in the garden, they'll be absolutely fine because it's a permanent. They're amazing. They really, really are.
And we've got them as a happy hour deal.
We have.
£10 off.
I'll do very quickly one of my favourite techniques with these.
OK.
Can I just borrow a couple of yours as well?
Yes.
Just to show the difference.
Which other ones do you want? It'll be nice for you to do that, actually, John, because then everyone will see the application in terms of the brush.
Yeah. So, here we go. All I'm going to do is put some colours down. This makes the most amazing background. This is something we used to do years ago. To do this, we used to do something called coating crystal.
Oh, OK.
And that technique, I think, was Sheena Douglas's technique.
I remember Sheena,
and you used to put, like, polish on.
Yeah.
Then you'd put inks on. Then you had to put tissue paper on the back.
Right.
And then leave it 24 hours to dry.
When you say polish, what kind of polish?
She used like a floor polish. Or you could use a glue. And basically what would happen is, it would take... You had to have the tissue paper on the back to make it dry. Because the ink will not dry. Without the polish and the glue, no ink will dry on acetate. So if you look, I'm doing this on acetate.
OK,
yeah?
I'm intrigued by this. This is interesting.
If you look, that should be pulling away. If I put a normal water-based ink on, it should be balling up and pulling away, shouldn't it?
Yeah, it should, yeah.
It
sort of trying
isn't.
to recede almost, yeah.
Yeah, because of the binder. So this is one of my favourites to do. So
you put the other part of the acetate on there.
Put the piece on, you squidge it.
Yeah.
And you basically make your own marble. Look.
Oh, wow.
So if I put that on a piece of white, you'll see then.
And you've got a twofer.
Yeah. So you've got the most amazing. I'll show you on the overhead. It might be a little bit easier.
Gorgeous.
There we go. So I've got 2 pieces. But they will dry permanently. Then I can die cut them or use them as backgrounds.
Fantastic.
Because that will be fixed on the acetate.
So metal, wood.
Metal, wood.
Acetate.
Yeah, this was me painting with water on them with onto fabric.
That's phenomenal. I mean, what don't they go on? Is that the easier way of asking and posing the question?
There isn't anything I found that they don't go on. I mean, obviously, these are not machine washable.
Yeah.
But it goes straight onto fabric and makes beautiful art pieces like that. If you want something that's washable on fabric, you want the texture paste.
Which I'm going to show you in a moment. $9.99 for all 5 of those. I'll steal them back again there. Just put them in the shot there. Thank you, John. Absolutely brilliant. So you've got 50% off there. For these next 2 hours, 40% already gone. I mean, for that price point, it's worth a little play. It's worth a little play, isn't it? Just think to yourself, oh, well, I'll have a little play with that and go pay to stone. 497230. Another happy hour deal I'm going to mention, and John literally just has, so that's a nice segue, is the texture paste. Now, I was quite taken with this because I was thinking, oh, look at the colours of these texture pastes. And again, it goes on all sorts of surfaces.
It does. So these are your standard 3D texture paste, as we call it. Goes through stencils. You can paint with it.
Right.
It's got beautiful sort of creamy consistency. It's water-based, so if it dries, because that happens, almost by osmosis, certain products dry.
Yeah.
You literally put a few drops of water in it and shake it up, and it'll reactivate it.
Oh my gosh.
But it's also permanent on fabric and machine washable. at 40 degrees.
Oh my goodness.
So if you do want something that's
It's
going
mad.
to go on, it's crazy. These
It's
products
mad.
shouldn't work.
Yeah.
But Izink and Aladdin have got the exclusive rights to the binder.
Right.
It used to be across Europe, now it's across the whole world. That works that way, and somehow it grabs the fabric and holds the colour. So if you want to make T-shirts and things, or the kids make T-shirts, you can use this, and then you can machine wash it.
Wow.
But you use it on all your paper products and your plastic, because it does that. It works on plastic and acetate,
metal,
concrete, metal, wood, paper, card.
Gosh.
So finally, instead of having to buy 3 different types of paste, you've got just one.
That's phenomenal. And again, a happy hour deal. You get all 4 of those in those beautiful colours. That sort of rose pink, the turquoise, the bright yellow and the violet there. $9.99. You can see the sizable tubs. 018-835. They are both our happy hour deals. Absolutely fantastic. So please don't miss out on those or the lovely Izink applications as well. Right, let's mention the lovely stamps and go down the counter. Because we've got lots of fantastic products on the show, and a few headlines are what I want to mention as well. And then if you've got any questions, we're inviting them in, or anything you want to see John work with or to explain, then please let us know. Now, these have been on before, a different configuration, and when they were on, they sold out, didn't they, John?
They did. These were last year in a different configuration, completely sold out. And our I love the Crafts 2 warehouse. I've just done a show with Mark and Penny and Jane from there, and we were all saying it is like Narnia. And I make this joke, and even Peter the MD now laughs along with it, because we completely sold out of these, and we found another box.
Yay!
Of each, so we brought them straight on as soon as we had. I love these. I love a stag. The idea of having that beautiful classic background with the winter in there and the stag's head, but then the beautiful, almost entangled leaping stag.
I know, isn't that fantastic?
I love that image.
There's so much going on in that collective stamp, isn't there, in terms of the elements that you can use within it, or
There
as a
is.
whole, obviously, yeah.
There's so much detail.
Wow.
It's just amazing.
Oh, in fact, sorry, I didn't realise I had some lovely samples here. Ooh, what's going on with it?
That's actually where it's been kaleidoed on fabric.
Oh, look at the Kaleido. I love the Kaleido. I've got
that's
to do a
actually-
Kaleido show with you. I've yet to do it.
We need to sort that one out.
Oh, we need to, because I hear about it, but I've not had the pleasure.
And that is with
wow.
the Mica Magic over embossing powder.
That is
But it's just a beautiful stamp.
beautiful,
it really
John.
is.
Oh, right. There we go.
But unfortunately, because they are last year's...
Yeah. Rummaging, sorry.
Because they were last year's, I did not have a chance to find the box of samples. I've got some beautiful samples of these.
Okay. We'll forgive you.
I can't find them. They're in
Not
Sally
to
somewhere,
worry.
right at the end.
They're in Narnia.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. We've got them here, and it'll be on, obviously, first come, first served basis, because it was a box of each that they found. $11.99, 297,703. Again, they've been put together, so that's the new configuration. Please don't miss out. John was very honest and said, look, we found a box of each. That's why they're back, because they did sell out. But this is what happens, isn't it? You go rummaging and you find that brown box and you think, well, what is in that? There's no label on it. You're like, oh, my, crikey, we could have sold those. But anyway, the good news is you've got them today. Right, some other stamps I want to mention as well. Again, seen before, but I say that, but my eyes haven't seen these, so they're new to my eyes. These were exceptionally popular as well, weren't they, John?
These were enormously popular. We did some penguins last year, then we brought them back in a smaller row, and then the larger ones this year. They're absolutely
They're such fun.
Beautiful. They're such nice images. They're large enough for you to be able to cut out. Because lots of people said, are you going to do dies for these? And I said, no. Because they can cut them with a pair of scissors, and the dies would be so expensive.
Right, yeah.
You wouldn't get the value out of them, but they're so easy to cut out, they're easy to mess.
They've got the outline around it there,
Yeah,
haven't
and
they?
it's one of those, you can stamp one of those in the middle of a square card, put Happy Christmas on it and send it. You don't need to colour it, you don't need to do anything on them, they're not overly detailed, but there's enough detail to make them fun, and it's a case of, if you have never stamped before, and you're thinking about getting into it, these are some of the easiest you can use. Because it's literally just apply ink and press.
Yes.
There's no detail to miss. There's no little fuzzy edges or anything like that. They will work so well, and I just think they're cute.
They're
the
gorgeous.
samples of them are beautiful.
And we've got some brilliant worker stamps I can see there with her, as well as the sentiments. You've got the lovely snowflake stamp there as well, and the balloon. Obviously, the sentiments, Merry Christmas, Happy Christmas, Season's Greetings. Great value. We've got, how many stamps is that in altogether? have we counted? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on that one. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11,
13.
12, 13. 13 stamps. Let me show you some of the beautiful samples. Oh, I love this. This is just colouring the scarves, just making them individual with colouring this. Isn't that gorgeous?
And
On top of each other.
There's no shading. There's nothing with the penguin. It's literally just a green pen, a red pen and a blue pen.
How
Here a little bit more shading, but nothing spectacular.
Look how different again with the colouring.
Just that was me actually colouring them in grey. You know, I still look at that and think that's never my colouring. I can't believe I did that.
Beautiful. Look how beautiful
that's not
is
like
that
me
with the
at all.
tonality?
But again,
These
there,
are
just a little bit of
gorgeous.
cream in the middle makes such a difference to them.
Love them.
Or, on their own, scarves coloured.
These are just gorgeous. What's going on with that one in there? I'll have a look at that one. Look at this for a mantle pleaser. Hello. Oh, no, look. I don't know why I'm going, oh, no, look. Oh, no.
Yeah,
look.
ties in with everything that you've already got. That's what I love. Go from simple to really complex.
Fantastic. These are so cute. Look at the tags. Oh, there's so many goodies back here. I'll try and show all of those, John. I'll mix them over. So, yeah, please don't miss out. $15.99. And the nice thing about today's show as well is if you are new to stamping, if you're new to the products, and we've got something to help you with the stamping coming up next, then today's a great day to learn with our John and get started on your crafting journey. A quarter of stock of the penguins has gone. Now, this has been on before, exceptionally popular, but we have got a big headline with regards to this as a package set, haven't we, John?
We have, yes. We've always battled with this. The press to impressors came back into stock about 6 weeks ago.
Right.
So I thought, well, we're covered for the next 6 months.
Yes.
No, it's nearly out.
Oh, my
But
watch.
the headline on it is the case.
Yeah.
You have the last of the cases that we have in this deal on the show today. And it's one of the reasons we've put it on is because I know a lot of people have said to me they want to treat themselves to this set for Christmas.
Yeah.
And I want to do fair warning, because what happens is, and this is very selfish, when things like this sell out,
Yeah.
then Sam and I get hundreds of messages on social media asking us where can they get it from. And it's very horrible for us to say, I'm sorry, it's sold out, we can't find any. So the problem is we've got the case, we've got the inserts, we've got the press to impress, but the case we are very, very light on, and it is unlikely that the case will be back until early to mid next year at the earliest.
And that's key. And we were discussing, actually, that there are other elements too. You've got, obviously, the fantastic stamping press with the magnets and an extra 4 magnets. And I'm going to get John to talk about these inserts here, because I haven't got a Scooby-Doo what these are for. It'll all become clear, I'm sure, when John explains, and what the white inserts are for. But we were saying how you just don't see people with stamping press cases. We were talking about there's a very nice, stylish one that's more of a cover, like a tablet cover.
You slide it in like a tablet cover.
But a proper working carry case for your platform, I haven't seen it.
It's
I
not,
haven't
and
seen it, John.
it's rare. And the thing is, I mean, this is mine. It's 2 years old now, at least.
Yeah.
I've got one corner, literally, where I've started to. It doesn't even matter.
No,
I've
just wear and tear, darling. Yeah.
But you know, this
how
holds
robust it
mine
is.
constantly. But this is the thing: is in here, you've got pockets that are larger.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So look,
Slide
the
it
press
in.
goes in, right? Fine.
Yeah.
That's what it was designed for. But what else do you have with your stamp press? Well, you carry your stamp cleaning mat with
Which I'm
it.
dying to find out about. It's on the show, but I know nothing about
That
it.
fits in.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Then we've got the inserts.
Yeah.
So they can go in this side, but what have we got in here? Oh, the artboard, which will be coming back into stock soon, hopefully.
The artboard.
It's a metal artboard for stenciling that fits in your press.
Oh.
My stencils, I mean, you can tell this is mine, another set of stencils. Some more paper inserts, my paper, the rules that go with it, they all fit in. Okay. I didn't plan this, sorry.
It's okay, just go
But I'm
straight
just
out
getting
with me, it is.
enthusiastic, and I also really don't want anyone to miss out who wants it, because
Yeah,
then I'll get
exactly.
thingy. But I can even...
All your
they're
lovely
my stamp
blocks we've got on the show as well. I love those because
Yeah.
they've got the grid lines. We'll talk
Or,
about those.
my favourite, because I do this all the time, there's
Stuffing
my
a few
stamps.
stamps in there, yeah.
But look, there's still room, but that closes
Ample.
and zips.
So you've given us
let's just
ample
do-
depth there.
You've got more room than you possibly need for just a stamp case.
Projects would go.
And that's how mine sits.
Yeah.
And literally when I get here, I unpull it.
Yeah. It's a project case, really.
It is
as
a
opposed
project
to a,
case. I like that. That's
yeah.
a good way of looking at it.
Project case, not just for your stamping
No,
press.
and when they designed it, when Peter and Jane designed it, they designed it so that it would fit with everything that we knew we would develop from this. We wanted this to be your creation station.
Yeah.
Which is why we've done the metal inserts, why we're working on new things for it for next year, so that you're constantly using it and you can extend the use of it.
I'm loving this because we got that for our Shay there last Christmas, the stamping press. So now the thing is, if you're thinking, well, and a lot of people have more than one, and if you want the case, and we are getting queues on the phone, John has explained, you know, we're probably not going to see these till early to mid next year, because once that has gone, it's gone. I'm just talking about the case element. You're also getting the stamping press, which is invaluable if you're new to stamping, and as a tool, even if you're not and you haven't had one before. You're getting, which it comes with 2 magnets. You're getting 4 extra magnets as well, and again, John's going to explain. But the inserts, John, I'm intrigued. How many are we getting, and what are they for?
Right, so you get 10 acetate ones.
Yes, these are the clear ones with the red grid lines.
These are the clear ones with the grid lines, and you get a pad of 50 of the paper ones.
Right.
Okay. Well, what I'll do is I'll show you lightly, but in my first demo, I'm going to go into them a little bit more to answer that question for you.
Yes, of course.
He says looking around, making sure he's got all the bits, because I haven't planned. Unlike me, if you look behind me, there are no demo packs planned.
No, there's no demo set up.
There's nothing. No. There's no. Oh, I'm going to show you this. Isn't this for? This is all about what you guys want to see, and so I'll answer that. But very first thing is they fit the press.
I saw the corner cut out. I thought, oh, that's neat. Yeah.
So they fit the press, but also around the edge of the press to impress, you have imperial and metric. Yeah.
Yes.
Measurements. Okay. So what we went with, because we are in Britain, you know, so on the paper we have exactly the same measurements, and these are mathematically correct, which is apparently my favourite saying, says Sam. But it's so clever, because that means that we've got a grid line here. So if I've got a piece of card that I've cut, let's say that I've cut a piece of card to 14 centimetres, which is approximately 5.5 inches.
Right, okay.
Yeah? How would I know where the middle of it is to stamp in, if I want to stamp in the middle? I would guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With your,
I go, right, so I've gone 14, so half of that is 7, so there's the 7 line. Okay. And half of it is 7, so there is the very centre of that piece of card. But I'll show this in the demo of how I would use that. So you can stamp on them. Great one to do is if you do a lot of cards or you sell a lot of cards.
Yes.
If you've got a layout you like.
And you want it exact.
Stamp it onto here.
Yeah.
Laminate this.
Yeah.
Keep a file of them.
Ooh.
Then come back and go, right, I want to remake that one. You take the laminated out, put it in, put your stamps on where they were, pick them up with the lid, and you're ready to go again with the exact same thing.
That's a brilliant idea, especially if it's a popular bestseller.
Yeah, but the other thing I use these for, because we've put these on as an end of call, I think, as well.
Okay.
For anyone who wants refills. I use these for my when I'm making frames with my nesting dies. Oh. Because if I want an even, how do you get them even for a frame? It was a lady friend of mine, Sheila, who worked it out with this. If I follow the lines on here with the dies, I can any shape. I can make sure I've got an even frame all the way round.
Spacing,
slap it on the card and cut it with that in. Then I've got a template for that frame.
And what are the clear ones about? I know you're going to go in more detail later, but so just very briefly.
Your clear one, basically, I'll tell you what, I'll show you in the demo.
Okay, it'll all become clear. It'll all become clear. We've got a lot on the counter. I'm just getting entranced by, because I'm intrigued. £42.95, got £10 saving, 2 FlexiBuy payments of £21.48. Please don't miss out. It's a great gift idea for a crafter as well, 687496. Now remember our happy hour deals, the texture paste. It's sold out, John. Oh my gosh, that's it, under the counter. Sold out, darling. Well done everybody for acting so quick on that, because that was a fantastic bargain. Don't forget to check out your baskets. So if any bounce back, I will let you know. The droppers, well, it wasn't the droppers, it was the limited stock. They apply like, John has shown us the exact same thing with his droppers, but these are like a little, almost like a little brush application, we are now limited, act on that quick, and please don't forget to check out. If any bounce back for the texture paste, I'll let you know, 497230. Limited stock. Right, daubers. Oh, we need daubers, not just any old daubers. We need 40 daubers. These are fantastic, John.
These are so clever and useful. They genuinely are. You know, I keep going on about it every time, but they do wear out. And what I do is I buy a new set.
Oh, sorry, everyone.
And then with the old cases, I use them and put my finger blocks and my finger stamps in. And that's how I store them. But a finger dauber is so controllable because it fits on your finger.
Yeah.
Okay, but if, like me, you've got fat sausage fingers and it won't, yeah, you hold it like a pencil. And I finally got an ink blending tool that I can control. So if I bring a piece of card in, just quickly, I really struggle with them. So what I can do is I can control this with my finger, with the blocks. And I know, hey, I mean, I've done a show recently with these with Leonie on.
Yeah.
And she uses the wooden blocks with the bloody bit on the end.
Yeah, yeah.
And she can work with that, but even she said it took her a long time to learn it.
Right.
Anyone can pick up these, and if you can write with a pencil,
you can apply.
You can go with these.
And because there's 40, you can.
You have one per colour.
Yeah,
if you
exactly.
Like me.
Apply to one colour.
If you're very naughty, you have one per colour.
But then there's always a bit left over. I mean, I can see you haven't applied anything on those, and you're just using the residue, aren't you?
This is what's left over of pigment ink that I had on these.
But isn't that a beautiful ombre effect? That's gorgeous.
But how much more controllable that is than any other ink blending tool. And it's different tools for different jobs. So I'll show you, again, in one of the demos, why we would use these and when we would use a brush.
Right.
Because it's having the right tool at the right time makes the difference.
There we go. $19.99. All comes in that fantastic case. And don't forget, that is reusable, as John was explaining. And again, you know, eventually, because it is the sponge, obviously a good durable one, that's really firm, actually. Sometimes they do eventually just wear away. So 40 of those. Oh, you see, I'm going in to try them on. Fantastic. 40 of those for $19.99. 826142. Now, I am intrigued, and I know John will go more into depth, so I'll try not to linger, because I've not seen this before. The stamp cleaning mat. This is what you just popped into your project case there.
It is.
What is this alchemy all about?
Right. I am going to go through my usual that don't clean stamps.
Right. No, I must admit, we're a bit lazy in our house for Shay.
We're
a bit rubbish.
Clean stamps. It's the worst thing you can do.
Is it really?
Yeah. A clean stamp, and I'm going to show you this in the demo again. A clean stamp will not give you as good an impression. If you think about when you're cooking, you know the pan, your frying pan you've got at home?
Old trusted
the old
pan.
trusted one that you wipe out.
It can start to look a bit...
That you don't scrub at.
Yeah.
That works
like
every
a wok.
time. You wok.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
If you wash your wok, everything will stick to it.
You lose all that loveliness,
The stamps are the same.
Odd.
But we do need to, if you insist on cleaning your stamps, you want to use something like a stamp cleaning pad.
Okay.
And when you're changing colours.
Yeah.
So, if I want to clean this stamp...
This is the best news
because
ever, John.
I want to change colours, and that's when I do it.
Yeah.
What a lot of people will do is a lot of people will actually use a baby wipe.
Yes, I've seen it done.
And
yeah.
I've had so many discussions with people. It's very bad for the environment. That's fine.
Yeah.
We can ignore all of that if you want. But baby wipes have on them chemicals to make a baby's bum soft. Think about what they are and what they're for.
What they're for, yeah.
You're transferring those onto your stamp. And even the water ones have still got chemicals. You know when they say they're 99% water?
Yeah.
What's the 1%?
Yeah.
That's an emollient or something. It's really bad for your stamp, and it leaves fibres.
Oh.
So with a stamp cleaning mat, what you do is, and this is mine, so you can see how lovely and clean it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I have been, this was washed about 6 weeks ago by Sam, but
So
I've
when you
used
say
it
wash,
since.
how do you wash?
You pull the foam out
And just
you
what?
stick it in your washing up liquid sink.
Okay.
Literally.
Oh, it reminds me of the foam mats that you paint with.
You've got the new version, which has one corner missing to get it out easier.
Yeah.
I don't in mine, but I'm not going to change it to a new one.
Yeah.
Just because that. And all you do is literally rub
Your stamp.
your stamp on there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, see that didn't stick to the block well?
No.
This is where I use mine the most. To clean the back of stamp to get the sticky back. But it's got thousands of microfiber brushes and hairs, so it gets all of the muck off the back of my stamp. I then dry it on the dry side.
On the lid, yeah.
Take it to my block, and there it's stuck to my block.
And you just squirt it with a bit of water.
And it's just a little bit of water, and then you close it.
I love this. You make me feel so good now about not cleaning stamps of shade.
You shouldn't clean them, but when you're changing colours, you often need to. So with the
Yeah.
finger stamps, recently I've had to change colour. So I just go one side, dry side, next colour.
It reminds me of those painting mats, you know, the painting, the feel of it. It's fantastic.
It just feels really nice to sit and stroke
it does,
actually, doesn't it?
And I love the way it closes up nice and tidy there to pop in your project case there. 999 422 161. That's like the best news you told me all day, John, because we're rubbish at home for cleaning the stamps.
Don't clean your stamps.
Yeah, fantastic. Another great option here as well is our mat with our, what would you call these, like little, not pliers, the embossing set, the anti-static bag, which I see you use all the time, John, your handy clips on a wee pole.
Are brilliant. This was quite an old idea that people had forgotten about.
Yeah.
But when you are heat embossing, if you're heat embossing down on your desk, have you ever picked up heat emboss and seen that it's got water underneath on the desk?
No.
Condensation forms underneath.
Right.
It can pull the water out. That's happened to me a lot, and also you can burn your fingers.
Oh,
so
well,
you
exactly,
clip your paper with that, hold it on that, and then heat it in the air. It'll stop your card warping. It'll stop your card actually overheating and causing condensation, and it keeps your fingers away from the heat gun.
Yes.
You don't
more
burn your
importantly.
fingers. And if you've got reduced dexterity, you use them to hold things to heat emboss.
Fantastic. It's the simple things. They're always the best ideas, aren't they, John? And then obviously the anti-static bag.
You wouldn't be without. Take the finger marks and the static off, so your powder only sticks where you stamp.
Where you stamp. And then our lovely heat-resistant mat for said embossing.
Yeah, for heat embossing, for doing painty things, they clean beautifully.
Grind the heat gun.
And I'll be honest, I used to buy cheap kitchen liners to do that.
Yeah.
And I did it once for a workshop, and by the end of the day I had to bin every one. These are a different weight and a different thickness to the ones that you get as like, because people said to me before, so I went and bought one. Oh, you can get them from the 99p plus a penny shop as kitchen liners.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can.
But it's a different.
But they're that word that starts in C and has a wrap in it, to be quite honest.
Right.
And they end up being bins, so these are thicker.
Yeah.
But that is great to protect your surface while you're heat embossing.
Yeah.
But also, we use them more at home when Sam's getting painty and messy everywhere.
And just anything with using your heat guns
because
for,
you throw it in the dishwasher.
No,
yeah,
really?
A bit like your media mat.
That's fantastic. I'm loving this. Fantastic. $12.99 for that fantastic set. Great stocking fillers, great gift ideas for the crafter who you think's got possibly everything, or because the chances are they haven't, or they need more of something. It's 810056. Lots on the show. We're going to go straight to John, but do shop ahead on the web because we've got some lovely glitter cards and various paper trimmers and what have you as well. So, John, what are you going to show us for,
Right,
darling?
so I'm going to answer your question.
Yes.
But show something and show how it actually works.
OK, my darling.
Because this is a question that I know had been emailed to me before. So, what I'm going to do is we talked about having a piece of paper or card cut to 14 centimetres. Yeah? So I'm going to cut it to 14 centimetres in my guillotine, which is, you know, you've seen, well, this is carried around with me everywhere. I love that.
Yeah.
But I've got a piece of paper, and it is really important. I'll show you this. Look. This shows that the guillotine's right, but also that the press is right. Look, 14.
Absolutely.
14.
Spot on.
They match. And how many times have I trimmed card or put it into something? It is important to be... To me, it's important for things to be mathematically right because I'm lazy.
Right, OK.
So I don't want to be measuring and checking.
Yeah.
I don't actually in all of this kit here, and I need to solve this,
right.
I don't have a rule.
Right, OK.
So I don't have one to measure anything.
Yeah.
So I need every tool I'm using to be doing that work for me and do its job.
Yeah.
I expect it to. You know, people expect me to do my job. Now, with the magnets that come like this, yeah?
Yes.
You put a bit of low-tack tape or washi tape and just put yourself a little tab on.
Oh, that's so easier to pick up,
Easier to pick up, and then when they do, this is one of my easy connects, but look, I can pull them apart.
Yeah.
So that's what we do.
Because essentially that's the problem, isn't it? They're so strong, they just attract to each other, don't they?
Completely. So let's say I want the leaping stag in the exact middle of this card.
OK.
So what I would do is I would have to judge it, wouldn't I, and go, right, so put it up to the corner, go...
You'd do it by eye, wouldn't you?
That looks about right.
Yeah.
But if I want it exactly right, what I do is I take the card out, and it's 14 by 14. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Half of 14 is 7.
7.
So 7 by 7, that is the middle.
There's my centre
That
point.
is the exact centre
For our leaping
of my
stag.
piece of card.
Yeah.
So when I now pick him up and put my card back, he is now exactly in the centre of the card.
Gotcha. Yeah.
And I've gone the centre of him in the centre, but it doesn't look like it.
Mm.
If we look at the card,
No, it
you can
looks
see
like
how long I've had my presser long.
It's only because of...
But he is.
Yes.
But I've not centred him. But that's exactly right, because that's going to leave me space for a sentiment.
Yes, exactly.
So I've got him exactly right and even. So I'm going to stamp him, and I'm stamping him in VersaFine Onyx Black.
Yeah.
Now, if I'm stamping to watercolour, to shade or do anything, I use VersaFine. Yeah?
Yeah.
I know I had, and this is a question I'd actually had emailed message to me, a guy was really struggling, and I think his name was Dan, but I'm sorry, Dan, if I've got your name wrong, with a large stamp, so I will show that in a minute.
Okay.
To stamp it, and what he was doing, he was using Stays On.
Okay.
And Stays On, or Stays in Place as I use, is a solvent-based ink that's designed for use on plastic and glass.
Right.
And shiny surfaces.
Right.
It isn't designed to work very well on card.
Yeah.
It'll always be dry and it won't come out well.
Right.
So don't think of Stays On or Stays in Place as a stamping ink.
No.
It's a specialist. You want to be using VersaFine, and if you're using alcohol markers, Memento.
Memento.
And
We've
I'm
done
saying
whole
that 'cause
shows, haven't we, with art?
Yeah,
Yeah.
because I just wanted to promise. But look how
good.
clear and crisp that is.
Oh, look how beautiful that is.
And he's leaping, he's in the middle, he's even. But
That's
you see
great
all of that detail.
Mm.
So, now, you said about the acetate one.
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm confused as to... So I've understood the white for our centering and measuring and
Yeah, and cutting.
Yes.
But right, so I now want to put a sentiment on there.
Yeah.
And you remember I said about how I don't clean my stamps?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm actually going to use new stamps for the sentiment anyway.
Okay.
But I could easily mark it. But I've got these three. So it's Magical, Christmas, Greetings.
Yeah.
How on earth, without making a mess of that, and how on earth am I going to get them in a straight line?
Nice and straight. Mm.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, if something's hard, we get a tool for it.
Mm-hmm.
So, I put that on now.
Yeah.
My card is even.
Exactly,
So we
bob
cut
on.
it to 14 in our guillotine.
Mhm.
Yeah. We put that in the middle at 7. So I actually know as well that the middle of that card is there.
Right.
So what I can do is I've got Magical Christmas Greetings. So Christmas is in the middle, yeah?
Yeah.
So that's the 7 line. So that's where Christmas goes.
Okay.
Because I need it to be in the middle, don't I? And even, but can you see I'm resting it on that red line?
So you know it's
So
nice and
it's
straight. Yeah.
Yeah. So now I've got Magical. Well, I can rest that on that line, and look, what I'm doing is
Perfect
I've got
line.
a centimetre gap. So I can give this one a centimetre gap on the same line.
That's so good.
So that's actually, look, a little bit, I can see there, look, that's just under a centimetre, that's a bit more, so just move it along.
Yeah.
So now, that is straight. This is the only way I can get a straight sentiment. And because of the way the press works, even if that moves, back in that corner.
Yeah.
And then simply
Ink your
stamp.
This is such a good idea. You don't realise you need it until you see it, John.
Magical Christmas Greetings.
Oh my word! Look at that,
But
bob
it's
on.
straight.
And evenly spaced. How many times have we fallen foul of that when you're trying to use several stamps together?
One finger.
Yeah.
But you'd think that was in one line. I couldn't do that. I really, really couldn't. So
That's
what I'm going to
fantastic.
do now is put those back. Remember, John, always put your stamps back.
I should mention as well the Crafts 2 guillotine that you use. Forgive us, we've only just got it up on the screen, John, and I know you've always got it with you next year. I've seen it so many times. Size-wise, it's the perfect size. It's well, we've got different sizes, but this is the 8.5 inch, and it's $19.99. And what would you say are the benefits of having this guillotine, John?
You're either a guillotine boy or a paper trimmer girl.
Yeah.
It's the way I go. Some people love Leonie's a paper trimmer girl. She adores them.
Trimmer,
I
yeah.
do use mine, and I will show you a little bit later a couple of things I do with it.
Yeah.
I'm a guillotine person. The thing I love about this one is, listen to this.
It's so satisfying.
Right?
Yeah.
Do you know what that sound is? You know when you sharpen your knife at home?
Yeah.
You have a steel for it, don't you?
You do, yeah.
That is a steel.
Ooh.
So there, if I hold that up that way,
Yeah.
that has got the lines on it. That sharpens when it goes down.
With every cut.
Sharpens your blade.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we launched these in the Crafts 2 birthday, which was beginning of September last year. So obviously I had mine about 3 months before that to test.
Yeah.
So this is 18 months old.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So this is
Yeah.
always in my demo kit. So this
Yeah.
was used at the show I've just done 2 days of.
Mhm.
This has been used on every show.
Yeah.
But one of the things is I want to show you is when you've stamped with black, we need to mirror it with black.
Yeah.
So I want a mat of black to go around
To go
that.
with your reindeer.
Now this is a 300 GSM card.
So that's thick.
Yeah. So this is a thick card, but if I cut this and the blade isn't true, it will fray. It will look bad. So, and you would try it first. So that's 14. So I go to 14.5 when I'm metric. 14.5. And there I've got no fraying on any edge. And it's exactly the right size. And to me, it's the accuracy. So there is a perfect, if I hold it up, you're going to see, mat for it.
Yeah. Fantastic. A clean,
So
sharp
it's
cut
clean,
each and every time.
Sharp
yeah.
cut, and it's in the right place.
Yeah. Fantastic. And like you said, you've got the measurements on there because you don't want to be measuring. It's doing the job it's supposed to do.
No, but one of the things I will do is I tend to make my my words I can never get right. I tend to make my own card blanks.
Yes.
Yeah? So this goes up to 6 inches.
Right.
Okay. So most people you would switch to a bigger guillotine at home.
Yeah.
Mine I can't be bothered to, or a paper trimmer. But if I want to make a card blank, yeah, this is where I use the large trimmer.
Right.
Certainly when I'm out. So, okay, I know that A3 card is 8 1/4 is half point.
Right.
Inches.
Okay.
So I can go to
I love
8
the fact you know
1/4
that.
inches. I've made so many. Okay. So then I can go like that. I can then take, and I need my thinner one. Let's take those because I can't find my thinner one in there. We have something. Right.
To score your
Score
your bow folder, yeah.
That has scored me a line exactly in the middle at 8 1/4. Okay. So I want a 7-inch card blank for that I've just made.
Okay.
And the guillotine only goes up to 6, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But I know that it's actually, you chop 1 1/4 inch off.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
So that's, yeah.
So I
that's
can
just
do
a-
it
yeah,
one way, but I
8.5.
can't do it the other way because
Okay.
obviously that's 6 and I want 7. Well, I can't go to 7, so I use my trimmer. So I'll use my trimmer and go, right, I want a 7-inch card blank, so in the same piece, 7-inch. I just wanted to show
often
how
we
you
have
can
the
use a
A3.
combination. So that
Yeah.
is 7-inch, and I know that I just need to lop 1 1/4 inch off this to make it 7-inch that way. So there's my 7-inch card blank, but I haven't needed a scoreboard.
No.
Or anything else. I'll grab my glue, and I would be using my fine one, but I know I need to fill it up. There's always something you're supposed to do before a show.
And it comes with so you have the large one there, John, and it comes with a small.
It comes with
paper-
the mini paper trimmer, which is
That's
the one you
stinky
take with you on
do.
you take that out with you on your crops and your shows and things. I
it's-
actually use it myself for cutting my foil. It's the right length for cutting your foil for the Kaleido.
It's so good.
It
It's
was
so dinky.
June Helford Wells who told me that. She said it's perfect for cutting your foil.
Okay. Yes.
So let me.
Not perfect. That's just so lovely.
So if I was, I know we're not Kaleidoing, but because I've been at a show, obviously I have everything.
Yeah. Exactly.
With
so
me.
that comes with a big one as well.
Yeah. So with a mini one.
And sometimes you just want a little trim. You just want to trim a bit of.
Yeah,
sometimes
but
we should sell those card ends. And,
If I want some film foil for a project,
yeah.
look, pull it through. There's mine. There's my foil cut perfectly.
Yeah,
'Cause
brilliant.
it doesn't cut well with scissors.
Yeah.
So little bits for little things, but I just, yeah, so
Oh,
handy.
that's so
But
fantastic,
again,
I love
I've had
that.
mine, as you know, for so long. But the other thing on the paper trimmers is we always have the blades on an end of call.
Oh, okay.
Because the biggest thing with paper trimmers is
They
them
start to dull and
is
blunt.
running out of them and not being able to
Yeah.
get the blades anymore.
Yeah, it
Plus,
is.
the same size blade fits both of them,
Oh, that's brilliant.
so you don't need to think what size. But
Faffing
there we
about.
got, really quickly.
How good does that look? How quick was that to do with all your
But that's
tools?
straight and right and
That's
even.
fantastic.
But that started out as a piece of A4 white, A4 black,
An
a piece of
A3.
A3 white.
Yeah.
But the right tools mean you don't have to spend a fortune on mats and layers and everything,
Yeah.
cut and card blanks.
Beautiful. 21.98, and that is for your large and your small trimmer there. 073224. And then if you want the Kaleido machine starter kit, I'm dying to do a show like that with John. We have got it on the show. It's at the bottom of the screen, $99.99. I'm just going to mention the happy hour dropper inks, and then we'll mention those lovely stamps that John was just using as well. So this is a happy hour deal. My other one's sold out. We're down to single figures now. You've got 50% off, remember, everything. Wood, plastic, metal,
Glass.
acetate, glass,
Yep,
yeah,
everything.
as well as your cardstock. An incredible pigment ink there, and the application is just like, I keep sort of saying like a little nail varnish brush, but that's exactly what it is. They are $9.99. You've got a 50% saving there. We've got down single figures there, so please don't miss out. 497230. The fantastic stamps. Now John was just using. Oh, we just had a technical sellout of right, okay. Well, it was nice seeing it while we could. They were the last two boxes. They literally just, yeah, as I've gone to it. So anyway, well done you. $11.99, you got both of those. 296703. If any bounce back, I will let you know. We do still have our lovely penguins. Yes, we do. And I've moved around the sample so I can show you lots of different ones as well. Let me just show you a couple of these as well, because these are gorgeous. 60% gone for the penguins. Great one to start with, as John was explaining, but even if you're experienced, doesn't matter. You've got those lovely worker stamps there, your little balloon, your snowflakes, you've got your sentiments there, Merry Christmas, and the ones John was just using to mix up there as well. And they've got such great character, even if you're just colouring in the scarves and the presents, you can make them very traditional or very funky. Cute, just really cute. Love these. 2/3 of the stock has now gone for our characterful penguins. How beautiful. Look at them. They're just... Look at this one. Who did the beautiful sewing one, John?
Sam.
Sam, you're amazing, Sam. Big love to Sam if he's watching. He is watching. Of course he is. Silly question, Fiona.
I always ask him not to. I ask anyone I know not to.
He keeps us company, though.
Yes.
It's like they're with us, isn't it? In
It is. Well, we do actually have the craft store on the on our Fire Stick. So he can play it in the craft cave.
Okay.
So if he's watching and I'm not there and it's Sunday, he'll be in the craft cave
And
with
you're
it
there
on.
with him,
Because
yeah,
he'll be
exactly.
crafting away, he always is whenever I'm not there.
Ah, big love to us, Sam. What are you crafting, Sam? Let us know. What are you up to in the craft cave? What are you making? Yeah, he's been bothered by us on the phone. That's what's happening. $15.99. 70% of the stock has gone of the lovely penguin set. 607474. Let's go to that fantastic stamping platform. If you've never had one, it's going to transform your stamping. I got one for my daughter, and honestly, between that and I'm going to get her this now, this stamping cleaning thing, just because we're useless. We don't clean the stamps. We're terrible. I blame her. She's only 8. Right, you can't.
She's right. She's not cleaning stamps. She is right, genuinely.
Shove that in the drawer. Now, you are getting the case. Now, John explained that we could be talking early to mid next year before we see the cases again. I appreciate it's part of the package, but that is brilliant. We've decided to call it the project case because not only can you put your stamping platform in there, you can put your cleaning pad, you can put your stencils, you can probably fit on the other side your little guillotine in there as well.
Oh, I bet you could. You certainly get your little paper trimmer in there as well.
Lovely and deep. The carry handles. It's not a cover, it's a case. It's a functional case to carry and go. So you can pop everything you need in there, like whatever project that you're working on, and all the ample extras as well. You've got 4 extra magnets in there, as well as the 2 that come with a brilliant stamping platform that John's been using in the demonstrations. And the fantastic. What's the word for these, darling?
We just call them the acetate inserts. Yeah, we never came up with a posh name for them because they just do the job they're supposed to do.
Brilliant. I'll just like say like it is. And then you can get these as well. You get 50 of those as well. How many of the acetate inserts do we get?
10 of the acetate.
10 of the acetates.
50 of the paper, because you'll use so many more of the paper ones, because of course I'm notoriously bad for overstamping.
Yeah.
And if you overstamp onto your foam,
and
then you put a piece of card on it, marks it.
Yeah.
However, I think on the next show or the one after, we're going to have the foam replacements.
Oh,
so if anyone has damaged their foam or needs a new one, we will have the
yeah.
replacement pads, but it won't. It's not on this show. It will be on the next one, maybe Tuesdays, and if not, it'll be the one at the end of the month.
Good, thank you, John. But the papers are your lifesaver. If you want just extras of those, we've got those as an end of call as well. But you've got 50 of these in the set. 40% of the stock has gone. £42.95. 2 flexi-buy payments of £21.48. That's 687,496. Remember, once it's gone, it's gone. This is the last one of our lovely 2-hour sessions with John until next year. 40 daubers now. You always need more daubers, new daubers. And what did you say you stored in the carry case after you put your finger stamps?
Finger stamps. We did the finger stamp blocks. Finger bobs. Finger stamps.
Okay.
And they're larger. They're like larger finger daubers.
Yeah.
In clear, but they don't have the foam on top, and they're designed to put little 1 centimetre stamps on. And I store all of mine in there already on the blocks. Rather than having to keep picking them up, the ones I use frequently, I store them in the case when I've gone through the daubers, which you do. I do workshops and they get wreathed. But I found it's actually cheaper to buy a new case. It's better value to buy a case with the daubers in than buy just the daubers to fill it.
Gotcha.
And as you're not wasting the plastic, I'm using it for something, then to me it works out as better value. But it's just such a great idea, and I know when I very first bought finger daubers years and years ago, they were like £4 or £5 for 4.
Yeah, you get them in little sets, didn't you?
You got them in little sets with someone famous's name on them.
4 or 5, yeah. That's brilliant. 40, £19.99. I've just figured out the lid is slidey, because that's the other thing that tends to...
Yeah, so they can't. And trust me, I haven't broken my locks.
No.
And you know how I throw my things about.
It's the tabs, isn't it?
Yeah, they click off. Those don't, because they slide on. It's been great.
Brilliant. It's the little things, John. I love them. 826142. Now the stamp cleaner. I mean, this is the biggest revelation to me today. I'm like, oh, this makes me so happy. Again, the stamp cleaner, just don't be using the rough chemicals and emollients and that and ruining your lovely stamps, as John was explaining. Give it a rub on there, squirt with a bit of water, and then dry off on here, and you're good to go. It's really compact fibres in there. And this one's been designed with a little tab at the side, and then chuck it in your... What did you say? Chuck it in your...
Sink?
The sink, just wash it with warm water,
just wash it in
isn't
a bit of... I nearly said fairy liquid then, we're not allowed to. Washing up liquid.
Yeah.
So wash it in a bit of that.
Yeah.
And then you run it under clean water to take any chemical residue off.
Yeah.
The only thing you'll find is, no matter how well you clean it, when it's clean, it will never go back to white again. It will be black.
It's like paint pads, isn't it? They never do.
Yeah. Even when it's spotlessly clean, it will be black. And what you do with the top, because obviously the ink will dye the fibres.
Yes.
And it does. Certainly if you're using things like stays on, they'll never get them off.
Right.
If you're cleaning that. With the lid, you clean that by just literally like this, clipping it out.
Oh, I didn't realise that,
Clips
John.
in.
Oh.
It's really tight at first, but it does clip out.
Right.
And I've clipped mine out loads of times, to be honest. Well, I say I have.
Yeah.
Sam has.
Yeah, and then you pop that in the sink.
Pop it back in, pop that in the sink, dry that, and it's clean.
Excellent.
And you can see again how old mine is and lovely state it's in. But why would I replace it? It's a waste of plastic. It works.
Yeah, reusable.
So you buy it once. I mean, I have 2.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm going to be bad. I have 3, but that's me. But I have 1 to use for the shows and things like this. Then at home I have 1 to use for normal, and then I have 1 specially for alcohol stays on. And that I put some of the stamp cleaning liquid in.
Okay.
But I only use that when I'm using solvent-based inks. So it's very rare I use it.
That's handy to know, to maybe get the 2 then, maybe.
Yeah,
you don't have
it depends.
To, but...
If you do end up using things like the stays in place or stays on a lot, and you like to clean with a stamp cleaner, use a separate one for that from normal water cleaning stamps.
Yeah.
Because you want to
Medium,
leave clear stamps. They don't want to be in contact with stamp cleaning liquid for long.
Oh.
And you would only use a proprietary stamp cleaning liquid when you're using a solvent-based ink like the Stays in Place or Stays On.
Oh, right.
Yeah, don't, or you're using something like the flake and glitter glue, the indigo blue flake and glitter glue. For your normal inks, you do not need a stamp cleaning liquid, and stamp cleaning liquid over time can damage your stamps. So, you know,
great advice
water
there.
and a pad.
Water and a pad.
Best for the environment, cheapest and easiest.
£9.99. Said it nice and brilliantly simple there, our John. 422161, 60% gone. Crikey. It'll be gone by the time the show finishes. Sorry, Shay. Right, moving on to the heating mat, the embossing set. Yes, you've got your anti-static bag. I mean, you need several of these going on your desk, because I guarantee you put it down, you lose it, don't you? So you always need a few spare if you want that embossing powder to go where it's supposed to go. The brilliant clip tools, they're the handy clips. Brilliant to hold your materials there, so you're not burning yourself if you're embossing. And what else did you say it was brilliant for again, John? You said...
if you've got dexterity issues,
Yeah.
trying to hold the edge of a piece of paper is very difficult.
Yeah.
Whereas the clip, and for some reason mine has seemed to have walked out of it. It's always there on every show. But literally, when that clip is on, and when it's held on like that,
Yeah.
you know, you're not having to hold it, you're holding a big stick. It's so much easier to hold.
it is, yeah.
Definitely is.
And perhaps for placement of things as well. I know people use their tweezers, but sometimes
Yeah,
to figure out where to
it's almost
place.
like having a reverse tweezer, because once it's
Yeah.
clipped on, it's clipped on.
Yeah. And then we've got the resistant mat now. This is it's specifically designed, obviously, you know, for your heat guns, your heat embossing, and, you know, so you don't get the moisture John was explaining to us, which can happen with things that we think will substitute it and is cheaper. And also, for, you know, if you're splashing about with your paint. 810056 for that fantastic set. Oh, I haven't seen this. I'm excited. You see, ombre glitter card. I know I'm going to love it straight away. I'm straight in there like a magpie. Tell me about the glitter card, John.
This is basically faux glitter card.
Ooh.
My absolute favourite thing to say is no glitter was harmed in the making of this.
So smooth.
Because there is no glitter in it.
No.
It is all done with a foil.
Wow.
It's the most sparkly glitter card I've ever seen. It die cuts like a dream, but there is no glitter in it at all. It is all fake.
That's for how?
And it
How,
feels
John?
like silk because it's done with a foil. And it's
Crikey.
a foil, it's a silvery foil that is added over the printed ombre to give you that beautiful changing colour, but with it all being glitter card.
That's amazing.
I almost underplay it when I say it's fake. It's not, it is glitter card, but no it's glitter card with no glitter in it.
That's so smooth to the touch.
Yeah, it literally feels like velvet or silk, doesn't it?
That's magic, John. This is a pad of
If you're
magic.
glitterphobic, this is the one you want.
Glitterphobic. You've got 4 sheets of each. I'm trying to show you all the colours here. Look, the ombre effect is phenomenal. So if you just want a specific section, or you do want that lovely transition, that is this is beautiful stuff. 24 sheets there. Each one absolutely beautiful. Fantastic. What a pad of magic there. $14.99 030633. I've never seen such goodness. The penguins proving very popular. Limited stock now. Please check out your basket 607474. And don't forget, keep your emails coming. We are collating all the questions. We will be firing them at John soon. We've had one in actually from Christine, but please just limited on those penguins now. 607474. Don't miss out. Christine's emailed in. She's got a stamping platform, John, but she's wondering what is the difference between the platform and the block. So what's
Right,
the advantage?
Your platform, the easiest and quickest thing to do is, if I grab a piece of card, okay, so you will use both. I do use both. The difference with a platform is, let's say I'm going to take one of the penguins. So I'm going to use one of the large penguins, okay?
Yeah.
And I'm going to do the classic platform mistake that I have always done, because this is what I used to do with a block, right? Okay, so I'm going to ink that and stamp it, yeah? I've missed
a bit.
half of him, yeah? So I ink where I've missed, or ink the whole thing, and he's full. Yeah, great, that's your platform. But I also want to put some little stars and things around him with that stamp.
Yeah.
But what a faff is it? If I put that there, pick that up,
We may have to come back and revisit this,
ink,
John.
go,
Yeah.
and then move it and look.
You've missed again.
Yeah, what I do is I put that onto a block.
And now you can repeat and go. And also you're not touching said penguin, are you?
I'm not. So that's why I use the blocks as well to highlight, but I always stamp it even with a block inside my platform.
I'm going to pause you there, John, because I reckon there's a few more. I don't know, I could be wrong, in case there's anything else you want to tell us in answer to Christine's question, because that was a brilliant question as to why we would potentially need both, or what are the benefits of either. Don't go anywhere, we will continue, and we'll be straight back after this brief interlude.
Hello, I'm Carol.
And I'm Hayley.
And together we are the Dreamies.
Dreamies have been around for 11 years now. We started with CD-ROMs, we've developed into stamps, paper pads, dies, we've now got the Dinky Inkies range as well.
We design everything in-house and we manufacture in the UK. We produce tutorials to inspire you to get the most from our products.
Kay Fassett is a distinguished artist, designer and author who has used his background in knitwear design to create an expanding range of bold and beautiful fabric prints for the patchwork market. I will be bringing you a wide selection of beautiful fabrics at fantastic prices.
Hi, I'm Hayley from Craft Yourself Silly, and I'm really excited to be working with you guys here at the Craft Store. We've been here since the very beginning, and hopefully we'll continue to bring you lots of new and exciting soft craft projects. So make sure you join me and Craft Yourself Silly here at the Craft Store.
Hi, I'm Pat.
And I'm Mark.
And we're Totally Patched. We've been in business for 20 years and we've been with the Craft Store for 5 of those. We love what we do, designing original, beautiful quilts for all the customers to make.
All our products are hand cut. There's no big machines involved. It's all done with love and enthusiasm by ourselves. Our kits vary from full-size quilts to throws to cushions to little wall hangings, or even down to placemats and coasters. Doesn't matter whether you're an experienced quilter or a complete novice, all our products come boxed to you, so when they arrive all you have to do is open and sew.
We love working with the Craft Store because it enables us to reach out to people who we wouldn't normally see. We like to educate, inspire and make them want to enjoy the craft as much as we do. Make sure you don't miss the Totally Patched shows on the Craft Store.
Hello there, and you join us for the second hour of Crafts 2. This is the monthly edition with our lovely John. It's going to be the last one for this year. We're halfway through, and we've had some brilliant questions. We've had some sellouts, and we want you to
Which
keep...
you weren't expecting.
No, I know, but we want you to keep asking the questions. Now, if you just joined us, I'll just go over everything we were just talking about, because we had a brilliant question in from Christine, and if you don't mind, John, I'm going to repeat it, because I think it's really quite fundamental to understanding what's the difference between your platform and your blocks and why you need them both.
Yeah.
So with the platform, because this is important to reiterate as well if you've just joined us, we've got a fantastic set here. We've got the stamping platform with the 2 magnets. We've got the extra magnets we've got the case. Now, once the case in this set is gone, we're not going to see this case until early, potentially mid next year, because you've got all the stock in these sets. We've decided to rename it the project case, because in there you can actually fit your actual stamping platform. There's ample room in here for all your other cardstock, it could be stencils, and then obviously because of that depth and that zip, it's a carry case as well. It's your project case for on the go, not just a cover. Then, and John will go over this for anybody who's just joining us, you've got 50 of the grid-lined inserts as well to protect your foam mat, and then you've got 10 of the acetate grids, and John talked us through that in the first half, but I'm sure we'll revisit that as well, because you can see how essential that is to your kit. So we're half the stock gone. We've got on 2 flexi-buy payments of £21.48, 687496. Just before the break, Christine asked us, so John, why do I need my stamping platform? Why would I need the blocks? Do I need both? It was a question along those lines, wasn't it?
It was. I must be honest to Christine. I sort of answered it very quickly in the first show, but what I did is, to be perfectly honest, as soon as I got a stamp platform, I put every single one of my blocks away.
Right.
Because I don't need those anymore, do I?
You think not, no.
You think not. And I never got on very well with blocks. I always struggled.
Yeah.
You know, the ones I use now are the Crafts 2 ones with the handholds, so they're easier.
They're fab.
They're a lot. Yeah, I gave you one in the break.
You did.
Try
I
holding
love
that.
holding that, yeah.
Because it's got the wobbly edge looks silly, but the wobbly edge is where your fingers go.
Exactly.
So I can actually grab them. But it's things like, so first of all, I've just used this stamp, and if you look at it, I'm going to change the colour, but that isn't clean.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
That isn't clean enough. I wouldn't leave that. So
Clean it on the cleaning
basically,
mat.
I clean it with the block on the cleaning mat. So look there now.
Yeah.
Yeah?
That's a point, actually, from a practical point of view.
How are you going to clean a stamp if you haven't got a block to put it on? Because you can't rub rub your stamp.
No. How do you hold it? You're rubbing your finger. Yeah. You're
Same
filing
with
your
your finger
nails.
stamps and things. So this is dried out. Now what I'm doing is, this is what I'm spraying it with, because I think we'd had another question from someone about what are we putting in the cleaning mat?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Are you using something special
I'm using
there, John?
water.
Just
I
water.
also use at times things like this. This is from Kay. This is the one I use. This is Easy Peasy Stamp Cleaner, which I know you have on the website.
Yeah.
This is for getting the flake and glitter glue off, for getting stays on and stays in place inks off.
And you said
Yeah.
for that you had a separate cleaning
For
mat.
this, if you're using this and you want to use this in a cleaning mat, you need
Yeah.
to use a separate one.
Yeah.
One for water, one for stamp cleaning liquid. Because what you don't want to be doing is taking a stamp like this that's actually got basically a water-based ink on it, not
Yeah.
a solvent-based. I don't want to be rubbing that into acetone or stamp cleaning fluid, which is a solvent, then wiping it off and then putting it away, because that can actually then start to damage that stamp. So only if you use those a lot would you have a second one.
Have to go for a second one.
But for this one, I'm putting in for cleaning on nearly 90% of every ink I use is water into this. But if you want to use stamp cleaning liquid for some of your other stamps, use a second
Get a
one
second
and
one,
mark
yeah.
them. Mine at home has alcohol written in big black marker pen all over the
Yeah,
front.
so you don't confuse the two.
So I
Yeah.
don't confuse the two.
Brilliant.
So that's the first reason. And the second reason, I'll show you I'm going to do a demo.
Yeah.
And I'll explain, if that's all right, Christine, in that, because I wanted to sort of, I wanted to make sure I'd shown you a few different things as well.
Yeah, and we've got your blocks on, they've got them in sort of small and medium, and then we've got the medium and the large, 367029, £10.39. So you can either go for, this is your medium, your large, so, and you do need the different sizes, John, don't you, for the different size stamps, don't you?
You do, yeah.
Yeah.
You need those for your A6, your bigger stamps.
Yeah.
And then the smaller ones you need to use for things like your finger stamps, or as I was doing there,
your
the
lovely snowflake woker.
little spray
Yeah.
snowflake stamp and things like that. The long one is great for your sentiments and
Yeah.
adding things in. So, I mean, I've always got them with me.
Yeah, and they've got the grid lines on, which I love for
getting things straight
straight,
again, the
yeah.
same as the acetate has.
Brilliant price point as well, John. Look at that for those four, £10.39. Need to get some more blocks for yourself. 437607. Yeah, you need a few of those in your store. But John's going to explain more as we go along. Thank you, John.
Cool. So what I'm going to do is I want to, first of all, I'm going to stamp my penguin. So shall we? We'll stamp Bob, shall we?
If there's any of them left, I'm not sure we get limited.
I've just
limited,
used,
yeah.
I've used him, okay. I want him nicely in the middle and nice and straight, but I've used him and he might not be clean, so this is where I use my acetate. And just as a protection, but can you see I can make sure there, I've gone again with a piece of card that is 5.5 inches or 14 centimetres square.
Yeah.
Okay, so half of that is 7. So if I get the middle of his present going through that 7 centimetre line, and I get his feet straight on the base, yeah, there we go. Bob's now straight.
He's definitely straight.
Yeah.
He's
Pick
right
him
there
up.
in the middle.
And this is where your stamp platform comes in. Because again, I can ink him, and if I've not inked him enough, which I haven't, I can re-ink him and put him back down. And the reason that what makes it so good in the Press to Impress, to be honest, is that it's got the foam in it. It's not just got the foam in it, it's got a foam base.
Oh, right.
So
Yes, I
even
realised,
when you take the foam out to use rubber stamps, you've still got some extra foaming in there.
Very
And
good.
that is what gives you the perfect connection for your stamp. Yeah?
Yep.
And then what I should say on the penguins as well, they're not solid black here. They are designed to be a little bit sketchy. So
don't think that's a fault of the
Don't think it's a
stamping, yeah.
fault. That's exactly, they're designed to be a little bit sketchy. So there I've got Bob. Yeah. But I want to put a friend with him, and I want to put a halo around him.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm going to take Bob out for the minute because I need to mask him off.
Gotcha.
So I'm going to use some of the transfer tape, which is what I always use, and I don't know where I've put it. Or you can use something like a post-it note, but this is where I use one of those solvent-based inks.
Oh.
Yeah. So I'm going to put Bob down. But that's got VersaFine, yeah?
Yeah.
Look, it will rub off. This is plastic.
Gotcha.
So this is where I take, this is stays in place,
Yeah.
which is the Couture Creations version of sort of a stays on of a permanent on ink. But that will take a couple of seconds to dry, but that will be permanent on there. Okay, and now what I would do is, if I let that ink on there dry, then that's where I would have to use the stamp cleaning liquid. Yeah.
Right.
Now you see why you need every size of why I have every size of block, because not everything fits on it. But if I give that a very quick clean now, with the water pad before it's dry, look, Bob's clean.
He's good to go.
So Bob's clean and good to go.
Fantastic.
So I don't have to use the harsh chemical. Because I got it off relatively quickly.
Quickly, right.
And it also gives me time just to let
that dry.
Bob on here dry. So all I'm going to do is, and this is what I love about these stamps, these are so easy to cut out. And all you want to do when you're cutting, the reason I want to show you while I do that cutting is, can you see I'm cutting on or just inside the line?
Yeah.
You normally, when you're cutting something out, you're cutting on the outside of the line. But obviously, I want this to be a mask, so I don't want it to go over the edge.
No.
I want it to be inside. So I'll finish cutting them out. If you just want to run, if you
Yes,
you can
I'll
run
mention the
through,
penguins.
sorry.
I think we might have scared everybody. We still have, we're down to single figures, but we still do have a handful of the lovely penguin sets there, and you are getting 7 of those fantastic penguins. Absolutely gorgeous there. You've got the bearing presents, colouring the different scarves there. You've got the Merry Christmas and the little balloon, and then moving down we've got that fantastic snowflake worker stamp. You've got Happy Christmas, Merry Christmas and Season's Greetings, and another 2. And let me show you some more beautiful, beautiful samples here. They're absolutely fantastic. And this is one of Margaret's. Isn't that gorgeous? But of course you can colour in all the different scarves, give them different characters as well. Give them a buddy, as John was just saying. Here we go. There you go. And look, isn't that beautiful? This is Sheila's. Sheila, that's fantastic. On that, was it like a craft board or something? That's amazing, Sheila. Absolutely
It's beautiful.
gorgeous.
I think she's done it on like an MDF piece or something.
Yeah, it's beautiful, isn't it? Lovely permanent piece of work there to come out every Christmas. Just gorgeous.
Your Scott made that background.
Did he really?
He did.
How did he do that?
He made it with ice and with diamonds on the show.
That's so good. I love it.
That's what you should keep hold of that one, take it home. That's what we made with it.
Did you? Gosh, I don't think he's aware of that. He's taking the kids swimming, so I will. I'll bless him. I'm
That's
amazed.
what I made with his background.
I am stunned. That is gorgeous, as are the penguins. But we have got a handful left, so please don't miss it. Oh, now, as well done, everybody. $15.99, technically sold out. If any bounce back, I will let you know, but thank you for being so quick to act there. And it was obviously Scott's background that did it. 607474. The press to impress. I'll have a quick reminder and then come straight back to you, John, if that's all right.
That's cool.
So remember the carry case, the protective case, the project case, whatever you want to call it, with the 2 double-sided insert pockets and the extra wide tabs there. So we've got that extra depth. It's no good just having it so slim that you can barely fit it in. So on one side goes your fantastic your press, and then in the other you've got all that extra storage there as well. Lovely depth. You've got the firm carry case handles as well, just zips into place, so you can put everything you need to get your stamping and your cardstock and your stencils, whatever else in there as well, ready to go. You've got the stamping press itself. We have this at home. It is fantastic, and as John explained, it's got the foam mat inside, which you can take out if you're using any of those deeper stamps, red rubber mounted stamps.
You take out that, and you've actually made quite an interesting point on that.
Yeah.
As I say, you've got that at home.
We have.
You bought it.
Yes, I did.
Because, and if you see anybody using the press to impress,
yeah.
Whether it be a demonstrator, a show or anything, they've bought it.
Yes.
Because we don't give them away.
No.
And I know that sounds stingy, but I know, I mean, you sometimes think, when someone says, oh, and I use that one, you think, oh,
they just handed it to you when the show finished.
No, trust me, we give nothing away. Because it's not fair.
No,
it's
exactly.
not fair to people who pay for things.
And it was, do you know what? I didn't mind paying for it, John, because it was worth every penny.
I know, and that's the thing. You've spent your money on it.
Yeah.
It always means more to me when someone's actually spent their own money on it.
Yeah, I went upstairs and we ordered it, and we got some stamps for her, and she loves it. Absolutely brilliant. And it's got that foam underside as well, so you've got that give on the actual product itself. So when you're stamping in, it gives you that fantastic clear image. And then you've got the inserts in terms of the 50 there to protect your foam mat, but also to get that perfect positioning, and then 10 of the acetate ones as well, which hopefully we might revisit if John gets time to understand, because I didn't understand it, I'd never seen it. £42.95, £10 saving there, 687496, 60% gone. So remember the headline about that case. Once that's gone, we have no more of those to put into a set like this. And this is the last Crafts 2 with John for the 2 hours, I should say, until next year. My daubers, 40 finger daubers, fit perfectly onto your finger. If they don't, as John explained, just hold it like a pencil. You've got one for every colour there, and sometimes they do wear out from usage, but they have got a really good firm dense sponge on there. And then you can use your finger stamps. You could use it as a storage case as well, but it's not those tab storage, it's the slidey storage case lock. So that wear and tear with the hinges, that does happen with plastic. You haven't got that worry. $19.99. I love the fact that it's the reusable element there as well. Or maybe that's it, you've got your 40 there, that's all you need. 826142. My favourite, the whole, it's like a revelation to me, this is. I didn't know such a thing existed, because we're rotten at cleaning our stamps at home. I know everybody's cursing me on TV going, Fiona, you work at a craft store, you don't clean your stamps. I know, I'm sorry. We're just rubbish. We just want to get to do the fun stuff. But you don't worry about it now, because you don't need to. Well, how did you say we could wash it, John? We could just warm water in the sink with a bit of a well-known squirt of
what. Little bit of washing up liquid in there.
There we go.
Yeah, and then just rinse that out, and it's done and clean. As I say, it will never look that clean and white again, but it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. It's still clean.
It cleans, not the fact that it is clean.
Exactly. And then you've got the top mat there to dry, and as John explained, this top cover comes away completely, so you can pop that in the sink as well, and then just leave it there to drip dry with the force of gravity. Apps, this has been a revelation for me this morning. Get several if you're going to use your solvent-based cleaner as well, so that you don't mix the two up, as John was explaining about taking care of your stamps. $9.99, 422161. Our heat embossing mat, for our heat gun mat, or our anti-splash, anti-paint mat, whatever for all sorts of purposes, isn't it? Just to protect our surface. Loads of techniques are done with embossing and the heat gun as well. So let's protect our lovely surface. You might have a beautiful table, you just don't want it spoiled. You droplets of sprays and this, that and the other. And then you've got the 2 clipper tools as well, which really helps with dexterity and also not burning your fingers when you're using your heat gun or embossing. And then you've got your anti-static there, so you're embossing what you want to emboss and not left with specks over £12.99 for that fantastic set. I think this is a great stocking filler. What crafter wouldn't love this or need this? You always need extra as well, 810056. The glitter card, that isn't glitter, it's foiled. I mean, it blows my mind, this, blows my mind. 24 sheets, you've got 6 designs, you've got 4 of each, and if you look on the front there, you can see the colourway, the ombre is beautiful. It's an amazing pad. It's so smooth to the touch. But look at the quality of that glitterage. I mean, it's just as sparkly. It's just beautiful. Look at these colours. Oh, my word. They're stunning, aren't they? The ombre effect is amazing. I'm trying to get you the different colours. There's 6 different sets there. Trying to pick up 4 at a time. Just amazing. Beautiful, beautiful quality. Without the shed, without the glitter. But all of that glitter action and colour. Isn't that beautiful? £14.99 030633. Something else John brought with him today, and do check as well online. We've got the large and the small little paper trimmer. We've got the guillotine slicer as well, that resharpens itself, that John always uses as well on the show. So just look by brand Crafts too. I love these, the blending brushes. Now I've got some different sizes here. The one I've got is the cheeky little trio. Oh, we're getting all of them. We're getting all of them, John. I've only just realised. Oh. Why do we need our blending brushes? Well, are you going to explain this in a moment? Okay, I'm not going to dwell. I'm going to give everybody the info. We've got blending brushes. What's the difference between my blending brush and my dauber? I know, because I've seen John use these as well as other crafters. They're just, the minky softness there. It's just gorgeous. I just love it. But John's going to explain the difference. 3052722496. We'll come to that because I know you've got questions about that. Oh, this mat. Oh, we've got these back in stock, John.
We have, yes.
Yay!
My product of 2020, wasn't it?
We're going to do the dance to cheer. Yay! Yeah. That's fantastic because they always sell out, folks. I see this with John all the time. These are brilliant. It's fantastic. You've got that indentation down the large piece. You've got there for your mixing, your sprays, your oxides, whatever you use it. It's just fan-dabby-dozy. £19.99 for the watercolour media mat. And I'm not just talking about using watercolours. 785543. I'll let John extol the virtues of that one. And why do we need our lovely inky brushes? Well, he's going to come to it. He's going to answer it all.
I'm going to answer all of those in the demo. So what I've done is I've stamped out Bob, and I've got the mask for Bob. So I'm going to put that over, and then we're going to do a little bit of blending. So you could make your mask literally in anything.
Yes.
You know, I've forgotten the word now for the sticky things that we put. Sticky note type things.
Yeah.
You know, you can use those. You can use all sorts of things,
sheets,
but nice
whatever,
and thin. Your masking sheets, whatever. So now I want to put like a halo around, but obviously I want to put a background.
Yeah.
When we're working on stamping, we have to work from the front back.
Okay.
So if I wanted to put a little cheeky friend in behind him, I would stamp the cheeky friend in, and then I would mask that.
Gotcha.
But for speed, we're just going to put Bob in.
Yeah.
And I want the circle. And I'm looking through, I've got a stencil, I think we might have these on the website, but I have these on the last show that fit the press to impress as well.
Oh, nice.
We make our stencils to fit in here again so that it's easier for everybody.
Well, you said it was so that all the tools get used together and interact and...
It's like a creation station. I leave this out all the time, so I want other people to have the same ability.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to use the brushes. But,
yes, the blending brushes.
One of the things I discovered as well is my A4 mat
fits beautifully
fits perfectly because
the
watercolour media mat was designed to be slightly bigger than A4. So if you want to bring it up and have it on your desk all the time but bring everything level, use an A4
I've got one of those.
self-healing cutting mat.
Okay.
That's why I was able to stamp without having to pull different bits in.
That's
so it's
a
new
nifty
bit I've
idea. I
discovered.
like that, yeah.
Dishwasher safe.
I forgot to mention that, yes, of course.
Dishwasher set is one of my product of the year. Even Sam doesn't have to rinse it by hand, bless him. So it's dishwasher safe. It's actually based on, it comes from wiring mats, soldering mats.
Really?
That's where the idea came from. We never ever claim to reinvent the wheel.
Yeah.
I will always try and say where we got an idea from, or, you know, at the end of the day, the brushes are from the beauty industry.
Oh, yes, I can see that, because we often talk about, wouldn't it be nice to apply your makeup with that?
Yeah, they're actually, you know, they're exactly the same. We just had a different We just had a different plastic.
Yeah.
So that every time I do this, the producers go, "Oh, it's gonna. What
No,
are you
it's
doing?
got the gear.
Stop it!" Everyone thinks, you know, I'm terrified.
You're doing a Uri Geller on us.
Yeah, I'm gonna break it. We just had them made in our colour with craft artist on in silver, so you knew which ones were for crafting, and we and basically slightly softer plastic.
Yeah.
That's all. Now, I'm terrible. I use a lot of them. But these are better. If I was to use a dauber now, as I was doing it earlier.
Yeah.
Remember, the dauber is directional.
Okay.
So I can direct.
Yeah.
So I can go over a small area.
Yeah.
So I can get intense colour. But what I want is, I want blend.
Okay.
I want it soft.
Over a greater surface. Yeah.
So what I'm going to do is use the colour with the... I'm going to actually use the colour, and I don't want to go directly on with that, yeah? I don't want to go directly on with that colour because I don't want to get an intense.
Right.
So I use my media mat, and because it's silicone, can you see it's like a mixing palette?
Yes.
So suddenly there, instead of going off the ink pad, look, get that ink, soft ink, watch now how softer that is on there. Pick up from my palette.
Oh, I love them.
I'm blending down.
And you can't see the continuation line, if that makes sense.
You can't see the lines.
Yeah.
No, you've got, basically, this creates what we call, when I was at college, we called it was a wet edge.
Oh.
And you know when you paint a house?
Yeah.
And if you paint around and cut in
Yeah.
first,
Yeah.
then you paint the main body, you can always see the wobbly line of where you cut in.
Yeah.
It's because you've let the edge of the paint dry.
The
And so instead of the edge going over the top,
Yeah.
instead of the edge merging together like that,
Blending.
it doesn't, it sits over the top. So that layer there is thicker, so it'll always be a different colour.
Gotcha.
So that's why I'm using the pigment ink and the petals, but that's why I'm working on what we call the wet edge. So you see a perfect blend because these just constantly work that edge.
They've got so tightly compact with the softest bristles.
Yeah.
Wendy's emailed us in, John. She said after sitting on the fence for so long, she finally caved. She bought these blending brushes, and what was the end of the email there? She said that they're absolutely fantastic. She says, I no longer waste my cardstock. She must have had some very unhappy moments then prior to that.
Bless her, sorry, Wendy.
Oh, that's brilliant,
I think a lot of
Wendy.
people did. I did with these at first. See, now I've got a darker colour.
Yes.
And put that on, but watch. So
Go
I've
on.
got a stripe, yeah? Because I'm lay that one out. There we go. So I can mix, run a bit of blue, mix on the media mat.
Lovely. Have you got...
And I can purple it. But you see there,
Ooh.
I've blended that.
Yeah. We've almost got like a secondary glow over that, haven't we?
So what we said was I wanted to show, is it Christine, wasn't it, who asked about why I have blocks as well?
Yes, it was,
Okay, so
Christine,
take
yeah.
that out now there.
Beautiful, perfect.
That's my little sort of blended thing around it. But I want now to add some of the little stars on.
Yes.
Okay, so I wouldn't put that there, pick it up, ink it, put it down. It's you know, these smaller stamps and things work so much better. There we go. Just on a little block.
Yeah.
So I can take ink.
And sometimes you want that secondary, third...
You want that first, second, third generation.
Yeah, that's right. Which again is... I mean, that's much quicker than imagine you trying to reset that every single time on your stamping platform. It's going to be a bit of a labour, isn't it? So
it really is. I love the way you say labour because I'd say a complete faff, but I'd actually say something else, but we're not at home at the moment. So
this is where your blocks come into their own, isn't it?
That's where the blocks come in. So now we've got those, I can then say, let's have a complete secondary colour. So let's have... And if you notice what I'm doing from the petal, the way they're laid out almost in primary and secondary, so I know that that's the contrasting colour. I think this one is rainbow.
Have we got any of your petals on the show,
I don't.
John?
This is tea time.
Tea time. Oh,
No,
they're always
they
gone.
might be on the
Gone.
website still.
I don't think we have. But have a little look on the website. There might be some shop by the brand crafts too. So we've got the clear stamping blocks there. You've got small, medium and large there. £17.78, 755, 445. And we've also got the Crafts 2 watercolour medium. Seriously, that is just a go-to. Please don't miss out on that because it's always on and it's gone. That's why I did my little dance of joy. Fabulous. £19.99, worth every single penny. 785-543. It's invaluable. Non-stick, waterproof, heat-resistant, silicone. Sling it in your dishwasher. Between that and your cleaning stamp mats, you may be very happy today.
Yeah,
John.
I mean, it's just so good. I'm glad I made you happy. You make
always
me happy.
make me happy, darling.
You make me smile. So I've gone there, but can you see? So I put all the little stars around and everything. Now he's on my media mat.
Yeah.
Okay, so I could spray and spritz and nothing will go anywhere because of the lip. Everything will stay. Nothing, you know, you see how often I use it because of the marks that are on it. But it's also fantastic. And it's like having another tool on your desk. Because what I'm going to do now is I'm going to colour Bob. So we'll just peel Bob off. There you go, you see. So now Bob's in the front.
Yeah.
Before, you couldn't, you know, Bob was sitting behind that circle. Now Bob's in the front. So I'm going to take the same colour as I was using and just lace them down on my media mat. I don't need a palette.
No.
I don't need anything fancy. And I'm going to take my small water brush, just get it flowing, and then pick up the colour and go.
Ah.
So we're just going to colour Bob in. So I'm going to colour the ribbon in pink first. But it's nice to be able to have something that I can colour on, sprit water on, and know that I don't have to have a palette or lots of extra tools. It's literally all in one place.
And
so let's just colour in.
% of the silicone watercolour media mat, and it's not just for watercolours. You see, John was using his petals. You'd use your oxides. You could be spraying whatever there. At £19.99, 785-543. If you want the water brushes, we do have those on the show as well. And I know people tend to have a few, and it is a set of 6 as well. 686089, $14.99. You've got 3 with a flat head. 3 regular. Oh wow! I've not seen them with a flat head.
One small, medium, and large in standard fine. The other 3 are wash brushes. But I will show you how I use that.
Oh, I'm liking that.
Because there's a slight difference between all water brushes are not equal.
Yeah.
Everyone has a preference. So basically, there are 2 styles. The one is a sort of like a koi water brush, and that is basically free-flowing, so that when you do a stripe, water flows. You see how that? There we go. I'm going to start again. Pick some up. Yeah, watch.
Water just comes out by gravity. Yeah.
Yeah. This is not.
No.
So that would be complete constant. These are basically water brushes with a valve in. So you only get water when you squeeze.
Which gives you better control.
Which gives you a lot better control. Some people like it to be all wet.
Yeah.
But I've got control now. So if I want to make the little bit of that ribbon darker, I can lay down some of the colour again. And I won't actually, I can't think of the right word, I won't dilute it.
Yeah, you won't add the water.
So I pick that up on my brush. Look at
straight in,
there. Okay. That's dark, and it's such easy plastic that literally I can squeeze it there in my grasp.
Really
there.
malleable, yeah.
It's so easy squeeze plastic, you don't even know you're doing it.
See, I would prefer that control than
I do. I
continuous flowing, because I might not want all that water saturation.
The continuous flow is more of an expert one, which is why I don't use one.
Yeah.
To be honest, so people like them different ways, but there you can see with the same brush I can control it more, whereas normally it would pull it out. So it's the same colour, and then literally I'm just going to colour in.
You've got more control of that depth, haven't you?
I have. But look, look, that's almost run out. Pick up some more. Yeah. So.
And if you've got any questions for John, email us into studio@thecraftstore.com or let us know on the Facebook. Now, Pam's emailed us in, and she says she thinks she's using her watercolour silicone cleaning mat. Oh, no, sorry, the cleaning mat. The stamp, she says, I think I'm using the stamp cleaning mat wrong, because she left... She left what, darling? Oh, we'll show the picture to you, John, because she says she left a foam layer in it. And she doesn't know if that... Well, I'm a bit confused, because there's obviously the mat itself.
Yeah.
But she says she left the... Is there a sandwich?
Well, no,
foam?
can I borrow yours?
Yeah, yeah.
Because
We'll try
this
and-
one was opened fresh.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
This was
one
opened literally
fresh.
just before we went live, yeah.
For the show. What I think you've done is, I think from the picture and what you said, Pam, I think what you've done is you've been putting water in that side.
The lid.
And cleaning on that side and drying on that side. Doesn't matter, but it's designed more the other way round. It makes no odds, as long as you know which side is dry.
Yeah.
But then when you come to clean it, this side comes out and can get washed. This side doesn't. It just clips off. And I think what you might have done is tried to pulled this side out. Yeah? Because this one side is glued into the lid. Yeah? One side is removable foam. And all you do is click it back on like that when you've washed it. So I think what you might have done, Pam, is used it perhaps the wrong way round, or you've tried to pull that foam out.
Right.
There's only one, which is why the newer ones have that little corner clip.
Yeah, so we can take it out.
So you
and
can
wash.
take it out. Mine doesn't. You just put your finger in and pop it out. So I think that's what you've done, Pam.
I hope that answers your question, Pam. Let us know if we've misunderstood or interpreted wrongly, but do let us know, because John's here to help.
Chances are I probably have.
Yeah, yeah. If you've got any other questions, please. John is only with us now for the next half an hour, and this is the last one. I mean, we're going to see John again, but this is the last one with the 2-hour monthly sessions till next year.
Is this my last show? No one told me. No, I'm joking.
I'm going to recap the glitter card just while you're colouring there, John, because we've had a question from Susan. Oh, my goodness, yes, we can. She says, can we die cut the
It's
glitter
what it
cards,
was designed for, Susan. It die cuts like a dream.
Because she says she's had trouble die cutting when she's trying to... I don't know if she's talking about this specifically, but glitter card in general.
Glitter card in general is quite difficult to die cut. This cuts like it's normal paper because it is.
Yeah.
I actually had a lady come yesterday and said to me, she'd said to me, she said, I can't believe it. I bought the, she bought one of the other shades of the glitter card, and she said, it just cuts like a dream. It's not supposed to.
Yeah.
So if you're watching, Helen, I was listening when you told me this. From Helen from Norfolk. And it does. It cuts like an absolute dream. I can't think of another way to do it.
No.
Because there's no glitter to go in there or interfere. A lot of glitter card, I would say, when it says it's low shed,
yeah,
or when it is just called glitter card, that can be quite difficult to cut because it's got grains of physical glitter in there which come in between.
Yeah.
If you are having trouble cutting a glitter card, the only glitter card I know of that we do that people might struggle with is the double-sided.
Oh, right.
It's got a coating on both sides.
Gosh, yeah.
All you do is die cut into your metal shim.
Oh.
And if you don't have a metal shim, we have the A5 and the A4 metal shim are all on end of call.
Great, okay.
So people can get those. 'Cause I know people are always asking me about where can they get those from.
Right.
So if you're struggling, and that's with other people's glitter card as well. to be
Yeah,
fair.
no,
If you're struggling,
yeah.
cut into a metal shim, we'll finish it off.
Great.
But this will cut first time, no problem. I will try and show you.
Okay, darling.
If I get time.
I know, there's been so many
Because I don't know
so
where
many
it's
questions.
gone. I really thought that this would be like, I'd have loads of time, and I haven't.
I don't know where the time's gone. We've got so many questions. I'll just recap the Press to Impress bundle, because the big headline was the cases, once they're gone in this bundle, that we were not going to see these till early to mid next year, I'm afraid. John has said that. So if you're looking for it as a present, or if you're looking for it to have it in your collection, because you could always gift the other surplus if it was surplus to requirements. This I'm calling the project case, because you put in the Stamp to Impress. You've got the extra insert the other side, nice and wide there for your extra inserts, or paper trimmer or stencils, all zips up, and you've got the lovely sturdy carry case handle there. I don't know anyone else apart from I've seen covers but I've not seen anybody else that does the proper carry case. So as a tool, I think it's brilliant. You've got the stamping press, which you know I got myself for my daughter. It comes with the 2 stamps. I can't say enough good things for this. You've got extra 4 magnets there as well, which John showed us how to cover, so for the ease of lifting. And then you've got the 50 paper inserts to protect both your fantastic foam mat, but also for precision measuring and placement. And for the same thing with your stamps, you've got 10 of the acetate ones as well. 2 flexi-buy payments are £21.48, £42.95, a £10 savings, 687-496. Let's go back to John. So how are we getting on with our lovely penguin?
So I've coloured him, added a little bit of blue. A little bit of shading. That's just with ink. That's what, I know it's crazy, that's what the water media mat does. So if we can go out a little bit. I'm not trying to tell Uncle Marcus. There we go. Do you know, he's ahead of me every time.
He is.
You said you've not seen the flathead before.
No, I haven't,
useful.
John, in the water brushes.
Wash brushes, which we have, are usually flat-headed brushes. But I've never seen them before as a water brush. And in the set, you get small, medium. This is the large.
Yeah.
But basically, I can squeeze the water out, really easy. But I can pick up what I've got on my mat. And this is where I would actually use it to put in the land. Just, there we go, pick up the extra colour and put the base in. There we go. So, but I think somebody had asked, I can't remember who it was, somebody had asked, or I heard it in my ear, what's the difference between the brush and the daubers?
Right,
yeah.
okay.
So,
yes.
the brushes have given me that smooth blend there.
Yes.
But what I want now is, can you see on that, it's a little bit, I've got the pink at the bottom, and they go off into infinity, but it's just a bit insipid, it finishes. So what I want is, I want that greeny colour, around the edge.
Right.
If I use the brush, let me grab a piece of card, and I can show you. Grab a piece of random card, I'm just going to trim it. Sorry. I should have lots of card already cut, but I don't when I've got everything on the show. So I'll just cut this to the same size, so we've got a little bit the same.
Lovely. We've got the guillotine on the show as well, and we were talking about the virtues of the fact that it self-sharpens as you go, which is why you get that lovely splice sound. 1999 701910. We've also got the paper trimmer as well, large and small. Small, perfect for you cutting your foil or the smaller projects as well, handbag sizes as well. I just love it. £21.98. Look at it, so dinky do, isn't it? Does just as good a job. And what was brilliant as well, John said, for the replacement blades, which we've got on the show, and end of call, it's the same blade for both paper trimmers. So perfect for your foil cutting if you've got the, what's the machine called again, John?
Have you got the Kaleido?
Kaleido, thank you, darling. £21.98, 073224. Back to John. Thank you, John. You're going to show us the blending.
I am, yeah. So all I've done is just dried off my mat with a piece of, I've actually used a piece of cloth.
Yeah.
I usually use the edge of my shirt, but I couldn't quite lift it on. And I don't have a cuff on this one. So I've just dried my mat because this is blending. So again, blend the ink, but watch. Okay. Can you see, I've obviously got a different colour on this, how far round that's coming? See, I'm getting that really nice, soft, sort of smoky edge.
Yeah.
But it becomes part of the design.
So it's intruded too far into it.
Yeah, it's coming too far. It's lovely.
Yeah.
And really nice as winter, but I don't think that's right for that.
Right. Okay.
So this is where I would use a dauber, because with a dauber it's more controllable. So I take the dauber and take the same ink, okay? But even if I do it flat, can you see there?
Oh, yeah. It really is minimal, isn't it? It's just the very edges.
That's the difference.
Yeah, I see.
So that's the blend we get with a brush, because it's soft. But if I want to line something, then that's what I'm getting with the dauber. And I'm not being careful. I'm bringing it in just literally, you know, I'm bringing it in far. I'm not just trying to touch the edge.
Yeah.
But I'm getting such a tighter, you almost get a different colour and I get a tighter finish.
Yeah.
If I want it even darker or more pronounced, I hold it in the air and I go down. Do you remember, I don't know if you've ever seen this, people do this, they'll take their ink pad.
Oh, yeah.
And they'll run it along the edge of your card.
Yeah.
I used to do that.
Right.
Brilliant idea.
Yeah.
Once you've done it for a few times, you'll score a line in your ink pad and you'll wreck it.
Eek, not so good.
I did it loads with a little memento one in brown, and actually found when I went back to it after, I've been doing it 2 or 3 months.
Yeah.
Went back and there was literally an indent in it and no ink in that area.
Oh.
Or, and I'm sorry, these are a lot cheaper than an ink pad.
Yeah.
So if you want to ruin something, ruin one of these. Don't ruin your ink pad,
because you get 40
they're
in the
so
pack,
expensive.
so,
yeah, certainly if you're paying, like price for like a distress oxide, if you're paying that price for them.
You want longevity.
Yeah, don't go running them along the edge of a piece of card.
No.
But even here where it's damp on the edge, it's still just doing little soft bit. So that's your difference between
your blenders and your daubers.
Your blending brush and your dauber, and the difference between a pointed brush, which is what I used to colour him in, to colour Bob in, and the wash brush, which I used there to colour that. Yeah.
Fantastic. I'm just going to quickest recap, just to let
Brilliant.
you just to sort out the next demo there, John. Time is whizzing. Great questions, by the way. Thank you to everybody. I'm just going to... Oh, here it is, yeah. My lovely watercolour... well, as we know, it's not just the watercolour, but your mixed media map there. It is fantastic. So don't forget, non-stick, stick it in the... it's going to protect your surface. Stick it in the washing machine or your sink. Waterproof, heat-resistant, 100% silicone. Dishwasher, sorry. Did I say washing machine? I'm so sorry. Don't put it in with your smalls. Your dishwasher. Easy clean. Oversized the indented tray. But I love the fact that John put the mat in there as well, because I've got one of those at home. So that just fitted in there if you want that surface to be flush, if you're stamping or anything like that. Heat resistant, allowing for heat embossing and hot glue uses. Just clean with the warm soapy water. Non-slip base, so it stays where it's supposed to be, when you're using it. And don't forget, like John's, certain pigments and colours will stain your mat, but not come off the mat and stain your project. John's is well loved.
Exactly. Mine is well loved, and if literally what happens is, if when this goes in the dishwasher, this little purple and this pink stay.
Yeah.
Because I've really worked them in. I mean, look, there is no colour in there. However, if I want to take them out, antibacterial cleaner and a magic rubber. You know the ones you get from the 99p plus a penny shop?
Yes.
The white ones that you in a big block?
Yes.
Those ones, Magic Eraser or something.
Yeah.
Antibacterial, that will take that off.
Oh, okay.
But I don't worry about it at all. Look, there's a glue blob. There we go. Let's just pick it off. Look, it's silicone. Catherine even uses hers for when she's doing silicone pours.
Oh, okay.
When she's doing,
the resin pours. Yes.
Yeah, Sam's made coasters in these.
Gosh, wow, that's
because
brilliant.
It's silicone and heat resistant, and it will work just the same as like a Zuri mould.
And I've seen so many people ruin their foam mats, and I know you said that's going to come in the next few weeks.
Yeah.
In your stamping platforms with heat glue.
Yes.
Glue gun, sorry.
With glue guns.
So
use this for your glue gun. This is always down at home, and my glue gun pours into here.
Yeah.
I could pump glue into that, and it will not damage it because they were based on the technology that made soldering mats.
Fantastic. 1999, and I did the Dance of Joy simply because they're always on and gone. It's been so long since I had the ability to sell this to you. 785-543. Again, a brilliant gift idea for somebody as well this year. We've had an email in from Jackie, and she's asked, how do you use... Now, Jackie, you might have missed this because we did intro this, so that's not a criticism, by the way. But, Jackie, I know everybody joins us, so it's a brilliant question because it was my first question. How do I use the acetates with my stamping platform? What is the purpose of that and these paper ones, my darling? So John's going to take us through that again. We've got this set. It's a brilliant set. Now's the time to get it while we've got the case, because John has explained the case is going to be gone. We haven't got any more of those to create these sets for you until mid next year. So, and it is a brilliant project case, so please don't miss out on that. But I'm going to answer your question, Jackie, so let's go back to John.
Right, okay, so I'll cut this down to... I know I'm using a square again, and I've just cut it to a square. The great thing about the Preston press, the difference to me is the fact that it fits A4 card.
Yes.
Okay, it fits A4 card straight from your shelf. There's no bars there.
No.
That's the big difference. But for this one, I have cut it down to size. So I've started to wreck that one. Can you see all the little
markers.
I don't know you see there, but all the little blue and green and yeah, we go. See all the marks? Yeah. You would be a little bit. You'd like it last a little bit longer, but I've got 50 of them, So that will go then to be cut, die cut as a template now.
Yeah, okay, no waste.
And I'll take a clean one out. So that literally fits in there. That's your paper one. And what it does, that is now protecting that background if I overstamp or do anything else. It also allows me to find straight lines and middles and things like that.
Yeah.
But, so that's my paper. I'm going to pop that in and put it on, because I think the lady had asked about the acetate.
She did, yeah.
So I may
Jackie.
want to do, tell you what I want to do, Jackie. I want to get my stamps. I want to put 3 little penguins in a row. Okay. So, there we go. Let's go for 3 little penguins. And I want them straight. So, and I can't do that.
No.
I can't genuinely. But what I can do with this is go, right, okay, I want 3 penguins straight, and I want them about, so let's say 2 centimetres up. So I want one there. Okay. And then I'll want that line, so he'll be there. Okay. And Bob will be there. But no, there's space in between.
Yes.
So no, Bob needs to come in on that line. So I'm going to bring it in by 1/2 centimetre on there. Flat on there, 1/2 centimetre there. So I better bring Janice in by 1/2 centimetre there. So then I've got this space to fill now with Yanis. So there we go. There's Yanis. So Yanis, Janice and Bob.
Yes.
It sounds like a comedy show, doesn't it?
Does Yanis,
Should
Janice
make that
and
as a
Bob.
cartoon. Yanis, Janice and Bob. But that, basically, look, he's moved. Yeah, Janice has moved. What a surprise.
Oh, yeah, naughty
She's
Janice.
jumped up. But there we go. So they are now straight and even.
Perfectly aligned.
Perfectly aligned. So I'm going to pick them up. Okay. And what I'm going to do first is, I like that arrangement, but I might want to test it, because I might not want to mark
Your
expensive
lovely-
card if I'm using really expensive card.
Yeah.
Or I might think, well, do you know what? I like this.
Yeah.
So I'm going to stamp those onto the paper insert.
Just get a measure of...
Perfect.
Look at
Yeah,
that,
like
yeah.
that, all straight.
Yeah.
Now, I could laminate that. So I could laminate that, and then next time I come to make it, pop the stamps on top.
Yeah, that's such a good idea.
So I can go, right, okay, Bob. So I want to remake this one, so I just put Bob back on top of there and pick him up, and he's still in the same place.
Yeah, that was
So
a really
I'm-
good idea. I love that idea.
So I'm happy now.
If you're mass producing a load of cards, or there's a specific design, you know, John said laminate that, and that's your go-to, your project
You might
go-to.
want to make 50 or 100 of these as your simple
Yes.
cards. You know, these are perfect for that. Well, you know, nobody can leave a stamp press for 1 or 2 weeks with stamps already laid in it. You can't, because we have to keep going back, but that's your registration. So there's Janice and Yanis and Bob, okay? And I might want Janice, Yanis and Bob to say Merry Christmas, but I want that straight.
And they're separate stamps.
So what I do is I put the acetate back down, because I don't want to mark it, and then I can get the sentiment. So we'll go with, shall we go with Happy Christmas?
Yes.
I think Yanis, Janice and Bob would say that. But again here, so I can go Merry Christmas on this line here with the acetate, yeah?
Yeah.
So now that's straight, and then go, right, okay, it's 1, 2, 3, 4 centimetres from that side.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. It's in the middle.
Perfectly in the middle.
Exactly in the middle. So we'll take Bob off, we'll take Yanis off, and we'll take Janice off. Close the lid. Take it off. Ink the sentiment. Stamp. Done.
Perfect. And have you got the other card you did earlier, John? Because we were talking about the 3 separate worded stuff.
So that's what I did.
Yeah.
With 3 separate words.
So you got that.
Magical
line.
Christmas greetings,
Yeah.
all straight and in the right place.
Even spacing.
But there is Happy Christmas. So, you know, there's number 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. But I could then I could even go for something like, I haven't got it. So I'll just cut another piece.
And have you given us extra acetates, John, in case we make a muck-up of it? Or...
It's for when you do.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
literally
okay.
for when you do.
There's 10 in there. I
There's
thought, wow.
10. You couldn't really, you come to a law of dynamics which says we couldn't really charge for one.
No, that's true.
But you can't include it because it has a cost.
Yeah.
But then, if you're like me, you mess them up.
Yeah.
We basically did that. So you've got 10.
Yeah.
So you can cut, but you can actually die cut them as well if you want to make them into stencils.
Ooh.
So there we go. So there's Happy Christmas.
Yeah.
But as I said before, I want to make, so I've made that one, so I've made one for Fiona, but now I have to make one for Scott that's exactly the same.
Yanis, Janice and Bob.
So there's, so Janice goes back on. So Yanis goes back on.
And our mysterious...
And Bob goes back on.
Third member of the team, Bob.
Bob's the name of our dog. We haven't got a dog. But we've decided that when we have a dog, it's going to be called Bob. It's named after Mr. Baker's Bob.
Ah.
We just thought the name was so cute.
Yeah.
That we decided that we will, when we do eventually get a dog, he will be called Bob.
Are you going to get a dog?
We will do one day, I'm sure. We want a holiday first.
Yeah. Do that first before we get the dog, yeah.
Yeah, but there we go. So there's Janice, there's Yanis, there's Bob. Second one. But I removed every stamp because of that template.
Now
so hopefully that's just one explanation. Of
yeah,
what you can do with
brilliant,
it.
Jackie. Brilliant question, Jackie. So thank you to John. Hope that answered it, Jackie. I should say 2/3 of the stock has gone for the Press to Impress collection, and as John was explaining, you've got 10 of those acetates, 50 of the sheets. Now we've got extra of those if you want those as an end decor as well, and they're not just the positioning purpose and drawing, so you get, you know, or as John was just using in terms of positioning and exactly where is the middle, they're protecting your foam mat as well. And then you can actually create that as a template if you know, want to do multi-cards. You've got your stamping press there, which I'm a massive advocate of, because I actually bought this for my daughter and she uses it endlessly. You've got the 2 magnets there, but they've given us extra magnets because you can see John's using a few. He's put the tape on it there for easy lift and separation of the magnets. That's a must. And then you've got the case, which is, once that's gone, that's gone. So we won't be able to bring you these bundles. And John does not expect, because the order's not even gone in for any more, because we're talking mid to early next year.
You're not supposed to tell anybody
Well,
that.
it's not. Well, you said if it was gone in, it would be like early mid next year.
Yeah, and it hasn't.
So we can't.
No, we haven't even placed the order for
There
the
we go.
replacements
So it can't.
yet.
So it can't arrive, and will there be more? You know what?
No. No, it's not as even if it's on a boat on the water, but I wasn't actually going to say...
Don't tell me
no,
anything
we
I'm not
haven't-
supposed to say,
I won't,
John.
no, but we weren't going to say that we haven't actually ordered them yet. They are, it's this week, I promise. But
Yeah, but the point is, we're not going to have them full Christmas, are we?
You've got no,
No, not a hope.
We're not even getting things that were due in next week before Christmas now.
70% has gone. John, we've got about 5 minutes, gorgeous.
Right, okay, so I was going to show you, I know that this stamp has sold out, but it is, to me, this is the big difference.
Oh, we
This is-
did, yeah. You were going to show us about the big stamps, weren't you?
Yeah, this is the big thing. Look how mucky this stamp is.
I can't even see what it was.
Right, this
but
is
I know
what
what
it
it
was.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right, okay, let me bring a piece of white card in, right? That is what that stamp was.
The one that
Yeah,
sold earlier,
okay.
this lovely stag.
This is what it looks like when I've had my hands on it for over a year.
And have you put it through your cleanie
No,
thing?
because I've not changed colour on it.
No, right.
Okay, so I've not had to. So I can check it. Look. No colour coming off.
No, it's just...
It's all primed.
Yeah.
But what you can do is, when you're doing a big stamp, this is where a platform comes in handy. Years ago, with a stamp like that, you would have to have a block that is bigger than it. If you can see my hand...
It's a big block.
Okay, I cannot hold a block that is big enough to hold that stamp, because that stamp is the size of my hand.
Yeah.
So I can't get, literally can't get my hands on a block that big.
Yeah.
So what you used to have to do was put that down on a glass mat, ink it, put your card on top, hold it still and rub it.
And pray you didn't get
And pray you
smudginess.
didn't move it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you couldn't be creative with it. So what I'm going to do now is, I'm going to try and be creative with it. So I'm going to put some blue on. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm then going to go with some green.
Now 3/4 of the stock has gone.
Actually,
Please
that's
don't
my
miss
green,
out.
isn't it?
It is coming to the end of the 2 hours with our lovely John Wally's getting creative there. £42.95 for the whole kit caboodle there, 687496. 2 flexible payments of £21.48. If it is a gift idea, now's the time to get it. I cannot impress that upon you enough, just to be on the safe side.
But so let's go. I thought, no, I was going to go, let's go surfing now then, for some reason came in my head.
Well, a bit cold, but unless we're going somewhere hot,
But
darling.
Can you see
Yeah,
how that is now building up? You couldn't do that
No.
with a block.
Because you couldn't get the precision of the overstamping.
No, you couldn't get it to work anywhere near as well as you would want it to. So there we go, push that in. But there.
There we go, look at the colours.
All clear.
Beautiful.
I'll hold it up so you can see. But I couldn't do that with a block. You couldn't do it with the glass on your hand.
No.
You couldn't do that with anything other than a stamp press, and one that's designed to deal with clear stamps. And that's the difference with the Press to Impress.
Yeah.
It was designed to do rubber stamps, but it was designed to do clear stamps perfectly. But the other thing I can do as well, which I love, is let's take this. I'm going to put this back in.
Yeah.
Same place. I've not moved my stamp. I'm now going to take VersaFine in black.
Ooh, I like this technique.
Okay, I'm going to go over that. But can you look? You saw how dirty that stamp was. Now I would be cleaning it because I've got lots of different colours in there.
Yeah.
So let's just take a piece of paper, take off the first generation, press down the second. That will be crisp. There we go.
Oh yeah,
Doesn't it
outlined
look as if I've coloured it?
Oh, John, I don't know where the 2 hours, they've flown by, darling. You're brilliant. You're absolutely fabulous. 80% of the Press to Impress collection has gone. Please don't miss out, as we explained right at the very start. You know, it's because of the case, and, well, we've spilt the beans on all of that. So you're looking mid to next year, early to mid next year, before we get that in. John, thank you so much. Do you know when you're back with us again, my darling?
Tuesday.
Tuesday, of course you are. Yeah, Tuesday. Fantastic. We look forward to it.
10 a.m.
Thank you so much, my
Thank you.
darling. Look forward to that. 10 a.m. on Tuesday, make a date. We will have a catch-up to see what's coming up next, but please check out your baskets and have a little look and shop by brand as well if there's anything you missed in the show. Thank you, John. We've got the Craft Yourself Silly Fabazine one-day special now with our Hayley. And then, I'm very excited, we've got the Happy Puzzle Company with Gavin. And then the Studio Light Art by Marlene one-day special launch.
Hi, I'm Paul Church from Clarity Stamp. I've been fortunate enough to turn my hobby into a career and joined Clarity Stamp in January 2016. My background has always been in crafting, and I enjoy making things and sharing things. That's what crafting is all about for me, making things and sharing with others, and also learning all the time.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the craft store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from FIFO. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hi, I'm Abs from AALL Create. I've been crafting for over 10 years now, and I love stamping, stenciling, creating layers of colours, textures, and creating depth and dimension. AALL Create was established in October 2016, collaborating with a group of designers and artists from all over the world, bringing different designs and products in different styles. We pride ourselves with high-quality photopolymer clear stamp sets, dyes, stencils, washi tapes and acrylic blocks, all in different size and formats. I hope to bring you inspiration and different ways of using your craft products. Make sure you don't miss the AALL Create shows.
Hiya, I'm Hazel Eaton from Pink Frog. Pink Frog is an established company. You may have seen us in shows up and down the country. It's a family-run business up in Chesterfield. We have a wide range of designs, and we're particularly known for our flower dies and flower stamps. On our shows, I hope to bring you many hints and tips and techniques to inspire you, the crafter, at home. Make sure you don't miss the Pink Frog shows.
Hello there and welcome. Well, it's 4 o'clock. It's final call time. It's your last opportunity to see your one-day special live. Obviously, the deal runs through until 6 p.m. tonight, but that's only if it lasts that long. And to be honest, at the moment, it is pretty much in the balance because 70% of the whole day stock has sold out. So this hour could be your last opportunity to get hold of this amazing deal that we are bringing to you. So the deal was launched at 6 o'clock last night. It's been busy throughout. Now at the point that you have to be making your decision. Are you going to be going for the individual bundles, which are available with £5 saving, or do you want to maximise that saving and go for the one-day special where overall you are saving £20? So the £10 on your screen is your saving on top of the carried forward savings that you're going to be getting with this one. But that's enough of me telling you about this. Fabulous Hayley from Craft Yourself City is here to tell us all about the one-day special. You right there?
I was chatting to John. Sorry. Don't mind you lot. It's fine. Yeah, I was chatting to John. I was showing him our special colour changing rolls.
This is fabulous.
Yeah, they are a bit jazzy. Anyway, I shall do what I'm supposed to be doing instead and maybe explain about the one-day special.
This is it. No, it's a pretty amazing day. I can't believe that we're up to issue 9 with
I know.
Fabazine.
This has gone so quickly. And they just kind of keep coming and keep coming because it's something that people are really enjoying and they're kind of feeding back to us that they want more of them, they want different types of projects in. So that's exactly what we're doing.
You need to tot up one day how many different projects have been over the whole series of 9 because there's absolutely loads.
Well, 9 times 12.
Oh, is it always 12 projects?
Always 12.
Right, fair enough.
So it is 9 times 12, which is 108.
Wow. And that's before you start looking at repetitions with regards to rather than making 1, you're making 6 of them. So brilliant.
Charlotte is marvelling more at the fact that I can do 9 times 12 than the fact that there was that many projects.
Well,
She's like, oh, that's good maths.
I was pretty impressed with your maths, I have to say, but there you go. So that is Fabazine number 9, which is kind of the latest in the regular series. Is it every 2 to 3 months it comes out?
It's every 2 months, but because we've been doing 2, we're actually going to move it next year to every 3 months.
Okay, fair enough.
Because we've got some new stuff coming and we want some space for that. So
lovely.
We will be moving them to every 3 months.
Lovely, there you go. So if you're wanting your Fabazine, that is one half of your one-day special. You've got some fabulous projects in here, so let me show you around some of them. Where should we start? Oh, well, you can't fail to notice the puffin. I mean, this puffin applique panel that you're getting within the set, this is really cute.
That's the one we're going to do in this hour, actually.
Oh, okay, right.
So this is a lovely applique panel. It does come with some fusible webbing as well to kind of help you on your way. And all of those little detail bits where the little embroidery bits are, they're all printed on. So all you have to do is follow the lines that are on there. They're in a nice light grey. So even if you kind of didn't want to maybe stitch them in, perhaps you wanted to just colour them in with a pen or something like that, then you can do that as well. But they are in a really light grey, so even if you don't want to put them in at all, it will still look fine without adding anything. So that's your puffin applique panel.
Very,
I see
very
you're ready
cute.
with your next one. You've got no belt on.
Well, you couldn't quite see where the puffin was, and because you've got a couple of Halloween projects in here as well, which is brilliant. And you've got your little belt bag. No, we didn't talk about this, I don't think, in the last hour.
We nearly lost it last night, actually, because Catherine was wearing it for most of the time. She just popped it on and then was just wandering about. So yes, this one actually straps onto your belt, and it can be left-handed or right-handed, depending on which way you kind of flip the pocket out, which way you sew the belt buckle on or the button on. Now you can do this so it's reversible as well. You just need to put another button on the inside, and then that can be completely reversible as well.
Printed panel will have the fabric for this one included, as will be included the fabulous jack-o'-lantern bag. I love this. This is such a clever idea.
This one is another technique, putting elastic into things to kind of draw them in, and then you're going to tie it up using those leaves on the top as well, just to kind of make it either tie it quite high at the top and that'll be a carrier handle, or you can tie it low at the bottom like that to actually seal the bag up.
I love it. You've also got a little bit of hand stitching in here as well, so if you're into your embroidery, you're going to get one of your embroidered
doodles. We always pop an embroidoodle in there, just because it's a nice kind of slow stitch project, that one, so you can just do a few little bits and pieces at a time, and your floss is included within the kit. The colours do vary from kit to kit, but if you've had a few of these, you should have a stash of floss by now in all sorts of colours.
We do actually get the floss included, so if you haven't got any floss, it's all there ready to go. Then you've got the most incredible bunting, and this is brilliant because these little spools that you've got here, well, they're not little really, are they? You've got both front and back on your panel, putting them together to make bunting.
So these are mirrored pieces, so when you look at the front and the back, the kind of threads going in the same direction, if you know what I mean. So if you stitched on the front one, then those stitches wouldn't look out of place on the back one because they would follow the same lines. Now, this is one that I know you like because you like to split them in half.
I do, yeah, I'm very frugal.
Put plain on the back and actually make 20 pieces of your bunting rather than the 10
and
that
we've
look
amazing as bunting in a sewing room, wouldn't they?
Oh yeah,
Fabulous.
absolutely. I mean, if it's going to go onto a wall or something where you're not going to see the back, then yeah, there's no reason why you couldn't extend it.
I love it. There you go. So you're going to get your pieces for that. Then you're going to be able to make your quilt, maybe your first ever quilt. And this is a brilliant way for you to actually learn how to create a quilt because you are going to get your templates, your acrylic templates that you can go on and create many, many more of these. But in this issue, we learn how to create this.
Yes, we do. And this one's got an acrylic template. You can keep that forever and you can make them over and over again. This is the blending blocks template and really cute. This is the one that Leslie, I couldn't remember her name there, that Leslie, our design team, did, and she said it's one she really, really enjoyed because it was quite simple and straightforward, brilliant for your scraps as well.
I love it. Absolutely beautiful. And like you say, you're using those scraps. We've got a little fella to introduce to you as well, and this is our little, oh, look at
there's a little polar bear in there. He looks a bit grumpy there, doesn't he?
He's been here all right.
Yes, you've left me here, run me on. And then you've got the little teacup purse next to it.
You have indeed. Where's that?
Sneak around the side, there you go. So you've got a little teacup purse, and that one, we had a little think about an extra little twist you could put on that by adding a piece of embroidery floss to the hole in the top of the zipper there, and then adding a little string onto it and just sewing a tab onto the bottom which said whatever your kind of favourite type of tea is, so it looked like the tea bag in the cup.
I think that's a really clever idea. Nice little project, that one. Talking of projects, these individual projects are available with the exception of the one that we're about to look at because this has been
I've just spotted that actually. We kind of haven't really mentioned the individual projects throughout this, but what we then had realised is some of them had sold out. We didn't realise.
Hadn't noticed. Now, you did demonstrate this one at 8 o'clock this morning.
I did.
And we were encouraging people in the last time, if you're making one for yourself, this is going to be something that's going to be brilliant to make for somebody else.
This one is no longer available as an individual, so the only way you can get this now is within the Fabazine.
Yeah.
And this one's a fantastic one. It will hold up to a 7-inch hoop. This is the concentrating giraffe. He's got his tongue out, glasses on so you can see close up.
Can we just say that again?
Oh, like that.
Okay, there you go.
Maybe that way.
Like he walked into the room.
So yeah, glasses on, but this is absolutely perfect because if you have got glasses, you know, the magnifying ones that you can use for embroidery and things, then there's a little pouch at the top which they'd fit in beautifully, and then the ones at the bottom that you've other way around we've gone. Okay, the one at the top is the one I'd put the glasses in because it's obviously fabric and it's a little bit softer and you don't want to scratch them, and then in the bottom ones, which are see-through and plastic, that's where you're going to put your needles, your card, you know, the card bobbins you can get, they fit in there perfectly. It's been measured to accommodate them. You can put your skeins in there. All your embroidery bits and pieces will fit in there nicely, and then it folds back up so you can take it and carry it away. So it's designed to be opened out completely flat and use all your bits while it's flat, and then pop it together and carry it away. But it's a really nice compact size. I think it's about 8.5 inches
Good size.
Square, so a really nice kind of compact one to be taken around with your embroidery in.
Now, just moving up from your giraffe, you're thinking giraffe. Hello. You've got these little corners here. Now, these are very clever devices.
So these are little corner keeps. Now, these are fantastic as bookmarks, or you can use them, as Catherine had suggested yesterday, if you've got something that you're carrying around in a bag that you actually just want to protect the corners on.
Good
point, stop them getting crumpled and folded. We originally had added 2 to the Fabazine. We found a little bit of extra space once we shuffled the panel round, because that's my favourite bit, you know, once we've made all the projects, my favourite bit is shuffling everything around to get it to fit on the panel. And then if I've got any space left, if there's any of the smaller projects, we'll add multiples of those in, and there was actually enough space on this one to put another 4 of those in, so you're getting 6 of those.
Quite a few of
altogether.
those, isn't it? They make fabulous little gifts to go in the crackers, as you mentioned earlier.
They're all
aren't they?
kind of Art
Clever idea.
Deco-y themed fabrics in that one.
Then project-wise, you've got another bag that you're able to make, and this can be made as a reversible bag, or you can add in your own fabrics and make 2.
Here we go.
I'm at it again. Yeah, exactly. Why have one bag when you can make 2?
Well, okay, fair enough. It can be reversible. It was designed as reversible because that's a bit of fun, but if you want to add some plain fabrics and make 2, then absolutely, why not? Why not?
I love
and
it.
there is also, which we haven't even seen, is there's a foundation piece fabric backing to make a full kind of 47 centimetre square cushion cover in there as well, or a bag front. So, and that creates a little heart as well. So there's another one that we haven't even seen.
Ooh,
we forgot all about it until the last show. We do such a good job.
Now, when you actually get your Fabazine, you will get this fabulous glossy book that comes alongside it with all of the instructions for the different projects. So those are your page keepers that we saw there. And there you go, your brick building quilt template. So, of course, we've seen those. Those are going to be in your set. You can use those over and over again. Absolutely loads of things in here. The bobbin bunting that we looked at previously, your applique puffin is featuring there, your pumpkin patch, all of these featuring in there, as you can see.
Just in time for Halloween, that.
Isn't it brilliant? Yeah, I love it. And your boho bag, that's featuring there as well. And then the Love Heart Foundation, which of course is the last one, isn't it, if I'm working my way through. You've got that featuring there as well, so it's showing you how you can put that together with your fabrics to make a fabulous panel piece. Cushion cover even. So there you go, that is your Fabazine number 9. Now Fabazine number 9 is available as a kind of kit of its own with all the different pieces that we've been chatting about, and the panel, of course, because the panel is key, and it is available at the bottom of your screen. Now the price at the bottom of your screen has got a £5 saving on it, but don't worry, you're not going to miss out on that saving. We're bringing it forward towards the one-day special and then adding on an extra £10 saving, but you've only looked at half of the one-day special. The other half is your Christmas Fabazine, and this is the second Fabazine that we've seen from Craft Yourself City. The first one was about 12 months ago. Still have been last Christmas.
Yes, it was last October that we brought the last one. The last one was all focused around your table, so it was crackers, cutlery holders, name place setting things, all those kind of things. But this time it's all tree focused. So we've got some mini crackers. These are super cute and super fun, and we showed you how to do them a little bit earlier. I'm going to finish off the big cracker just so you can see that again, and we're going to do the robin in this hour as well. And then the tree topper, we did that. Was that in the last one?
Let
or
me
the
get
one
the
this
lights
morning?
up. We did the tree topper, I think it was 8 o'clock this morning, I think
8
it was,
o'clock.
yeah.
And the fairy lights, they're the one we're getting the most kind of reaction from, which is odd. Because I don't. It was just to make me giggle that we did it. And you've got some gingerbread men in there as well. There's a total of 50. Did we say 58 projects in there? Hang on.
Across the two, I can't remember. Because you've got
48.
obviously you've got 7 projects in
That's
here, but
56,
multiples of them.
58.
So,
Yes, there's 58 in there.
Brilliant, there you go. So that's the booklet that accompanies all the components. Again, you'll get another panel that you'll work with alongside this one with all the pattern pieces on there. There's no tracing out patterns, there's no cutting out paper patterns, joining things together, then cutting them out. It is all printed on your panel, ready for you to go. So whether it's the lights you're creating, whether it's the robins you're creating, whether you're creating your crackers using the fabulous tartan fabric that you've got there, don't worry, it is all included. And the beauty is your Christmas Fabazine has got a £5 saving as well. And again, the £5 saving is being carried forward. So the two £5 savings come together with an additional £10 saving, meaning overall you are saving £20. You've also got the opportunity to spread the cost over 2 payments, 2 flexi-buy payments if you're choosing to, and of course that opens up your flexi order. Now when you've got your flexi order open, you might want to have a little look at some other things that we've got to share with you, because this hour we have got happy hour. These are brilliant. They're all back. We have got some amazing deals for you. So if you missed out or you didn't get to see some of the previous shows, and don't worry, you will be able to get hold of all of those wonderful deals. So if you're wanting to get hold of your wonderful Christmas on a roll, as you can see here, you can get hold of this one. So with this one, you've got your roll collection, 2 flexi buys, £34 and 99 if you like the look of those.
40 metres in length. as well.
40
So
metres in length, my goodness, that's a lot of fabric.
120 metres.
It is, yeah, loads. Then you've got your batiks. These are a happy hour as well. So if you're wanting these, you can choose any 3 of these. It's a pick and mix, you decide. Of course, you can go for repeats of the same one if you so choose. But at £15.97, I am sure you will agree. Brilliant value for money. 230-830 for those. MDF. Oh, you love your MDF. You're going to love these. Oh, these are your Christmas animal families. Now, we've got a couple of options for you. So naturally, these ones are your reindeers. And they're not just £9.97. Oh dear, they're not looking so healthy there, are they? And then you've got your penguins.
That was terrible.
Oh,
that was like there'd been some horrible accident.
It was. Oh no, I can't look. Those fat penguins, it's just not right. £9.99 if you're wanting these as well. Now, we've got some smaller ones as well as larger ones. These ones are the smaller ones. Now, your larger ones, and these are huge.
Just for scale, these are the smaller ones, and these ones are, the tallest one's about 15 to 17 centimetres. They've got some big brothers.
So we've got here. They're huge.
Yeah, these are massive. We just made massive penguins just for the giggles.
There you go. Now, if you fancy getting hold of your Christmas, I must admit, I looked at looked on the screen. I thought you said the Addams family for a moment. Then it's the animal family. So yeah, you've got your reindeers or your penguins. £19.97. These are for the larger ones. So if you're wanting to get hold of them, 214026. And of course, you can get your smallers if you want them. Your smaller ones. That's what I meant to say. Now, baubles. Let's talk baubles. Now, we did see these earlier on as a happy hour. We brought them back for another hour where you can take advantage of that deal again. So at £9.99 you're going to get 6 of these. They kind of slot together. You can glue them together if you wanted to, and these are brilliant for decorating, and of course perfect to go alongside your Christmas at Fabergé number 2, because that's all about decoration as well. 456-669 if you're wanting to get hold of those. Now this is nice. This one is a little stacker, a tree stacker. Now Hayley, did you say there were 24 points on this one?
Yes, you've got 4 stars, 6 points on each, so that's 24 points in total. So if you wanted to make these into a little advent calendar, then absolutely you can. Maybe even get little boxes to put on each of them.
Clever idea. Like that one a lot.
Or just treats.
Exactly.
Just for treats.
Why not? So 783-836 if you like the idea of getting hold of that one, £9.99. Let's talk proggy. Now, we've got a fabulous deal for you where you are able to create a proggy Christmas tree using some fabulous fleece, as you can see here. Look at this. How amazing is this? You've got £10 saving with regards to this project. It's a really good sized project as well. £18.98 being your price on this one. And this is something, if you've never done anything of a proggy style before, then this is certainly worth looking at. And I love it because this particular one, now it doesn't come with your lights, but it's a nice
but you
little
can,
idea,
as long as
isn't
they're
it?
LED lights,
can
the
turn
same
them
kind
on.
as we put in the Fabergé, then you can actually put the LED lights through this, and this goes the same for the wreath, which we'll come to in a second. As long as they are LEDs and battery operated, you can add lights to all of these projects.
Don't they look fabulous? A £10 saving for this hour and this hour only. So it's got everything that you need in there for you to create, bar the lights. But saying that, I suppose you could use the lights from your Christmas
You
Fabergé
could,
if you wanted
absolutely.
to.
If you wanted to kind of switch them around, you could make the load of lights, just add them onto a piece of tape or something instead, and then put your lights in there.
Perfect. So that one is your Christmas tree. We've got a fabulous wreath as well. This might be another one you might like to add into your basket because, again, it's proggy. So, again, you've got all that fabulous fleece there coming together with full instructions and, of course, your template and everything there for just £24.98. I love that, how you've got kind of like the flowers there, the poinsettias.
Snip strip tool.
Oh, okay.
As well. So that's the tool that's, it's like a long flat piece, and you wrap the fleece around it when you come to cut it, and then run your scissors through the centre, and that cuts all of your pieces the right size, so you don't have to kind of start trimming everything down when you're finished. It's going to make everything the right size to start with for you, just to make your life a bit easier. And they're worth £8.99 on their own.
That is a really good price, isn't it? £24.98. So if you want your strip snip, that is going to come alongside your wreath in the kit that you've got the screen there, as you can see. So if you're wanting yours, 064937. It's bumper bundle, you're getting a lot in there. So yeah, if you like the look of that one, pop that one into your basket. Oh, pom-poms. This is a popular one in the last hour because I didn't realise you can make your pom-poms in so many different sizes with this, Hayley.
I made this one up this time, so it might make a little bit more sense. If we can possibly get this one in and if Maddie can give you the open ball of yarn, then I think you'll be able to see how this one works. So,
shall I give it over to you?
Okay, let's just do it, shall we?
Right, okay.
Just chuck it. I'll be back in a minute. Okay, thanks. Thanks.
So, if you're wanting your pom-pom maker, the details are on your screen. How does it work then?
Okay, so all these holes are spaced a 1/2 inch apart.
Okay.
So when you put your kind of rods in, this now gives me a 2-inch gap, because I've got my first one here, and then the next one is 4 holes away, so 4 1/2 inches, 2 inches, 2-inch gap.
Okay.
So where you would go from there is you would actually just wrap your yarn around it. So let me get it to the beginning. So you don't need to tie it on or anything. You're just going to kind of enclose that piece of yarn. And you don't want to go to, oh, look at that, man. 2 seconds in and there's a massive knot. I'm just going to tie it tight and nobody will know. It's not like I've just told everybody. So we're going to wrap it round. And if it starts to go a little bit far apart, you can just squeeze it back together. Now you want to keep it reasonably loose. You don't want to pull it so tight that these are kind of nipping themselves together. You want to keep it reasonably loose. Let me get that one out of the way and go with this one. Get a few more turns on so I can just trap that loose end. There we go. And then we are going to wrap loads and you as many or as few, it will depend on the type of yarn that you're using. Some types of yarn need more, basically the thicker the yarn, the fewer of wraps you'll have to put on.
Right.
But a good rule of thumb is at least 20 per hole. So 100 on here would give me a reasonably good pom-pom. Possibly should have put these closer together, but that's fine. Just do some admin and I'll be back in a second.
Fair enough. Now, if you want to get hold of your pom-pom maker already, pom-pom maker, then the details are on your screen there. £12.97. You're going to get 2 balls of yarn with it. This will vary. It might be, as you can see on the screen there, or it might be totally different colours, but it is included, so brilliant value for money. About 401638 if you are liking the look of those. So do get those into your basket. Now, our happy hour deals that we've got for this hour, you only have got the opportunity up until 5 o'clock this evening to take advantage of them. So if there's any that you like the look of, you need to get in nice and early. One, because they are going to run out of time and you'll be paying the higher price. And secondly, you might find they sell out before we get to the top of the hour. These penguins are popular. These could be our first kind of casualty of the hour. They are incredibly popular, and you are getting, well, casualty as in we won't have them at the end of the hour, not like the picture where they literally look like then. Well, they needed to look like they needed to go off to casualty, really, didn't they? But 214026, you've got your reindeers or your penguins, and these are huge. You've got your 3 different sizes, as you can see here. Your tallest one, I don't know how tall I'd say that. It's probably about 75 centimetres high, something like that. So it's a really good height, that particular one. But they slot together, so you've kind of got your 2 pieces, and then they kind of slot together, and they're very, very sturdy. Absolutely brilliant. You want them that way round? Is that better? What are they all looking at?
They're just, yeah, it looks now that there's something up over there that they're all looking at. Oh!
It's you like do that, don't you? When you see a crowd of people looking up, you just look. What are they looking at?
It's like when the ducks see like a hawk or something. We'll all just do that now, just matching.
So you're going to get all 3 of these. Obviously, you slot them together, paint them, decorate them, have fun with them. These are going to look amazing around your home. And of course, you can glue them together as they are if you want to, but you might want to leave them loose so as you can actually take them apart, flat pack them down, put them away if you wanted to. But to be honest, I think I'd want these out all year round because they just look amazing. You could kind of put them around your home, couldn't you? Put them in the downstairs loo and things like that, so it's a little surprise for people. Absolutely brilliant, as you can see there. So these ones are your penguins. You've got your reindeers available as well. So why not treat yourself to both? To be honest, the size of these are the sort that you'd see in shop windows, really, aren't they? So if you've ever looked at those decorations and thought, oh, I'd love to have those in my home, well, you can do. And here you go, you've got your penguins. So if you're wanting to get hold of these are your penguins. We might show you the reindeers a little bit later on. In fact, I've got a picture to show you just for the time being. So if you're wanting to get hold of your reindeers, then you can do. Everything comes to you flat packed, but when they are made together, they look absolutely incredible. So yeah, we'll show you this a little bit later on. They're not looking too good at the moment, to be honest. So we might want to look at something else first. So yeah. Thanks, Maddie.
But just to give you a chance to actually make them, should I finish this pom-pom?
What?
Because you've got a legless reindeer there, dude.
It kind of looks a bit like a sausage dog. But there you go.
I'll just make a pom-pom, shall I?
Yeah, you make a pom-pom.
That's going to be my solution to this situation. So I've wrapped roughly 100. I wasn't really counting. I was chatting to John again. So he's gone now, so it's fine. So I've got roughly 100 on there, and then I've looped a piece of thread, or another piece of the same yarn actually, underneath, and we're just going to pop that in a good tight knot. We want it as tight as we possibly can get it, obviously without snapping the yarn. So I'm going to take it around a couple of times just to make sure we can get it nice and tight, because this is what's going to hold your pom-pom together in the centre. So as tight as we can get it, possibly another one through there, and then we are going to cut it off. Now, because you've got two strands of the two kind of stringers of the MDF on the side there, that's what's going to give us that little gap to get the scissors through to start snipping this away. So you can see the scissors will fit into there, and we can just keep snipping away. Ooh. There we go, there's one side off. Always cut this outer side first, because then that will loosen the tension off everything. So then to get the scissors in this bit here, it's going to make your life a little bit easier. I'm upside down and back to front once again. This constantly happens. And there, fluff it up a little bit. That could have done with maybe a couple more turns, but there you go. 2-inch pom-pom. Reasonably quickly. They're dead quiet over there because they're concentrating. I'll tell you what, I might just do another demo while they're a little bit busy. I'll tell you what, I'll finish the cracker from this
Maybe it would morning. have been better off if we kind of left these for, like, I don't know, if you've got nieces or nephews, they'll know how to do these straight away. Maddie, give us a smile. Bless her.
Okay, so we did this half this morning, and this is the other half that we're going to make, just to kind of give you a quick refresher. So we sewed it together lengthways, and now we're back to just putting these pieces of the mylar back in. And these are dead flexible. You can kind of squish them as much as you need, and we're going to pop one half in. So you want to put the smaller piece in first, because that's going to create the handle to seal up your cracker. And then once that's in, like a piping bag, we're just going to squeeze, 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 squeeze till we get it right the way to the top. And don't worry if it slides across like that, it will right itself. Just keep squeezing until you get it to the top, and then see how it pops back into shape for you. And then the second piece goes in, so same deal again, fold that back a little bit, squeeze to get it past the first bit of fabric, and then let it pop back out and squeeze, 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 and up it goes. And then we can just roll that top bit back down, and then we're going to line up those two edges, pop them together. So always line the seam up first and pop a pin in to make sure you've got those aligned. And then just as you work your way around, that little kind of hem that you pressed right at the beginning, this is where it's going to come in really useful for you, because you're going to be able to just stretch those straight and then pop a pin in, and then stretch them straight, and then another pin. So always kind of straighten them out nice and flat, and just work your way around, popping pins in as you go. Quilt clips, also great option for this. Look at what you're doing so it's facing you, that always helps. Oh, it's because it's the last hour. So we've got giddy, and we've eaten all the chocolate out of the advent calendars. It's all fine. See, and as I've been pulling those straight, because we've made them exactly the same size, even getting right round to the other end, everything matches up, and then you'll be absolutely fine. And then you're going to whiz this round on the sewing machine to make it the same as this one, and then just squeeze that mylar back down to the other end, so you've got one end at the top, which is going to be where your handle is. If I just twist it, you can kind of see the cracker shape forming there. There's your handle, and there's the kind of barrel, the body of the cracker as well. So if you're all sorted, I'll sew this and then, have fun with your reindeers.
Turned up with me, mate. We've been watching Hayley on the monitor over there. So we have, as you can see, our lovely Maddie, bless her. She's put together our reindeers. And of course, the beauty is that there's another one. Have we lost a reindeer in the journey?
We lost the baby.
Oh no!
But you
Maddie,
know what?
you've lost the baby.
I think at this stage, that's the best we're going to get.
Well, you can just imagine, smaller.
A baby one.
Smaller. So we've got the larger and the medium.
Maybe
then
they've
you'll
gone
have
out
a smaller
on date
version
night and left him with a reindeer sitter.
They're pretty sturdy, aren't they, when they come together?
They're 6mm thick, so the normal MDF that you get, a lot of the pieces will be done in 3mm. These are done in double the weight of that. They're done in 6mm, so they're really kind of sturdy.
Brilliant. They're just waiting for you to decorate them, really, aren't they? All three of these coming to you for just £19 and 97 pence. But the beauty is you can go for the penguins as well, or you might go for the penguins instead. They're both on the same item number. To be honest, for the price that they are, I think it's definitely worth going for both of the sets because you're going to be able to create almost your own little grotto. I mean, they look fabulous. As I say, you can see our penguins here, the trio of penguins all coming together here, 3 different sizes, and you are loving these. Now, the beauty is they slot together really easy. You can see how you kind of got those slots that work together, make them absolutely incredible with regards to this. Apparently we've had a message come in from Denise.
Charlotte and Handel?
Denise, I wonder if it's the same Denise that joined us earlier on for the painting show. I'm not sure, but she's just saying it's like we've got Derek, Janice and Yanis, did you say? I'm not too sure which it was it, but Adam in the middle. I love it. Absolutely brilliant. So yeah, if you fancy getting hold of your penguins, then we've got the details on your screen. They're £19 and 97 pence. They're under the same item number. So if you do prefer to go for the reindeers or you want to go for both sets, then you can do. Now we have got your smaller set. So if you're wanting something maybe to go on your windowsill, these could be perfect to go in the porch, wouldn't they? But what about these? You could have them on your little windowsill. Can you peering out the window? What?
Not baby on windowsills.
Not these ones, the little ones.
Okay, fair enough. Actually, can we get the little one and just put them next to them so you can kind of have an idea of how big they are and the scale on them? Because the little ones are quite cute. But yes, it's kind of different crafts for different applications. So it does make a bit more sense when you see them with the little ones as to what size these big ones are.
Aren't they fabulous? Oh my goodness. The hours of fun you will have with these. Absolutely amazing.
We've had hours of fun just to ourselves.
Well, the little ones, joking apart, the little ones would probably fit in the crackers, wouldn't they? So if you've gone for multiple sets, you can have these as little crafty kits
if you've already
decorated
them, or if you want to kind of include some bits to decorate them, then yeah, these would flap back into the crackers.
Wouldn't they just? Brilliant. So you've got your little ones, the details at the front there, as you can see there. £9 and 99 pence, incredibly affordable. But please don't just go for them by themselves because they're literally looking up to their mates here. I have to turn them around that way, hadn't I, really? So, yeah, it's literally looking up. There you go. Looking up. There you go. Looking up to the big... One day I want to be a big penguin. That's what he's thinking. Love it. The big penguins, if you want to get hold of these, £19 and 99 pence. And again, it's the same item number for these as it is for the reindeers. And equally so, if you want the smaller ones of the reindeers, they're on the same item number that you've got at the bottom of your screen. So very affordable way for you to get all of them. And to be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if that's the way you're getting hold of them because they're fabulous. That's what I'd do anyway. So if you fancy getting hold of them, pop them into your basket, maybe alongside your one-day special. You can spread the cost of them as well. So how are you getting on over there, Hayley?
Right, I'm done. I've done the other side, and then I'm just going to squidge that back down, and that will kind of create my other side. And then you're going to pop one inside the other, line them up, and then just pop them together. And then on the front there, well, actually, before you put the anything on decoration wise, you need to tie off one end, and you'll do that with the ribbon that's included, and then you will slide the snap through. And then when the snap pops out the other end, you'll just catch that with the other ribbon and tie that one off as well.
Perfect.
And then you'll have your finished cracker.
They look fabulous, don't they? I love it. It's a nice idea as well for perhaps presenting a gift to somebody as well, isn't it?
I found out that there are 154 million crackers used every year.
Wow.
And all of that goes straight to landfill.
Yeah. It's true, yeah.
154. Well, if you think about it, there's what, 60 million people in the UK?
Yeah.
That's only it's 2.5 crackers each. Maths. Boom.
2.5 crackers?
2.5.
Is that when you've pulled
well,
one?
60, so I'm not, it's maths.
Yes, it is.
Well, so some people might pull 3, some people might pull 2.
That's
but
true.
on average, 2.5 crackers each.
I love it. There you go.
There you go.
Fabulous. So there you go. If you want to make your crackers that you can reuse over and over again, then the Fabazine is the way to go. Something else that you are loving, and I'm not surprised, these are absolutely beautiful fabrics. So pick and mix though. So this is a tricky bit. Where do you choose? Do you decide? You've got to choose 3. Now there could be 2 repeats of the same one if you're wanting to. You're going to get 1/2 metre pieces. So overall it's 1.5 meters. But where are you going to go? Which ones are you going to go for? These are gorgeous, Hayley.
These are all beautiful, but we can't get any more on these. So once they're gone, they're gone. We kind of picked some colours that kind of, the blues and the greens, all 4 of those would easily work together into a project. And then you've got that kind of orangey red one, which just gives you a massive kind of burst of colour in there as well.
I love it. Absolutely amazing. Perfect one. If you are adding this into your basket, do consider going for the batting. I know, Hayley, you've got the batting over there, haven't you?
I have. I am trying to make Robin, but we keep getting distracted. I'll try again in a minute. So I have our super slim batting. Now, I apologise for the state of this because Scott just about unrolled the whole thing last night. But for your smaller project, something like this, say we wanted to add the batting to this, or we wanted to add the batting to the little bobbins and things like that, when you're just wanting that small piece of batting, this is perfect. You're not having to struggle with that huge piece that they come in, because batting often comes in, especially wide widths, and sometimes extra wide widths. Like you can get some that are like 96 inches wide and things, and they're absolutely ginormous. And you really don't want to cut a chunk out of the corner of that, because that's the kind of big enough to do, you know, a proper size quilt. It's without any joins in. So this is a perfect option. You've got it as 47 centimetres wide, which if you're looking at bags or cushion fronts and things like that, it's the perfect width. It's going to make you a perfect kind of tote size bag. Even the bags that we've got in the Fabazine, the embroidery holder, that I added a couple of layers of the super slim into, just because it needed that little bit of rigidity. Just fabric on its own wouldn't have been enough to kind of add anything to that, so I added a couple of layers of this, and it was the perfect size, because those are it's 8 inches either side, and then a couple of 8 inches is about 20 centimetres either side, so you've got 20 and 20, a little bit in the middle. I literally had to cut a little strip off the top, and that was it. So you get very little wastage, and especially if you're doing kind of quilt as you go projects, maybe you're doing blocks and then adding those blocks together. This is a really nice size to be able to work in, and it works out to equivalent to 10 cushion fronts, or one of those big kind of pieces that are 1.5 meters by 1.5 meters, and then you'll still have an extra bit on the bottom.
Do you know what I'm thinking as well? Because the popularity of the reindeer and the penguin, I'm thinking of snow on a roll.
Snow on a roll. Let's have it. Why not? Why not?
Well, it makes sense to, doesn't it? If you're building up your display at $12.99, I mean, you can use it for your decorations and then actually reuse it when you're actually doing your projects afterwards.
Well, the MDF you can use fusible webbing on as well.
Right.
So if you want to cut shapes out, not necessarily in the fusible, if you want a fluffy tummy, then why not?
Yeah.
Fluffy tummies on your penguins. But you can use this with fusible webbing to attach it to other projects as well. Because which one did I do? I did one the other day. Oh, the star that I had a few seconds ago, but I've put it somewhere. The star that I did this morning, that's got this on with just a little bit of fusible webbing in there, just to help give it a little bit of rigidity. It's kind of just enough to help stabilise or add a bit of structure to a project, but it's still thin enough that you could stitch through multiple layers and not get yourself in a right kind of tangly mess, because it gets so thick it won't go through your machine. So it's that kind of, it's great for smaller projects, this one, because it is that little bit thinner, and it's really nice and soft and easy to work with. Now, we are on an extended dispatch for this, because, well, it just went bonkers. I thought I'd brought more than enough for a one-day special. I was very wrong. And then I think everybody was just, you know, putting it in baskets just to wind Steve-O up.
I know.
Because Steve-O has to cut all this.
Does he actually? Does he watch? Will he know already, or is that a little surprise for him?
It'll be a nice surprise for him on Monday morning.
There you go, make him feel wanted. So yeah, if you're wanting your snow on a roll or your wadding, then you have obviously got the details on the screen there. 934-972. As Hayley explained, it has sold out twice, so it is now on the extended delivery, but it's well worth the wait. It's 27th of October. I'm trying to think what month we were in for a minute then. It's late in the day. I've been up very early.
What day is it today?
So yeah, take advantage while you've got the opportunity. Now, let's
It's a
talk
bit like
robins.
that, isn't it? What day is it today? So, to make a robin, you will need 2 side pieces.
Okay.
A tummy and a bit that's going to go over the back there, or 2 pencils, as we're now referring to them. And you're going to need 4 wings, but I have only cut 2 out because I forgot I needed another 2.
Okay, fair enough.
So we'll just look at him from one side, it'll be fine.
It'll be all right.
You'll
Fly
never
around
know.
in circles, but that's not a bad thing.
So you can hand stitch this or you can machine stitch this. If you are going to machine stitch it, as you can see, we've left the lines on here, and these are just under a 1/4 inch lines. And what I would recommend you do is sew from the lightest side. So sew from this side. Let's put it so it will go through the machine nicely. So sew from this side, and then just sew short, straight sections. So sew to there, stop. Pull it round so you get another straight section, and then stop. And then keep doing that. We'll do one side. We've lost most of the hour messing. Well, not messing. We were doing important jobs, weren't we?
Offended. Brutally offended.
You're not offended because you're just as guilty as I am.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, so short straight line, and then I'm going to leave the needle down and just twist the 2 pieces so they line back up again, and then I'm going to do another kind of short straight line, stop, needle down, foot up, reposition, and just keep doing 4 or 5 stitches at a time, moving, and then round some more. And to do curves, this, I think, on a machine is easier than trying to put loads of pins in and get it to move around. What you may want to do though is add just a couple of snips into your fabric before you start, and that will help it to move around those corners for you. So, and we're using where the needle is as kind of a pivot point to just pull and move that piece of fabric into position. And it can literally be 3 or 4 stitches at a time you do, but you will get it to go round that shape without having to stitch it by hand. So it is doable.
Fabulous.
On a machine.
And how many robins have we got within the set?
12.
Oh wow.
You're getting 12 robins, 12 of the 3D MDF stars, 12 mittens, there's 12 crackers, there are 8 gingerbread men, and 1 set of lights, and 1 star for the top.
Fabulous.
That's your 58.
That's a lot.
That is a lot. You're going to be very, very busy.
But the good news is you've got time to get these all put together. Some of the projects you can do very, very quickly. You might sit and do a session of making your crackers up. You might sit and do a session of making up your fabulous baubles with your stars. It's entirely up to you when you start cracking with these, but they will be on their way to you with regards to the one-day special as soon as you place in the order. That's the key thing. Tomorrow is going to be such a busy day at Craft Yourself City headquarters because they've got so many orders to be sent out with regards to the 2 elements within your one-day special. I say 2 elements because you can go for them individually as well, and also the projects if you want to go for them by themselves. So if you're thinking, well, 12 robins just is not enough, I've got a huge tree, then you could go for an additional panel. The only one you can't get hold of is the one featuring your giraffe, and it's your embroidery bag that we saw Hayley working with earlier on today. So any of these kits, if you want additional ones, then you can get hold of them. But to be honest, the biggest saving if you're going for these as projects just for yourself is with the one-day special. So do bear that in mind. That £10 saving on your screen is in addition to the 2 £10 savings that you've gone on the 2 Fabazines, which means you're saving £20 overall. How are you getting on?
I have just flipped that right way out so you can kind of see it starting take shape there. And because we've printed everything onto here, you can see that all of those lines will match up perfectly.
Fabulous.
Because everything's kind of laid out ready to go for you. You don't have to worry about it matching up as you sew. So that bit's the bit that you'd put in as the tummy. The darker bit is the bit you'd put in as the back. And then when you get round to the back, you actually want to match up those two pieces to create his little tail as well. And there are 3 different colorways in these. You've got, it's just slight variations. There's slightly dark brown, slightly lighter brown, there's slightly different color reds in there. But you get 3 colors, 4 of each. So you get a bit of a mixture in there as well. So it's kind of, we've picked kind of vintagey, kind of country cottagey,
yeah,
those kind of colours. We kind of picked a kind of vintage theme for this.
That's nice because that's kind of like a timeless look, isn't it? So whether you put these on your Christmas tree for this year or in years and years and years' time, they will still look as amazing. Beauty is, quite often people will make special decorations per year. I had a friend who used to make, rather than giving Christmas cards, she would make a Christmas decoration, put the year on it, and then you would use that year in, year out. So you had a whole collection of the different kind of decorations as time went on. This one is a perfect one if you're wanting to embroider something on there. So maybe there's a new addition to the family, maybe you're wanting to embroider the date on the person's name, and this could be a decoration that comes out year in, year out, right the way through till that little baby from this year is hanging that on their own tree in their own home in years to come. The beauty of these is they will last and last and last, but the creativity is there for you to enjoy. Within the next few weeks, you're going to be crafting with these, creating all the things for your home decor. And the beauty is we're looking at amazing decorations to make your home look fabulous for the festive season. And that's just talking about one half of the one day special. Your Fabazine for Christmas, issue number 2. This one has come to you via the one day special, but it is available by itself as well. So if you do want to go for it just by itself, then you can do. Pop in the details at the bottom of your screen. That price on your screen has got a £5 saving, and the £5 saving is carried forward. But have a look at the flexi buy on that. So if you're buying that for $34.99, it makes sense to go for everything together, because for a second payment of the same amount, you will get all of those projects. So you will have not only the 7 different projects that you've got within your Fabazine for Christmas, you'll also have the 12 that are featuring within your, obviously your latest edition, issue number 9. Even if you wanted to gift this to somebody, because this is a nice thing, this would make a fabulous Christmas gift for somebody.
They do come all kind of boxed and everything's in there. So absolutely you could gift, maybe somebody's just getting their first sewing machine or something like that, and they're wanting projects to go at. Then there are some in here. It kind of builds your skill level with yourself, so you can pick out the ones that are kind of easier and maybe start with those and then move your way up onto some of the more complex ones.
I love it. So there you go. If you want to get hold of yours, then the details are there on your screen, but you'll be learning skills that you can transfer over into other projects as well. And it's lovely because you bring us other fabrics and different ideas that we can kind of use. I'm looking at the fabric you've got there and thinking about the templates that you've got within the Fabazine.
Yeah, perfect for the template. Also possibly good for the foundation piece as well.
Yes,
you could use this for that. And this is one of our super special ones, and it's one of our colour changing honour rolls. So you can see it moves from yellows through to greens, through to blues, and then into purples.
Beautiful.
And it just keeps going and keeps going. The repeat on it from kind of pink to pink. Let's see if we can match it up. It's probably about there.
Yeah.
Pink to pink is 1.5 meters.
Oh, right.
So it cycles through all of those colours in 1.5 meters. But maybe think about using this within quilts, within even just as a strip roll, and just building it up into a project. There's 12 meters on here, and it's a continuous piece. So you don't have to join anything. You don't have to chop and change any of the colours. The little project that you can see in front here, that was a pixel art quilt that's been done. And Heather, I believe, so this one. Now, I do apologise if I've missed out any of my design team members' names. There have been more projects sent in than I have remembered, but I have forgotten who did what. And rather than get it wrong, I just thank you to everybody. You can chop them up as individuals like she's done on here, or you can actually just run them as continuous pieces as well. You move that off, there you go.
Beautiful.
So you can kind of make all sorts of fantastic things with this, and nobody else has got this. This is only available. Do you know what? I don't even think we've got it on our website yet.
Oh, right, okay.
I think literally here is the only place you can get this. But just look at it!
Isn't it funky?
It just
I love
keeps
it.
coming and coming. There are printed options. Oh, obviously this is printed. But the only way we can do this is because we have digital printers which can do this really soft graduation in colour. Now, as well as the solid roll that I've got here, you can get stars, circles, and crazy paving as well. So let me just grab those and bring them in. So there's your stars.
So have they got the same graduation?
Exactly the same graduation.
Oh, okay.
So it will start in exactly the same place and it will finish in exactly the same place. And if you're wanting to match them, then you can as well. So for example, if I open that one out and take it to the yellow, and then undo this one, and then take that one to kind of the same spot, you see? And then this next one, we'll try and get that one to the same spot. I think that one may have been wound the other way around to this one, but that's all right, because all I need to do is turn it that way. And then that one will, you can see that one starts matching up there.
Oh, yes.
And that one matches up from about there. This one should be the same as well. Sorry, I've got loads of tape on these to stop them coming apart when I'm transporting them.
Clever idea.
Yeah, a little bit of masking tape is great with these. So if you have got these on rolls and you want to stop them kind of all unravelling on you, just a little bit of masking tape is perfect. So if you wanted to line these up with a project next to each other, then you can get that same colour match across absolutely all of them if you want to. Oh, she's off again.
I'm just experimenting at the moment. I wasn't too sure whether they would get on there. They do.
So alternative Christmas tree now.
Well, makes change from a fish, doesn't it?
Why would you have a fish Christmas tree?
Well, a penguin eats fish.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I was like, what on earth are you doing with a fish Christmas tree? I went in completely the other direction there. I'm awfully sorry.
Oh dear, sorry, Hayley.
Oh man, I'm really sorry.
Oh dear. Brilliant.
It's these really early starts, isn't it?
It is. It does
it's
throw
the really
you.
early starts, and then you kind of try and make it better with chocolate, and then this happens.
Oh, Hayley, thank you for talking us through those fabulous rolls.
Thanks for talking
Now,
us
the
through your
details
breakdown.
are on your screen, so if you want to take advantage of those, please do. We've only got 5 minutes left within this hour, so there is a sense of urgency with regards to everything that we've been talking about, specifically the happy hours, because, of course, they are going to go up in price when we get to the next hour. So this is where you need to be making your decisions. My friends here are going to be giving them new homes, because, let's face it, they're going to look amazing come Christmas time. To be honest, I think some of you will want to keep these out all year. Now, I've taken some of the decorations from the Fabazines and added them to these characters, so you won't get the baubles, you won't get the mittens, but you will get either the largest ones if you're working with the details on your screen, and you've got your two options, either your penguins or your fabulous reindeer. Oh my goodness, I've had so much fun with baubles on those antlers. Don't tempt me.
Oh, you missed a trick there, didn't you?
Oh my goodness, all the baubles at the same time there. So yes, if you're wanting your reindeer, you're actually getting 3. So we've got 2 of them featuring here, then you've got a smaller one that will work alongside. He's gone off to see Santa or something. He'll be back, don't worry. But then you've got your smaller. Now your smaller ones will work alongside, and these are brilliant because you're only paying $9.99, and these are fabulous. Maybe even as table decorations. I mean, they wouldn't take over the table, would they? Be in
No,
that
you can
size?
use them as the penguins, especially because they've got quite a small footprint.
Yes,
you could use them as maybe place settings, things
Nice
like that. 'Cause
idea.
you do get 6. You get 2 of the large, 2 of the medium, 2 of the small in there as well. So you could maybe, put people's names on them.
Really good idea. Yeah. Oh yeah, it says it has got 6 on the screen. It does help when you read the details.
Well, we only brought 3 in because otherwise there's a lot of penguins.
So that's it. I mean, even better value for money then. If that you're looking at double the amount that we've
you're
got with
getting
these little
3
ones.
in the large.
Yeah, with
in
the large
6
it's
ones.
3, but with the little ones,
I mean, what on earth would you do with 6?
Wow.
What on earth would you do with 6 if they were that big? But the 6 little ones, yes, they're kind of much more usable as centerpieces for tables or individual place settings, that kind of thing. So you can have a lot of fun.
There you go. So if you fancy getting hold of those, add them into your basket. Can I suggest that you add something else into your basket? Snow on a roll. I think it's brilliant, honestly. I think this would look fabulous running down the middle of your dining room table. It'd look like you've got snow table runner. There you go.
Table runner, they're just penguins on top.
Exactly.
Like
then
a
you can just
glacier.
roll it up, music on the new
With a
year.
nice couple of thick, different levels of chopping boards underneath. Ice flow.
A few little snow drifts there. At $12.99, if you're wanting your batik, it's sold out twice already. So we are on extended delivery, 27th of October, but definitely worth the wait because it's brilliant value for money. And as we said, very popular.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the most popular things that we do at the minute, and we just cannot keep up with the amount of people that want us to cut it.
Definitely.
So we're cutting as quickly as we can. Well, Steve-o is.
I was going to say we. Are we?
It's like my mum uses we. It's the royal we. It means Steve-o. Yeah. When my mum says we, she means I need to do it. But when I say we, Steve-o needs to do it.
It's called delegation, isn't it? Yeah. Now, if you want to get hold of your batting, then it'd be a perfect opportunity to add it in alongside your one-day special. Because, of course, you've got your flexi buy on this one, which means you're only paying an extra £6.50 on your payment to get hold of the wadding alongside it, or the batting alongside it. But you are getting your 2 one-day special kind of sections. So you've got your Fabazine, issue number 9, the latest edition within the run of those. And each and every one of them has been absolutely phenomenal with the different styles of projects you've got in there. Then you've got Fabazine Christmas number 2. We have got Christmas number 1, the original one from last year. If you want to get hold of that one, you can. We've got all the decorations behind us. You may have seen them during the course of the shows. So you'll find those on the website. The details are at the bottom of the screen, 4 different options of those. But to be honest, this has been a phenomenal deal that lots of you have been taking advantage of. You've got £5 savings on each of the Fabazines, and then an overall additional saving of £10, meaning you are saving £20 on this deal, but only if you place your order before 6 o'clock this evening. That's the key thing. Time is running out. This is your last live hour with it. Do not miss out on that deal. You're going to get your panels with these, all those projects, all that inspiration. And, of course, we'll see more from Hayley Smith in the very near future, I imagine. When are you back again?
Tomorrow.
Oh,
yeah, tomorrow, 5 o'clock, we've got some of our fantastic templates and some more on the rolls.
I love it. There you go. So, yeah, this time tomorrow, tune back in. So, stay tuned, though. We've got lots more coming up. Gavin's in the building, so you know that we've got fun coming up in the next hour. And Richard is working alongside him. I'll see you soon. Bye. Oh, I can feel the excitement building already. The Happy Puzzle Company joining us straight after the break before we look at a brand new one-day special. Leonie's here for that one. And then Sentimentally Yours in the Farmyard.
Hi everyone, I'm Phil Martin. I've been a paper crafter for well over 20 years now and a designer for just over 10 years. We aim to inspire you, to be educational and to teach you how to get the most from the products that we're bringing to you. Hopefully we're all going to bring something different to the show, so you're going to be enriched with lots of different ideas and inspiration.
Hello, my name's Stuart and I'm the Managing Director of Oakwood Archer. Oakwood Archer is a family-run business and my son and my daughter work very hard with me to bring the best craft items to you in the UK. We specialise in high-quality items brought into the UK from all over the world, including brands like Kaisercraft, Stampendous and Impression Obsession. Products include stamps, dies, papers, buttons, trimmings, ribbons and album making kits. Just about everything you need to be a good crafter.
Hi, my name is Blanche Siegmann. I'm the owner of the company La Blanche. The company La Blanche is a crafting company located in Germany. For over 20 years, I'm designing and selling stamps, paper crafting products, and home decoration. As a passionate crafter myself, I make sure All our products are of highest quality and easy to use. We produce a whole range of products. We produce paper products. We have also shrink sleeves for your jars, glasses. We have home decoration products, paints and wall decals. Everything, the whole range of crafting we produce for you. I hope you enjoy watching us and crafting with La Blanche.
A very good afternoon to you. Welcome back to the craft store. It is Richard here, and well, it's an interesting hour they've given me right now because they obviously saw me earlier talking about fabrics and paper and thought, do you know what? Let's give him some toys because that is the level for him. To give him some games to play with, it's going to be great. I love games. This is the perfect hour for me. And with me is the Games Meister himself, the master of games, Gavin.
Hello, Richard. How are you?
How lovely. Very well, thank you. How are you?
Good, thank you. Really nice to be working with you.
And you
Welcome
as well.
to the craft store. Hello, everyone. Hello, craft store world. How are you all today? Lovely to see you. I hope you're having a really amazing Sunday.
We are having an amazing Sunday, and it's about to become more amazing for me because I now get to play a couple of challenges. Is my understanding? Is that right, Gavin? Am I going to get to sort of play one or two of these games?
We are going to get you playing stuff. We're going to humiliate you, embarrass you.
Humiliation? That's what I've done all my life.
None of it. None of it. It's going to be amazing and it's going to be brilliant. But
yes,
I want to start with big news.
Go on.
The big news is that one of our games, which is the Illusion Cubes, which you have seen before on the craft store, has won the Gold Award at the Independent Toy Awards 2021. This is the proud trophy which arrived on Friday.
That's the actual trophy?
That is the actual trophy. Wow. And I unwrapped it here. I waited here. Big round of applause for everyone in the studio. I think so. I think so. And that is why we're going to start with the Illusion Cubes today, because it's important that you understand not only why they've won this Gold Award, but why this is a must-have kit for you to have in your house. Now, I want to tell you something that I have done slightly differently. I've adapted these just for you to be able to see them well on TV. What you get inside your box of Illusion Cubes, as you can probably see on the overhead, is 24 of the actual Illusion Cubes. Now, you expect them to be 3D, but actually they are two-dimensional. And they're layered as well, which means that you can slip them on top of each other in order to form patterns like so. And if you flip them over, you'll be able to do it in different ways like that. And that's how we create the most amazing optical illusions. This is the world's first create your own optical illusions kit. Now what I've done, I said I doctored them slightly to make this easier to work with, and you can do this at home, is I went down to my well-known local craft store chain and I got myself some magnetic tape, some self-adhesive tape, and I've done these on a magnetic board. You literally just need to cut a little bit off and stick it to the back, and that's all you need to do. So these are actually magnetized, so they move around a little bit less while I'm actually shifting everything around in the studio. So, as I mentioned before, you're going to get 24 of the Illusion Cubes, and with it as well, the Illusion Cubes booklet, which has 120 different challenges, explains all the principles as you start, and then as you go through, you'll start using increasing numbers of the Illusion Cubes as you build your own actual optical illusions. And as you go through, they get more and more complex. I'm going to show you, by the way, this one here. Where is it? 6.9. That is my favourite one. Now, some of you will be aware of the artist Escher, and he created these wonderful illusions around something called a Penrose staircase.
Yep.
And we tried very hard to create one of these using a Penrose staircase, and this was the nearest we managed
Blows
to
your
get.
mind, that picture, doesn't it? So you don't know whether they're coming or going.
That's right.
Some are walking up, some are walking down, yeah.
Basically, if you go up it, it will continue to go up forever and ever, and if you go down it,
and you can't quite work out where the join is.
Correct, because it's an optical illusion. So imagine from a child's point of view particularly, how much fun you're going to have if you can actually create your own optical illusions. Now, once you get to the end of the booklet, you're dealing with some really complex optical illusions, and then you start creating your own. Now, what I've got here is just a few to demonstrate to you some very straightforward patterns that we've got here. So here, you can see where the overlap works just by putting a small number on top here, and just by slanting them to the side, we can actually start to make something that resembles.
Instantly looks 3D, doesn't it? The second you do that, it goes from just being like a three section, what is it, hexagon? Is it hexagon or pentagon?
They are six-sided, so they are hexagons, but they're actually made by having two chevrons on top of each other. So you can already see here, just by doing that, you can see the 3D staircase effect that starts to appear from here. And the world is your oyster in terms of what you can do. And the easy patterns are really relatively easy, and the harder ones are obviously much harder. And this is a set which will last you for a lifetime. You can pass it from generation to generation, and it's incredibly inexpensive as well. It's only $16.99, and you get everything that you see with that, apart from the magnetising bits. And it's awesome, and it's won the Gold Award at the
Well, congratulations on the award. That is the nearest I've got to an award in my life, and even now there's a restraining order on me, and it's at least 5 metres away. So, but that's well done. That's brilliant.
Thank you.
And you must be really chuffed. But I would imagine you've won a few awards along the way.
Do you want the honest answer? This is our 18th.
18th?
Our 18th award.
Oh, I know you're just showing off, Gavin. That's really good. The thing I like about the illusion cubes is it's obviously something that you know, if you were that way inclined, you could have a real sort of brainy moment on it and really get into it and sort of work out all the maths of it. And then if you just wanted to relax and do it almost like a therapeutic sort of chilling out, just idling away playing it.
It's funny you should say that, because we obviously get a huge amount of feedback from the craft store viewers. And one of the things which we've had coming back repeatedly is that some of the viewers who've bought these are now using them to create quilting patterns.
Yes,
now
I can
that's
see
very
the crossover.
craft store-esque.
It is.
It wasn't what we intended for them, but by all means, it's brilliant.
There is definitely a crossover between puzzles and maths, and the number of times already I've been on the channel and talking to people about quilts and saying, that looks like a puzzle. I was doing it just this morning, actually, saying it's like a puzzle the way you're moving that around. So there you go, we have synergy there between the two. And it's $16.99, you say. Well, it's going to be dispatched from the 25th of October if you order it now, so it would be in plenty of time for Christmas. Would make the perfect Christmas present. 664-699, the Happy Puzzle Company, the award-winning Happy Puzzle Company. Illusion Cubes, $16.99, 664-699. Now, we've had our illusions. Oh, we've made one there. Let's have a little look.
I just was playing around, really. I could carry on all day. But it's all, I do think at the beginning, if you can follow the patterns, because the thing about, I'm just going to move this out of the way, actually, so you can see these more clearly. You can't see the joins on the patterns, which is exactly what you'll see when you actually build it. But the thing is that when you try to work out what goes there, it's really challenging. It looks so obvious until you actually start putting them together. And then even once you've got the pattern going and you're building things in a certain routine and going from one to the next, it's still really difficult because your eyes are constantly playing tricks on you. So often we think that when we're actually looking at an optical illusion, it's only the finished optical illusion that's actually playing tricks on eyes. But no, as we will see later with something else, our brains play all sorts of tricks on us as we go through, and it makes it much more of a challenge. So these really are an absolute must-have set. And also, for somebody who's looking for something a little bit different for Christmas, this is something really special. These are the illusion cubes.
For any age group as well, would you say?
So officially, they are for 6 and up.
Okay.
With supervision, there's no reason why somebody a little bit younger can't do them. They're perfectly safe from that point of view. But we know that once a child gets to about the age of 6, their fascination in things like optical illusion starts to take off. And optical illusion books sell
We've got loads in our house.
Absolutely, they sell huge quantities because people are fascinated by them. What you're actually saying to the person doing this is, well, let's actually build our own. And you look at it at the end, and your instant reaction is, how on earth did I do that?
I'm trying to work out which of our shirts of the two is the biggest optical illusion. I think both of us have a claim to say that it is. Now, we've got a little video to show you about our illusion cubes. Have a look at this. Oh, something quite satisfying about putting that final piece in and standing back and going, I did it, I did it. That's the Illusion Cubes, $16.99. Enjoyed that. We're going to move on now from an award winner to a bestseller. Yes, the Genius Square, no doubt, which is in front of me right now. There it is. I've got a demo version here, and you're going to tell me all about it, Gavin, because it looks very intriguing indeed.
I am. I'm also going to tell you that this has won awards all over the world.
Right.
And also the significance in the last few weeks is that our sales of this worldwide have just crossed the 500,000 mark.
Wow.
Which in 3 years is a pretty
that's
good
a lot.
thing. This is everywhere, all over the place. I also know that lots and lots of craft store viewers have got these and really like playing against me and whoever's presented with me when I'm on the show. So if you do want to go and get your set of the Genius Square, now is definitely the time to do it. And while you're doing that, let me tell you the story, because Richard's about to play for the first time. Now, the Genius Square was invented by an Algerian mathematician called Salim Berghish, and it came out about 3 years ago. And the genius behind the Genius Square is the fact that no matter what you do with it, it always works. So I'm now going to explain to you exactly how we play. You've got 9 coloured pentomino pieces, and they sit into a 6x6 grid. And alongside that, we also have 7 blocker pieces and 7 dice. And when we roll the dice can fall in any one of 62,208 possible combinations. So the chances of you playing the same game twice are very, very small indeed.
Have you counted those different combinations?
Well,
Gavin?
not only that,
yes,
but we've actually created a computer program to prove that there is always a solution. So we actually got the computer to play all 62,208 possible ways of playing it.
Amazing.
So when we roll these, it'll be one of those puzzles that comes up, and I'm just going to arrange these so that the viewers at home will be able to see these as well. Now, Richard, if you've got your pieces out the board...
It's all done,
and take out your blocker pieces as well.
Got it.
I'm going to give you the coordinates.
Yes.
And I want you to block off those coordinates. So block off F1.
F1.
And D1.
D1.
And D4.
D4. You sank my battleship. No, it's the wrong game. Sorry, carry on.
F2.
F2.
F6.
F6.
B2.
B2.
And E5. Okay?
E5.
So those are your 7 in there. Now, what we're going to do is race against each other to actually complete the grid.
Right.
And it works every single time.
And you can't leave any gaps, obviously. You've got to use every single piece. You've got to fill the whole thing.
Without moving any of these pieces.
And you and I are going to go head-to-head, along with anyone at home who has one of these sets right now. And I hope you've taken a note of all the blocker positions. I do have to point out that I have never done this. I've not even had one practice run at this, whereas you've done this how many times now, roughly, would you say?
Possibly 62,208.
OK. So it seems like a fair match, really. This is... well,
let me tell you...
I'm playing against the #1 seed.
Your colleagues here are very competitive with this, and they're very, very mixed. So when you're practising, my tip to you...
You're talking about Leonie, aren't you? She's across the... She can hear you. She's within earshot. She can hear you.
I'm going to suggest, at all costs, that you avoid playing Yanis.
Right.
Because
is he the one to be?
Phenomenal at this.
Yeah.
He's amazing at it.
Yeah.
Leonie, you're brilliant at it as well.
Yeah, sure. But
if you
clearly not that good, right?
You want to beat someone? If you're a novice and you're getting into this, play Adam.
Oh, harsh.
You'll be fine.
Okay.
Play Adam, you'll be fine. I want to say
brutal. Poor Adam.
I want to say play Scott as well, but
Adam and Scott. Okay, fine.
Scott's.
Let's have a go then, shall we?
Are you ready?
You're going to count me down or something?
Okay. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go.
So much pressure when you're playing against the best guy.
You've got a slight advantage because you concentrate on doing this and I'll do the talking as we go through here, and they clock in really nicely. Now there is something important which I'm going to tell you in a moment, and that is that the version you're seeing here is a large version which has been made especially for use on the...
I've done it.
Wow. I mean, I've done it too, but you did beat me there.
Get in.
That is fantastic.
Look at that.
Wow.
Thank you.
Wow. So before we have our rematch...
Right, bring on Yanis, come on. Let's have it. Let's have it now.
Before we have our rematch, I want to point out, if you're actually just down to your left there, Richard, you'll see the actual size that you get.
Oh, yes, yeah, here. This is what you're actually getting. So we're doing a big demo version.
So they are smaller versions, but you get 2 of everything. So you can either play by yourself, or you can play with somebody else, or you can also buy multiple sets and you can combine things. so that you can play with loved ones over Zoom or Skype or whatever you want. In fact, there's lots of online competitions and things like that that go on. So, everyone, take your... I've now got the bit between my teeth because I wasn't expecting that.
I see.
Phenomenal.
Oh, is it
brilliant.
on? Is it game on?
Game on.
Game on.
Game on, Richard.
It is on.
Right, get your pieces out.
Oh, don't worry about that.
Okay.
I'll put myself under undue pressure here now.
No,
Wow.
I'm just genuinely
Just warming up
impressed.
now.
That's awful. This is an awkward moment in my life which needs to be put right.
First, it's just beginner's luck. That's all it is, Gavin.
Well,
It's
let's
fine.
see.
It's
Okay, F2.
F2, yeah.
And C3.
C3.
F1.
F1.
B2.
B2, yeah.
E5.
E5.
C5.
C5.
And A1.
A1.
Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
Go. I mean, this has really got to beat me this time. See, I'm panicking. I don't normally panic in this. Goodness gracious me, I think I've
What
met
am
my
I
match.
doing here? What am I actually doing at this
Janice
stage?
Morgan,
Yeah.
you need
Okay, that's
to
good, that's good,
play
that's
Richard
good.
at this.
That's good.
Wow, 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 wow. What have I done?
Hang on,
my
is it C5?
goodness.
Is it C5?
C5
Yeah.
is in there, correct. Gosh,
C5,
we've got
okay,
a
so the
really
little
tricky
one's got
one
to go
here.
there.
Let's
Got to go a
put
bit
this
of this,
one in
a
here
bit of
like
that.
so. That's going to have to go
No,
in there
that's
like
not-
that.
that can't go like that.
And we'll put this one in here like so. There, put that one in there like that.
So, is it, we're going to spend the whole hour doing this, right?
Well, we could do if you wanted to. It's been more or less done like that before, but
Yeah.
I'm in real trouble here. I'm in a real panic here now.
Yeah.
How are you doing?
I'm going to say brilliantly, just to put you under more pressure.
It's all right, I've done it.
Oh,
Hooray!
yes,
Oh,
and me too.
Thank heaven for that.
Let's just gloss over the bit that's sticking out.
There you are.
That's one apiece, I'll make it.
Yes. Do you want one more now, or should we come back to it later?
Shall we? Have we got time to do a final sort of decider?
Make it a best of three.
Okay. Best of 18.99. This 554652 is your item number for this.
What the viewers
10%
can't
of the
see-
stock's already gone, Gavin.
Really?
10%
That
has already
doesn't
gone.
surprise
Great Christmas
me.
present.
Leonie's enjoying this.
You're never going to get bored of this, are you? If you play, you can play it with anybody. I mean,
No,
this is great. Doing
we
it head
could
to
play
head.
all hour.
Yeah.
Right, here come those coordinates again. I'm
Right.
just going to line them up so that everybody at home can see.
I'm going to bring it this time, by the way. I wasn't really
Unbelievable.
concentrating on the last one, if I'm honest.
Right, let's go. Okay, A1.
A1, yeah.
F1.
F1, yeah.
F2.
Yeah.
F4.
F4.
C4.
C4, yeah.
D6.
D6.
And
Yeah.
B2.
B2, okay.
You ready?
Yeah.
Go. Oh
Oh
my goodness me,
There
the
must be a
pressure
better
that is
way.
on here.
Okay.
Now listen, guys, if you haven't got this game already, this is the game to buy for this Christmas. Whoever you buy this for will love you for the rest of your life. And if you buy it, I'll love you for the rest of your life as well. And you won't regret it, I promise. I promise, I promise. Because, yes, indeed, done it.
How
Redeemed himself.
is that possible that's... okay, yeah, hang on, just give me a couple of seconds.
In more or less
Yeah.
every
I've done it
single
behind
puzzle,
you, there you
you've done it
go.
as well.
I've done
And
it
I
a
bet
few
you've done
seconds
it completely differently to me.
Oh, that's interesting.
Because there's almost always loads of multiple solutions.
Oh, is it not just one single solution? That's interesting.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
Now, this game is currently Game of the Year in Australia. It's Game of the Year in Spain. It's basically won awards all over the world. And if you buy one game in the whole of the rest of your life, this is the one to buy. Every single presenter has got one here, and they all play together, and they love it.
And you've
joining the
given me
club.
one to take home as well, which I'm
Absolutely.
now actually very excited about, and I will be going back saying I am the craft store champion. Obviously, just brushing under the carpet Yanis's achievements and the fact that you beat me in a best of three. We'll gloss over that, and I'll just go back and say, I thrashed everyone. Let's have a little look.
Let's go to the video.
Let's have a little look at the video, shall we? 1999, and that is Christmas sorted, isn't it, for the Genius Star? I've got another version of it here because we've switched over, and it's got a little more complicated looking by the looks of it. Is this going to be harder?
Yes, it is. This is the Genius Star. This one has 165,888
That's
possible
a lot
puzzles
more
inside.
combinations.
It is, and interestingly enough, when we set up the computer program to test this, how long do you think it took the computer to actually play all 165,000?
Probably just a few minutes, a few seconds, was it?
Well, you would think so. In fact, the computer was able to do one challenge every 3 seconds.
Wow.
And that took 6 days.
Oh,
6
my
days
word.
to actually
Wow.
complete. The first time, we made a mistake, so we had to start again.
Yeah.
So it basically took about a fortnight.
So it would take the rest
get
of
right.
us just lifetimes, wouldn't it, to go through
Absolutely.
them all?
Now, the principle is the same. Now, this time, your blockers are white triangles which have got black stars in the middle.
Okay.
And there are 7 of those again. And the dice, there are 7 of them still, but 3 of them are actually octagonal dice as well, and that's why there's so many more possible combinations. Now, there are 11 pieces this time, but there is a delicious little twist that comes with this, and that comes in the form of these pieces here. Now, as you can probably see, if I put them together, there is a golden star in the middle. But if I turn them over, they come apart into 2 regular blue half hexagons. Now, the significance of these is this. You can go for a regular competition and just race with the person to fill the grid, or you can go for a double win, because on roughly 57% of the puzzles, it is possible to complete the puzzle with the golden star intact, like that. Always possible without it. 57% of the time, it's possible to do it with it. So you've got to decide whether you want to play it easy in order to get a single win, or to really go for it, go for broke and get a double win. And there is a website, geniussquare.com, where you can actually check and see whether it is possible with your coordinates that you've got.
That's interesting. You just input the coordinates and it will tell you straight away.
Correct.
That's
now,
great.
The principle is exactly the same. We're going to take all of our pieces out.
Okay. I mean, I'm sensing that you're throwing down the gauntlet and saying I've got to try and get the star intact.
This is much, much harder.
Right, okay.
This is much harder, so we'll start off with something more straightforward.
Right.
So I've got the dice here. Now, one thing you do need, I'm going to have to lift this up because the camera doesn't pick this up brilliantly well. I need to sort of hold it over so you can see it here. You can probably see there are numbers in... Can you see the numbers there?
Yes. Is it 1
there
to
they
48?
Are. The numbers are indented there. The numbers from 1 to 48. And so when we roll the dice, instead of coordinates coming up, you get numbers, and we're going to block
It's going to be like doing the lottery.
those. It is just like doing the lottery. Well, let's do it like the lottery.
Start the balls, please.
Here. Just line them up.
First number.
And I line them up just so that everybody at home can see them as well, because again, we know there's lots of people who will be playing with you and I here. So we've got number 31, and we've got number 39.
39.
Number 8.
Number 8.
Number 21.
21.
Number 37.
37.
And they're like that. Number 44.
44. And the bonus ball?
You beat me to it. The bonus ball is number 23.
I just won 180 million. No, I'm just about to play.
But you're still staying. You're still coming into work tomorrow.
What was the last one? Did you say?
23. You see, too much excitement.
23. All right. No, it's because I'm just buying for time because I'm calculating what I'm going to do.
So let's just try and do these without the golden star, because it could be easier to do it in that way. So if you're ready, let's go.
Okay.
So these pieces are much more complicated, and you'll see why as we go through, because it does start to become much harder to actually get these where you want them to go. Remember, when you switch them over, they're going to change directions in some cases as well, which is another reason why it becomes so much harder than it was originally with the Genius Square. And some of the pieces are also pretty big, which again makes it much harder to actually get them in place. That won't work there like that. You want to try, if at all possible, to get rid of the bigger pieces as early as you can, but I'm seeing here already that I'm running potentially into trouble. But let's try. Let's see if I put that one in there like so. And if I try and move this one around, see, I've now used my single piece, which does, I've made my own life a bit difficult here. Wow, 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 wow. Okay.
Struggling a little bit there, Gavin, with the game that you invented.
Well, I can't claim to have invented this one from scratch. I was certainly involved in the process, but there are others that are my creation entirely.
Oh,
but
so
not
close to
this
doing it
one.
then.
And look
So
at
close to
that.
doing it. Hang
But
on.
you can see that this is significantly more difficult to
Yes, it
actually
is, it
achieve.
is.
Put that in there like so. Let's see if we can get this one to go in here like that, and this one to go around here like that. That's not going to help us there, is it? Because we've got that one stuck there like that.
Do you think
And
we're
I
gonna
will
get
say
a-
that there are
Ooh.
occasions where it really can take a huge amount of time to actually get this right. I've blocked myself off in that direction as well.
I've just been told we're only doing one game of this for sure.
We are only doing one game of this, that is absolutely certain. So if you've got the Genius Square already, then this is the next step up, and it is a step up in terms of difficulty as well. So you do need to be aware of that. This is an 8 to adult game, obviously because it's that little bit harder as well. And it's that much harder to actually be speaking.
Where's my
at
other
the
star?
same
I've
time.
lost a star here. What have I done?
You
Which
should
one am I?
have 2 blue ones, but you might have. I can see them there. They're both
Yeah,
there.
no, I've got another. I've got a little star. I've got a blocker piece out. Where does that go?
Well, 31, 39, 8, 21, 37, 44 and 23.
23, that's it, thank you.
Does that help?
No, it doesn't help at all. Still struggling.
Still struggling. So what we will do is, if we really do continue to struggle with this, but I think it's not a bad thing that this happens when we get a really difficult one, because a lot of people out there want to make sure that they get something that is really genuinely challenging.
It is challenging,
and
I
you
can
can
tell you that
see
much.
from this, they're not every single puzzle is going to be as challenging, but there are a lot of puzzles in there that are challenging. I'm starting to feel that I might be getting close.
I
to
got
something
right the way
here.
to the end and realised I had one little piece that was sticking out.
This
that
is a
was
little bit of
started all
a
over.
devil of a puzzle. This
It is,
one
isn't it?
here, isn't it? You see,
Can-
put
are
that
you
one in
there,
there like
Gavin?
that,
Can you?
and then this one across here, and I've left myself vulnerable over there
think
again. We're
that's-
trying it in this way, like so. Maybe if I put this across in that way, like that.
You got it.
But then that doesn't help. If I
No,
move that one over
no.
to there,
Yes.
I feel I'm getting close. We're going to give this about another 30 seconds.
Yeah.
And then we'll move
Maybe,
on, and I'll carry on
maybe,
doing
maybe.
it while we're off camera as well. Like my homework in the old days in
Can I
school.
do this? Can I
Hang on,
do
that's
this?
not
Can
gonna
I
go
do
in there
this?
like so, but that will
Yes,
go
I've
in
done
there.
it.
Have you?
I've done it.
Well done,
Yes,
mate. Well
yes.
done.
Wait. It's got. Oh, blimey! I'm gonna put myself.
Does it
Yes,
work?
it's there. It's there.
Well done. I'm still trying to get
in.
my last piece in, but that's brilliant because it tells people it can be done,
Even
and it
by an
really is
idiot.
Pretty
There you go.
challenging. So that
Perfect.
is the Genius Star, also $18.99, same price as the Genius Square, and you get 165,885 puzzles, and of course you get 2 sets of everything as well. In the same vein as the Genius Square, and you can play it by yourself or you can play it with other people, or even put lots of different sets together and combine them and play with as many people as you want.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So, as the man says himself, it is the Genius Square. Here's some more, or Genius Star, I should say. Here's some more information. Have a look at this. Genius Star there, $18.99. It's a great little puzzle. If I can do it, anyone can do it. It is a challenge, though, it's got to be said. And then the Genius Square is going really well at the moment. Very, very popular. Great Christmas ideas and Christmas gifts here. Now, we've got another Genius puzzle for you now, the Bee Genius.
So Bee Genius is the junior version. It's suitable for ages 3 to 8, and it's a non-competitive version of the Genius series. So the principle is the same, but rather than being competitive, what we're trying to do is build the child's confidence and develop their spatial awareness, their sequencing skills, their visual perception, their lateral thinking, all sorts of things. And there are very few games on the market that do this combination of things like this. So the principle is the same, but it's much more straightforward because obviously we're working with younger children. So instead of having complicated numbers or coordinates, here we've got 6 coloured dice, and they're simply numbered from 1 to 6, and they correspond to the numbers that appear on the board, which means that the child only needs to have an awareness of the first 6 numbers. And it's called Bee Genius because here we have our little honeycomb, and in the middle of the honeycomb sits the queen bee.
Oh, nice.
And when we roll the dice, up will come our positions that the worker bees will block out. So we've got a blue number 5, and we've got a purple number 6 right next to it there, and we've got a yellow number 6, and we've got an orange number 4, and a red number 5, and a green number 2. And all we're going to do is use these shapes to do the same thing to actually complete the space. These shapes are beautifully, beautifully made. They're really chunky. They're built perfectly out of wood for little fingers. They are incredibly difficult to break as well. And all you have to do is exactly what you think you're going to have to do, is fit all of those in so that every space is filled. Now, this is not one that we need to do competitively. No. Because, to be honest with you, if we were struggling with it, then that would definitely be
a bit embarrassing. You don't want to fail at this one, do you?
It would be embarrassing.
What age are we looking at here? What's the first age you'd say?
3.
That gets it? 3.
It's 3
because of the small
to 8.
parts, not younger than
They're
that.
very, very chunky pieces, but it's not just a question of course, with all games like this, anything under the age of 3, you're dealing with small parts, so that becomes more of a risk. But it's also the understanding of shapes and things like that. They only start to come at a certain point. And there we are. That's solved. That's what it looks like when it's finished. It's absolutely gorgeous. This one has over 40,000 possible puzzles with it as well. So again, if you're a little person and you don't want to get bored, this is a very, very good idea. And it's an absolutely super Christmas present. Comes in a whopping great big box, beautifully colourful, and explains everything you need and all of the pieces that you need for one person to play, because again, it's not a competitive one. And this is much bigger because it's for younger children. This is not a studio mock-up. This is the actual size that you would get if I lift that up there so you can see just how lovely it is like that as well.
So I know my kids get bored in the half-term holidays, and I'm always thinking of what can they do that doesn't involve a screen, and the games like this are not just a different thing for them to do, and it's social if they're playing against each other, but with games specifically like the Bee Genius there, it feels like it's utilising their brains, it's kind of giving them, it's problem solving, and it's like an activity, isn't it?
So there's a number of levels to that. First of all, unfortunately, we are living in an age at the moment where everything appears to be on a screen, and I'm not sure how old your children are.
Well, my youngest is 9, and he's glued to a screen most of the time. We have to peel him off it.
My youngest is 10.
Yeah.
And we have exactly the same problem. And it's really, in some ways, quite worrying because, in fact, our 19-year-old had an evening in to watch some Champions League football with a number of friends, and it was very quiet in there, and my wife walked into the room just to make sure they were all okay, and there was the big screen with the football on it, and not one of them was actually watching the football. They were all on their phones like that, and I have a suspicion they were actually messaging each other. Which is just,
probably.
Ridiculous. So it's important that we don't forget the importance of playing real games together as a family, not just because of the communication skills, but because you can hear each other's voices, you can look each other's eyes, you can see people's emotions, and you can actually bond together.
People interact. They actually physically interact. I couldn't agree more. It's the perfect gift of one of these for Christmas. Have a look specifically for children at this Bee Genius. Look at this video. absolutely love that. So you've seen the Genius Squares and Stars, and we have the junior version there as well. So even the kids can play along. It's brilliant. Now, I was told when I came in I was going to be doing the upside down challenge, which was a little bit concerning. I thought I was going to be hoisted up into the gantry and dangled upside down, but apparently, oh my word!
Such a thing sounds fun.
Oh, okay, it's you've got a little something on your face there, Gavin.
Yeah, I have no idea where I'm looking at. The only thing I can see very strangely, the only thing I think I can see at the moment is Leonie upside down. Can I see Leonie?
No, she is actually just hanging upside down. That's your eyesight's fine.
Right, am I facing you, Richard? Down?
You are, yeah.
Facing you.
So I don't put these on then. Or does it make everything go
those on?
Yeah.
Now I am wearing glasses which are turning everything I look at upside down, and what it's going to do is not just change the way that I see everything. I'm assuming I'm looking at the camera.
Oh, far out, man.
But it will also play tricks on your mind and stop you from being able to do the most simple task.
I can't actually look at my hands.
This is the Upside Down Challenge game, and it is one of the games to have this Christmas. The Upside Down Challenge game. Now, what we're going to do is demonstrate some of the things you can do with it. You do get loads of challenges with it, and of course you can create your own.
Right.
But Richard has got his on now, and have you got the pen there by any chance?
Oh, blimey, should I pick that up before I put these on?
It's by your left hand. No, the pen.
On the counter?
On the counter.
Yeah.
So you move it.
Yes, got it.
Okay, lovely.
Okay, yeah.
Right, now, on the board in front of Richard, I have put a very simple instruction, which says, Richard, write your name here. And I put a line there so that Richard can write his name on the line. There is no possible task that I could give him which would be simpler than this. So first we've got to have the pen the right way round.
Is that the right?
Yeah, that's very good.
It's good.
Very good. The bit that does the writing's there. Just write Richard on the line. Just so it's on the line perfectly. Just write Richard on the line.
Okay, just like at school, yeah.
Yes, just like at school. That's it. Nicely on the line.
It's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't know what I'm doing.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, you think this is because of the glasses, but this is actually how I sign my name.
You're going to be doing corrections in there.
Is it good?
In the margin. So, what does that
No, that is
say?
exactly like my signature. That is.
Is it? Is it? Yeah.
It's Rickin?
Yeah,
Ricker.
possibly. Okay, something easier. That clearly was far too difficult for you.
Yeah, it's a bit problematic.
So, all I want you to do is, on the board there, I've put the numbers from 1 to 6 in little circles, and all I want you to do is join the dots.
Okay.
Start at number 1.
Yeah, well...
Start at number 1.
Number 1?
Yeah, see, you had your hand on it. That's it,
there.
good. Go from number 1 to number 2. Can you see what the number 2 is there?
Is that number 2?
Just to the left of it. That's it. Just go to the left.
There.
No, that's a 5.
Oh, no, that's 2. No, I can't actually... There.
There's number 2. So just move the pen to it. No.
Good?
Okay, good. All right, well, let's assume you've done it. Get to number 3 now.
3. I love the way you just say it, like, just put your thing straight on 3. Honestly, it's really hard.
Your confidence here.
It's really difficult. Okay.
Remember the number 3?
Yeah, okay.
So like half an 8?
There.
Yes, except you went from 1 to 3 rather than 2 to 3. Can we go to number 4 now?
4. I don't even know if 4 is on the... Oh, hang on. Oh, it's over here, isn't it? Hang on. Wait. Oh, man, I'm so bad at this. If I just do this, I can get there. I'm taking the scenic route,
Can I tell you what you've done there? You've actually done the
there you go.
graphics from the opening titles of Casualty.
I have as well. Look at that.
Good, really.
Look, I don't think they're going to make it.
No, they're not going to make it. Definitely this way.
Okay.
Okay, you got your glasses back on?
Yep.
Okay, right. I'll tell you what. I think we seem to have failed at that particular task. So we're going to do something else. Take the glasses off just for a second. Just put them on top of your head.
Oh.
Now, down the other end of the counter.
Yep.
You will see that you've got some pom-poms in a jug.
Right.
Okay, and you've also got a container.
Yep.
You see you got the container there? There's a container next to them there.
Oh, okay, got the container, yeah.
Okay.
Got it.
And put the container down. Now, you are not allowed to touch the container. The only thing you're allowed to do is to hold the handle of the jug.
There's no handle.
Well, you can hold the
Just
side
hold
of
the
it
jug.
then.
Yep.
And all I'm going to want you to do, with the glasses on, is to pour the pom-poms into the container.
In one swift motion.
Yep. From above. You can't touch the container.
From right here?
Just from there. You can go a bit nearer as long as you don't touch a thing. Right. Glasses on?
It seems so simple, doesn't it?
Yeah. So grab the container first of all.
Yes.
Okay, got the container. Good. Now pour the pom-poms without touching the container. Pour the pom-poms into the container.
Good.
Yeah, I think you need to take the lid out, the lid off possibly. Oh, hello. Right. Yeah. How do you think you've done?
Pretty badly.
Yeah.
Can I have a look? Well, I mean, to be fair, how many were in there? I've got 700, so I've got 1%, less than 1%. That's all right. 1%. It's not bad for a first attempt.
But what it's doing is it's playing with your brain, and it's making the simplest of tasks suddenly be much more difficult because your brain is telling you to do something different to what it's
You've
programmed
got so used to over the years seeing it one way to suddenly see it the other way around.
And something like this suddenly becomes the most amazing party game to do. So every family needs this at Christmas. Just imagine what happens if you're playing this when you've had a couple of glasses of sherry.
This is a very similar feeling to when I tumble out of the pub sometimes, I must admit. Wow, that's amazing. I love this. This is great, the Upside Down game.
This is the Upside Down Challenge game. It's a brand new game that has just come out, and I think it's going to be one of the games to have this Christmas.
$24.99 for that. 074621. $24.99. 074621. That is the Upside Down Challenge game. I'm going to take off my Upside Down glasses now because I'm all over the shop. Have I got that thing you get when you've got swimming goggles on? I've got the big... I have, haven't I? Thanks, Bernie, yeah. Well, I'm not the one who's going to clear all this up, am I? Right, now, where are we going now? What
We're going to do the more or less games.
Oh, more or less, that's exciting.
Now, we launched these, actually, a couple of months ago on the craft store, and we sold out. It was quite extraordinary, the speed with which they sold. So I bought them back again. We've done them a couple of times since, and people absolutely love them. Now, you've got those on the counter further down from where you are.
OK,
there are 3 different sets. Now, you can either buy them as individual sets, or you can buy them as a pack of 3 at a cheaper price. You've got the original set, and then you've got the science and nature set, and then you've got the history set as well. So what we're going to do is I'm going to set you some of the challenges. Now, each one of them contains over 300 challenges, and they all require you to say whether something is more or less.
OK, so there's 2 options.
More or less.
You can't go wrong.
It's going to be more or
actually,
less.
Anybody can play this game, then, right? Even kids who are guessing.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's a guessing game, but it's a game of guessing where you need to use some general knowledge in there as well.
Seems reasonable.
It's 8 to adults, by the way, for these as
Perfect.
well. OK. So, let's see how you do on these.
Okay.
On average, we dream between 4 and 6 times a night. Do we forget more or less than 90% of the dreams that we had by the time we wake up in the morning?
I think we forget more than 90%.
OK, so we forget between 95 and 99% of them by the time we wake up the next morning. Very good.
That's good.
Is the percentage of drinkable fresh water more or less than 1% of the total water on the planet?
Drinkable water more than one. OK, so most of the water on the planet is going to be seawater, so it's got to be less than 1%.
No, it's more.
Oh, really?
I would have said the same as you, but it's actually 2.5%. Let's do a really British one. The population of the United Kingdom is around 69 million. Do British people drink more or less than 200 million cups of tea a day? That's not each. That's combined.
200 million, so that would work out at around about 3 cups of tea each.
Yeah,
but that's
about 3 cups of tea
for everybody, though, so there's going to be a lot of people who don't drink tea. I would say, well, if I really thought about it, I'd say less, but because it's a question in a game, I'm tempted to say more.
You've had an auntie like mine that always drank at least like 10 cups of tea a day.
I'm going to say less.
When she wasn't drinking tea, she was in the loo.
Yeah. I'm going to say less.
It is actually less. It's 165 million cups of tea a day.
Right, it's still a lot, isn't it? But
I'm not sure who counted, but there you go. And one more we'll do from this set. Of the 195 countries in the world, do more or less than 90 of them have a border with the Atlantic Ocean?
That's a really good question.
Isn't that a good question?
The Atlantic Ocean. Wow. Okay, so that's okay. So we're talking about the whole of the east side of the Americas and Europe as well. So 80 countries, did you say?
90.
90 countries.
More or less than 90.
Oh. I'm going to say less.
Believe it or not, it's 133. 133 countries.
So
have
most
a
of the
border.
countries in the world.
Most of the countries in the world
border
have
the
a
Atlantic.
border with. Then I would imagine that most of them that aren't.
So we're learning today, aren't we, everyone?
If you think about it,
Yeah.
it's quite extraordinary. That anyway.
Yeah, that is amazing.
Now the science, and that's from the regular main set. A couple from the.
You've got
from the
12
science-
minutes left, though, just in case you want to get anything else in.
Fair enough, fair enough. Is the average surface temperature of the Earth more or less than 10 degrees centigrade?
Average temperature of the Earth more or less than 10 degrees centigrade?
The average
It's got to be
surface
more.
temperature.
Oh, no, hang on. We've got a lot of ice down below, haven't we? And at the top. But you've got the equator. Average, though. Average it out. I'm going to say more.
You're right, it's 14 degrees.
Oof, only just, though.
Very good.
Yeah.
Is the longest tongue ever recorded on a dog more or less than 12 inches long?
12 inches long? It's like a foot long. A tongue that's that. It's got to be more than that, hasn't it?
It is less.
Oh.
7.3 inches, and it belonged to a St Bernard.
Ah,
There you are.
I'm blaming Emily, the producer, for that. She put the wrong answer in my head.
Did
and,
she?
I went with her. Should have. Yeah.
Did
should
she?
have distanced
Okay.
myself
A
there.
couple of the history ones quickly.
Yeah.
According to genealogists,
Yes.
are more or less than 50% of the English population related to William the Conqueror?
Do you know what? I'm going to say more because I think there was not many people around at the time, and I think everyone could be traced back to him in
Well,
some
it
way.
is
or
less, but it's 25%.
Still a lot, though, right?
25% of the population
He had a lot of
can be,
children.
gone all the way back to them. And let's do one more here. Was the Declaration of Independence in the United States signed before or after the 4th of July 1776?
Oh, I bet, right. So the thinking would be it was after, because that would make sense, wouldn't it? But I'm going to say, therefore, it's before.
Well, actually, it was drafted on the 2nd of July. It was read out on for the first time on the 8th of July, and it wasn't signed until the 2nd of August.
Ah, so it was after.
So
okay, that's brilliant.
That is more.
So you're more
or
or less game. So you can get 3 of those for £32.97.
Yeah,
so
or you
all
can
3
buy
of
them individually, £11.99 each.
Or get them individually, as you can see there, for £11.99. The details of that along the bottom. So that's 330101 if you want to buy each one of those individually. That's the science one, the nature one, or the history one. Or you can bundle them all together.
No.
Oh, go on.
Science and nature.
Ah,
or
science
history,
and nature.
or
history,
general knowledge.
Or original.
Yes.
I'm with you. Each one of those are separate, or you can put them all together into one set, £32.97. How about that? Football Billionaire, we got time for that one?
Yeah, we just about squeezed in Football Billionaire, and I'm hoping that we might have time to go back and play one more game of the Genius Square, but we'll see how we go.
Now you're talking.
Move this over here. This
Yep.
is a fantastic game. Now, if you know people that like things like Monopoly, they will absolutely love this, particularly if they're into football as well.
I like Monopoly and I like football, so I think you're speaking my language
a
here.
whopping great board game. If the aim of it basically is to become a football millionaire. I'll tell you what's really nice about this. Now, I know that a lot of the viewers here might not collect their own football collecting cards like Match Attacks. You may do. If you do, amazing. But you may well have children and grandchildren that do, and these are interchangeable with these. So you can actually play with your collecting
With your Match
cards as
Attacks?
well.
That's brilliant.
Yeah, absolutely.
My
So you've
son's
got
got
all
those.
the different players in different positions, and money, rather like you would get in Monopoly money as well, and everything you would need. And basically, you're going through and you're running your football season, and going through the transfer window and getting the manager fired and all of these sorts of things.
Brilliant.
And
It's like the real thing, isn't it? It's like,
just like the
and I
real
like the
thing.
way it's billionaire now, but to reflect the amount of money that is in
Well,
football
I
these
would
days.
like to say,
Yeah.
as a season ticket holder at Watford,
yes,
I think we go around the board very fast, constantly landing on sack the manager.
Yes,
definitely.
every 5 seconds. You're about to do it again, I
I
think,
wonder
aren't
whether
you?
the Watford board actually do it based on playing this game. So this is Football Billionaire. It's a lovely Christmas present for anybody who absolutely loves their football and likes sitting down playing big games like Monopoly.
I love it. Is there a special card that says Saudi Arabia will buy your club and make you the richest club in the world, like Newcastle?
I was going to say, it would probably be black and white.
Absolutely. So, loving that. That's 631-322. That's the item over there. Do you know someone in your family that likes a board game and specifically likes football? Perhaps they collect the match attacks as well, which would fit in with this. But it doesn't matter if they don't. They could just play this anyway. Everything you need is in the box. Football bin in there. So, think Monopoly meets football, I think, is a good way of summing it up. Would you not say, Gavin? 100%. OK, so we're going to have another game of the old Genius Square?
Yeah. Where have you put your big Genius Square?
The big Genius Square is back here, taking a ticker tape parade from almost beating you, Gavin.
Yes.
Although I didn't quite, did I? So it was one piece and you just nipped me on the end.
I'm hugely
actually, no. Do you know what? It's two a piece, really, because I got the Genius Star.
Yes, you did.
So this would be a decider.
We should start on that. How long have we got? We've got about 6 minutes.
Right.
OK, well, let's roll the dice and obviously take out all of our pieces. This gives everyone a chance who's still got their sets with them at home.
Yeah, well, you can do this, play along at home, and if you're not playing along at home, maybe like spend this time popping it in your basket there. 549 652 1899. This is a great game. I've got to say, this is great.
If you don't own this game already, then you have to own it. This is the greatest, cleverest game ever invented, bar none.
The idea that there is always a solution just blows my mind.
It's really clever, isn't
I just
it?
cannot comprehend that.
Yeah, it's brilliant.
OK.
So, you ready?
Yeah.
OK, so we've got A2.
A2, yep.
And we've got E2.
Yep.
And we've got C5.
Yep.
And A6.
A6, yeah.
And D5.
D5, yeah.
C4.
C4, yeah.
And B6.
B6,
oh,
right.
Wow, that is very different to anything we've had before.
Mm.
OK, everybody at home, are you ready? Shout yes.
Yeah, we're all ready. They're ready.
They're all ready.
Yeah.
You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Off we go.
Go.
I can see what you were doing. You were looking already.
Well, I'm just trying to get my head around it, understanding it.
Exactly the same thing. Do you want to know what my record is for actually?
Go on. What is it?
11 seconds.
That's amazing. But you've done a lot of these, though.
See, people have done it far faster than that. I mean, there are people out there that are just amazing at this. But I've done that. There we are. I'm done.
I was so close to not. Oh no, you got me on this one. Well done.
Okay, that's right. Let's do one more quickly.
We got time to have another one. Okay.
All right, take all your pieces out.
Yep, got it.
And let's roll those dice again.
Okay.
Like so.
Also, should point out that the one that you get when you get this is a smaller version. We're just doing it on a big, giant demo version at the moment.
Exactly, which makes it easier for everybody to have
But the good thing about the smaller version is it's portable and you can pack it into your luggage. You can play it on holiday.
Absolutely, 100%. So we've got this time B2.
B2.
F5.
Yep.
And F3.
Got it.
And B5.
B5.
And C4.
Yes.
And A5.
Got it.
And A6.
And A6. Ooh,
that's a curious one. Are you ready?
Yes.
Here we go.
Go.
Okay, now. So much at stake here.
I know, it's a lot of pressure. It's a lot of pressure.
If you haven't got one in your basket, get it in your basket now while you still can.
During lockdown, a lot of people used to play. Oh, you done it already? So I've done it as well. Oh, do you know what? I'm blaming Emily, the producer, because she started feeding information to me as I was getting here. I was like, slow down. I was like, what's that? Yeah. Oh, during lockdown, what happened? Oh, he's beating me. So anyway, I was there. Look, right behind you. During lockdown, people played this a lot, apparently.
I mean, it was unbelievable. We had hundreds of people telling us stories of how it kept them going, being able to play with their children and grandchildren over Zoom.
Well, that's of course, isn't it? Because if you've both got a set, it doesn't matter where you are around the world. Well, we're doing it across the studio. We don't need to be sitting facing each other with the same board.
Tell you what was really interesting was I sat through an online tournament with loads and loads of people doing it.
Yeah.
And you try and judge that when there is a split second
Yes.
between about 10 people finishing at the same time.
Yeah. That's pressure, knowing you've got really, really good people doing it, and then you know they're going to get it done in a few seconds.
It's not just that. It's also you get people who shout "done it" while they're still putting the last piece in. So you've got to close your ears off to what's going on with that.
Another game?
Do you want to do one more game? Or
one more.
We'll do one more game.
Oh, go on. Did you want to say something?
We'll do one more game anyway, because I'll make sure we've got time.
All right.
If you see what I mean. Okay. One more game with the Genius Square.
This is it now. I want to go off on a high here. So let's see.
Have we got any stock left?
Oof. Got a little bit left.
Got a little bit left. Okay, get on
but it's been doing very, very well.
Okay, A4.
A4, yeah.
A1.
A1.
A5.
Yes.
Oh, A6.
There's a lot of A's here.
Aren't they just? B3.
B3.
D4.
D4, yep.
And E5.
And E5, okay.
Ready?
Yep.
Go.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't want to completely run out of time before I have a chance
You have to
let everybody know that I will be back with Fiona at 9 o'clock tonight for some more stuff. We'll revisit some of the stuff that we've done already, and there'll be some different stuff too. And I finished that as well.
Oh, well done.
That's good. While Richard is
So have I, I've done it as well. Look at that, look, right there, right there.
Amazing.
Boom.
Now, well done, Richard. You've done absolutely brilliantly, and I do want to just mention again the award for the Illusion Cubes. It has just won gold at the Independent Toy Awards 2021. This is a fantastic gift for anybody to create your own optical illusions, and comes highly recommended, and with a gold award.
Oh, wow. And those, obviously, every single year, the Toy Shop Awards as well, so you enter things into that every year and hope for the best.
We also won silver this year as well.
Oh, so, wow.
Yeah.
What was silver for?
Silver was for a game called Colour Block, which we've done lots of times before as well on this show, but as you saw, we didn't actually have enough room for everything else that we wanted to do, so we didn't get through everything anyway. So,
how'd you come up with these? Because is it your ideas?
Some of them are my ideas, but more and more I find myself working with inventors who've never had an opportunity to get a game to market before.
Yeah.
And very often when they write to the big toys and games companies, they never hear back because they're so bombarded by things. And we make sure that we give everything a fair hearing. And a lot of the games which you get are definitely not ready to go to market, but you can see the basis of an idea there. And so what you do is you work with the inventor to make sure that it becomes something that actually is worthy of going to market.
I guess there's a process, isn't there? So there's the original idea, and then there's a lot of putting it together, and then there's the road testing. I bet you have to play these games and play these games and play these games and get loads of different people trying them out, don't you?
So the inventor of the Illusion Cubes is a gentleman called Don Jones, who's now 77 years old. And it was the 31st game idea that he brought to us.
Wow.
And even then, we needed to work on it to make sure that we got it to where it needed to be so it was suitable for the marketplace. But it's gone on to be an absolute revelation, and particularly internationally, because there's no language boundaries with something like that.
Yes.
It's really, really good. So that has been an awesome, awesome, awesome show. I've loved every second of working with you, Richard. I hope we get a chance to work together again
Oh, thank you. Well, and by the way, you said before we started that out of the IMDb's 250, top 250, you'd seen 19 films?
19 films. I'm embarrassed.
I've seen 197. I had a little check earlier. So
Wow.
I beat you. That's one I beat you on.
Wow. Still, there's 53 you haven't seen.
There is actually, yeah. There's a lot of obscure ones in there which I have to check out. But that's brilliant. Thank you very much for coming in, Gavin. When are you in next, by the way?
9 o'clock.
After that is what I meant.
After that, I'm in on November the 9th, and something very special is going to be happening on that day, but I can't tell you yet.
Oh, is it a new game by any chance?
Possibly. It may well be. I can't tell you.
Say
but
no
it
more.
Might just be a new Genius game.
Oh, no. Oh, does that mean I get a copy? Oh, I'll have to be in that
It
day
means
to try
you'll
and get
get
one to go.
copies, but it also means it's going to be launched on the craft store.
Oh, wow.
If
Look
the
out for
boat
that.
arrives.
Wow, amazing. Thank you very much, Gavin. We'll see you again
See you
at
later,
9, and
guys.
I'll see you a little later on myself. Coming up in a moment, it's Studio Light Art, and then it's Sentimentally Yours with yours truly here. It's our farmyards from Sentimentally Yours, and then we're back with Studio Light Art again by Marlene. It's the one-day special.
Hi, I'm Jenny Mays from Hobby Art. Hobby Art's a family-run company, and we've been designing and manufacturing stamps for over 28 years now. Whatever your style, there's always something that will interest you with Hobby Art stamps.
Hi, I'm Barbara Gray from Clarity Stamp Limited. We're well known in the industry for designing and manufacturing top quality, award-winning craft products. As with all craft projects, you need a good starting place, a great stamp, a top quality stencil, and in recent times we've developed the groovy parchment art system so that your line art is perfect on parchment. Another exciting development to come from the marriage between Parchment and our stamp company is the fabulous designer papers and now the designer parchment. There is nothing like it. Each groovy plate is precision etched, and by simply getting in the groove with a stylus, you can easily transfer great designs onto parchment. Groovy is a modular system. The plates complement each other and work beautifully together. They are packed with elements and allow you to build your own original artwork. Whether you're a novice or a traditional parcher, you will love these plates. And for me personally, having beautiful line art is what motivated me to want to learn traditional parchment skills. So why not get in the groove with us?
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts 2 stable and the ones that I design.
Hello there, very good evening to you. We have a fantastic one-day special for you now by one of my favourite artists for Studio Light. It is the fabulous Marlene, and the lady who's going to take you through it and share all these amazing goodies with you is our lovely Leonie. So, hello, Leonie. Hello. Take it away, my darling.
Take it away. Da, 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 da. I've got the magic step. I know, right. It were funny because our feet were leg on, leg off kind of thing. That were the pose. Okay, I am so excited and thrilled to be able to bring you this incredible collection. First time I've actually brought a Marlene collection to you. And Studio Light, for starters, we know Studio Light. We love Studio Light. They bring us a lot of incredible collections here at the craft store. However, Marlene is such an incredible artist. I mean, she's super, super talented, and she loves colour. So she's basically a lady after my own heart. I have met Marlene, actually, once in Frankfurt, and just seeing her work in real life is so exciting. She's really fantastic on Facebook. You'll see loads and loads of inspiration on Facebook, so do have a look on there. I love her imagery. It's fun, it's whimsical, it's different. I love the fact that she puts so much, I don't know, so much character into her characters. You know what I mean? She makes it quirky. Absolutely love it. Joy to work with is this. As usual, I didn't get as much time as I wanted because I'm moving house. But it's one of those that you can get lost in. And I tell you what, this is a deal. Look at that price. And do you know, me being me, right, what I do, I look at the pretty things, I never look at the money. They send me the thing where it's, but I never look at the money because there's pretty things. That is a bargain, £80. Be a Freedom member, it's a why not deal. You are saving Freedom members £21.94. That's an actual saving. In fact, the actual saving, what was that? Right. Because obviously you've got savings carried forward because there's bundles you can get individually. So the actual saving is £39.94, so 40 quid. That is amazing. When you look at that, so that's an extra, that's a month off, isn't it, when you talk about flexes. Be a Freedom member and then get hold of this. That is a deal. Okay, let me show you what you're going to get. So, for starters, you've got the beautiful rice papers. I'll hold these up for you because these are beautiful. They're beautiful. 4 different designs in here, and look at that design. Isn't that gorgeous? It's just so, so pretty. That's your first one. They're all different. Look at that. Look at her little fisher. I mean, that is so adorable. You've then got our beautiful little octopus. And you see, she makes her characters cute, but not childish cute. Do you know what I mean? They're just adorable. And look at her. Isn't that gorgeous? Yeah, it is quite a graphic style she's got. I love that. Her little mermaid is adorable. So you're getting 4 rice papers. You're then getting your stencils. You're getting 3 stencils. Now, I really like the stencils. For starters, good size, good weight as well. They're not too thick, so easy to ink through, but obviously you can use them with your paste and everything. So, of course, first of all, you've got all your, you know, your underwater foliage, all your seaweed. You've then got, and this is one of those that you'll use again and again and again. You know, is it waves, is it shells? It's just texture. But that's an essential. And then, and I love this one, you've got your like little sea anemone. You've got fishes, you've got your deep sea diver, or this looks like it might be a relic that, you know, someone's gone, they've found an old ship and like, uh-oh, and they open it up and you don't know if it's going to be scary. Yeah, it's just a little crab house, yeah, absolutely, in a fish tank. And then you've got the bubbles as well. I like that you've got all those elements. They work as one, but you can use them all independently. So 3 stencils. See, already 4 rice papers, 3 stencils, but then the stamps. Now, let's go through these stamps for you. You are getting so many stamps because you've actually got 6 sets of stamps and each one has got multiple stamps on there. This first one is amazing. So you have got on here the fantastic puffer fish. The puffer fish are ace. You've actually got 34 stamps altogether. You've got the beautiful seaweed. The shell is gorgeous. Tiny bubbles, and you've got some tiny bubbles. And then look at the octopus. I mean, she's just beautiful, absolutely beautiful. So that's your first set of stamps. The next set of stamps that we've got, and again, absolutely fabulous. You're getting so many designs in here. So you're getting the, I love, oh, hold on a minute. There we go. So you've got that beautiful little octopus, which is gorgeous with a party hat on. How cool is that? You've then got your mermaid. You've got the beautiful shell there, which is gorgeous. And then at the bottom, you've got now, thalassopile. I can't say that. I don't know. Something by it is. Hold on, let me turn it round because I can't see it. Lover of the sea. So obviously that's a proper word. Look, Harry's nodding, going, yes, it is, Leonie. How do I say it, Harry? Philosophile. Oh, thank you. Philosophile. I forgot it. If you just say it fast, it's all right, isn't it? Philosophile. Oh, it sounds a bit dodgy. So that's your philosophiles, is a lover of the sea. I love that. Oh, philosophobic is fear of deep ocean. Well, that makes sense, doesn't it? See, you're learning something again. Oh, it's just been that's today, the craft store, it's just knowledge. Next, and this is fabulous. Now, Marlene is absolutely famous for doing a fabulous curvy ladies, and I love this one. Look at her. She's deep sea diving, and she's marvellous. She's got a wonderful bathing costume on, but then you've also got on, and I love the happy crab. I love this one, because it looks like the fish tank, but it's got the beautiful little... the lighthouse poking out, which looks well cool. You've got the fish, then you've got the waves on here as well with the shark, which could make quite a funny card with the poor woman just swimming away, couldn't it? So that's that one. See, all 3. I mean, this is amazing deal. The next one that we've got for you. So just down there, that is gorgeous. So fish. Oh, hold on a minute. I need to see it before I can say it. And we're too so sophisticated. Oh, good grief. And this one, I love the lobster. I think that is such a cool stamp. Honestly, he is. You've got that beautiful shell. He is very sophisticated. You've then got the little fish at the bottom and more different coral. I love the fact you've got loads and loads of coral and seaweed because it helps you build up a scene. And I adore that little fish. That is beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. The next stamp set that we've got for you, again, more coral, which is gorgeous. Save the sea. Absolutely. And this one is beautiful. I love, again, the different sort of underwater foliage there. It's beautiful. You've got your bubbles, and the octopus in this one is just adorable. I mean, their faces are fab, absolutely fabulous. And they're big stamps as well. I have stamped these out most of them, so I'll show you in a second. And then last but by no means least in your stamp set, you've got, and this is one of my favourites, Isn't that ace? The deep sea diving pufferfish. That's well cool. So you've got your little deep sea diving pufferfish. You've got more of your gorgeous corals, and then the submarine is well as. Look in the submarine's window, the little octopus. Well cute. Absolutely gorgeous. Isn't that sweet? Hello. Now, so that's your little stamps. I mean, you have got a lot of stamps. The stamps alone, when you think about it, 80 quid Freedom members. I mean, what would that be? What's 60 divided by 80? That's £20, isn't it, per stamp set? You see, when you think about that, those stamp sets, that in its own right is an incredible value for money. When you consider you're getting everything else as well. Okay, talking of everything else. So you've also got some dies. The dies are lovely because you can create some beautiful little tags with these. They're absolutely exquisite. So you've got loads of dies on this one, plus 16 dies because you've got the inner and the outer. So it allows you to build up depth with that, and it allows you obviously to put your backing on there. I really like those. I like that they've crammed loads together. And that, your little flower, sparkle and shine, it says, which is beautiful. And you've got the last little tag at the bottom there. You've even got the eyelet shapes as well. So you can put your own eyelets on. Really cool little tags. And then these are well cool. So first of all, you've got your papers. Now in your papers, so 170 GSM, you've got 2 of each design. Now look at these papers. These are ace. You're getting 10 designs and 2 of each. I love these. These are so up my street. How cool are these? I mean, to say Marlene is into colour is an understatement. She loves her colour, and it works, you know. And I think papers like this make you brave. This is about collage. This is your mixed media. You know, you can, when you look at that and it works, you can do this. And I love papers like this because I do think it allows you to try it. But if you try it and it looks rubbish, you've got paper. But it's just great. These are great for die cutting with those dies. These are beautiful for matting and layering. They're fantastic for overstamping on. They're not coated, so you can easily overstamp on these. But the designs are just splendid. Aren't they fabulous? That is well cool. And it does give a different view for the sea. I mean, stamping on these and then cutting them out looks really cool, especially with all the coral. And then this is ace. This is ace. So you have got more than 250 elements in here. And do you know what? They're all die cut. Yes, you don't have to fussy cut. I tell you what, that made me the happiest girl alive. Because I thought, oh, I've got lots of fussy cutting. Oh, no, you haven't. Aren't these? Yeah, the hippo's amazing. It is well cool. I mean, there's so many elements in here. They're absolutely fantastic. You're getting 2 of each design, which is amazing. And I just think with these, there's so many different looks. I just think they're funny, they're quirky, they're cool. They're just really, really unique and different. And I love Marlene's artwork, because I think she just brings us something completely different, unique and fabulous. I mean, a lady, she looks like she's doing yoga on the beach. And look at the dog pretending to be a shark. Aren't they fabulous? They're absolutely fabulous. And I think when you look at that, there's so many. I mean, there's so many elements. Value for money is sensational. Now, I'll show you. I've only managed to do 3 little pages. I have been working in the journal, and we'll show you that in a few seconds' time. But layering, so layering your beautiful stencils, layering your stamps, using the gorgeous little octopus as well, which is wonderful. Open your heart. Isn't it fabulous? I love it. No, we haven't got glossy accent. I'll tell you what I've been using. The shine is my pens. I've got Pentel tomorrow, and they're using my Pentel pens, so it works perfectly. Obviously, prepping 2 for 1. This is, and again, I love this because the catfish, were on Marlene's, the cover, and I thought, perfect. I'm absolutely using that. Catfish. I mean, that's just amazing, isn't it? And then my last page, I did have fun doing this one. That's one of the other stamps that we've got on the show that I've created the background with, and then one of the pufferfish that's also on the show. So actually, this is cheating a bit, because this isn't the one day special, but it's ace. I know. When I showed it, I thought, oh yeah, they're none of the one day special. But it is Marlene, so hey. Right, if you do, oh, shall I show you? I have done the stamped cards as well, because I haven't coloured these in yet. I just wanted to show you the detail. So you've got the beautiful little, the sea. You want love? Just black and stamping them out. I tell you what though, I mean, the image, I mean, look at that image. The crab's fabulous. Look at her. Isn't she fantastic? And they could be postcards. I mean, the images are amazing. You can do so much with them. You've got such detail in them. But it's because they're fun. They're fun, they're different, they're unique. You've got loads and loads of character in them. Oh, I messed up my stamping. You've got so much character in them. You know, they're absolutely exquisite. You can, I mean, it's really fun colouring them in as well. But obviously, building up a scene with these is ridiculously easy. Okay. It's your one day special. This is a brand new launch for us here at the craft store. If you would love to get this, the deal is amazing. You are getting so much for your money. That's only 2 payments of £40 and 22 pence. Actually, Freedom members, you should have absolutely been paying another one on this, because you should have been paying another 40 quid. Your saving is over £39, your actual saving. You can get some of the elements independently, and that's why you've got an extra saving carried forward. So if you do want to break it up, if there's just something special you want, then please have a look on the website. You will be able to see the individual items, but for value for money and for everything going together, this is your one day special, 309185. And I tell you what, you'll love working with this. It's one of them that's easy to work with, and I love it when you get a collection like that, especially when you're limited for time and you're rushing. But it shows the quality of the artwork when it's like easy. And when you do one thing and then it just, your brain's going, oh, I want to do that and I want to do that. That's the quality of this. Now, that's your first one. We've also got, and I tell you what, oh, I were a bit chuffed. I got this. This is lovely. So our Kim's got, I think, Kim, you'll have guest envy. Guest envy. Yeah, sometimes I get presenter envy, show envy, but guest envy because I get the product. This is well good. Your rainbow journal, tell you what, beautiful. Marlene's stuff is amazing. You know, she just brings us colour and joy. For starters, you've got your little elastic band. We love that because it keeps your journal together. So when you've got loads of stuff going on and this is really bulky, that'll help keep it together. And it's a rainbow, so it's fabulous. I love at the side, I love the elastic. The elastics that's keeping everything in are rainbow as well. I think that's a beautiful touch. Inside your journal, now you're actually getting, if I turn that to the side, can you see that? You've actually got 5 books in there, which is amazing. And of course, all beautifully bright and rainbowy. I know, right? Everything. The first one is your lines. So your first one you can use as a diary, you can use as your planner, whatever. The next ones, and all of these are the same, these are your cardstock. So these are the ones you can do all your beautiful mixed media work on them. And they're all the same. I love that. Obviously, the thing with the journals is you can take this out to work on and then put it back when you're ready, or swap them round. And that's the lovely thing with this kind of journal. You know, you've got a real ability to make it your own, to personalise it, but also you don't have to worry about how you're going to work on it. You literally just take it out of the journal. And must admit, yeah, playing with these, because I thought my finished samples, I thought they're all going in my journals. So these are all going to be my journal pages, which I just think are quite fabulous straight away. I mean, I had such a lovely time. I didn't have much time, but the time I did spend, I really, really enjoyed myself. And it were one of them, you're lucky I came to work. Because realistically, I thought, I wonder if I can blag it and Skype from home, and then I don't have to do anything. I can just carry on playing. But I thought I'd get done. Anyway, if you do want to get hold of this, please check your baskets out. It's £21.99, and that is lovely. Saving £4 there, 610 053. Now, everything's going to be dispatched for you from the 27th of October, so not too long to wait. So if you're thinking Christmas goodies, this is such a good collection for Christmas goodies. Okay, now, I'm very chuffed we've got this. We've got a lovely little video, and I'm not sure, Studio Life Centre, I'm not sure if it is actually Marlene's work, but it might, I think it might be actually, is it? That's super exciting. Marlene actually said, oh, Marlene sent these in. Well, how exciting is that? Thank you so much, Marlene. It's lovely to see your work. Here's a little clip of inspiration from Marlene. Hello and welcome. Okay, so where I'm going to start colouring in first of all. Now, I've had a lovely time, funnily enough. I'm going to work, now we've got quite a few different cardstock pads on the show. We've got for you, and they're all different item numbers. So you've got the A4, you've got, it's 300 GSM, all round paper, and it's lovely. It's a nice weight is this. You can saturate it. I've been saturating these, working on them, and they are fabulous. Now, if you do want your A4, you get 2 of those for £16.98. That's 641362. That's A4. We've also got the A5. You can tell the A5 I've been using rather a lot. If you did want the A5, again, you're getting 2 of those. That's only £11.98. It's a cracking price, is that? 315242. We've then got the Diddies, your A6. You need A6 in your life, don't you? If you do want your A6, now you're getting 3 of these, £11.97, and you're saving £6. But we've also got tab tags. Now these are well cool, because look at these. You're getting, and it says compatible with the DIY tag kits. And I just love these, because I do love the little tabs on there. I think they look ace. And that one is, you're getting 2 of those for £11.98. So again, really, really good prices on these. And again, yeah, oh, fabulous. And you're getting 21 tags altogether. It's well cool, is that? I like that a lot. Okay, so I'll start on, I've been using, I'll use the A6 one for this one. So, okay, I'm going to do a little bit of stamping. First of all, let's take my beautiful little lady, so my little mermaid. I am going to be cutting her out, so it doesn't really matter which pad I use. In fact, because I'm cutting her out, let's use it on A4. Oh, I do faff. Let's use it. I mean, it's absolutely irrelevant because it is the same cardstock, but I'm cutting her out, so use A4. So, stamping, first of all, I'm using the VersaFine Clair, and I'm just going to show you how I've been inking these, because honestly, colouring them in has been a real delight. In fact, I might do the, I'll show you how it stamps, first of all. I'm going to colour in the actual, the shell, because colouring in the shell, I love the way you can colour in on these. So beautiful images. I love it because she gives us, I love the hair. That was really nice to colour in, because I used, let me show you the hair. Look, can you see how shiny it is? Isn't that nice? So I've got beautiful, beautiful shiny hair. But you've got that beautiful movement in the hair, and I love the little heart on her face. She's our little mermaid. We've also got in this set, and actually it's in the same set, it is the beautiful shell. And I'm going to take the little shell. I've already cut these out, ready to go, but I just wanted to show you for colouring in sake. Where's my page gone? There we go. My other pages are my usual mopping up all my ink. Standard. I tell you what though, the die cut lovely. You know when you're doing these are your mop up pages die cut, really subtle, but honestly, mop up pages. See, I know, aren't they lovely, the die cut? The tags are really, really cute. They're really pretty. Yeah, it does look a little bit like a perfume bottle. And I love this one, the little flower. See, sparkle and shine. Isn't that sweet? And then you've even got with these, I love how I've gone off tangent already. 5 seconds in. See? I don't know how it happened, but look at that. All mop-up pages. So you've got your little tabs as well. Yeah, I think it's well cool, that. See, I've only done them in the black and a mop-up sheet, but obviously die cut out of that paper pad, they are going to look amazing, which I do intend to do at some stage. Okay, take the shell. Take the shell. So we've got my little shell. And I'm going to, because I'm cutting it out, I'm just going to squidge it in the bottom like this. And in fact, I can get another one in there because I have done 2. I won't only colour one in, but just squidge that in. Now, the detail is beautiful. Honestly, these are lovely stamps. Really, really nice. And they're just so nice to work with. You can use your stamping platform. I haven't been because I didn't need to with these, to be fair. You know, the detail, but honestly, even like the big old octopus were absolutely fine. And because I wanted to what was that? What were you looking at? Pad, paper pad, maybe that. Yeah. Yeah, because I know I'm stamping on paper pad, I'm being really specific where I'm going. I didn't want to use the platform. Okay, so what I'm doing with this now, this paper. Okay, so you know how normally if we're doing watercolour paper, what we oh yes, sorry, didn't even show you the pencil case. Apologise. I know, right? I've filled it with all my pens, but then didn't show you. Have you got envy again, Kim? Cheeky bit of envy. I mean, I know, right? I've got my pens. So these are my old pens, but then I've got these for Pentel. So these are my Pentel for tomorrow. But in this pencil case, so you've got your little a little netting bit there. You've got pockets in there, which I haven't filled yet because everything's just kind of loose. I tell you what, though, there's a lot of space in this, which is fabulous. And the other side, which allows me to put my other pens in. So I've got all my gorgeous gel pens, again, on tomorrow, all my Pentel. And my other, oh, I love these pens. So I've got all my pens in there that I've been working with. And it's so, oh, there's plenty of space. And I mean, look at that. It is a really nice, yeah, it's a nice little pencil case, is that. Really, really happy with that. If you do want the pencil case, the details are there for you. You can pop that into your flexi. £19.99 is your price. So, what I've done with this one, just get my pens out. So I've got some water markers, so they'll react with your water. I'm also going to get out my gel pens, because I love my gel pens. And I'm going to get out, I'm going to basically have that open so my pens are ready for me to go. I have to put them right way around, otherwise my head doesn't like it. I need it like that. Are you fussy the way your pens have to sit? Otherwise your brain doesn't like it. Do you know what I mean? It has to sit like that. Okay, so what I'm going to do, and this are interesting because what I found with this paper, and so with your normal watercolour paper, what you do is go like this, and then drag your colour with a water brush or whatever. But as you'll see, it's a mixed media pad, and what you find with a lot of mixed media pads is it doesn't drag like a watercolour pad, okay? So you don't get the normal drag. However, if you absolutely saturate this, I really like doing this. So get your water, absolutely saturate your image. So I've spritzed it with water, and then bring your colour to it, and I've really enjoyed doing this. Now I'm doing it with a pen. You don't need to do it with a pen. You can do ink, you can do, in fact, this one I was doing with my, when I'm thinking about it at home, I was actually doing this with my Distress Oxides. So in fact, I will get a Distress Oxide and show you, because it worked beautifully. And I tell you what I liked about, I love this because it really handles it, does the cardstock. So I was chucking loads of water at it, and it really, really handled it. And I mean, I like the way it still moves on the water, on the cardstock. So even though I'm layering this, this colour down, because it's wet, it'll still move. So be really mindful of that, because sometimes you don't want it to. If you don't want it to, you're going to have to blast it dry. But if you're happy with that movement, and you can see it softening, and it's really, really, I like that. I like how it carries on, and you can get a little bit more movement in there, which is quite fabulous. can you dry it and rewet it? Yes, I did. And in fact, I allowed it to dry and then I went back over it with my pens and it was fine. And it didn't. I just actually painted over, but you could. I mean, there, it's drying a little bit too much, so just add more water to it. And again, it's taking it, and that's because it's a really thick paper and it's that mixed media paper. So it really allows you to play. I mean, eventually, you know, you can't sort of keep going. You know, it's paper, so at the end of the day, it does have a point where it can't handle any more. However, I haven't reached that, so that's quite good. So just bobbing my colour on and just allowing those colours to move, which is really nice. So this is using my Distress Oxide, and it's really gorgeous how, as you layer those colours, so going in now with my pen, so you look at that, and this is already wet, the paper's wet. If it were dry, I won't get it to move as well, but because it's wet, can you see? It just disperses into paper. It's really, really nice. I really like doing this because it just softens into paper like magic, doesn't it? And it's just so addictive. When you start playing with this, honestly, it's like, oh, I love that. And look, I can keep, if it's dried off too much, just keep adding water. And then you'll just get all those different effects. Because this is a water brush effectively with the dye ink in there, and look, it will bleed because of the water, so if you don't want that, I mean, I'm cutting these out, so that isn't a problem, but if you don't want that, just be mindful of that. That though can look really good, you know, having the movement can look really effective. You know, if that were what you're after, it'd look really, really beautiful. But I really like that. And then let's bring a little bit of brown into it, so using one of the other pens. And I've used all sorts of pens. I've been using my pens from tomorrow, for tomorrow. Is tomorrow? Yeah, it is tomorrow I'm doing that. Whew, no idea. And then the gel pens as well. And this is still a little bit wet, but the sparkly gel pens, which are like the best thing since, like, oh, I've just dropped the lid. How funny, I forgot I was holding the lid. See, and I don't know if you can see that sparkle. Yeah, it's still allowing me to draw onto it. I mean, that's because of pens as well, but can you see that sparkle? Oh, yeah, now you can. See, those are just, I mean, it's just so nice, is this. So yeah, the cardstock is really nice cardstock, and you'll find that across all of the beautiful pads and the tags, of course. So it's lovely to work with, and it's nice just playing with something a little bit different. You know what I mean? Like something that you sort of work out how to use it, and then when you do use it, it's like, oh, I really, really like that. Absolutely gorgeous. So, sorry, I'm just getting my pen load. So that's your first one. That's colouring in. So dead easy to colour in. Her hair was her hair was lovely to colour in. And what I did first with her hair is I went in with my gold gel pen, and just now this time this is dry. Okay, so I haven't actually inked this bit. So I went in and just give a fabulous highlights, golden highlights. So just colouring in some of that. I've had a lovely time colouring in. You're lucky I got any finished samples made, because honestly, you start colouring these images in, they're really nice to work with. I love Marlene's artwork. It's easy to colour in as well somehow. You know, sometimes you get stuck, and doing this job, like being a guest, sometimes, sometimes your brain goes, I haven't got a clue what to do. Because obviously, you know, a lot of products and stuff, so sometimes your mojo absolutely leaves you stranded. But this was so ridiculously easy, because there's so many elements. And if you don't want to colour in, you've got all them beautiful die cuts. It's just incredible. But then go over the top with my brown sparkle pen. And the thing is that the glitter will add as a resist. And again, my cardstock is just beautiful for this. See, so going over, oh, I actually use a lighter. If you do want your cardstock, you've got all your different sizes. I'm using the A4 currently, which is absolutely beautiful. And I like using the A4 because even if you're not using it as a full A4, if you start cutting it out, like I'm going to do with these, oh, I'm getting lost, sorry. You don't need to see me colouring the whole hair. Stop, Leona. I can't find, oh, there's my other colour. So I'll just mix in a bit of the brown before it dries. So if you do want the A4 pad, please, on all right. Leonie, stop colouring hair in. It's the bottom of the screen. Utterly lost me because I'm colouring hair. Done it, it looks lovely when it's finished, does that. So that's how I've done my colouring in. Let them dry and then cut them out. And I didn't, obviously. I just cut them out when they were still a bit soggy. It feels really nice to cut out, which I know is a weird thing to say, but it does. Okay, and then let's get one of my beautiful journals. So this is one of the pads. I did already start a page, but I'm going to start a new one. So this is one of the pads in the beautiful journal. As you can see, they have been stitched like that. Because they've been stitched, it's beautiful because it gives you a really good finish. However, it does mean if you've layered ink like I've done here, it might travel through. If you don't want it to travel through, put your gesso on and it's going to help block it. I don't care particularly because, you know, I kind of like the travelling through the pages because I like that, not knowing what I'm working with and giving me a different colour and stuff like that. So I'm going to work on the other side. I did do the page to put her on, but I'm going to work on this side just because. And let's start creating a beautiful background. So we've got so many different elements to create our background. First things first, we'll start with a little bit of colour. So we'll go in with a little bit of blue and we'll take my good old salty ocean and we'll get one of my sponges. And I won't go on too heavy with this. So just a little bit here and a little bit there. I'm not going to completely fill... Do you know what? I'm going to do 2 pages. I'm not going to completely fill the page. I'm going to leave some white space with this because I think that'll look kind of cool. Now, my blending at the moment isn't brilliant, but that's okay. So I'll leave a little bit of open space, a little bit of white, because that'll look really nice. And let's come over to the other page as well, like so. Just soften that out a bit. Soften me. Do you know what it is? I'm not used to. I don't normally work with the circle things. I'm always used to my sponges. So my when I use my circles, I'm not as blendy. Not that it matters in the slightest, because I kind of like that movement. Okay, so it's nice, isn't it? So bringing that in. So you've got a little bit of movement, a bit of ocean. I've got a bit of ocean. Cheeky bit of wave, bit of sea froth. Oh, we can all see that. Well done, Mike. I mean, you did well, you held that in. I know. I mean, he's not give us anything in this hour, which is fine. You don't want to push Kim over the edge with bad jokes. Oh no, he started. Okay, so now I have got my stencils. So remember, you are getting within that 1 day special, you are getting 3 different stencils. All 3 of them are very cool. You will use all 3 of them again and again and again. They're just really handy. For this one, I do want to use this one first of all, because it's all your beautiful, you know, all your underground seaweedy stuff and coral and stuff like that. So it's really nice. So taking this first of all, allow it to just fall off the page a bit. So really, really quick, just start building this up. I will only decorate 1 page, even though I'm going to ink both pages, because I think a double page spread will be quite nice actually with this one. So just going over like so. I will bring this here. I'm not sticking mine down because life's really not that, you know, it's a bit short, isn't it, for sticking stencils down. Live TV, I'll blame it on that. It's just me being lazy. I'm going to lift that up there so we'll extend it like this. Big stencils are great. And the thing is with this one as well, you're extending it, so as soon as you move it down, it doesn't look like it's been extended. Because the whole thing with this, because you can overlay the beautiful imagery, it does allow you to really, really play with this one. It's got so much potential. And I'm just going to leave that a little bit so it's not exactly the same, because I love that. And then, same stencil, but a darker green. So layering those colours And just go on, get another sponge. Don't be fussy with your sponges, kid. Just come on. So I'll take a darker green and then just go over, not repeating it. There we are. And just, again, popping some of those beautiful grasses down, like so. Let's have a look. Oh, gorgeous. I'll do this one, don't it? I love this one. I remember, I mean, we've got the stencils, but then you've got all those stamps as well with all the different seaweeds, and you've got the die cuts. I mean, everything works together. You've so many elements, it's ridiculous. I'm falling off my glass mat. And I love things like this. You know, when you get so many goodies. And the tools. I mean, literally, in that one day special, nearly everything's tools. The only thing that you'll run out of, essentially, are the paper pads. You'll absolutely run out of the paper pad, because that is lovely. The rice papers, we have got more when you're checking out your baskets, and they are beautiful, those rice papers. And of course, eventually you will run out of your die cuts, but you've got that many die cuts, it'll take you ages to run out of these. But all the rest, the majority, are tools, and that I think is amazing, because it's just, I know I keep babbling on about the value for money, but it really is. So just bobbing that down. I really like creating these seascapes because they're dead easy to do, but they look really effective. I mean, that's so simple to do, but super, super effective. You've got, of course, on this one, you've got the circles, and the circles are lovely because, again, it just gives you different texture. So if you bring in exactly the same blue, I'll just get a thingy sponge this time, and just going over some of these elements here, and just picking up some of the circles, which do look really, really cool. I mean, I'm sticking to normal sort of under the water colours, but you don't need to. We're working with Marlene stuff. You know, realistically, I should be using all the colours in the box. I shouldn't be sticking to normal colours, you know, to really pay homage properly to our lovely Marlene. It should be like all the colours. But I'm being safe. Don't be safe. There. And Marlene, please have a look. It's Art by Marlene. Have a look. Look her up on Facebook. There's Facebook groups and, of course, Instagram. And she posts loads of wonderful tutorials and ideas. And it's real. Doesn't it look pretty? I love that. And quick. I mean, that is quick to do. Couple of stencils, boom, you're off. I mean, anyone can do that. It's a bit of ink. It's a bit of ink. It just looks so, so effective. Do you know what? Terribly. I thought, oh, I've got some orange there. I could just pick up. Don't do it, Leon. Don't walk away from the orange just for a minute, love. Come on. Don't start messing about with the orange. Right. So what I'm going to do, I've got my lovely little mermaid. Doesn't she look fabulous? But I've also got my shells. She looks like what? She looks like your niece. Does she? Oh, I've coloured. Oh, I tell you what I haven't done though. I haven't coloured in her eyes. What colour of eyes does she need to have then? Green eyes. Oh, how beautiful. Has she got green eyes? Lucky thing. Yeah, she is, isn't she? Oh, very nice. There we go. Beautiful green eyes. Made into a mermaid. And then we've got our lovely shells. I'm only going to decorate one half. And then you've got the die cuts. And this is where life is just fabulous, because die cuts, I mean, isn't that just marvellous? Who knew die cuts could be this fab? And they're so easy, because now you can just start layering all those beautiful elements. Don't they look good? All of it's so good. And it's just, look, a little fish. Die cut fish. I mean, can you see him? Boom. Isn't it beautiful? And then one more die cut over here. See, it does. It gives you an idea of colour. It gives you an idea of being brave. You know, I was saying that it's Marlene. I should be brave with colour. This allows you to be brave with colour. I'm going to get that stuck down. I mean, you don't need to see me sticking it down. But how lovely is that? And it's doable. It's easy. It's absolutely. In fact, you could even put some little shiny things on. Yeah, while you're checking out your baskets, you'll see them. And they are lovely. There's loads of little sparkles, and it goes with this. Beautiful. They're not adhesive. They're loads and loads of gems. Oh, hold on. I need to be careful opening this. because I don't want it to go everywhere. So they're just little gems. You need a picky up tool, which I know our Mr. Phil Martin's on next. He sells picky up tools. But you could just get a gem here and a gem there. So just put your glue where you want your gems, and then just get your little old gem. Like so. Come here, Mr. Gem. And then just stick them down. Like so. Dead easy, but they're really, really pretty. And those are just super shiny. They're so super shiny. They are. But as you're checking out your baskets, they're there. Right, I'll just sit here putting loads of gems on. Over to you, Fee.
Thank you, my darling. How brilliant is this one day special? I love it when you see one day special and you recognise the artist straight away, because her artistry is absolutely brilliant. That page that Leonie's doing, how brilliant does it look? So you are getting these. Look, the octopus. So you're getting these gorgeous 6 sets of stamps. You're getting the octopus, yes, in the 4 individual rice papers. You are getting those dies, and I hadn't realised how beautiful those dies were until Leonie just showed us them cut out, and the little bit that goes on the tab hole. I love that. You're getting 16 dies in total. You're getting 34 stamps that are so characterful. The one thing about this collection is it really, really made me smile. It just brings me such joy. You start to look at it, you look at the detail, as Leonie was saying about the lighthouse and the fishbowl, their faces, the character. It's just Marlene, isn't it? And the thalassophile, that's just brilliant. That's my little girl. She's a mermaid. She fills the baskets overflowing. The octopus with the eyes, the puffer fish. We love the puffer fish. There's so much going on, and the extra worker stamps with those bubbles and what have you. So fish-dicated. The lobster's just brilliant, and one of my favourites there. And that octopus. Oh, they're all just so good, aren't they? And then you get that, I mean, that gorgeous, gorgeous paper pad that Leonie took us through. The colours. 20 pages. Oh, they're so good. The stencils are amazing. That's the one Leonie was just using. Love that, using the dark and the light. You see, that could be fish scales, mermaid scales, but it's just a really good art. Sort of 60s kind of, but it could be waves. That's a great, even sort of generic stencil, that middle one. Loads of nautical elements there as well. Your jellyfish, your bubbles, your fish swimming away. Gorgeous. And then, yes, the die cuts. Oh, my favourite as well was the hippo, and my other one was the cat. And when Leonie put the cat in the fishtail, I mean, it's just genius. That made me howl. You see, that's what it does. It just makes you smile. I defy anybody to get this and be miserable. I defy it. It's not physically happening. These colourways. Look at this. She loves her colour, Marlene, and isn't that amazing? Oh, it's one of the best collections I think I've ever seen. It's just brilliant. And it's on 2 flexi-buy payments of £44.69. £13 saving, 309185. Now, Freedom Club members, even bigger saving, £21.94 it says there, but the actual saving's £39.94. I know, just under £40, and we've got that on flexi-buy as well for you. Yeah, 2 flexi-buy payments of £40.22. I'm going to take you to that journal. Oh, yes, I have presenter envy as well. I'm here. But this is just the best. I love this. I was drawn to it straight away. It's the colour. It's the rainbow elastic cover there to keep all your bits and bats in. It's, as Leonie said, the detail. The devil's in the detail, isn't it? That rainbow elastic. The bounce of colour, the brightness, the fact that you can take the books out, as Leonie's been doing. You know, you've got that good quality cardstock in there as well, that she's chucking everything out. 300 GSM, it's fabulous. You've got the lined one in there for your ideas. And you know what? You can take these out and you can replace them. This is what's brilliant about it. Leonie's making separate pages. Look at these. Look at the quality of this. She's chucking everything. She's sticking things in there. She's layering. Oh, look how good she looks. The philosopher, isn't she brilliant? Oh, she's too talented for words. Do you know what, Julia? She sort of went by and she said, "Oh, this is so good." I said, "I know, Julia." And she goes, "Oh, and she's so good." I said, "I know, Julia." The two of us are going, "Oh, ours never turns out like that." It is, though, £21.99. Oh, I just love it. 610053. Now, do you remember the pufferfish? Where's that? Oh, here it is. There we go. That's the page. Yay. And Leonie said to you, I was using something that's not in the one-day special. Well, here he is. Here he is. There is Harry the pufferfish. He's just brilliant. Now, this is a red rubber stamp. So if I take that out of the way, you can see, yeah? But you can see on the image there, So it doesn't matter it's not see-through, because you can see there how he's going to look in terms of your positioning and what have you. So already foam mounted if you're thinking about your platforms, but he is good to go. So that gives you an idea of the size. He is sizable, isn't he? £9.99, 854 385. Oh, she's just a genius. And then we've also got Sally the Seahorse. Hello. Is there a seahorse in the stamp set of the One Day Special, Leonie?
There is not.
No.
And I love It's When Harry Met Sally, isn't it?
Oh.
Isn't it? I love that.
Oh, I've only just caught on.
The names.
I've only just cottoned on to that, Harry and Sally. I'm so slow to the party sometimes. This was a brilliant film. £9.99, 277 116. Do shop ahead. That pencil case is on there as well for £19.99. And let's go back and join. Oh, okay. Back to our Leonie. It's there. Shop ahead on the brand. It's there.
Right then, I'm going to use one of the tags because, because I can, because I think they're fabulous, are these. So because I'm using the tabs, I'm going to use my A4 underneath, okay? So this will allow me to build up colour and stuff on this one, which I really like. I'm then going to use Little Sally. I love this. When Harry Met Sally. I mean, that's ridiculously cool, isn't it? Just cool. So that's going to be my first step. What I'm going to do is get colour onto this one. So I'm going to be a bit braver with colour. So I'm going to go in with a little bit of cracked pistachio. We're also going to go in with, I want some pink in this. So let's go with our quiche flamingo. Bit of quiche flamingo, bit of quiche. And then we'll go salty ocean. Okay, let's have a little spritz. So now I must admit, normally I would use this on my craft mat, but I'm going to actually take the ink to this rather than daubing it in. So again, this is really thick cardstock, so I'm not worried about the cardstock, you know, not being able to handle the colour. It's absolutely fine. Oh, that's interesting. No, can't see any green on that. I can see my pink there. How interesting. Do you know, that is, I do like we're using different product because it's like, oh, that's interesting. It kind of works completely different to what I was expecting. But that's quite nice because, look, you can get a really soft look to this, which is quite fabulous. I like that. That's amazing. And yeah, the green just kind of disappears. I've made a nice purple there, which looks rather lovely. The tabs, the tags even, these do feel different to the paper pads. This is your art paper, and that's why you're getting different effects on this. And please play. You know, this is the whole thing. It's about experimentation. It's about playing. It's about seeing what you're going to get, you know. And that's the joy of all these different products, isn't it? And different papers. I think we get kind of used to what we're safe with. So when you use something completely different, it's really cool because you don't really know what it's going to do. You don't know how it's going to act. And that's the lovely thing, is just seeing what it does, which looks really good. I've gone up an octave higher on the green, so I'm going to go a bit darker. I'm just... yeah, different green on that one now. And I'm just dabbing it on, and you can see, because I'm dabbing it, you can see that texture. But, again, now I'm dabbing that in, but look at that, how it's softening. How nice does that look when it's drying? It's just giving it a really soft, almost cloudy effect, which looks absolutely beautiful. So, yeah, again, experiment with different products. Try paint on this. I mean, I haven't yet. I haven't experimented as much as I want to, but definitely try paints on these. Use all sorts. What I am going to do, one of the other ones, I'm going to pick up the ink that I haven't used.